Jean Fry Van Raid was no ordinary beginner. He was our hero, the strongest adventurer here, and no one understood this strange world more deeply than he did. While the other fresh recruits at the ceremony charged forward with wild shouts, desperate to grab the most overpowered weapons first, Jean simply stood off to the side, watching the chaos unfold like a ridiculous little circus. Everyone else fought tooth and nail over the strongest-looking gear, snatching weapons from each other without shame. But Jean Fry Van Raid ignored all of that and reached for the weakest blade there, the one so pathetic that nobody had even bothered to glance at it because its stats looked completely worthless. A rookie standing nearby burst into laughter and called him an idiot straight to his face. But Jean Fry Van Raid did not even flinch. His expression stayed calm as if the insult meant absolutely nothing. And right after that, the ceremony finally began. A swarm of bloodthirsty monsters came pouring out all at once, their bodies rushing forward like a violent tide. The new adventurers instantly lost their composure, swinging their weapons in panic and stumbling over themselves, but none of them could do anything useful against the monsters in front of them. Jean Fry Van Raid, however, already knew the hidden bug. With just one clean swing of that rusty blade, one of the monsters burst apart into mangled pieces before it could even let out a sound. But this whole chain of events had started earlier, back at the adventurers' camp. The moment Jean Fry Van Raid arrived there, a strange wave of nostalgia struck him. The tents, the air, the layout of the place, everything felt as if he had already spent several lifetimes walking through it. Then a girl called out to him from the registration desk, pulling his attention back to the present. When Jean Fry Van Raid looked at her, her face stirred something deep inside him, painfully familiar in a way he could not ignore. At that exact moment, a glowing system window suddenly flashed open in front of his eyes. Then, without warning, a flood of memories crashed into his mind all at once. Thousands upon thousands of hours spent inside this world, memorizing its lands, its systems, its secrets, and every hidden corner rushed through him in a single, overwhelming instant. That was when Jean Fry Van Raid understood the truth with perfect clarity. He had been thrown into the world of the online game Grand 7, the very game where he had once been recognized as a true professional. And for him, this was more than a disaster. This was a chance because he knew every loophole, every exploit, and every hidden trick this world had to offer, and no one here would be able to stop him. With that realization burning in his mind, Jean Fry Van Raid turned around and walked straight into the portal. The sight on the other side nearly overwhelmed him, because every detail matched the world he remembered with frightening accuracy. A system message appeared and announced that Jean Fry Van Raid had entered the baptismal altar. He stared across the area in amazement, realizing that even this tutorial arena had been recreated exactly as it appeared in the game. Almost immediately, Jean Fry Van Raid began comparing every wall, every placement, and every object around him with the knowledge stored in his memories. He remembered that the tutorial always gathered 5 new adventurers together before forcing them into the baptism ritual. Among the other recruits was a bald, rough-looking man with an aggressive presence, the kind of person who drew attention the moment he stepped forward. There was also a freckled woman holding a spear, her posture tense as she prepared herself for whatever trial was about to begin. As Jean Fry Van Raid quietly studied the group, he confirmed that everything was unfolding exactly the way it had in the game. But that realization also reminded him of the danger. This was no longer a game on a screen, and if he died here, there would be no restart, no second attempt, and no chance to try again. Even so, Jean Fry Van Raid believed that the knowledge from his previous life could turn this deadly situation into a real path toward survival and success. Then the system issued another warning, announcing that the baptism ritual would begin soon, and ordering every recruit to select their equipment. Jean Fry Van Raid noted it with quiet satisfaction because even the system announcements were following the exact flow he remembered from the game. The bald recruit immediately rushed forward, determined to grab the best weapon before anyone else could get close. He lunged toward the strongest-looking choices with greedy speed, moving before the other recruits had even properly reacted. Laid out before them were several weapons, including a spear, a bow, and multiple swords waiting to be claimed. Without the slightest hesitation, the bald man seized the spear as if it already belonged to him. The system identified it as the Guardian's spear, a respectable E+ weapon, and the bald man immediately guarded it fiercely, making it clear that no one else was allowed to touch his prize. Another recruit happily chose a red sword, an E-rank weapon that might not have been perfect, but still looked reliable enough in the eyes of a beginner. The rest of the recruits kept arguing, shoving, and scrambling over whichever weapons looked the strongest at first glance. Jean Fry Van Raid remained still, watching them compete over the obvious choices without showing the slightest trace of impatience. He stayed calm because he already knew this was a trap. From his memories, he understood the forced job system, where a person's performance during the baptism ritual would decide which classes they could unlock afterward. To Jean Fry Van Raid, the system was brutally unfair to beginners. He even remembered how players in the past had repeatedly restarted their characters just to chase better job options. Meanwhile, the bald man looked extremely pleased with himself, convinced that claiming the Guardian's spear had already placed him ahead of everyone else. When he noticed Jean Fry Van Raid holding back instead of fighting for a weapon, he sneered and mocked him as useless dead weight. Jean Fry Van Raid answered the insult with dry indifference, his tone calm and almost bored rather than angry. That reaction only made the bald man more irritated, because no matter how sharply he mocked him, Jean Fry Van Raid refused to be shaken. Only after the others had made their choices did Jean Fry Van Raid finally move toward the weapon he truly wanted. He walked past the flashier options without even slowing down, showing not a single moment of hesitation. Then, Jean Fry Van Raid picked up a plain, unimpressive short sword that looked far too ordinary to attract anyone's attention. The system revealed its identity as a normal short sword, the lowest-ranked option available, carrying only a single point of attack power. The bald man immediately laughed at him again, predicting that choosing such a pathetic weapon would destroy Jean Fry Van Raid's future job options before his adventurer life had even begun. Jean Fry Van Raid knew that common sense in this world said a person's job determined their strength, but as he held that ordinary short sword, he began to question whether that belief was really the whole truth. Jean Fry began to consider a possibility that most people in this world would never even dare to question. What if the so-called common sense everyone trusted was wrong from the very beginning? Instead of relying on the shallow assumptions of ordinary recruits, Jean Fry trusted the instincts and experience of a hardcore player. And with that knowledge guiding him, he knew the normal short sword was not a mistake at all. It was the only choice that truly made sense. At last, the ritual officially began, and the system coldly announced that the recruits had only 5 minutes to prove their worth. The moment the trial started, a swarm of winged centipedes came dropping into the arena, their long bodies twisting through the air as they descended toward the recruits. The system made the objective perfectly clear. Within the time limit, they had to defeat as many of those creatures as possible. Jean Fry recognized them instantly. These were winged centipedes, monsters, created specifically for this baptism ritual and rarely seen outside this exact trial. He also remembered their most dangerous trait. If one of those centipedes managed to land a hit, its poison could paralyze the victim on the spot. Even as the bald man kept running his mouth and throwing insults at him, Jean Fry did not bother getting dragged into the argument. Jean Fry simply told him in a cold and steady voice to worry about staying alive first. But the bald recruit twisted that warning into arrogance, glaring at him as if Jean Fry had just looked down on him. Jean Fry quickly decided that wasting attention on this kind of nuisance was pointless. So he pushed the bald man's noise aside and focused fully on the trial in front of him. Then the system gave the signal for the real battle to begin, and the swarm closed in all at once. One winged centipede broke away from the group and dove straight toward the recruits. Jean Fry watched its approach without panic, his eyes following every twitch of its body. Jean Fry confirmed that even the monster's movements were identical to the game he remembered. And if its movements were the same, then its weak points had to be exactly where his memory said they were. A centipede suddenly charged at Jean Fry head-on, its body cutting through the air as it aimed directly for him. Rather than fight it like an ordinary beginner, Jean Fry prepared to take advantage of the game's unforgiving critical hit mechanics. He shifted his grip on the short sword, adjusted his stance, and timed his movement with sharp, deliberate precision. Then Jean Fry struck, his blade moving in one clean, practiced motion. The short sword landed exactly where it needed to, piercing the monster's hidden weak point with perfect accuracy. The system immediately confirmed the result that should have looked impossible. The winged centipede had been defeated in a single hit. The other recruits froze in shock, staring at the fallen monster, as if they could not believe what had just happened in front of them. Jean Fry remained quiet, his expression barely changing as he looked at the result. To Jean Fry, the outcome was perfect, because it proved that his memories could still be trusted. The bald man tried to brush it off as nothing more than luck, but even he could not fully hide how shaken he was by that one-hit kill. Jean Fry's thoughts moved quickly as he confirmed the truth behind what had just happened. Every game had bugs, and to Jean Fry, that was simply normal. He remembered clearly that this baptism ritual had one of those bugs hidden right in plain sight. If the normal short sword struck the exact weak point of a winged centipede, the monster would die instantly, no matter how terrible the weapon's stats looked on paper. In other words, the weakest and most ignored weapon in the entire arena was actually capable of triggering a one-hit kill exploit. And now that the exploit worked in this real world too, Jean Fry understood that he alone held the key to completely dominating the baptism ritual. Meanwhile, the woman with the spear was having a much harder time, forcing herself to fend off a centipede through raw strength and desperate movements. Another recruit, the one holding the red sword, was also fighting awkwardly, swinging clumsily as he tried to bring down a centipede through the hardest possible method. The bald man eventually managed to kill one of the centipedes with his spear, and the success immediately made his confidence swell. He started boasting loudly, completely convinced that his performance was already enough to guarantee him the swordsman job he wanted. With his voice full of pride, the bald man openly declared that his kill count would secure the strongest class he had been aiming for. Jean Fry found the bragging more annoying than intimidating, and in his mind, the bald man felt exactly like the worst kind of player from the game. Just then, another winged centipede lunged straight at Jean Fry. Jean Fry slipped to the side with such casual ease that the attack almost seemed like a joke to him. The monster shot past its target, overshooting completely before it could even adjust its body. As Jean Fry moved through the swarm without breaking his rhythm, he realized that this real version of the game might actually be even more enjoyable than the original. A fresh centipede suddenly dropped from above, diving down toward him from the air. Jean Fry circled behind it with effortless footwork, slipping into its blind spot before it could properly react. The creature failed to track his movement in time, its body twisting too slowly to follow him. Jean Fry cut it down cleanly, and the system immediately recorded another instant kill. By the time the time limit finally ran out, Jean Fry was still wearing a faint smile as the system announced the end of the baptism ritual. With the trial over, the system began assigning jobs to each recruit according to their performance. One recruit who had managed to defeat 7 monsters was offered only modest class options, including Hunter, Compounder, and Shield User. The others quickly realized the harsh truth. Even 7 kills were not enough to unlock the powerful classes they had truly been hoping for. The bespectacled recruit ended up doing even worse, and he could barely process the failure as the result appeared before him. Because he had defeated 0 monsters, he was denied adventurer registration entirely, leaving him with no job options at all. The bald man, however, burst into wild celebration because his results showed that he had reached 15 kills. That score finally unlocked the swordsman option he had been chasing from the start. The bald man soaked up the attention around him, grinning like the entire ritual had already ended with his victory. Jean Fry, on the other hand, did not react right away. He simply lowered his gaze to his own result and studied it in silence. Seeing Jean Fry stay quiet, the bald man smirked and called him lucky, then smugly asked what kind of job Jean Fry had managed to get. Jean Fry paused for a moment because he already understood that this result carried far more weight than the others realized. The bald man's confident expression faltered slightly, caught off guard by how calm Jean Fry remained. Then Jean Fry slowly turned toward him, and in that instant, the atmosphere around them changed. Jean Fry's result was far beyond normal expectations. He had defeated 33 monsters, enough to unlock nearly every major class, including powerful options like swordsman and summoner. The bald man went pale with horror, realizing that Jean Fry had not only surpassed his score, but had also opened up far more choices than anyone there believed was possible. Trying to protect what little pride he had left, the bald man insisted that he could still choose swordsman too, but Jean Fry ignored his desperate posturing and calmly recognized the truth. Reaching swordsman with only 15 kills had actually been the bald man's real stroke of luck. Jean Fry knew that most players treated swordsman and summoner as the strongest jobs in the entire game, the kind of choices beginners dreamed of unlocking. But with all the knowledge from his previous experience, Jean Fry already had his eyes set on a completely different path. Without even a moment of hesitation, Jean Fry made his choice. The system immediately confirmed Jean Fry's selection and granted him the first-time job bonus, including his initial equipment. To everyone's complete shock, Jean Fry chose Compounder instead of taking one of the prestigious combat classes waiting in front of him. The other recruits stared at Jean Fry in stunned silence, unable to understand why he would throw away such rare options. The bald man finally blurted out that Jean Fry's choice was idiotic, his voice rising in disbelief. He insisted that Compounder was the weakest job in the entire world, even as Jean Fry's newly opened status window clearly confirmed the choice. Jean Fry did not waste a single breath arguing with him. Ignoring the ridicule around him, Jean Fry immediately opened his inventory. He understood something the others did not. A class was only weak when the person using it had no idea what they were doing. What Jean Fry truly wanted from defeating 33 winged centipedes was never fame or a prestigious job title. What he had been aiming for all along were the materials they dropped. Inside his inventory were rare drops that could only come from the winged centipedes in this ritual, including their tails, wings, and blood. Those materials were incredibly valuable because this tutorial event was the only chance to obtain them. With complete calm, Jean Fry arranged the exact recipe he had been aiming for, then added the normal short sword as the final required component. The sword and the gathered materials lifted into the air, rising together inside a glowing magic circle as Jean Fry began the combination process. The system explained that the compounder's skill allowed specific items to be fused together, but only by spending mana. Jean Fry activated the skill immediately, without the slightest hesitation. A burst of bright light swallowed the ingredients as they began merging into something new. This was the real reason Jean Fry had chosen Compounder from the very beginning. The others could only stand there watching, confused and uneasy, as Jean Fry created a piece of equipment so powerful that back in the game it had once shattered the balance of the entire system. Jean Fry successfully completed the compound, and from the light emerged a strange hidden weapon that should never have appeared this early. Jean Fry confirmed the weapon's identity. Centipede, a mysterious high-rank blade with strong attack power and an active skill that tripled damage against weak points. He knew that most adventurers were usually judged by their level and job skills. Under normal logic, equipment was treated as nothing more than a simple bonus, something that added a little attack or defense. But Jean Fry knew the truth. Some rare hidden equipment completely broke that rule and could change a user's strength in overwhelming ways. Among serious players, gear like this was known as hidden equipment. With that advantage finally secured, Jean Fry arrived in Rogue Begin, the starting town where new adventurers began their journey. He walked through the familiar marketplace, taking in the streets and stalls while confirming that the world matched the game stored in his memory. As Jean Fry passed between the vendors, his eyes continued scanning the town like someone retracing a route he had traveled countless times before. The more he recognized the central town exactly as it had appeared in the game, the more certain Jean Fry became that his knowledge would continue to hold true. Jean Fry casually accepted an apple from a vendor as he passed by, but his mind remained focused on his next move. Now that he had obtained his first hidden item exactly according to plan, Jean Fry began thinking about how to use that early advantage. He recalled the true objective of the game: clear all 7 S-rank dungeons spread across the continents by defeating each of the 7 bosses. For the moment, though, Jean Fry knew survival had to come first. Instead of following the normal beginner path through low-rank dungeons, he decided to power level immediately and skip far ahead. Jean Fry headed straight for a C-rank dungeon portal, choosing a reckless shortcut that only someone with deep foreknowledge would even dare to attempt. The dungeon he entered was the Forest Dungeon, known as the Forest Inhabiting the Guardian. Its clear condition was simple, but absolute: defeat the boss monster. The moment Jean Fry stepped inside, the system warned him that he would not be able to leave until the boss had been defeated. His status made the danger painfully obvious. Jean Fry was still only level 1, equipped with beginner gear, and carrying the compounder job. He knew this dungeon was normally meant for adventurers around level 17 to 30, which made entering it at his current level incredibly dangerous. Before Jean Fry could even settle into the dungeon, he realized the forest was already forcing him into combat. A level 17 devil plant attacked immediately, proving just how badly outmatched Jean Fry should have been. Jean Fry summoned Centipede without hesitation, trusting his memory of the monster's attack patterns, even while facing a 16-level gap. Jean Fry tightened his grip around the hidden blade Centipede, fully committing himself to a battle where even the smallest mistake could end his life on the spot. He knew perfectly well that taking even one clean hit could mean instant death. But instead of freezing in fear, Jean Fry sharpened every bit of his focus. The devil plant struck first, whipping out its thorns with frightening speed as the sharp vines tore through the air toward him. Jean Fry barely slipped past the attack in time, but instead of losing confidence, his eyes grew sharper because the movement matched the pattern he remembered exactly. He held himself back and waited for the precise opening that always appeared right after the devil plant's first attack sequence. The moment its weak point was exposed, Jean Fry drove Centipede in with a critical strike. Centipede's mind's eye activated at the same instant, and the devil plant was killed before it could launch another attack. The kill poured a massive amount of experience into him, sending Jean Fry skyrocketing from level 1 all the way to level 10 in a single jump. Jean Fry noted that leveling up automatically increased his health and mana, while also giving him fresh stat points to assign however he wanted. Since Centipede already gave him more than enough damage, Jean Fry invested every new point into defense, making sure he would not be instantly killed by stronger enemies later. That decision paid off almost immediately, and Jean Fry silently credited Centipede for turning what should have been a suicidal gamble into real momentum. He understood just how valuable Mind's Eye really was. With Centipede's attack power and its weak point damage bonus, Jean Fry could grind enemies far above his own level. Even so, Jean Fry could sense that Centipede still had more hidden potential, something deeper that had not yet revealed itself. With that first victory behind him, Jean Fry pushed farther into the dungeon, continuing his dangerous leveling run without slowing down. The deeper he went, the quieter the forest became, and that unnatural silence warned Jean Fry that something far more dangerous was waiting nearby. By the time Jean Fry realized what was happening, it was already too late. He had stepped straight into an ambush. 3 level 23 noir snakes surrounded him at once, turning what had been a risky but manageable grind into a deadly trap with almost no way out. Jean Fry recognized them immediately as the dungeon's mid-boss monsters, and he knew that running into 3 of them together was an absurdly rare disaster. Before Jean Fry could properly reposition himself, one of the noir snakes lunged at him. He was forced into a desperate dodge, throwing himself out of the way just to avoid being swallowed whole. Even while trapped in a terrible position, Jean Fry confirmed that their movements still matched the game, so he began searching for a way to break through. Another snake rushed him so suddenly that it nearly caught him off guard, reminding Jean Fry just how little room for error he had. Jean Fry sprinted between their attacks, forcing his body to keep moving while trying not to let panic take over his judgment. He pushed down the fear rising in his chest and forced himself to rely on the attack patterns he had memorized long ago. Remembering their weakness, Jean Fry identified the neck as the only point where his blade could reliably cut through their tough bodies. He planted his foot against the ground, steadied his breathing, and committed himself to a precise counterattack. Jean Fry's plan was simple but dangerous. Strike the neck cleanly before the 3 snakes could completely overwhelm him. If his timing was perfect, Jean Fry believed he could still kill one of them in a single decisive blow. His blade connected, but the noir snakes reacted faster than expected and interfered before the attack could finish the job. One snake moved to shield another, blocking the fatal strike and ruining Jean Fry's attempt to end it in one hit. Jean Fry instantly realized the problem. The 3 noir snakes were coordinating with each other and protecting one another, making his usual weak point strategy much harder to use. That teamwork cost him badly, because one of the snakes slipped through his guard and sank its fangs into his shoulder. Jean Fry ripped himself free through the pain, immediately understanding just how close he had come to dying. Cursing the situation under his breath, Jean Fry still refused to loosen his grip on Centipede, even with blood and pain tearing through him. He answered with a desperate slash, trying to turn the fight around before the next strike could land. The counterattack finally severed one snake's neck, breaking their formation and giving Jean Fry the opening he desperately needed. Another noir snake fell soon after, and the experience from the kill pushed Jean Fry from level 10 up to level 13. But that victory came at a brutal price. Jean Fry was left with only 8 HP, his body sitting right on the edge of critical condition. Even so, Jean Fry judged the outcome as acceptable, because this danger still fell within the risk he had prepared for. The reason was simple. By raising his defense to 72 earlier, Jean Fry had made sure he could barely survive a hit that should have killed him outright, and that near-death moment also fulfilled a hidden condition tied to Centipede. Centipede responded at once, announcing that its second skill had finally been unlocked. A system alert flashed before Jean Fry's eyes, showing his speed exploding from 19 all the way to 190. The unlock was confirmed, and Jean Fry understood immediately that Centipede had awakened an entirely new power. Still, seated between the remaining noir snakes, wounded and surrounded, Jean Fry suddenly found himself holding the advantage. The stat change made it obvious that this was not some minor buff. The boost was overwhelming. Centipede's second skill was Divine Excel, a passive ability that multiplied Jean Fry's speed by 10, but only when he stood on the verge of death. With that explosive burst of speed, Jean Fry cut down the 2 remaining noir snakes before either of them could even react. Jean Fry offered a dry apology to death itself for surviving yet again, then accepted another rush of experience as his level climbed to 17. The battlefield finally fell silent, and the bodies of the noir snakes began dissolving around him. Leaning back against a tree to catch his breath, Jean Fry judged that his leveling run had gone well enough for the time being. Jean Fry knew the sensible choice would be to heal right away, but recovering now would erase Divine XL's critical state speed boost. Instead of healing, Jean Fry chose to keep the near-death state active, trusting Divine XL's power and his own game knowledge to carry him through the danger ahead. Jean Fry hated the idea of having to deliberately injure himself back into critical condition later, so preserving the speed buff now became even more valuable than immediate recovery. With that decision settled in his mind, Jean Fry pushed himself away from the tree and continued moving through the forest. Now empowered by Divine XL, Jean Fry cut through the ordinary monsters at terrifying speed, striking them down before they could even become a real threat. His boosted speed turned each encounter into a flash of movement and a single decisive kill. The weaker mobs fell so quickly that the battles barely felt like battles at all, disappearing almost as soon as they appeared. Jean Fry quickly concluded that the dungeon's regular monsters were no longer worth worrying about. Even though Divine XL did not directly increase the experience he gained, Jean Fry started seeing it as a way to multiply his leveling efficiency by clearing enemies much faster. As long as he could maintain this pace, Jean Fry believed he could reach the boss properly prepared, though there was still one item he needed to compound first. Jean Fry reviewed the ingredients required for that compound, beginning with the first materials on the list, water and thorn grass. Then he recalled the rest of the recipe as well. Strong acidic berry, caterpillar, skull jelly leaves, fresh blood flower, and hariri seed. The recipe irritated him a little because needing that many separate materials for a mere D-rank item felt ridiculously excessive. Jean Fry remembered that the original game had been hated for exactly this kind of realism-heavy crafting grind. Still, complaining would not make the materials appear any faster. So Jean Fry pushed the frustration aside. He resolved to gather everything he needed before accidentally running into the boss again. Jean Fry searched deeper through the forest, following the terrain he remembered should contain the resources required for the recipe. As he collected each ingredient, the long list slowly began coming together. Near the water, Jean Fry harvested the necessary plants, steadily assembling the recipe piece by piece. When he finally found a strong acidic berry, Jean Fry felt certain that his preparation was moving smoothly. Then, just as he was focused on gathering materials, someone suddenly called out to him by name. Jean Fry turned around warily, unsure who in this world would recognize him and call to him in a dungeon like this. The moment he saw the newcomers, Jean Fry realized they were people from his home village. The blonde one, Julius, immediately started mocking him for becoming an adventurer, dragging out the old insult he used to throw around, Jean Fry the loser. Jean Fry remembered that Julius had already been an adventurer for years, yet Julius was still hanging around beginner territory. At the same time, Jean Fry noticed that Julius had identified his compounder job just by looking at his gear. Julius kept sneering at him, implying that Jean Fry was too poor to afford any proper equipment. Turning to his companion, Julius dismissed Jean Fry as nothing more than a poor villager, someone he would be ashamed to even call a friend. Then Julius went even further, cruelly bringing up Jean Fry's dead father and bedridden mother as if their suffering were something to laugh about. Jean Fry felt disgust rise inside him, unable to believe that this was the person fate had chosen to place in front of him now. Behind those insults, Jean Fry silently reaffirmed the truth. He had become an adventurer because he needed to earn money for his struggling family. As Julius kept talking, twisting Jean Fry's hardship into entertainment, Jean Fry's patience began to crack. Julius noticed the change in Jean Fry's expression and immediately threatened to beat him again, just like he had done in the past. Jean Fry weighed his options in silence, deciding whether to retaliate right there or endure the humiliation for a little longer. Before Jean Fry could make that choice, a monstrous roar tore through the forest and interrupted the confrontation. Both Jean Fry and Julius instantly understood that something far worse than their argument had arrived. Julius's companion recognized the danger first, but fear choked the warning before it could come out clearly. The dungeon boss appeared right in front of them, a level 31 Cyclops, towering over the forest with terrifying pressure. Jean Fry immediately ordered Julius to run, knowing that if Julius stayed there, the boss could kill him in an instant. But Jean Fry quickly realized the Cyclops had already chosen its target. The boss raised its club and swung it down toward Julius with lethal force. For a split second, Jean Fry froze as he saw the crushing attack about to land. Julius was thrown aside by the shock of the impact, barely escaping immediate death. Then the Cyclops activated its one-eyed skill, and the rules of the entire fight shifted. Gene Fry judged the level gap instantly and knew his normal attacks would barely scratch through the boss's defenses. The Cyclops tore up a massive chunk of wood, gripping it like a crude weapon. It brought the makeshift club crashing down with enough force to crush anything beneath it. Gene Fry dodged the blow by the narrowest margin, but in that moment, the boss's attention shifted completely onto him.
A system message appeared, confirming that Gene Fry had been targeted by the Cyclops.
Because of the Cyclops' one-eyed skill, escape was no longer possible, leaving Gene Fry trapped in the battle. Accepting that there was no way to retreat, Gene Fry steadied himself and prepared to fight seriously. The Cyclops attacked again, swinging its massive weapon with another devastating blow. Gene Fry slipped out of the strike zone at the very last heartbeat, the impact crashing down just behind him as he narrowly escaped being crushed. He caught his balance almost instantly, planting his feet with sharp control. Every movement of the boss was already mapped out in his head, and with Divine Excel driving his speed far beyond normal limits, he trusted his body to keep up. From where Julius was hiding and watching, Gene Fry no longer looked like the same person he had been staring down moments earlier. Gene Fry's movements suddenly became so fast that Julius could barely follow the battle with his eyes. The man he had just mocked was now darting around the boss like a blur, and Julius found it almost impossible to believe this was really the same Gene Fry. Gene Fry kept circling the Cyclops at full speed, sprinting past its legs, cutting around its blind spots, and testing every possible angle as he searched for an opening that could actually matter. He knew that dodging forever would only delay the inevitable. If he wanted to bring this monster down, he needed more than survival. He needed a plan decisive enough to end the fight. So instead of moving randomly, Gene Fry began using everything around him. The uneven ground, the boss's heavy swings, even the force of the Cyclops' own attacks became tools for shaping the position he wanted. Then, in one sudden burst, he charged straight toward the Cyclops and ran up the long garment hanging from its body, using it like a path to climb toward the monster's upper half. The Cyclops let out a furious roar the moment it realized Gene Fry had slipped inside its guard, far too close for comfort and far too fast to shake off. Gene Fry slammed his foot onto the boss's shoulder and kicked off with all his strength, launching himself even higher into the air. His body twisted midair as he swept around behind the Cyclops, moving in a tight arc so quickly that the monster's huge eye could not keep track of him. As the Cyclops' back opened up in front of him, Gene Fry saw the exposed structure at the nape of its neck. In that instant, he recognized it clearly. The boss's true weak point was completely unguarded. Gene Fry raised Centipede high, lining up the blade for a lethal strike aimed directly at that vulnerable spot. He threw his entire body into the downward attack, letting his momentum carry the blade straight toward the Cyclops' nape. But before the blow could even fully connect, Gene Fry already understood that something was wrong. Centipede barely managed to bite into the Cyclops' flesh. The cut was far too shallow, making it painfully clear that the level gap between them was still too massive for a clean kill. That weak wound told him everything. Even with his speed, even with perfect knowledge of the boss's patterns, raw ability alone still was not enough to finish this monster. The Cyclops felt the failed attack and turned its enormous eye toward Gene Fry, rage burning through its glare. Without giving him any chance to recover, the monster lashed out again, swinging with brutal force. Gene Fry had no choice but to retreat, dodging away from the incoming blow and slashing only to force a little distance, not because the attack could cause any real damage. At that point, he understood the situation clearly. Fighting the Cyclops head-on across open flat ground was far too dangerous with their current difference in level. Meanwhile, Julius could do nothing but crouch in cover and stare, his face pale as the violent battle shook the area around him. Gene Fry continued flashing around the Cyclops at blinding speed, baiting its attacks, pulling its attention, and controlling the flow of the battlefield, while everyone else remained frozen as helpless spectators. Hidden among the bushes, Julius was left trembling in stunned confusion. He could not understand what kind of buff had transformed Gene Fry into someone so fast that his eyes could barely even catch him. Gene Fry broke away from the Cyclops and drove his blade into the ground, using that brief pause to steady himself and force his thoughts into order. His chest rose and fell as he caught his breath, but his mind was already moving. If he wanted to win this fight, he needed to create a specific item immediately. He quickly went over the materials he already had on hand, checking each one in his mind, and realized that only a small number of components were still missing. Since the remaining materials could be gathered nearby, Gene Fry began scanning the area while still keeping one careful eye on Julius, the blonde bystander hiding nearby. Before long, he spotted the exact low-grade ingredients he needed: skull jelly leaves, hariri seed, and even a caterpillar. Just then, the Cyclops charged again, and Julius panicked the moment the monster's path shifted toward him. Terrified, he shouted for Jean Fry to stay away from his hiding place. Jean Fry ignored the chaos around him and moved with sharp precision, snatching up the materials in the middle of the commotion and adding them straight into his inventory. With those gathered, he immediately headed for water, knowing that it was the final basic ingredient he still needed. Once he collected the water, everything required for the first mixture was finally in his possession. Now that the materials were complete, Jean Fry's confidence returned, and he began compounding right there on the battlefield. His system-assisted crafting activated at once, and the gathered ingredients began combining in front of him under the system's control. The first result was nothing impressive at a glance, only a weak poison, the kind that slowly drained health over time. Julius immediately pointed out the flaw, warning that poison by itself would be useless because Cyclops were known for having extremely high resistance to it. Jean Fry did not argue with him. He simply agreed, making it clear that this weak poison had never been the true final product he was aiming for. Then he took out Noir's snake cerebrospinal fluid, a much rarer material he had prepared in advance, and revealed that he intended to use it to refine the poison even further. Without wasting another second, Jean Fry began a second round of compounding, this time adding the rare catalyst into the mixture. The poison changed immediately, upgrading into a far more dangerous version capable of inflicting severe damage over time.
Julius stared in disbelief, completely stunned by the fact that Jean Fry could compound the same item more than once.
Jean Fry moved straight into the final step, lifting the enhanced poison and pouring it over his weapon, Centipede. Julius could only watch in confusion as Jean Fry continued the process without hesitation, clearly following a plan that Julius still could not understand. The system confirmed the result. Jean Fry had successfully added a poisonous attribute to Centipede. With the weapon now awakened into its true venomous form, Jean Fry finally held the tool he had been trying to create from the very beginning. Only then did Julius realize what he had just witnessed. Jean Fry had used repeated compounding to stack attributes directly onto his weapon, and the sheer impossibility of it left him speechless. But before Julius could fully process what that meant, the Cyclops came closing in again, its massive body bearing down on them. Jean Fry faced the monster without fear, greeting it like an old opponent returning to the ring as he declared that the second round had begun. The Cyclops moved first, raising its enormous arm and bringing it down with overwhelming brute force. Jean Fry did not try to take the Cyclops' attack head-on. Instead, he used the uneven terrain and the nearby water to slip away from the impact, letting the monster's force crash past him while he moved clear of danger. As the Cyclops kept pressing forward, the poisonous energy-coating Centipede whipped through the air around it, leaving a deadly aura in the space between Jean Fry and the monster. Jean Fry seized that moment and struck back with a heavy blow, driving Centipede into the Cyclops with enough force to jolt its massive body and knock it off balance. He did not give the monster time to recover. In the next instant, Jean Fry climbed straight onto the Cyclops' body, staying close enough to hide inside the blind spots it could not easily reach. Because Jean Fry already knew every part of the Cyclops' attack pattern, there was no hesitation in his movements. He fought with calm confidence, as if each swing from the monster had already been predicted. The Cyclops roared in anger, its usual battle rhythm falling apart as every attempt to catch Jean Fry slipped just out of reach. Jean Fry continued cutting across the Cyclops again and again, each slash leaving another wound and forcing more of the poison deep into the monster's body. The system confirmed the result at once. The Cyclops had been severely poisoned, and its health would now continue to drain over time. But the Cyclops' natural resistance activated almost immediately, purging the poison from its body before the damage could fully settle in. Jean Fry did not retreat or lose focus. If the Cyclops could erase the poison once, then he would simply apply it again and again until the monster could no longer keep up. Another clean strike landed against the Cyclops' body, and the severe poison spread through it once more. The Cyclops nullified the effect yet again, turning the battle into a brutal contest of endurance between Jean Fry's persistence and the monster's resistance. Even then, Jean Fry stayed composed. He kept his eyes on the openings, reading the monster's movements, instead of letting frustration throw off his timing. He forced the poison into the Cyclops again, only for the monster to cancel the effect once more with its stubborn resistance. But even though the poison kept getting removed, the repeated pressure was starting to show. Bit by bit, the Cyclops' movements grew heavier, and the strain began wearing it down. Gene Fry watched the Cyclops falter and understood that his strategy was working, even if the effect had to be forced through over and over. Gene Fry concluded that poison truly was the right answer, as long as he kept driving it into the monster without stopping. Seeing the Cyclops finally weaken, he committed himself to ending the fight with one decisive attack. He lifted Centipede high above him, preparing an overhead strike meant to finish the Cyclops once and for all. The blade shot downward toward the Cyclops' single eye, aiming straight for the monster's most vulnerable point. The attack connected as a critical hit, and at that perfect instant, Gene Fry's mind's eye skill activated, sharpening the blow exactly where it needed to land. The Cyclops' entire body convulsed from the impact, its massive frame trembling as the accumulated damage finally became too much to withstand. At last, the Cyclops collapsed to the ground, and the system credited Gene Fry with the kill, awarding him the experience from the defeated boss. The blonde witness could only stare in silence, his eyes wide as he struggled to accept what had just happened in front of him. A terrifying thought began to form in his mind. This black-haired adventurer might actually be Gene Fry Van Raid, the very person he had never expected to see like this. When Gene Fry turned his gaze toward him, that suspicion became even harder for the blond man to ignore. Fear took over completely. Convinced that he might be the next one in danger, the blond man turned and ran, without waiting for any explanation. Now left alone beside the fallen Cyclops, Gene Fry dismissed Centipede and calmly checked his own condition along with the rewards he had earned. His status showed just how close the battle had been. Even after winning, Gene Fry had survived with only 8 HP remaining. Satisfied with the levels he had gained, Gene Fry decided not to spend his stat points right away. Instead, he opened his inventory to inspect the boss drops first. The rewards from the Cyclops included a large amount of gold and a Cyclops fang. The gold meant a great deal to Gene Fry, because he was already thinking about sending it home to help support his mother. Once again, he appreciated the advantage of fighting alone. Without a party to split the rewards with, every coin and every drop belonged to him. Among everything the boss dropped, however, the item Gene Fry truly wanted was the Cyclops eyeball. It looked grotesque, but Gene Fry paid no attention to how disgusting it was. What mattered was not its appearance, but the hidden value it could unlock. With that eyeball in his possession, Gene Fry had secured one of the key materials needed for the next piece of hidden equipment. His next destination was the flat plain D-rank dungeon. When Gene Fry arrived there, the familiar surroundings stirred memories from his previous life, reminding him that this place was tied to events he had already experienced once before. But those memories did not distract him. Instead, they sharpened his focus and made his purpose even clearer. Gene Fry reminded himself that the true goal of the game was to defeat the demon god on each of the 7 continents, beginning with the first one on this land. To reach that goal, he needed to obtain the second piece of hidden equipment connected to the statue of the fallen goddess. The trial for that equipment required the Cyclops eyeball and one additional material, which was exactly why Gene Fry had come to this dungeon. Before long, he encountered the local monsters, mountain dogs, and to Gene Fry, they were nothing more than easy prey. Since he still needed to raise his level, Gene Fry cut through the mountain dogs as he continued searching for the material he had come to find. While he fought, his larger dream remained clear in his mind, a world where people no longer had to live under the threat of monsters and demon gods. He also wanted enough wealth to give his family a comfortable life, one where his mother would no longer have to struggle. But beneath that hopeful wish was a much harsher desire as well. Gene Fry wanted the power to silence every person who had once looked down on him. That determination carried him through fight after fight, and his efforts soon paid off with a string of level-ups. Elsewhere, the Adventurer Association began broadcasting astonishing news. A new adventurer had set an unprecedented baptism record by defeating 33 creatures. The report publicly named that adventurer as Gene Fry Van Raid. The news quickly spread through town, along with the description of a black-haired, blue-eyed man now heading toward the town of beginnings. That same wave of news also carried another troubling report. Cobalt birds had been hunted far beyond normal limits, and their numbers were dropping fast. Inside the dungeon, Gene Fry soon began to notice that something about the area felt strangely wrong. Instead of finding the common prey he expected, Gene Fry only came across scattered remains left behind in the field. After searching for so long without spotting even one living cobalt bird, he could not help but feel puzzled. Gene Fry confirmed it again in his mind. The material he still needed for the hidden equipment was cobalt bird feathers. Cobalt birds were never supposed to be rare monsters, so the fact that they had vanished so completely made the situation feel suspicious. Thinking back to the dungeon structure of this continent, Gene Fry knew this D-rank area should have had one of the highest spawn rates for cobalt birds. That only made the mystery even harder to ignore, because even in the place where they should have appeared most often, the birds were nowhere to be found. Since he could not solve the problem just by wandering around the field, Gene Fry put away his weapon and decided to return to town to gather information. He made his way back toward the city, planning to investigate properly before wasting any more time searching blindly. Once Gene Fry arrived in town, he began looking for a general store, hoping the locals there might know what had happened to the missing cobalt birds. Before long, he found a store that looked promising and headed over to ask around. But before Gene Fry could even step inside properly, a group of rough-looking men suddenly rushed out and shoved him aside as they pushed past the entrance. The men laughed loudly among themselves, bragging about their haul as they fled with stolen goods in their arms. Gene Fry was knocked out of their path, like he was nothing more than an obstacle in their way. As he watched them run off, Gene Fry quickly realized that he might have just walked straight into the aftermath of a robbery. Ahead of the fleeing thieves, a mother and her young daughter happened to be standing directly in their path. The mother noticed the danger a moment too late, just as one of the thugs barked at the little girl to get out of the way. Before the child could react, she was struck hard and sent tumbling off her feet. For a brief instant, the little girl hung helplessly in midfall, unable to catch herself before hitting the ground. Gene Fry moved without hesitation, crossing the distance in a flash, and catching the child safely before she could crash down. With the girl held securely in his arms, Gene Fry looked after the fleeing men and recognized them as the same group causing trouble in the area. One of the thieves glanced back over his shoulder, as if sensing that something behind them had not gone the way it should have. The mother hurried over and thanked Gene Fry from the bottom of her heart, relief flooding her face after seeing her daughter safe. Gene Fry brushed off the thanks as if it were nothing, while the mother knelt beside her frightened child and tried to calm her down. Nearby, an older shopkeeper muttered bitter curses under his breath, spitting out the name of the mountain dogs with obvious hatred. Gene Fry realized the old man was probably the owner of the looted store, so he turned toward him and asked about the thieves. The shopkeeper's answer confirmed Gene Fry's suspicion. The Mountain Dog Guild was not just a rumor. They were real, and they were active in this area. The moment Gene Fry connected the Mountain Dog Guild to the missing cobalt birds, his confusion began turning into anger. The shopkeeper explained that the guild was made up of thieves and poachers who preyed on anyone they could, and they had already stripped many local shops nearly bare. Gene Fry repeated the guild's name quietly, and from that moment on, he was already treating the Mountain Dog Guild as his next obstacle. He knew that a guild meant an entire organization of like-minded adventurers, which made them far more troublesome to confront alone than a handful of random criminals. Even so, what he heard from the mother and the shopkeeper made it painfully clear just how dangerous and shameless these people really were. Once Gene Fry linked their abuse of innocent civilians with the overhunting of cobalt birds, the matter was no longer just inconvenient. It became personal. Gene Fry made his decision right there. He would chase the Mountain Dog Guild down himself. Following their trail into a narrow back alley, Gene Fry eventually found the place the thieves were using as their hideout. He stopped before revealing himself, staying still and listening carefully to what was happening inside. Within the hideout, the thieves were drinking freely and sorting through the stolen goods they had taken from the shops. Their leader bragged that they had already cleaned out most of the nearby stores and were getting ready to move on to their next target. Gene Fry noticed the stolen goods piled around them, and his eyes began searching through the supplies for any sign of cobalt bird feathers. He studied the room in silence, taking in every corner while the thieves remained completely unaware that he was watching them. Among the gathered supplies, Gene Fry spotted several sealed jars that had been set apart from the rest of the loot. Inside one of those jars were the cobalt bird feathers he had been searching for. At that moment, Gene Fry understood the truth. These men were the reason the cobalt birds had been hunted almost to extinction in this area. While the thieves drunkenly mocked the news about the adventurer who had defeated 33 creatures, Gene Fry listened from the shadows without saying a word. Their stupidity did not interest him. What mattered was the number of enemies in the hideout, and there were far too many for him to ignore carelessly. Before Gene Fry could settle on the cleanest way to approach the situation, one of the thieves suddenly noticed him. Gene Fry was caught off guard, realizing too late that the man had used a stealth skill to hide his presence until the very last second. Thinking quickly, Gene Fry tried to bluff his way out, pretending he was just a harmless stranger who had wandered into the wrong place by mistake. But the thieves did not believe him for even a second. They revealed that they had already killed another supposed spy who had tried using the exact same excuse. Then one of them lunged without warning, and Gene Fry barely managed to twist away from the sudden knife attack. Jean Fry understood in that instant that talking his way out was no longer possible. The thieves had already chosen violence, and there was no space left for negotiation. Accepting that the situation had turned into a fight, Jean Fry called Centipede back into his hand, the jagged weapon appearing as he prepared to move. Before the attacker could recover from his missed strike, Jean Fry slipped around him and appeared behind his back with frightening speed. A sharp kick struck the thug's footing, breaking his stance and throwing his balance completely off before he could steady himself. Jean Fry flowed past the man in one smooth motion, controlling the exchange so cleanly that the thug had no chance to regain the pace. Then Jean Fry struck him across the face with enough force to send him crashing down, the thug screaming as he hit the ground. Only then did the other guild members finally realize a fight had broken out, turning toward the noise with startled expressions. Now that his hiding place had been exposed, Jean Fry clicked his tongue in frustration, silently cursing the awful timing. The guild members quickly moved to surround Jean Fry, assuming he had to be a spy from some rival group. Jean Fry still made one last attempt to explain that he only wanted the cobalt bird feathers. But even as Jean Fry tried to look harmless, the weapon already drawn in his hand made the act fall apart before it could convince anyone. To the thieves, the matter was already decided. Jean Fry had attacked one of their own, so they shouted for him to be killed on the spot. Jean Fry abandoned any thought of persuading them. If words would not work, then he would take the cobalt bird feathers by force. The remaining members of the Mountain Dog Guild spread out around him, weapons raised, preparing to rush Jean Fry all at once. Jean Fry faced the first charging thug directly, standing his ground as the man came at him. He knocked aside the incoming weapon with a precise parry, then countered immediately before the attacker could complete his follow-up. Centipede flashed across the man's face, cutting him hard enough to draw blood and stop his charge cold. The wounded thug staggered backward, clutching his ruined nose in panic, while Jean Fry had already turned his attention toward the next enemy. The man's dramatic scream echoed through the hideout, making it painfully obvious that this gang had far less discipline than their numbers suggested. Jean Fry dryly pointed out that he had only hit him with the flat of the blade, but the thug's reaction was still enough to shake the confidence of the others. When another attacker swung at him from behind, Jean Fry muttered in annoyance that this was exactly why he hated fighting guilds alone. One person against a crowd was always a nuisance. He lowered his body with practiced ease, letting the weapon pass harmlessly over his head. Then Jean Fry drove a brutal kick straight into the attacker's midsection, folding the man over and sending him stumbling backward. A third thug lunged in with a spear, trying to take advantage of the moment while Jean Fry's body was still turned. Jean Fry caught the spear shaft with one hand, stopping the thrust completely and turning the enemy's own attack into something he controlled. The black-haired Jean Fry then opened the gap with a sudden, crushing strike, smashing one of the thugs before the man could even react. A system notice confirmed a critical hit, and Jean Fry's mind's eye skill activated at the same time, making him realize he might have used a little too much force. Jean Fry offered a casual apology as the man collapsed, his calm tone making it even clearer that the fight was already under his control. Another bandit rushed in from behind with an axe raised high, trying to punish Jean Fry for what looked like a careless opening. Jean Fry slipped beneath the axe swing before it could connect, letting the blade cut only empty air. In the same motion, he drove his jagged weapon straight into the attacker's face, striking with brutal precision. The force of the blow carried through into the man's chest, and the thug dropped instantly, unable to stay on his feet. Still completely calm, Jean Fry remarked that he had never come here looking for a fight in the first place. Standing over the fallen men, Jean Fry told the remaining thieves that this outcome was simply the result of their own actions catching up to them. With the immediate attackers handled, Jean Fry turned his focus back to the only reason he had entered the hideout at all: the cobalt bird feathers. But before Jean Fry could move toward the jars, he sensed a new threat cutting into the air around him. A fresh attack tore into the scene with far more force than anything the other thugs had thrown at him. Jean Fry barely managed to catch the incoming blade, forced into a real defense for the first time since the fight began. The newcomer mocked Jean Fry for leaving himself open, his voice carrying the confidence of someone who had been waiting for the right moment. Jean Fry recognized the use of covert and immediately understood that this was the same hidden attacker who had concealed his presence earlier. He identified the man as the one who had ambushed him back in town, the same enemy who had tried to strike from the shadows. The two faced each other in the street, and the atmosphere shifted at once as the fight became far more serious. The bandit proudly introduced himself as Sub Masuo, the submaster of the Mountain Dog Guild, as if the title alone should have intimidated Jean Fry. Jean Fry admitted without hesitation that the name meant absolutely nothing to him, treating Sub Masuo's introduction like a bad joke. Sub Masuo remembered Jean Fry as the target they had failed to kill before, and he openly regretted not finishing the job when he had the chance. Jean Fry mocked him in return, pointing out how ridiculous it was for someone calling himself a thief to rely on such obvious, flashy weapons. Sub Masuo brushed off the insult and looked down on Jean Fry as nothing more than an amateur who only knew how to run his mouth. He insisted that Jean Fry was only dangerous because of his rare weapon, not because he had any real skill of his own. Sub Masuo lectured him with a smug expression, saying that every adventurer had a job and that equipment alone meant nothing in a real fight. According to Sub Masuo, true strength came from developing job skills, not from relying on impressive gear that merely looked powerful. While Sub Masuo continued talking, Jean Fry punished the opening without hesitation, cutting in with a quick slash before the lecture could continue. Sub Masuo took the slash as an insult and grew even more arrogant, insisting that Jean Fry's cheap starter armor already exposed him as nothing more than a rookie compounder. He pointed at Jean Fry's armor with a sneer, saying it was just the basic set handed out to compounders during the tutorial. At the same time, Sub Masuo admitted that Centipede was far beyond that beginner level, which only made him more convinced that Jean Fry was relying on borrowed power to bluff his way through the fight. Jean Fry stayed silent and let Sub Masuo keep talking, listening as the man repeated again and again that the weapon was the only reason Jean Fry dared to stand so confidently. Sub Masuo laughed right in his face, mocking Jean Fry by saying he even looked like someone who was fighting a real adventurer for the very first time. To prove how superior he believed himself to be, Sub Masuo raised his power and summoned several floating swords around him. The blades spread out in the air, surrounding Sub Masuo in a dangerous formation that showed he could strike from multiple directions at once. Jean Fry did not panic at the sight. Instead, his eyes calmly followed the pattern of the floating blades, studying how they moved. Sub Masuo then explained the basic rule of adventurer combat, saying that once an opponent's job was exposed, that opponent would be placed at a serious disadvantage. Because Sub Masuo had already decided Jean Fry was a compounder, he claimed there was only one thing he needed to watch: the movement of Jean Fry's sword. Jean Fry turned that logic back on him, pointing out that Sub Masuo had been talking all this time while revealing almost nothing about his own job. Even so, Jean Fry guessed the answer without hesitation and bluntly called Sub Masuo a thief. Sub Masuo immediately panicked and blurted out a clumsy denial, but the awkward reaction only made him look even more suspicious. Jean Fry's mind quickly shifted to the real danger. If Sub Masuo had already learned plunder, then there was a chance he could steal Centipede right out of Jean Fry's hands. With that risk in mind, Jean Fry decided there was no reason to let the fight drag on any longer. He rushed straight towards Sub Masuo before the floating swords could fully control the flow of the battle. Jean Fry raised Centipede and committed to a decisive overhead strike, aiming to end the fight in one clean blow. But just as he moved in, hidden members of the Mountain Dog Guild suddenly appeared behind him, revealing that Sub Masuo had never been fighting alone. The ambush caught Jean Fry off guard, forcing him to react before the trap could close around him. As the men rushed in using covert as well, Jean Fry realized that the entire group relied on the same concealment trick to hide their presence. At the last possible second, Jean Fry flipped away from the attack, narrowly slipping out of the coordinated strike before it could connect. Even though he escaped, the forced retreat shook his rhythm and left him briefly off balance. Jean Fry instantly adjusted his tactics, lowering Centipede and shifting into a low-angle counterattack. The strike landed directly between Sub Masuo's legs, hitting him in the most humiliating and devastating spot possible. A supercritical hit triggered at once, and Jean Fry's mind's eye activated again, taking advantage of the perfect opening. Sub Masuo's thoughts went completely blank as the pain overwhelmed every bit of his composure. His scream tore through the street, loud enough to make everyone nearby freeze. Sub Masuo's subordinates rushed toward him in a panic, shouting for their submaster to stay conscious. Jean Fry gave another dry apology, while the men checked on Sub Masuo, only to confirm that their submaster had already passed out completely. With Sub Masuo down at his feet, Jean Fry calmly shifted his attention to the remaining guild members. He told them plainly that the match was already over, whether they wanted to admit it or not. Then Jean Fry made his warning unmistakable. If they did not want to end up like their leader, they needed to hand over the cobalt bird feathers. Demand carried enough pressure to freeze the men where they stood, their confidence draining the moment they met Jean Fry's eyes. Jean Fry repeated the warning while the remaining thieves hesitated, fear spreading through the group as they glanced between him and their unconscious submaster. He pressed them again for the cobalt bird feathers, making it perfectly clear that he expected them to obey without any more excuses. The survivors nervously repeated his demand, confirming with trembling voices that he really was asking for the cobalt bird feathers. They started to comply, but before they could hand anything over, more Mountain Dog Guild members arrived and immediately pointed Gene Fry out as the attacker. The newcomers accused Gene Fry of beating down their people and quickly assumed he had to be someone from a rival guild. Gene Fry could only feel annoyed as more enemies kept showing up, as if the Mountain Dog Guild had no end to its members. Armed men surrounded him from every direction, crowding into the alley until the narrow space became a trap. One of them boasted loudly about the Mountain Dog Guild's reputation, while another seemed baffled that so many members had been called in just to handle a single opponent. Only then did the newcomers notice what was right in front of them: Sub Masuo lying unconscious at Gene Fry's feet. The sight of their submaster sprawled on the ground sent shock through the entire group. A closer look made it impossible to deny. Sub Masuo was completely knocked out and in no condition to keep fighting. The guild members refused to believe that Gene Fry had defeated him fairly, so they convinced themselves he must have taken advantage of Sub Masuo somehow. Gene Fry privately agreed only in the sense that Sub Masuo had been drunk on his own weak abilities and overconfidence. As the crowd reeled in confusion, a new voice cut sharply through the noise, demanding to know what was happening. A much larger man appeared with escorts behind him, and the atmosphere in the alley changed the instant he arrived. His presence alone was enough to make it clear that this man was the true authority among them. The Mountain Dog Guild members immediately greeted him with respect, calling him their master. The men immediately swarm around him from every side, crowding in close as if they have all been waiting for the chance to report what happened, their voices overlapping in a rush to explain the chaos. The adventurer takes one look at the man standing before him and instantly pieces it together. This must be the guild master, and with dry sarcasm he can already imagine the guy's name is probably just another ridiculous variation of Masuo. The guild master does not bother dressing the situation up with complicated words. To him it is painfully simple. Someone had the nerve to walk into his territory and pick a fight with his guild. His men quickly point toward the unconscious submaster sprawled nearby, using his battered condition as proof that this intruder had somehow taken down one of their own leaders. Instead of charging in right away, the guild master narrows his eyes and quietly studies the boy in front of him, measuring him with a calm, dangerous stare. The adventurer does not flinch under that pressure. He meets the guild master's gaze head-on, standing there with the same steady composure as if he has no reason to be afraid. After looking over the fallen men, the guildmaster confirms that they really are his people, then turns his attention back to the boy and asks which guild he belongs to. The adventurer answers without hesitation, making it clear that he is not carrying any guild's name behind him. He works alone, and he belongs to no organization at all. That response visibly catches the guildmaster off guard. His expression shifts with surprise as he asks whether the boy is seriously claiming he caused all this damage by himself. When the adventurer calmly confirms it, the guildmaster suddenly throws his head back and bursts into laughter, sounding more amused than angry. Rather than seeking revenge on the spot, the guildmaster's mood takes a strange turn. He says he likes the boy's guts, and instead of punishing him, he offers him a place in the guild. The offer lands so unexpectedly that the adventurer is left completely stunned for a moment, caught off guard by the sudden shift from hostility to recruitment. The guild master explains that under ordinary circumstances, anyone foolish enough to lay a hand on his guild members would never be allowed to walk away without punishment. But because the boy managed to defeat Submaster Masuo, the guild master decides that feat alone is enough to earn him a spot among them. He even slings an arm around the adventurer's shoulders as if they are already friends, trying to brush aside the entire confrontation and turn it into a casual invitation to go drinking. The adventurer shuts him down immediately, refusing the offer in a flat, unmistakable voice. The moment that rejection leaves his mouth, the guildmaster's cheerful friendliness disappears as if it had never existed. The adventurer makes his reason clear. He came here only to get the cobalt bird feathers, and he has no intention of joining a rotten guild that survives by exploiting people weaker than itself. The guildmaster demands that the matter of the feathers be dealt with, but it is obvious the insult cuts deeper than the original request ever could. He repeats the word rotten in disbelief, his face tightening as he asks whether he truly heard the boy correctly. The adventurer does not backpedal. He confirms every word and openly calls the guild corrupt, predatory, and rotten to its core. That is the final spark. The guildmaster answers with violence, swinging a massive polearm in a crushing attack aimed straight at the adventurer. The weapon slams into the ground with terrifying force, cracking the street apart and sending broken stone bursting out from the point of impact. The adventurer manages to avoid the strike in time, but the sheer destruction left behind makes one thing obvious. This opponent is on an entirely different level. The crater carved into the street speaks for itself, proving that the guildmaster's strength is not just for show. Standing amid the shattered ground, the guildmaster calmly announces that he has changed his mind. Now he no longer wants to recruit the adventurer. For daring to insult him, he intends to break the boy completely and turn him into his slave. The adventurer immediately throws away his earlier assumption. Seeing that kind of power, he realizes this man is probably not a thief after all. He fires back with a sharp kick, trying to disrupt the guildmaster's momentum, but the man powers through the counter and keeps forcing his way forward. A wide, sweeping follow-up comes crashing toward him, leaving the adventurer no choice but to dive away before he is crushed under the blow. He tumbles across the broken street, rolls clear of the attack, and quickly pulls himself back onto his feet before the next strike can reach him. The adventurer knows that if he copies a job skill from someone this powerful, the result could be disastrous. That means he has to end this fight before it ever reaches that point. With that decision made, he rushes forward aggressively, closing the distance in an attempt to keep the guildmaster from taking control of the battle. Another heavy swing cuts through the air, but the adventurer drops low at just the right moment, slipping beneath it with precise timing. The guildmaster's eyes widen slightly, startled that the boy can read his movements so cleanly and evade attacks that should have overwhelmed him. In that brief opening, the adventurer slides behind the guildmaster and drives a sharp strike into his back. The blow lands hard enough to hurt, but it also tells the guildmaster something far more important. He realizes the boy is deliberately striking with the flat of his blade. Even in the middle of a dangerous fight, the adventurer is still holding back. At the same time, the adventurer quietly admits to himself that this man is seriously tough, far sturdier than the enemies he has dealt with so far. Then the guildmaster finally reveals the truth of his job, activating the skill unequip. In an instant, the weapon disappears from his hands, leaving him standing there completely barehanded. The adventurer understands immediately that this is not a simple trick. The disappearing weapon must be connected to the guildmaster's real class. The guildmaster declares another skill. In fight, and the air around him seems to shift with the threat of what is coming next. The effect becomes clear. As a fighter, once he unequips his weapon, his physical stats are doubled for 3 full minutes. His subordinates erupt into cheers, shouting with excitement because their master has finally entered his strongest fighting state. Now the adventurer understands the truth. He is not facing a thief at all, but a fighter, and that makes the battle far more dangerous than he first imagined. The guildmaster launches himself forward with nothing but his bare fists, attacking with overwhelming force that feels even heavier than before. His fist rips through the air toward the adventurer, moving faster than any of his previous attacks. The punch blasts through stone as the adventurer barely twists away in time, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from the terrifying strike. Seeing the damage from that single blow, the adventurer realizes with chilling certainty that one clean hit from a fighter using infight would probably kill him. So Gene Fry rushes straight into the danger zone, slipping close behind the guildmaster's back where those deadly punches have less room to swing. The guildmaster lets out a furious roar, twisting his body and throwing another brutal strike anyway, clearly aiming to end the fight with killing force. Gene Fry shuts out every bit of noise around him and focuses only on the timing, trusting his instincts as the attack comes tearing toward him. At the perfect moment, Gene Fry drives his weapon hard into the guildmaster's side, landing a clean blow that triggers another critical hit. Mind's Eye activates once again, and the guildmaster's confidence breaks into a pained scream as the sudden damage rips through him. The guild members watching from the side fall completely silent, their faces frozen as they struggle to believe what they just witnessed. Then their master crashes heavily to the ground, and the silence shatters as panic begins spreading through the entire group. For the first time, the guild members seriously start wondering if this black-haired newcomer could be the famous adventurer from the recent reports. They quickly compare what they see in front of them with the details they have heard before, and every feature matches far too perfectly to ignore. Gene Fry hears them murmuring about black hair and blue eyes, and little by little he starts to understand exactly who they think he is. The realization spreads through the crowd all at once, and the guild members suddenly recognize the young man standing before them. They identify him as none other than the blue-eyed Jean Fry from the news, the adventurer whose name has already begun making waves. When Jean Fry turns toward them as if to say something, their remaining courage disappears in an instant. The whole group breaks and runs at once, scattering in every direction and abandoning their fallen guild master without the slightest hesitation. Left standing in the sudden quiet, Jean Fry can only stare after them in confusion, baffled that they know his name, and even more baffled by how fast they fled. Still, Jean Fry decides not to waste time thinking about it. His priority remains the same: find the cobalt bird feathers, then later return the stolen goods to the general store. Soon after, the scene moves to Sigrun Fall, a B-rank dungeon with a colder, heavier atmosphere waiting deeper inside. Inside the dungeon, Jean Fry reflects that the boss fight ended almost immediately this time, just as a notice confirms that Baphomet has been defeated and experience has been gained. Once that is finished, Jean Fry makes his way toward a grand stone statue of a fallen goddess standing silently within the dungeon. He approaches the statue not with nervous reverence, but with the easy familiarity of someone returning to a place he already knows. Looking up at the fallen goddess's statue, Jean Fry greets it almost like an old acquaintance he has not seen in a long time. He reminds himself that if he can solve the mechanism hidden inside this statue, he will be able to obtain a second piece of hidden equipment. With the required materials ready, Jean Fry begins preparing the puzzle, joking to himself that this is their touching reunion at last. He notes that anyone with sharp enough intuition should be able to tell right away that there is some kind of trick hidden in the stone goddess's eye. Sure enough, Jean Fry finds the secret slot concealed in the fallen goddess statue's left eye, the exact place meant for the Cyclops eye. He also notices a narrow gap in the statue's wings, shaped for a single feather, revealing a second hidden mechanism that no one else seems to have discovered. When Jean Fry carefully inserts the feather into that missing space, the hidden condition of the statue is finally fulfilled. At long last, the fallen goddess's wish left unanswered for so long is granted through his actions. A brilliant light floods through the shrine, washing over the stone chamber as the statue begins responding to Jean Fry. Then something miraculous happens. The stone goddess sheds tears, making it clear that this is not just a simple mechanism, but a true response. Those tears transform into a reward before him, as if the statue itself is expressing its joy and gratitude. A second hidden item then appears in front of Jean Fry, offered as the fallen goddess statue's final gift. The reward is Lucifer's halo, a mysterious item that greatly raises luck while granting passive mind reading and magic detection, with one more sealed ability still waiting to be revealed. Jean Fry immediately understands why an item this powerful had been hidden behind such a difficult and specific condition. With the trial now complete, Jean Fry stands before the quiet statue and calmly accepts the result of everything he has unlocked. He promises the fallen goddess that he will make proper use of Lucifer's halo and not let such a valuable reward go to waste. Without hesitating, Jean Fry decides to equip Lucifer's halo right away and see what it looks like on him. The halo appears above his head, glowing in plain sight, but instead of being impressed by its power, Jean Fry is mostly bothered by how ridiculous it makes him look. Even so, he decides to keep wearing it, because no matter how obvious or strange it appears, the benefits are far too good to ignore. Now equipped with Lucifer's halo, Jean Fry turns his thoughts back to his real objective: reaching the S-rank dungeon. Leaving the shrine behind, Jean Fry heads for the Adventurer's Hall, determined to find a way into the dungeon no matter what. But once he arrives, Jean Fry quickly realizes that entering an S-rank dungeon is not going to be as simple as walking through the door. His target is Agni Volcano, an S-rank dungeon so dangerous that entry is restricted to parties with at least 7 members. Since no party is currently recruiting, Jean Fry's plan to enter the dungeon immediately comes to a frustrating stop. He recalls that even when an S-rank boss is defeated, the dungeon will eventually respawn somewhere else on the same continent. Defeating the first demon god would also grant him the right to travel to the next continent, which makes clearing this dungeon an essential step forward. Because Jean Fry wants to move on as quickly as possible, being held back like this only makes the delay feel even more irritating. Then, from nearby, Jean Fry overhears people talking about Freyna the Flame Magician and her party, a well-known group gathered in the hall. The moment he hears Freyna's name, Jean Fry's attention snaps toward the conversation. He soon spots Freyna surrounded by her team, and as he studies the group from a distance, Jean Fry begins quietly sizing them up. Using the information from Lucifer's halo, Jean Fry quietly confirms the identity of the woman in front of him: Freyna Ashbury, a level 45 magician. As Jean Fry watches Freyna from a short distance away, Lucifer's halo continues floating over his head in the most obvious way possible, making him stand out before he even says a word. Then, for the very first time, Lucifer's halo activates its mind-reading ability, letting Jean Fry hear the thoughts hidden beneath the surface. Through the halo, Jean Fry learns that Freyna is desperate to challenge the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible, but her party still does not have enough members to enter. The moment Jean Fry understands that, he realizes Lucifer's halo has handed him the exact chance he was looking for, and he decides to move before that opening disappears. Just as Freyna's group seems ready to give up for the day and head out, Jean Fry steps forward, cutting in before they can leave the hall. He stops them politely, but firmly enough that every member of the group turns their attention toward him. Jean Fry then offers to join their party, presenting himself as the extra member they need if they want to enter Agni Volcano. Unfortunately, Lucifer's halo makes a quiet first impression completely impossible, and the entire group stares at Jean Fry as if some strange lunatic has just walked up to them. Jean Fry can tell just from their faces that none of them are taking him seriously, and every awkward stare seems to say they think he looks absolutely ridiculous. One of Freyna's teammates rejects him right away, telling Jean Fry that they have already decided to postpone the attempt and that he should go find another party somewhere else. But Lucifer's halo reveals the real reason behind that refusal. Part of their hesitation comes from worry over an injured teammate who is still recovering in the hospital. Jean Fry quickly understands that their lack of members is not because they are being careless or indecisive. Their party is short-handed because someone important to them was hurt. Even so, Jean Fry refuses to back away. Instead, he turns the conversation toward Freyna and asks to hear the leader's decision directly. He presses Freyna by pointing out that she seems deeply anxious about the S-rank dungeon, making it clear that he has noticed more than she expected. Freyna coldly tells Jean Fry that it is none of his business, but Lucifer's halo exposes the truth behind her guarded expression. Her father has been missing inside that dungeon for more than a month. That is when Jean Fry realizes Freyna's urgency is not just ambition or pride. For her, entering Agni Volcano is deeply personal. Before Jean Fry can fully process Freyna's situation, Lucifer's halo catches another sudden wave of anxiety coming from someone else nearby. The instant Jean Fry senses it, he moves without warning, lunging into action so abruptly that everyone around him is startled. Jean Fry quickly introduces himself by name and admits that he also needs to enter the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible. The name Jean Fry immediately sounds familiar to Freyna's party, making several of them pause and look at him more carefully. A moment later, they connect him to the recent reports that have been spreading among adventurers. They realize Jean Fry is supposed to be the man who defeated 33 monsters in the baptismal altar, though his unimpressive appearance makes that unbelievable achievement hard for them to accept. Jean Fry awkwardly accepts the fact that his accomplishments have already become public knowledge, even if the attention feels more embarrassing than impressive. Freyna, meanwhile, studies Jean Fry with growing unease. Something about him feels strange, almost as if he can see straight through people, yet he also carries a presence unlike any ordinary adventurer. To Freyna, Jean Fry gives off the weight of someone who has already survived far more suffering and danger than his appearance suggests. Lucifer's halo confirms Freyna's rising awe, and Jean Fry realizes that he may actually have a real chance of being accepted into her party. Then Freyna makes her decision and allows Jean Fry to join them, leaving the rest of the party visibly shocked. Her firm approval cuts off the objections before they can grow any louder, forcing the others to accept her choice. Still, Freyna gives Jean Fry a sharp warning. If he turns out to be useless inside the dungeon, they will abandon him without hesitation. Jean Fry accepts that harsh condition gladly, satisfied that Lucifer's halo has helped him secure the entry route he needed into the S-rank dungeon. Soon after, the newly formed party arrives at Agni Volcano, and together they step into the dangerous S-rank dungeon. Once they are inside, Jean Fry is placed at the very front of the formation, the most dangerous position, and he immediately understands that Freyna is testing him without mercy. One armored teammate continues watching Jean Fry with open suspicion, questioning whether bringing an outsider like him along was really the right decision. Freyna makes her stance perfectly clear. If Jean Fry proves useful, he can stay with them, but if not, he is nothing more than expendable bait. As the party moves deeper through the scorching volcanic terrain, the tension around Jean Fry remains thick and uncomfortable. Arthur, the red-haired archer, finally speaks up and asks whether Jean Fry is truly the adventurer from the news. Jean Fry gives him a vague, evasive answer, but instead of easing Arthur's suspicion, it only makes the archer doubt him even more. Arthur keeps studying Jean Fry closely, his expression making it clear that he is far from convinced. Lucifer's halo confirms what Jean Fry can already feel. Arthur still does not trust him. Another teammate goes even further, openly calling Jean Fry a fraud, while mocking both his supposed strength and the strange halo floating over his head. Jean Fry snaps back in his own mind, irritated that everyone keeps judging Lucifer's halo by how ridiculous it looks when its abilities are actually absurdly powerful. At that exact moment, Lucifer's halo's magic perception detects a sudden and unfamiliar surge of magical movement. Jean Fry senses that the monsters near the summit have all started moving at once, as if something has driven the entire upper region into motion. Realizing that everything above them is beginning to descend at the same time, Jean Fry understands that a disaster is about to crash down on the party. He immediately shouts for the shield user to protect everyone, giving the order before anyone else can grasp what is happening. The warning comes just in time, and the party finally feels the danger for themselves as Agni Volcano begins to erupt beneath their feet. The suspicious tank starts to challenge Jean Fry's authority, but the violent eruption swallows the argument before it can continue. The mountain explodes with terrifying force, blasting molten debris high into the sky as the dungeon trembles around them. Jean Fry shouts again for everyone to guard themselves, his voice cutting through the chaos as flaming rocks begin raining down from above. The party instantly scrambles beneath the falling barrage, everyone rushing into position as the sky above them fills with burning debris. The shield user reacts quickly and casts Reflect Guard, throwing up protection before the molten rocks can come crashing down on the group. A defensive barrier flashes into place around them, catching the first wave of flaming boulders as they slam down with terrifying force. Seeing the endless storm of burning rock raining from above, Jean Fry realizes they have no choice but to stay trapped in place until the bombardment finally stops. Freyna quickly orders everyone to hold their ground, telling the party to stay together and endure the eruption instead of panicking. Then, Freyna steps forward herself, moving past the others with a commanding presence as she takes control of the crisis. Freyna begins preparing a massive spell, calling upon meteorite blaze as heat and magic gather around her. A huge magic circle spreads beneath the party's feet, glowing across the volcanic ground, as Freyna draws in enough firepower to overwhelm the disaster above them. Freyna raises her staff high and aims it toward the sky, focusing her spell directly at the falling inferno. Her magic surges upward like a blazing pillar, rushing into the sky to intercept the molten rocks before they can reach the party. The incoming volcanic debris is swallowed by her flames and erased in midair, disappearing before it has the chance to strike the ground. Jean Fry watches in genuine surprise as Freyna neutralizes the entire disaster almost instantly, turning a deadly eruption into nothing but fading sparks. At that moment, Jean Fry finally understands why Freyna is known as the Flame Magician. Against her, even a volcanic bombardment can be vaporized before it lands. But while everyone's attention is fixed on the sky, the ground beneath the party begins to split apart without warning. A massive fissure suddenly tears open right under their feet, ripping through the volcanic floor and throwing the entire formation into chaos. Arthur is the first to lose his footing, his body pitching backward as the cracked ground gives way beneath him. Without a second of hesitation, Jean Fry reacts, lunging toward Arthur the instant he sees him slipping into the open chasm.
Jean Fry dives after Arthur as the others shout in alarm, stretching out his arm and catching Arthur's hand at the very last possible moment.
But the force of the rescue pulls Jean Fry over the edge too, and both of them plunge together into the darkness below. As they fall, Jean Fry desperately reaches for the crumbling wall, searching for any ledge or crack that might slow their descent. Jean Fry realizes too late that the walls are too unstable, and there is no safe handhold strong enough to stop them. The drop is far deeper than Jean Fry expected, and as the darkness rushes past them, he understands the impact could easily kill them both. By sheer luck, instead of smashing into bare rock, the two of them crash down onto the soft body of a giant cotton bat. Recognizing the monster as relatively weak, Jean Fry immediately understands that they survived only because Lucifer's halo gave them an almost impossible stroke of luck. The cotton bat, however, is clearly not happy about being used as their landing cushion, and its body stirs beneath them in irritation. Jean Fry quickly grasps the new danger and decides they need to get off the monster before it has the chance to retaliate. Jean Fry tells Arthur to jump down and face the cotton bat properly with him, instead of staying exposed on its back where they are easy targets. Jean Fry warns Arthur that the cotton bat stores the force of impacts and releases it back as amplified counterattacks, meaning their fall has already made it much more dangerous. Arthur is still shaken from the fall, but his pride flares up immediately, and he insists he does not need Jean Fry's warning. As the cotton bat moves to attack, Jean Fry instantly reads the danger and prepares to respond before Arthur can make another mistake. Jean Fry draws his weapon and calls out the danger again, but the cotton bat has already lunged straight toward Arthur. Jean Fry bursts forward without hesitation, throwing himself into the path of the attack to protect Arthur. Even with Jean Fry moving to intercept it, the monster's strike still smashes Arthur into the wall, proving just how dangerous the cotton bat's counterattack really is. Arthur slams hard against the rock, left hurt and rattled as the impact knocks the confidence out of him. Jean Fry turns toward Arthur with clear frustration, seeing exactly what happened because Arthur ignored the warning. Jean Fry scolds Arthur for refusing to listen and orders him to stay back if he wants to survive, then steps in front of him and takes control of the fight himself. Arthur can only stare from behind as Jean Fry calmly stands between him and the monster, facing the cotton bat alone without showing fear. Looking at the shattered wall behind him, Arthur realizes that if Jean Fry had not stepped in, that impact would have killed him outright. Jean Fry, meanwhile, is struck by how brutal this dungeon really is, realizing that even an ordinary monster in an S-ranked dungeon has frightening power. When the cotton bat charges again, Jean Fry does not retreat. He plants himself firmly and meets the monster head-on. In a single sharp exchange, Jean Fry brings the monster down, leaving Arthur frozen in shock and unable to process what just happened. Arthur realizes Jean Fry killed the cotton bat with one clean hit, making the impossible-looking feat impossible to deny. Far above them, Freyna begins using dowsing magic to search the depths of the chasm. Freyna carefully traces the lower area with her magic, trying to locate where Jean Fry and Arthur have fallen. Her teammates gather around anxiously and ask whether she has found any sign of them. Freyna confirms that Arthur is still alive, and the news brings a wave of relief through the waiting party. Freyna also thinks about Jean Fry, recognizing that he fell only because he tried to save Arthur. Remembering how quickly Jean Fry sensed the eruption before anyone else did, Freyna begins to see him as more than just a suspicious outsider. Some of the party members suggest going after Jean Fry and Arthur immediately, but Freyna refuses to let them rush down blindly. Freyna insists that searching for them now would waste the strength they need for the battle against the demon god, and their true mission has to come first. Since Freyna's group is already heading toward the summit either way, she decides that if Arthur survives the fall and keeps moving, they should naturally be able to regroup along the route. Deep down, Freyna leaves Arthur's safety in his own hands and silently hopes that both her missing father and her younger brother can make it through this dungeon alive. Far below, Jean Fry finally understands the truth. Arthur is Freyna's brother, and just like her, he came into this dungeon to search for their missing father. Once Arthur manages to steady his breathing and regain some composure, Jean Fry prepares to move again instead of wasting time in the depths. Arthur looks confused the moment Jean Fry starts walking deeper into the lower area instead of heading back toward the summit. Jean Fry answers Arthur's confusion bluntly, telling him that if he tries to challenge the demon god at his current level, Arthur will only get himself killed. Rather than recklessly rushing upward, Jean Fry decides they should hunt monsters down below first and use the lower levels to build up strength. Lucifer's halo reveals that Arthur is conflicted, but beneath that hesitation, Arthur truly wants enough power to stop being a burden to the others. So Jean Fry gives Arthur a simple choice without dressing it up. If Arthur really wants to become stronger, then he should come with him. Arthur accepts with nervous excitement, even though the look on his face makes it clear he still does not fully understand what Jean Fry is dragging him into. Jean Fry's idea of doing a little hunting turns out to be far more extreme than Arthur expected, because soon they are standing in the middle of a flock of high-level flame bone birds. The burning birds immediately swarm around them, forcing Arthur into combat before he even has a chance to properly settle his nerves. One of the flame bone birds dives straight toward Arthur, its burning body cutting through the air before he can fully prepare himself. Knowing he cannot let the monster close the distance, Arthur forces his shaking hands to move and pushes himself into action. Arthur steadies his aim, fixes his eyes on the charging bird, and decides he has to fire before it reaches him. His arrow flies cleanly through the air and pierces the flame bone bird, striking the monster right as it rushes in. The monster crashes to the ground dead, proving that Arthur really can fight in this place when he keeps his focus. Breathing hard from the pressure, Arthur clenches his resolve and vows not to be looked down on, declaring that he can at least handle a one-on-one fight. When Arthur turns to compare his progress with Jean Fry's, he expects to see Jean Fry locked in another fierce battle nearby. Instead, Arthur finds Jean Fry calmly sitting in the middle of a pile of dead flame bone birds, as if the fight had ended ages ago. Jean Fry casually looks up from his break, acting like there is nothing strange at all about resting among the monsters he just wiped out. Arthur is horrified when he realizes Jean Fry is casually eating the bird's drop item like a snack, and to make it worse, Jean Fry even offers him some. Before Arthur can fully process that ridiculous sight, another flaming beast charges toward him, making it clear that this so-called training is nowhere near finished. Jean Fry soon finds Arthur doubled over in pain and immediately checks on him, urgently asking whether Arthur can still stand. Arthur forces himself upright despite the strain on his body, and insists that he is still fine, even though he is clearly struggling to stay steady. Jean Fry takes control of the situation at once, and orders Arthur to get somewhere safe while he deals with the monster himself. Jean Fry steps forward alone inside the cavern, placing himself between Arthur and the flaming salamander waiting ahead. The beast glares back at Jean Fry with fierce hostility, still aggressive even though something about its movements seems uncomfortable. Jean Fry quickly realizes the salamander is suffering from an upset stomach, and whatever it ate recently has clearly slowed its movements. He coolly guesses that the creature is about to vomit, treating its weakened state as an opening instead of a reason to panic. The salamander suddenly retches violently, then spews a foul mass onto the cave floor in front of them. Mixed into the mess, human bones spill across the ground, confirming the dark suspicion Jean Fry had already started to form. Seeing those remains, Jean Fry concludes that the salamander really did eat a person. Then Arthur notices a familiar sword lying nearby among the remains, half buried beside the scattered belongings. The sight freezes Arthur in place, and the horrifying truth begins sinking in before he can even say the words. Jean Fry tries to keep Arthur from spiraling and urges him to calm himself before panic and grief take over completely. The salamander recovers enough to keep watching them, its eyes fixed on the pair as it prepares to continue the fight. Arthur recognizes the sword and the clothing among the remains as his father's belongings, and that realization hits him like a physical blow. Jean Fry's system reads Arthur's emotions and identifies an overwhelming surge of vengeance aimed directly at the salamander. In an instant, Arthur's grief hardens into pure killing intent, and his voice turns into a threat filled with rage. Arthur charges forward, driven completely by the need to avenge his father, with all caution burned away by grief. He rushes past Jean Fry and throws himself at the salamander without any plan, moving only on anger and desperation. Jean Fry shouts for Arthur to stop, knowing that if he keeps charging like that, he will get himself killed. But Arthur refuses to listen and keeps advancing recklessly, his eyes fixed only on the monster that took his father. Jean Fry has no choice but to knock Arthur away from the salamander, forcing him off course before his reckless charge turns fatal. Even after hitting the ground, Arthur swears through his rage that he will tear the salamander apart with his own hands.
Behind them, the monster looms dangerously close while Arthur keeps struggling to get up and launch himself back into the fight.
Jean Fry pins Arthur down, holding him in place to stop him from throwing his life away in a blind attack. Jean Fry angrily demands that Arthur listen to him, even if it is only for one moment. Arthur fights back against Jean Fry's hold, insisting that he has to kill the salamander right now, even if that means going after it alone. Jean Fry snaps back at Arthur before his grief can drag him any further, forcing his voice through the chaos as he tries to make Arthur stop, breathe, and think for even 1 second. Then Jean Fry throws the harsh truth straight at him. If Arthur rushes in and dies here too, the people still waiting for him, what is left of his family, will be abandoned with absolutely nothing. Those words finally pierce through the red haze clouding Arthur's mind, and for the first time, his rage begins to crack under the weight of what Jean Fry has said. Jean Fry does not let the moment slip away. He pushes harder, reminding Arthur that deep down, he already understands the truth. There is no way he can defeat that salamander on his own. Arthur knows Jean Fry is right, and he can barely deny it, but admitting that only makes the grief in his chest feel even worse, because helplessness is crushing him from every side. With his voice breaking, Arthur shouts that the monster who killed his father is standing right there in front of him, and no matter how impossible it looks, he cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Jean Fry's system reads the emotion pouring out of Arthur, recognizing it not as simple anger, but as the raw fury of someone who has been cornered by his own weakness. Arthur's hand tightens into a trembling fist, his knuckles drawn hard as if that one clenched hand is the only thing keeping him from falling apart completely. At last, Arthur forces himself to pull back from the edge. His breathing steadies little by little, and with visible effort, he apologizes for letting his emotions take control. Jean Fry turns his attention fully toward Arthur now, no longer just trying to restrain him, but speaking to him like a partner who may still have a chance to survive this fight. He confirms that Arthur is a hunter, then immediately asks what items Arthur has on hand, shifting the situation from panic into the first pieces of an actual plan. Arthur blinks in confusion at the sudden question, caught off guard by how quickly Jean Fry has changed the direction of the conversation. Still, Arthur starts listing what he has, going through his supplies one by one, until he mentions a strange item called cotton bat's fluff, something he has carried without really knowing its purpose. The moment Jean Fry hears that name, realization flashes through him. He recognizes it as a hidden item tied to the hunter class, and suddenly understands that Arthur is carrying exactly what they need. Jean Fry does not waste time explaining every detail. He cuts the discussion short and tells Arthur to listen closely, because there is a plan now, and every part of it matters. He tells Arthur that if they move correctly and follow the plan without hesitation, the two of them actually have a chance to bring down the salamander together. Jean Fry pauses, letting the weight of that sink in, and waits for Arthur to decide whether he can place his trust in him when everything is on the line. Arthur makes his choice. He agrees to follow Jean Fry's lead, locking his grief behind determination as he commits himself to the plan to kill the salamander.
With their decision made, the two men move into position, standing against the burning menace as the salamander faces them head-on.
Arthur steadies his stance and gathers himself, forcing his hands and breathing under control as he prepares to carry out his role. The salamander begins to advance, its massive body radiating danger as the heat around it makes every step feel like a threat. Jean Fry gives Arthur the first instruction in a sharp, simple command: strengthen him before the real clash begins. Arthur responds at once, drawing on his class skill as the words of the incantation begin to leave his mouth. He calls out to the spirits through his chant, asking them to rise, lend their power, and guide Jean Fry toward victory. Arthur's battle cry activates, and its power settles over Jean Fry like a surge of support, increasing his strength and speed for the next 5 minutes. The salamander senses the sudden shift immediately, its attention sharpening as it recognizes that the enemy in front of it has just grown stronger. Arthur then passes over the cotton bat's fluff, handing Jean Fry the very item he had specifically asked for as part of the setup. Jean Fry feels the effect of the buff, easing the strain on his body, then tells Arthur to stay focused and follow the plan exactly from this point forward. With everything finally in place, Jean Fry launches himself forward, closing in fast to meet the salamander at close range. The salamander reacts to his charge, bracing itself as its burning body turns fully toward the threat coming straight for it. Jean Fry drives directly into the monster's space, deliberately closing the distance so its attention locks completely onto him. As he moves in, Jean Fry understands just how reckless this fight truly is. A monster with this much HP would normally be worn down by a group of players, not challenged by only 2 people. Even knowing that, Jean Fry does not hesitate. He slips in and lands the first decisive strike, cutting into the salamander with his poison blade. The blade's effect takes hold, spreading heavy poison through the salamander's body and marking the beginning of their slow, grinding plan to wear it down. Jean Fry reveals that the attack was not ordinary at all. He had coated it with the centipede's poison, turning that opening slash into a far more dangerous wound. But that is only the first layer. Jean Fry has already prepared the next move, setting Arthur up to strike from a distance, while the monster's focus stays on him. Arthur's arrow cuts through the air and hits the salamander squarely in the forehead, striking the known weak point between its brows. The moment Arthur's shot lands, Jean Fry pulls back from direct contact, leaving the ranged pressure to Arthur while he adjusts his own position. Jean Fry notes that the first stage of the plan worked exactly as intended, because the salamander's normal weak point is right between its eyes. Arthur calmly reaches for another arrow and knocks it into place, his earlier panic replaced by a focused stare and steady hands. Jean Fry knows that a close-range fighter would have a hard time exploiting that weak point alone, and that is exactly why Arthur's role in this fight is so important. Arthur keeps firing from a safer distance while Jean Fry stays in motion, baiting the salamander into turning, lunging, and exposing itself again and again. Jean Fry dances around the monster's snapping jaws, dodging just out of reach while keeping the salamander furious and occupied at close range. Together, they keep the pressure building, Jean Fry drawing the attacks up front and Arthur using every opening to shoot from safety. Under the combined assault and the poison eating away at it, the salamander begins to choke, its movements growing rougher as its strength starts to falter. Jean Fry senses the fight shifting and immediately braces himself, knowing the next phase is about to begin. The salamander suddenly enters berserk mode, its stats surging all at once as the entire battle turns far more dangerous than before. Arthur throws up his guard against the sudden wave of heat and force, shielding himself as the blast rolls outward from the monster. Even from a distance, Arthur can feel the heat pouring off the salamander's berserk state, hot enough to make the air itself seem to press against him. But Jean Fry does not back away. Even with the monster empowered and the danger rising, he charges straight in again. Jean Fry reminds himself that berserk mode does not simply make the salamander stronger. Every stat may be rising at once, but that violent transformation also shifts the monster's body and opens up a brand new weakness. With that weakness in mind, Jean Fry prepares to make use of the cotton bat's fluff, holding on to the strange item as the key to turning the salamander's own altered state against it. The salamander lets out a furious roar, its burning body tensing as it gathers power for an even heavier attack than before. Jean Fry answers the monster head-on, releasing a burst of lightning and raw force to clash against its power, buying himself the brief opening he needs. Seeing that every piece has finally fallen into place, Jean Fry's confidence sharpens, and he declares that the preparations are now complete. He recalls the crucial detail about the salamander's berserk mode. Once it transforms, the weak point is no longer sitting neatly on its forehead. Arthur draws another arrow and steadies his aim, waiting with tense focus for Jean Fry to tell him exactly where to shoot. Jean Fry spots the new weakness in the monster's changed posture and immediately shouts for Arthur to aim at the salamander's front legs. Arthur releases the arrow without hesitation, and the shot slams into one of the salamander's front legs, breaking its balance and disrupting its footing. Jean Fry follows up in the very next instant, driving in with a heavy slash to the same damaged area and piling even more damage onto the wounded leg. Jean Fry's mind's eye activates, sharpening his perception until the salamander's movements, injuries, and weakening condition become clearer to him. Reading the monster's state, Jean Fry judges that they only need to keep pressing a little longer before the next decisive opening appears. The salamander's injured front leg finally gives way beneath its weight, buckling as the massive creature struggles to stay upright. Arthur keeps another arrow ready on the string, his eyes locked forward as he waits for Jean Fry's next signal. The salamander sinks lower toward the ground, its entire posture growing unstable under the combined effect of poison and the damage to its front leg. Jean Fry sees the monster sagging and immediately closes the distance, recognizing that the salamander is beginning to show clear signs of collapse. He notices that the flames surrounding the salamander's body are no longer burning as fiercely as before. That weakening flame tells Jean Fry the salamander has entered a critical state, but he also knows the danger is not over, because the monster can recover by swallowing those flames back into itself. Just as Jean Fry expected, the salamander shifts into regeneration mode and begins restoring its HP, trying to claw its way back from the edge. Arthur is horrified when he realizes the creature can still heal itself, even after everything they have done to bring it down. Jean Fry understands the pressure immediately. They have to finish the salamander before Arthur's 5-minute buff runs out and before the monster fully regenerates. Arthur signals that he is prepared for the final shot, his bow ready and his focus fixed on the monster in front of him. Jean Fry moves directly in front of the salamander, deliberately placing himself in its line of sight so the monster's attention is forced onto him. He answers Arthur with calm certainty, confirming that the final step of the plan has already begun. Jean Fry challenges the salamander directly, committing himself to ending the battle right here before the monster has any chance to recover. He rushes straight into the salamander's reach, deliberately provoking the beast and daring it to attack him head-on. The salamander takes the bait, lunging forward with its jaws stretched wide as if it is about to swallow Jean Fry whole. In that exact moment, Jean Fry seizes the opening and commands the monster to open its mouth even wider. He slashes upward through the gap, forcing the salamander's jaws apart and creating a clear path straight into the monster's mouth. The salamander reels back with its mouth exposed, the opening now wide enough for the final move to begin. Jean Fry throws the cotton bat's fluff into position above the open maw, then gives Arthur the signal to fire. He warns Arthur that this is the one shot they cannot afford to miss, because everything depends on this single arrow. The cotton bat's fluff hangs directly over the salamander's open mouth, suspended there like bait waiting to be struck. Arthur aims straight through the center of the opening, his hands steady and his focus unshaken. In a low, quiet promise to himself, Arthur says he will not miss. Arthur releases the arrow with perfect control, sending it forward in a clean, precise line. The projectile does not fly directly at the salamander's body. Instead, it races toward the suspended cotton bat's fluff. The arrow pierces through the cotton bat's fluff, activating the hidden effect that Jean Fry had been counting on from the start. Now altered by the fluff's power, the shot plunges into the salamander's open mouth and drives deep into the monster's body. The salamander gulps on instinct, swallowing the attack down into its core before it can understand what has happened. For a brief moment, Arthur's heart sinks, because nothing happens right away, and it looks as though the plan may have failed. But Jean Fry starts counting down, his calm voice revealing that he expected the effect to take a moment before activating. The salamander remains upright for another second, still standing there without realizing that the real damage is already waiting inside it. Jean Fry finishes the countdown with absolute confidence, as if the outcome has already been decided. Then the hidden effect finally triggers deep inside the salamander's body. The monster erupts from within as the reflected force detonates through its core, tearing the damage outward from the inside. After releasing the stored counterforce, the cotton bat's fluff bursts apart, its purpose fulfilled in that single devastating moment. Jean Fry reveals the trick behind it. Cotton bat's fluff absorbs incoming attacks and reflects them back with triple the power, which is why he needed the salamander to swallow the shot. With the battle finally ending, Arthur's battle cry buff wears off, and after all the exertion, Jean Fry's stomach debuff clears as well. The salamander's last remaining strength fades away, and its massive body begins to collapse under the weight of the damage. The salamander's huge body finally gives out, toppling forward with a heavy crash and collapsing onto the ground right in front of Jean Fry. The system immediately confirms that the salamander has been defeated and grants the experience reward, while Jean Fry, still catching his breath, dryly marks the subjugation as complete. Once the battle is over, Arthur stands alone on the jagged rocks, holding his father's recovered sword in his hands as Jean Fry quietly watches him from behind. Arthur grips the weapon without saying a word, staring down at it as the weight of having his father's sword back slowly sinks into him. Jean Fry silently removes the halo-like effect around himself, easing back from the moment and giving Arthur the space to face what has been left behind. Then Arthur notices movement nearby, and he looks up to see his sister and the others finally arriving after the danger has passed. His sister rushes straight toward him in panic, her face filled with fear as she asks whether he has been hurt. But the moment her eyes fall on the sword in Arthur's hands, she freezes, instantly recognizing the weapon he is carrying. That familiar blade tells her everything before Arthur can even speak. It is their father's sword. Arthur explains in a strained voice that he found both the sword and their father's clothes inside the salamander's stomach. His sister can no longer hold back her emotions and pulls Arthur into a tight embrace, overwhelmed with relief that he made it back alive. She tells Arthur that what matters most is that he survived and that he did everything he possibly could for their father. Arthur finally breaks down, unable to accept the credit. Through his tears, he insists that the victory was not really his, because Jean Fry was the one who truly saved them. When his sister asks who Jean Fry is, Arthur turns at once, looking around for the man who helped him through the fight. But by that time, Jean Fry has already slipped away from the group, leaving quietly without waiting for gratitude or praise. Arthur realizes it a moment too late, watching the man who saved them walk away in silence before anyone can properly thank him. The others notice it as well, understanding that the mysterious stranger disappeared almost as soon as the danger was gone. Jean Fry continues walking off alone, keeping himself apart from their reunion and choosing not to intrude on the family's grief. One of the others steps forward and offers to help with what still needs to be done after the battle. Arthur and his sister turn their attention away from the vanished rescuer and toward the painful task of laying their father to rest. They place the recovered sword at the grave, and Arthur quietly bids his father a peaceful rest after everything that has happened. Arthur and his sister kneel side by side before the grave, lowering their heads together in prayer. While the family mourns, Jean Fry remains apart in the shadows of the cavern, watching quietly for a moment before preparing to move on. Jean Fry falls silent before the grave, the weight of the battle and what it cost settling heavily over him. Arthur and his companions gather at the memorial in the volcanic wasteland, honoring the dead with the sword that has been left behind. That sight pulls Jean Fry into an old memory, taking him back to the day when he and a little girl first heard that disaster had struck. In that memory, an adult rushes in with terrible news, telling the children that their father has been caught up in the calamity. The young boy struggles to understand what he has just heard, while the little girl clings to him in fear, unable to hide how terrified she is. Then someone calls Jean Fry's name in the present, and the sound pulls him sharply out of the memory. Arthur thanks Jean Fry sincerely, telling him that he saved not only Arthur himself, but also what remained of Arthur's father. Jean Fry brushes off the praise, insisting that Arthur survived because of his own strength and the will he showed during the fight. But Arthur refuses to let him dismiss it so easily, admitting that without Jean Fry's help, he never would have survived the salamander or anything that came after. The others think back to the way Jean Fry stood alone against the blazing monster, facing its attacks without backing down. Even the rumors they had heard about Jean Fry had failed to capture the truth, because his strength had clearly gone far beyond what anyone expected. The party begins to understand that the person traveling with them is far more dangerous and far more powerful than they ever realized. Jean Fry cuts off the praise before it can go any further, turning everyone's focus back to the real threat still waiting ahead. He reveals that the one controlling the monster attacks is still at the summit, waiting above them. Jean Fry names the culprit as Helmbros, the demon god who commands the monsters across the continent. The blonde mage reacts immediately, her anger flaring as she vows to burn Helmbros to ashes. With their next enemy made clear, the group pushes onward through the scorched mountain pass, heading toward the summit. On the way up, lesser monsters rush at them from the burning terrain, forcing the armored man to draw his blade and meet them head-on. The priestess and Arthur strike down the flying beasts as they advance, cutting through the attackers without letting the climb slow down. Jean Fry casually crushes another monster that gets in their way, clearing the path with almost no change in his pace. At last, the group reaches the summit of Agni Volcano, where a seething lava pit marks the entrance to the demon god's lair. The party searches across the summit, confusion spreading among them when Helmbros is nowhere to be seen. A tense unease settles over everyone as they begin to sense that something about the silent summit is terribly wrong. Without warning, a towering pillar of fire erupts from the crater before them, blasting upward from the heart of the volcano. In that instant, the party realizes the answer was never on the surface. The enemy had been hidden beneath the summit itself. Helmbros rises from the magma, revealing himself as a level 50 demon god bearing the trait Scorching Heatwave. The monster announces its arrival with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire summit as its presence fills the volcanic air. The force behind Helmbros's roar crashes over the summit like a physical blow, overwhelming the weaker members of the party and forcing them to duck down with their hands over their heads. Even the seasoned veterans freeze for a moment, stunned by the crushing pressure rolling off the demon god's body and filling the air around them. The blonde mage feels it immediately and realizes this is not normal intimidation. The pressure alone is far beyond what an ordinary monster should be able to release. Helmbros looks down on the humans with contempt, mocking them as if their arrival means nothing more than a group of fools walking willingly toward death. Jean Fry reads the demon god's first move in an instant and shouts for everyone to retreat, warning them that Helmbros is about to open with a breath attack. The warning proves right away as Helmbros lunges toward them, its massive form surging forward and confirming exactly what Jean Fry had seen coming. Trusting Jean Fry's judgment without hesitation, the priestess raises her voice and orders the entire party to fall back beyond the range of the incoming attack. Most of the group scrambles away from the danger zone, retreating as fast as they can while the priestess stays alert, ready to cover anyone who falls behind. But then the priestess notices something that makes her blood run cold. Jean Fry has not moved at all, still standing there instead of fleeing with the others. Jean Fry faces Helmbros calmly from point-blank range, watching without flinching as the demon god unleashes its fiery breath directly at him. A roaring torrent of flames floods the spot where Jean Fry stood, swallowing the ground and turning the entire area into a blazing inferno. Even from far away, the scorching heat wave tears into the party's defenses, biting through their protective gear and rattling the equipment they had relied on. Arthur panics the moment he sees the flames crash down, convinced that Jean Fry has been caught right in the center of the attack. When the flames finally begin to fade, Helmbros assumes the human who dared stand there has been erased completely. The demon god sneers at Jean Fry, mocking him as a fool who chose to face that heat head-on and should not have left even ashes behind. The others stare desperately through the smoke and wavering heat, searching for even the smallest sign that Jean Fry somehow survived. Arthur and the rest of the party fear the worst, struggling to accept the possibility that Jean Fry might truly have died in that single blast. Then Helmbros's gaze sharpens because through the smoke, the demon god notices something that should have been impossible. A lone silhouette remains standing in the exact place where the flames had struck, unmoving amid the drifting smoke. Helmbros can hardly believe it, unable to understand how any human body could endure that level of heat and still remain standing. Jean Fry steps out of the smoke with a smile and reveals that the attack barely felt warm, thanks to the fire resistance he gained from eating flame-bone bird meat. For the first time, Helmbrose's expression shifts with genuine interest, as if this human has finally become something worth paying attention to. Jean Fry taunts the demon god right back, saying that such a grand-looking attack was wasted if it could not even make him sweat. Arthur bursts with relief and excitement when he sees Jean Fry alive, his fear turning instantly into stunned joy. The priestess is left speechless, because without fire resistance, that breath should have melted any normal person on the spot. Jean Fry knows his brutal preparation paid off. After forcing himself to eat 50 pieces of flame-bone bird meat, he gained 7 minutes of fire resistance, even though the effect is still draining his health. Despite surviving the flames, Jean Fry's condition is already critical, with his body pushed dangerously close to its limit. Knowing he does not have much time left, Jean Fry activates God's speed, multiplying his speed tenfold as he prepares to move faster than the demon god can react. Helmbrose praises Jean Fry's nerve, amused now, and decides that this human might finally be interesting enough to enjoy. Jean Fry steadies himself and sharpens his focus, fully aware that the real battle against Helmbrose has only just begun. Helmbrose triggers Scorching Heatwave again, but this time, instead of a single breath blast, a burning aura spreads outward and floods the entire battlefield. The heat rolls across the summit in every direction, forcing the others to raise their arms and shield themselves even from a distance. Arthur feels the attack eating into him, and immediately realizes this is different from the first blast, because the damage is not stopping. The entire party is afflicted with burn, a status effect that begins draining their health every second. The priestess quickly orders everyone behind the boulders, warning them that this heat wave can pierce through ordinary equipment as if their defenses barely matter. Even the gear they prepared for the volcanic terrain proves useless against a single skill from Helmbrose. Arthur cannot understand how Jean Fry is still standing out in the open, right in the middle of that unbearable heat. Jean Fry declares that the warm-up is over, and at that very moment, his fire resistance finally cancels out the burn effect, trying to eat away at him. Helmbrose admits that Jean Fry is different from other humans, but warns him not to confuse surviving heat with actually winning the fight. The demon god promises to crush Jean Fry's arrogance with real force, making it clear that the next attack will not be so simple. Around the crater, the lava begins to surge violently, churning and rising as the battle escalates to a deadlier stage. Watching from behind cover, the others grow tense, fearing Helmbrose may try to drag the entire fight down into the magma itself. Jean Fry shifts his grip on the black blade, tightening his hold as he prepares to face whatever phase Helmbrose reveals next. He lowers his body into a fighting stance, keeping his eyes locked on the demon god and waiting for the smallest opening to appear. As Jean Fry studies Helmbrose's attack pattern, he realizes the obvious flames are not the true danger. The real threat lies in the hidden follow-up waiting behind them. Helmbrose launches another burst from below, trying to push Jean Fry into a predictable reaction and trap him in the next move. Jean Fry barely avoids the sudden strike, slipping away just in time as he realizes Helmbrose is stacking one attack on top of another. Then Helmbrose unveils a special move, bringing a crushing force down toward Jean Fry with terrifying speed and weight. The impact sends a shockwave blasting across the battlefield, rattling the summit so violently that even the party members hiding behind the rocks feel it. The priestess immediately understands the danger, realizing that Helmbrose's physical attacks are far faster than any of them expected. Jean Fry catches one of the incoming claws with his blade and manages to parry it aside, the impact ringing through his arms and drawing a surprised reaction from Helmbrose. For the first time, the demon god openly admits that this human is no longer just an annoying intruder. Jean Fry has become genuinely interesting. Helmbrose charges in again, closing the distance with far more intent, now as if it wants to test Jean Fry directly in close combat. Rather than killing Jean Fry immediately, Helmbrose decides to toy with him, dragging out the fight as if this struggle has become entertainment. The battlefield erupts with fire once more, flames bursting across the summit as Helmbrose keeps the pressure on without giving Jean Fry room to breathe. From somewhere beneath the ground, Helmbrose's voice echoes up mockingly, challenging Jean Fry to block the next attack just as well. The others realize the voice is coming from underground, but they cannot see where Helmbrose will strike from or what Jean Fry is planning to do. Jean Fry does not chase after the sound. Instead, he remains still on the rocks, choosing to wait for the demon god to reveal itself. Arthur is completely baffled when he sees Jean Fry close his eyes in the middle of such a dangerous fight, as if sight no longer matters. In the next instant, the earth erupts violently, and Helmbrose's hidden attack bursts upward with explosive force. Helmbrose strikes from behind, aiming straight for Jean Fry's blind spot and expecting that surprise attack to finish him. Arthur and the others can only watch in horror, unable to do anything as the attack closes in on Jean Fry. Jean Fry activates magic perception, relying on the passive power of his halo to sense magical energy instead of depending on his eyes. The spectators are left speechless as Jean Fry's awareness seems to shift completely, reading the battlefield in a way none of them can follow. Helmbros darts away again, slipping back out of reach and trying to stay unpredictable as it moves through the battlefield. Jean Fry's halo reveals its second skill, magic perception, an ability that detects the magical presence of adventurers and monsters within a 5-kilometer range. Helmbros grudgingly acknowledges that Jean Fry's instincts are sharp, irritated that its surprise attacks are not landing as easily as expected. Jean Fry corrects Helmbros at once, saying this is not instinct at all, because he already understands the demon god's moves far too well. Helmbros dismisses that confidence as nothing more than lucky arrogance and immediately launches another attack. Jean Fry keeps his distance across the rocks, refusing to let Helmbros bait him into chasing blindly or making a reckless move. He mocks the demon god's hit-and-run tactics, calling out its pattern and demanding that Helmbros stop hiding and fight him properly. Instead of pursuing without a plan, Jean Fry decides to combine magic perception with God's speed, using both to track Helmbros and punish the next opening. Jean Fry reminds himself that this sequence is familiar to him, something he has practically practiced and repeated countless times before. When the next hidden strike erupts behind him, Jean Fry is already moving before the attack can fully reach him. Arthur shouts a warning the moment he sees the danger, his voice cutting across the battlefield as panic flashes across his face. But Jean Fry has already reacted before Arthur's words can even reach him. Helmbros is stunned as its ambush misses, and Jean Fry vanishes from the place where he had been standing. Using his speed boost, Jean Fry launches himself high into the air, rising above Helmbros before the demon god can adjust. He raises the black blade overhead, preparing to bring it down in a powerful descending counterattack. The strike lands cleanly, carving a deep line through Helmbros' body and forcing the demon god to feel the full weight of Jean Fry's counter. Helmbros can barely process what just happened, stunned that Jean Fry managed to hit it so precisely and so fast. Jean Fry answers the demon god's challenge with action, forcing Helmbros to acknowledge that he is fully capable of striking back. He openly taunts Helmbros for underestimating him, making it clear that looking down on him was a mistake. The others watch the exchange in disbelief, sensing that the balance of the fight has begun to shift in a way none of them expected. Arthur can only stare at Jean Fry in amazement, breathlessly calling the feat incredible. Helmbros snarls that a single hit changes nothing, then insists that its mission matters far more than this duel with one human. That mention of a mission unsettles Jean Fry, because nothing like that existed in the game knowledge he has been relying on. He pushes the troubling thought aside as the magma begins to churn again, forcing himself to stay focused on the enemy in front of him. Jean Fry decides there is no time to question the discrepancy now, and resolves to land another hit before Helmbros can regain control. Helmbros lunges again, all three heads driving the assault forward at once as the demon god closes in with overwhelming force. Jean Fry slips inside the attack at the last moment, cutting upward through the narrow opening in Helmbros' assault. The blow becomes a critical hit, and Mind's Eye triggers successfully, sharpening the impact of Jean Fry's counter even further. Helmbros is shaken by the possibility that Jean Fry may truly be reading where every attack will come from before it happens. Jean Fry is pleased when he realizes the strike did more than deal simple damage to the demon god's body. The system confirms that Helmbros has been severely poisoned, and from this point on, the demon god will lose health every second. Helmbros immediately recognizes the poison taking hold and accuses Jean Fry of relying on dirty tricks once again. Jean Fry calmly points out that exploiting an enemy's weakness is not a dirty trick. It is one of the most basic rules of battle. He bluntly reminds Helmbros that its lack of poison resistance is common knowledge to anyone who has prepared properly. Watching from afar, the party finally begins to understand just how formidable Jean Fry truly is. The priestess reflects that countless parties have been wiped out by this demon god, and yet Jean Fry is standing there, matching Helmbros alone. Jean Fry keeps provoking Helmbros, calling the demon god a stupid dog in order to keep it angry, careless, and easier to read. Jean Fry tells the demon god to keep coming after him, daring it to drag the fight out, because if it keeps wasting time like this, the poison running through its body will finish the job in less than 5 minutes. Behind the jagged rocks, the rest of the group can only crouch in place and watch, helplessly staring as this deadly duel begins to decide its own outcome. Helmbros' rage explodes at once, and with a furious snarl, It swears that it will rip Jean Fry apart before the poison ever gets the chance to claim its life. The force of Helmbrose's anger sends violent shockwaves rolling across the battlefield, slamming against the party's rocky shelter, and reminding everyone that even hiding is barely keeping them safe. Arthur quickly understands that there is no way for him to push close enough to help Jean Fry, and as the scorching heat surges even higher, he has no choice but to fall back once more. The priestess immediately orders everyone to pull back even farther, making it clear that staying too close will only turn them into burdens Jean Fry cannot afford to protect. Arthur clenches his teeth in frustration, hating every step of retreat he takes while Jean Fry remains out there, facing the demon god completely on his own. With bitter honesty, Arthur admits that his current strength is nowhere near enough to stand beside Jean Fry in a battle of this level. Helmbrose refuses to accept the poison quietly, and in answer to it, the demon god unleashes another savage eruption of blazing flame. But then one of its heads suddenly coughs and sputters through the smoke, a clear sign that the poison has already begun eating away at it from the inside. When the smoke finally thins out, Jean Fry is still on his feet, calm and steady, keeping the rhythm of the fight firmly under his control. Jean Fry notices something strange right away. The demon god's fire breath is no longer moving according to the attack pattern he remembers from the game. Helmbrose narrows in on him and concludes that Jean Fry must be using some kind of ability that lets him sense magic directly as it gathers and strikes. Jean Fry simply brushes off the accusation, mocking the demon god for trying to dress up its own losing position as an excuse. Helmbrose answers by stretching its claws wide, its massive body shifting with intent as it prepares to change the way it attacks. It growls that knowing where an attack is coming from means nothing if the target still has no way to respond to every strike at the same time. The demon god presses Jean Fry harder, asking whether he truly believes he can handle attacks that come at him all at once. Then Helmbrose makes the danger painfully clear, asking what Jean Fry will do if all three of its heads strike together in perfect coordination. For the first time, Jean Fry's expression falters, and the meaning behind those words clearly catches him off guard. The others cannot understand what the demon god is implying either, not until the answer begins unfolding right in front of their eyes. Helmbrose's three heads tear away into separate bodies, transforming one terrifying enemy into three coordinated attackers surrounding the battlefield. Jean Fry freezes for a breath, his eyes sharpening as he realizes the monster has just done something completely outside his expectations. Fry is stunned because this phase was never part of the game knowledge he had been relying on. Before he can fully adjust his plan, the three bodies come crashing down around him and launch the next assault. Jean Fry watches yet another wave of danger erupt around him, and even with exhaustion weighing on his body, he meets it with dry, strained sarcasm. He admits that the enemy is right about one thing. Even if he can still predict their attacks, he will not last much longer if they keep swarming him from every side. One of the demon beasts snarls that the human standing before them will be the first one to die. Jean Fry catches the threat the moment it leaves the monster's mouth, and without wasting a second, his body shifts straight into motion. A massive Halmike demon swings in with a brutal strike, but Jean Fry slips away by a hair's breadth and answers with a sharp slash of his blade. As he checks the state of his body, Jean Fry realizes just how close to the edge he is. He is hanging on by almost nothing, too drained to survive even a glancing hit. Even with his strength nearly gone, he keeps weaving through the monster's attacks at point-blank range, dodging death by the smallest possible margins. Instead of letting panic take over, Jean Fry decides that this kind of desperate, razor-thin fight is exactly the kind of situation where he performs best. A grin pulls across his face as he treats the life-or-death struggle like a high-stakes game, one he has every intention of enjoying until the end. The demon god laughs and mockingly praises the fight, promising that once Jean Fry falls, his dead companions will be sent down to hell with him. Jean Fry does not answer with fear. Instead, his gaze turns colder, his focus sharpening as he prepares for whatever comes next. The demon god moves in to end the battle, gathering overwhelming force for a final blow meant to crush Jean Fry completely. Jean Fry braces himself as the monster closes the distance, every part of the battlefield narrowing toward that killing strike. At the very last instant, a new spell bursts into the battle with sudden force. Frost Explosion. Jagged spears of ice tear through the demon's body, stopping the execution in its tracks and saving Jean Fry from the finishing blow. A woman steps into the battle and calls out the demon god with sharp contempt, condemning it for ganging up on a single man. Freyna makes it clear that she has not forgotten being treated like dead weight, and she has come personally to settle that insult with the demon god. The wounded demon god turns toward her in irritation, Its attention now split as it is forced to deal with another enemy on the battlefield. Freyna warns Helmrose that if it keeps provoking them, all it will do is bring its own death even faster. Jean Fry seizes the opening she created without hesitation, rushing in and driving his blade hard into the demon's armored body. His strike bites cleanly through, severing a major section of the monster, as if carving away part of its terrifying form. The severed piece crashes heavily to the ground, and the surviving party members finally realize that the flow of the battle has truly begun to turn. Freyna tells Jean Fry that with that rescue, the debt between them has been settled, her tone calm despite the chaos around them. Jean Fry accepts her help without wasting words, steadies himself again, and notes that only 2 parts of the demon god are left. A system notice confirms the result. Jean Fry has successfully destroyed the right body of the demon god Helmrose. The remaining companions burst into relief and excitement, hardly able to contain themselves after witnessing a demon god actually fall before their eyes. Jean Fry doubles over under the weight of the strain, his body finally showing the toll of the fight, while Freyna stands close behind him. Even while Jean Fry is still catching his breath, his eyes remain locked on the battlefield, his mind already tracking the 2 surviving bodies that still have to be brought down. The next remaining body suddenly lunges forward in a blind fury, roaring over the loss of its brother as its rage drives it straight back into the fight. Instead of going after Jean Fry, the monster twists its attention toward Freyna and charges directly at her, snarling that it will tear her apart with its own claws. Jean Fry cuts in before the attack can reach her, placing himself between Freyna and the demon, while behind him, Freyna quickly raises a defensive spell to hold the danger back. In that moment, Jean Fry realizes that Freyna can use ice magic as well, but she explains that fire is still her real specialty, and her control over ice is only limited at best. Freyna also warns him that the heat flooding the area is becoming dangerous, and that the protective buffs she cast can only keep the burning effect suppressed for a short while. Jean Fry tells her to keep that support steady and not let the protection drop, making it clear that once she holds the line, he will handle everything else himself. Then Jean Fry activates God's speed once again, his body bursting forward as he launches himself straight toward the demon without the slightest hesitation. Riding that explosive burst of movement, he tears through the monster before it has any chance to regain its balance or protect itself. The force of the impact slams down so violently that the ground beneath Jean Fry cracks apart, spreading fractures through the scorched battlefield. Freyna keeps her barrier firmly in place, and from within that protective shield, Jean Fry continues pushing the attack without giving the demon room to breathe. Guided by his predictive skill, Jean Fry lands another sharp, perfectly placed strike, ripping through the demon's torso with brutal precision. A second notice appears, confirming that the left body of the demon god Helmrose has now been defeated as well. Jean Fry understands that the poison spreading through Helmrose had weakened the demon badly, making this kill far easier than it ever should have been. Then he notices something else. The final body has stopped charging at them, and has instead pulled back into the burning crater, hiding itself in the heat. Freyna tells Jean Fry that the others should be safe now as long as they remain under cover, and Jean Fry agrees with her assessment, without looking away from the crater. Since Freyna knows she cannot be the one to finish the fight, she decides to at least give Jean Fry every bit of support she still has left. Freyna gathers her remaining power and casts Sunflame, letting the spell flare around Jean Fry like a final blessing before the last clash. The spell surges into Jean Fry's body, raising his attack power while also strengthening his resistance to fire for a limited time.
Jean Fry immediately understands what this means. The new buff stacks on top of the protection he already has, giving him a real chance to move through the inferno ahead.
Freyna explains the heavy price behind the spell. While the buff remains active, she will no longer be able to use magic at all. After pouring everything she can into that final support, Freyna leaves the rest in Jean Fry's hands and wishes him luck with quiet sincerity. Jean Fry thanks the flame magician with genuine warmth, then turns away and heads into the burning crater alone. Deep inside the volcanic crater, the last remaining demon body struggles to recover, surrounded by boiling heat and churning flames. It seethes with humiliation, furious that mere humans have reduced it to such a miserable state, and it swears that once it heals, it will take its revenge. Jean Fry appears in front of it before that recovery can happen, mocking the demon for hiding and asking if it is finally done playing whack-a-mole. With Freyna's support layered over his own protection, Jean Fry walks through the volcanic hell as though the flames and heat cannot touch him at all. His face remains calm, almost cold, and that steady expression makes one thing painfully clear. This time, Jean Fry is the one holding the advantage. The demon stares in disbelief, stunned that a mere human can stand unharmed in the middle of what is practically a living volcano. Jean Fry barely bothers to answer the outrage, brushing it off with casual contempt, as if the demon's shock is not even worth taking seriously. The demon can only choke out that this situation is impossible, unable to accept what it is seeing right in front of it. Jean Fry closes the distance without slowing down, stepping straight through the heat and moving in for the end. The demon god dies in total disbelief, unable to accept that it has been slain by a single human standing before it. The moment Helmbrose's life is extinguished, the crater erupts with a violent blast, sending force and fire roaring outward. Outside the crater, the companions stare in alarm, fearing that the volcano itself may have begun to erupt. Freyna quickly realizes the truth. The explosion is not a natural eruption, but the destructive aftermath left behind by the demon god's death. Jean Fry's figure finally breaks through the blast, emerging from the smoke and fire as proof that the impossible fight has truly ended. Fry comes out of the explosion alive, dropping to one knee but still victorious. The others rush toward him in a rush of alarm and relief, calling out Jean Fry's name and checking whether he survived. Jean Fry reassures them that the battle is finally over, while the others scramble around him, hurrying to bring healing potions to his side. When one of his companions says the truth out loud, Jean Fry calmly confirms it himself. He really did kill a demon god. The siblings share a quiet look, the weight in their eyes finally easing as they understand that their father's vengeance has been fulfilled. Freyna softly says that with this victory, their father can finally rest in peace after everything they endured to reach this moment. The system formally confirms the defeat of the demon god Helmbrose, awarding Jean Fry both rewards and a massive amount of experience. Jean Fry's first reaction is not pride or glory at all. His eyes light up with pure delight when he sees just how much gold he has earned. The reward list shows an enormous payout, along with rare materials taken from Helmbrose itself. Even so, Jean Fry is already looking past the flashy rewards, his thoughts moving straight toward the one item he truly came here to obtain. Fry's attention shifts as Freyna approaches him, clearly struggling to put into words just how deeply indebted she feels after everything he has done. Her brother steps in as well, admitting that without Jean Fry, they never would have survived the fight, and they might not have even reached the summit in the first place. The rest of the group stands behind them in silence, their expressions showing that they share the same gratitude even without saying it aloud. Jean Fry waves off the formal thanks, insisting that everyone played a part in the victory, even if the system credited him with the demon god's materials. Jean Fry especially points to Freyna's final support spell, openly crediting it as one of the decisive reasons he was able to push through the last stretch of the battle. Freyna thanks Jean Fry for saying that, though deep down she cannot help thinking that even without her buff, he probably would have found a way to win. Still wanting to repay Jean Fry in some meaningful way, Freyna offers him the best reward she personally received from the fight, a B-rank scorching rock. The moment Jean Fry hears the name, his eyes widen in shock, because the scorching rock is exactly the item he has been searching for all along. Freyna is caught off guard by the intensity of Jean Fry's reaction, staring at him as if she cannot understand why that single item means so much to him. Without hesitating for even a second, Jean Fry offers to trade one of his top-tier hard claws in exchange for Freyna's scorching rock. The offer leaves Freyna and the others stunned, because by normal standards, Jean Fry is proposing to exchange an S-rank material for something far less valuable. When Freyna asks why he would make such a lopsided trade, Jean Fry explains that to him, the scorching rock is worth far more than even the continent's most prized claw. Seeing that Jean Fry is completely sincere, Freyna stops trying to negotiate and simply gives him the scorching rock without asking for anything in return. Jean Fry celebrates as if he has just claimed the true prize of the entire expedition, leaving Freyna staring at him in confusion, unable to make sense of his priorities. But instead of feeling offended or bothered by his strange honesty, Freyna finds that straightforward side of Jean Fry unexpectedly charming. A system message suddenly reveals that Freyna has developed a small crush on Jean Fry. Another message follows right after, revealing that Jitas is fiercely jealous because he has carried feelings for Freyna for a long time, and Jean Fry realizes he may have accidentally stepped into a very awkward mess. Jean Fry chooses to ignore the uncomfortable atmosphere for now and focuses instead on the fact that he has finally secured the scorching rock. With his first major objective finally complete, Jean Fry turns his attention toward the second continent, a place ruled by desire, temptation, and gambling. Back in the central city of the first continent, the long and dangerous expedition finally reaches its end. The siblings decide to return home and take responsibility for their town in their father's absence, parting from Jean Fry on warm and respectful terms. Freyna's brother promises that the next time he and Jean Fry meet, he will be far stronger, and he thanks Jean Fry sincerely for everything he has done. Jean Fry answers with a calm smile, telling him that he will look forward to the day they meet again. As Jean Fry prepares to leave, he reflects that the memories from his previous life helped guide him this far. But the people he met along the way have become important too. Since Jean Fry has already sent his earnings back home, he wastes no more time and begins preparing to move toward his next destination. Jean Fry makes his way to the portal that connects the first continent to the second continent.
Nearby onlookers whisper about the rumored demon god slayer, but they quickly dismiss the idea that this plain, beginner-looking man could possibly be the one behind that title.
The system confirms Jean Fry's new title, First Demon God Slayer, and asks whether he wishes to proceed to the second continent. Jean Fry accepts the prompt without making a scene and steps through the portal as casually as if he were simply moving on to the next town. The witnesses can barely process what they just saw, staring in disbelief as the unremarkable man vanishes before their eyes. Jean Fry arrives in the central city of the second continent, a place known as the Prison of Desire, and quietly prepares to begin a new chapter there. Almost as soon as Jean Fry settles in, he notices a missed call from Amelia and wonders what could have made her contact him now. When Jean Fry answers, Amelia greets him as her brother, but her irritated tone makes it clear that she is already upset before he can say much of anything. Amelia immediately demands to know why Jean Fry has been sending home such ridiculous amounts of money, and where exactly all of it is coming from. She bluntly asks whether Jean Fry has gotten himself involved in something shady, forcing him to scramble for a convincing answer on the spot. Jean Fry stiffens under Amelia's questioning, knowing that one wrong answer could make his sister even more suspicious than she already is. Fry reminds himself that he has been hiding his adventurer life from both Amelia and their mother because he does not want them to worry. He quickly reassures Amelia that he is not doing anything illegal, and although she is still doubtful, she reluctantly accepts it for the moment. Then Amelia reveals that their mother's condition has recently gotten worse, and the news hits Jean Fry hard enough to shake him into silence. After the call ends, Jean Fry sits alone, letting the weight of Amelia's words sink in as the reality of his mother's condition settles over him. Jean Fry realizes that he needs far more money, and he needs it quickly, if he wants to pay for proper treatment before it is too late. The thought of his mother suffering hardens Jean Fry's resolve, turning his worry into a clear and urgent determination. While Jean Fry is still brooding over what to do next, he overhears people nearby discussing an auction item called a high elf stare. The name jolts Jean Fry upright because he knows exactly what the high elf stare is and why it matters. Jean Fry recognizes the high elf stare as the key ingredient for an elixir, something that could potentially cure his mother, and he realizes it should not even be obtainable on this continent. In Jean Fry's mind, that elixir instantly becomes the only treasure that truly matters, worth more than any pile of gold or rare material. Jean Fry also knows that an auction for such an item will draw the richest people in the city, and the price will be astronomical, so he resolves to build up enough capital no matter what it takes. To raise money as quickly as possible, Jean Fry enters an E-rank dungeon located in the snowy wastes of the second continent.
Jean Fry understands that high-rank dungeons are usually the fastest road to wealth, but this low-rank dungeon contains a hidden opportunity he came here for specifically.
When Jean Fry finally spots what he has been searching for, his expression brightens at once. A rare Kate Sith appears before Jean Fry, standing out in the snowy dungeon like the exact chance he had been waiting for. Jean Fry calmly notes that he has found his target, keeping his composure as he focuses on the rare creature in front of him. Instead of attacking the Kate Sith, Jean Fry begins offering it the special items he had prepared for this exact encounter. Kate Sith's eyes light up with delight the moment it notices the bait, its attention completely drawn to the tempting offerings. Jean Fry gently coaxes the Kate Sith closer with silver vine, warm grass, cold fish, and several other treats, carefully drawing the rare cat toward him step by step. Jean Fry even lays out a soft bed of warm grass for the Kate Sith, arranging it carefully so the rare cat can curl up in complete comfort. The Kate Sith is absolutely thrilled by the treatment, its guard melting away as Jean Fry's gifts win it over completely. As if to thank Jean Fry for spoiling it so generously, the Kate Sith tosses a shining golden coin toward him. That coin turns out to be Kate Sith's golden coin, an extremely rare hidden item that doubles all the money Jean Fry earns simply by having it in his possession. Jean Fry thanks the Kate Sith for the incredible gift, while the satisfied little cat clings happily to the rewards he prepared for it. For Gene Fry, obtaining the coin is the true treasure of this entire trip, and he celebrates the hidden item with open excitement, now that the hidden item can double every payout he earns from here on. Gene Fry decides there is no reason to wait and starts hunting monsters immediately. With Kate Sith's golden coin already taking effect, even ordinary monster kills begin paying out at twice their normal value. Gene Fry tears through stronger beasts one after another, and every doubled reward keeps stacking higher, turning each fight into pure profit. After clearing the boss as well, Gene Fry looks over what he has earned and judges that he has gathered enough money for the next step of his plan. By the time Gene Fry finishes, his total funds have climbed past a staggering 12 million gold. Satisfied that 12 million is enough seed money to work with, Gene Fry decides to return to the city and multiply it even further. That decision brings Gene Fry to a place known as Seconds Club, where the next part of his money-making plan begins. Gene Fry steps into an underground casino, a hidden den where greed, temptation, and vice are all openly on display. After seeing how rotten the place already is, filled with people who clearly believe anything goes, Gene Fry decides he has no reason to hold back either. The moment Gene Fry starts playing, he realizes that fortune is leaning overwhelmingly in his favor. Around the table, the other gamblers laugh, cheer, and celebrate without a care, completely unaware that Gene Fry is quietly beginning to take control of the room. A system notice exposes a bald gambler named Ent as a fraud, revealing that he has already cheated his way into more than 10 million gold. Gene Fry notices Ent's cheating at the same time. Ent's group notices Gene Fry's growing pile of winnings, and they immediately mark him as their next target. Ent mistakes Gene Fry for another easy challenger, assuming this newcomer is just one more victim he can fleece at the table. Gene Fry approaches Ent with a polite smile, pretending to be a harmless, easygoing newcomer as he invites Ent to play a match. Even while acting inexperienced, Gene Fry instantly sees through Ent's lie about being new to the game and decides he can simply learn the rules as the match unfolds. Ent, fully convinced he has found the perfect mark, generously offers to let Gene Fry choose the stakes, never realizing that he is the one being hunted now. Lucifer's halo warns Gene Fry that the roulette dealer is about to rig the game with help from planted accomplices around the table. But instead of backing away from the trap, Gene Fry decides this crooked casino might still provide some useful entertainment. Gene Fry quickly grasps the rules of the roulette game. The dealer throws 2 balls, and each player has to call out 2 numbers. If a player hits only part of the result, the payout is cut in half, but a perfect double pays double, and the game continues until someone wins without repeating any previous guesses. When Gene Fry is prompted for his numbers, he calmly names red 36 and black 8 as his picks. Then Gene Fry shocks the entire table by staking 10 million gold at once, a wager far beyond what anyone expected from him. As everyone around him freezes in disbelief, Gene Fry calmly pressures the others to stop staring and keep the game moving. Gene Fry repeats both his chosen numbers and his massive wager with complete confidence, making it feel as though he already knows exactly how the round will end. Then Gene Fry needles Ent directly, reminding the bald gambler that if he fails to answer before the balls stop, he automatically loses. Gene Fry realizes that the cheating pattern is so easy to read that, for him, the game has become almost a guaranteed win. In front of everyone, Gene Fry locks in the same 10 million gold bet on the exact 2 numbers the dealer's side intends to force. The staff are stunned, their faces tightening as they realize Gene Fry has somehow predicted the landing spots perfectly. Gene Fry keeps smiling as the roulette wheel spins, letting the tension and panic build while the round moves toward its unavoidable finish. The dealer's accomplice grows increasingly desperate because the trap they prepared for Gene Fry has suddenly been turned back on them. Gene Fry silently credits Lucifer's halo for allowing him to read through their entire scheme from beginning to end. He identifies the dealer as a hunter-class cheat, someone using a precision skill to force the roulette balls onto chosen targets. Just as Gene Fry predicted, that skill guides 1 ball directly onto 36, while the second ball lands perfectly on 8. After confirming the double hit, Gene Fry coolly remarks that luck is on his side tonight, while the cheaters around him reel in shock. Gene Fry pieces together the entire scam. The dealer fixes the numbers, signals them to his cronies, and then they cash in, so Gene Fry simply decides to exploit their own trick instead. The bald Ent suddenly erupts in anger and falsely accuses Gene Fry of cheating, trying to drag management into the mess before the truth comes out. When the manager arrives, Ent and the other crooks immediately try to frame Gene Fry first, hoping to bury the situation before he can expose them. Rather than investigating honestly, The manager treats Gene Fry's win as a problem that needs to be handled away from the casino floor. Gene Fry immediately understands what is happening. The manager is part of the same operation, which means this will not be settled with a simple conversation. The manager finally drops the polite act and orders his men to seize Gene Fry by force. Gene Fry answers instantly by flipping the table, smashing their rush apart before the thugs can close in and surround him. One thug lunges straight toward Gene Fry, expecting to grab him easily at close range. Gene Fry slips past the thug's reach with clean movement and knocks him out in a single sharp counter. Gene Fry lands calmly in the middle of the room, completely unfazed by the chaos around him, while the attacker is left frozen in shock. One of the casino staff escalates the situation even further, raising a bow right there inside the hall and taking aim at Gene Fry. At the same moment, Ent charges in from behind with a knife, still screaming that Gene Fry is the one cheating, as if yelling louder will make the lie true. Gene Fry turns that accusation right back on them, his expression sharpening as he prepares to punish the real frauds hiding behind the casino's games. In one brutal motion, Gene Fry stomps Ent down and strips away the threat, crushing the attack before the knife can do anything. With weapons scattered across the floor and beaten men sprawled around him, Gene Fry stands in the middle of the wreckage and asks who wants to be next. The manager finally understands that he has provoked someone far more dangerous than the harmless-looking newcomer he thought he was dealing with. One of the subordinates suddenly connects Gene Fry's appearance to a news report about a rookie who shattered the baptism ritual record. That possibility instantly rattles the manager, because if the report is true, then Gene Fry is anything but an ordinary beginner. The guild members begin to fear an even worse possibility. If Gene Fry has already reached the second continent, then he may have actually defeated the demon god Helmbros. Gene Fry grows bored with their hesitation and tells them to either throw him out already or stop wasting his time. Their attitude changes in an instant, and the manager drops into exaggerated politeness, groveling as he apologizes for ever daring to suspect Gene Fry. Privately, the manager realizes he cannot defeat Gene Fry head-on, so he decides to cut his losses for now and try to deceive him instead. When the manager asks what kind of compensation Gene Fry wants, Gene Fry answers without even needing to think. Gene Fry demands every single coin in the casino. Then Gene Fry adds one more condition: an invitation to the central auction, calmly treating the payout as cheap hush money for all their cheating. Gene Fry makes the threat perfectly clear. Either they pay up, or he reports them to public security and tears the entire place apart all over again. Forced into submission, the casino hands over the money and sends Gene Fry on his way to the Second Life Central Auction Hall. Even with more than 570 million gold now in his possession, Gene Fry knows he still needs more capital if he wants to secure the High Elf's tier. As Gene Fry looks over the auction lineup, one item immediately catches his attention: the rare Qinglong wine. Gene Fry realizes that if he can obtain the Qinglong wine, he will be able to craft a hidden piece of equipment much earlier than he originally planned. When the Ice Chimera's fang comes up for bidding, Gene Fry moves aggressively from the start and opens with a 1 million gold bid. The room is stunned when another bidder instantly drives the price all the way up to 10 million gold. Gene Fry is genuinely startled that anyone would spend that much on an item of this level. It does not take long for Gene Fry to recognize the bidder as the same casino manager, now clearly acting on behalf of a much larger force. The manager is delighted, finally believing he has found a way to sabotage Gene Fry openly without needing to fight him directly. Gene Fry realizes the casino never truly handed over everything, and that the manager must have kept extra resources hidden in reserve. Gene Fry also understands that the High Elf's tier will most likely appear at the very end, meaning he has to conserve enough money for that final battle. The Ice Chimera's fang is sold to the Wind Snake Guild for 10 million gold, confirming exactly who has decided to stand against Gene Fry. The people around Gene Fry begin explaining that the Wind Snake Guild is a massive organization with branches spread across all 7 continents. Gene Fry had already learned from the manager's mind that he belonged to the Wind Snake Guild, but he had not realized the organization was powerful on this scale. The guild's branchmaster, a long-haired man in armor, confirms that Gene Fry is the person who raided their casino. The manager quickly adds that Gene Fry also stole their auction invitation, urging the guild to strike back and make him pay. The branchmaster agrees and orders Gene Fry to be crushed for daring to challenge the guild that secretly controls the city. As the auction continues, Gene Fry tests their reaction by placing a 50 million gold bid on ancient red clay. That opening number alone sends a wave of shock through the audience. The Wind Snake Guild immediately crushes Gene Fry's bid with a 200 million gold counteroffer. Gene Fry realizes their budget is far deeper than he expected, and just like that, the guild claims yet another item. Then, Lucifer's halo warns Gene Fry that the Windsnake Guild intends to interfere with every single bid he makes, purely for revenge. Gene Fry understands that if this continues, he may lose the High Elf's tier and be forced into far riskier methods later. He admits to himself that he cannot beat a giant guild in a straight money fight, so he starts searching for another angle. Gene Fry deliberately keeps bidding on lesser items, baiting the guild into spending 40 million more on Mermaid's large scale. He repeats the same trick with Blood Murder's knife, forcing the guild to pay again while he calmly stays out of the final purchase. Then Gene Fry pushes them into spending 300 million on the Qinglong wine, the very item he had actually wanted. To everyone watching, it looks as if Gene Fry is losing a one-on-one auction war he has no hope of winning. The manager mocks Gene Fry with open satisfaction, convinced that a lone player can never outspend a giant guild and that they have stolen every item he wanted. Gene Fry quietly decides that the real fool is the man celebrating before the game has actually ended. At last, the auction reaches its final item, the one treasure Gene Fry has been waiting for from the beginning. The host builds anticipation across the hall, describing the sacred treasure as the world's most beautiful droplet. The final item is finally unveiled before the entire auction hall, the High Elf's tier. The bidding for the next item opened at a staggering 50 million G, and in that tense silence, Gene Fry quietly prepared to make his move. The instant the price was announced, Gene Fry struck without hesitation, driving the bid all the way up to 500 million G in one breath. It was clear now that he had been holding back on purpose, saving his real strength for this exact moment, while the Windsnake Guild hesitated, still convinced they could crush him with money just like before. Gene Fry sat there calmly, fully prepared for the final exchange, his eyes fixed on the guild's side as he waited to see whether they still had the nerve to answer him. Instead of rushing them, Gene Fry gave them the opening himself, almost as if he were politely inviting them to counterattack if they still had anything left to use. The manager, still drunk on his own arrogance, snapped at the guild representatives and ordered them to double the price again, refusing to believe they could be stopped here. But the moment the Windsnake Guild tried to push the bid up to 1 billion G, the auction system reacted instantly, and a glaring red mark appeared against them. A formal announcement echoed through the hall, declaring that the representatives of the Windsnake Guild were no longer permitted to bid on this item. Gene Fry looked on in silence, the corners of his expression barely shifting as the trap he had prepared finally closed around them. Gene Fry quietly savored the sudden reversal, knowing the Windsnake Guild had stepped exactly where he wanted them to. The manager immediately protested in disbelief, only to be told that the guild had already reached the maximum number of successful bids allowed. The host then explained the rule the manager had completely overlooked. In this special auction, any bidder who successfully won 5 items would be banned from bidding any further, all to prevent one side from monopolizing the entire event. The manager's face twisted with fury, because he only realized the restriction after it had already trapped him beyond recovery. Gene Fry brushed him off coldly, treating him like an amateur who had failed to understand that this was never an ordinary auction in the first place. He then made it clear that this entire event was a special auction officially sanctioned by the Adventurers Association. And because the auction carried that special status, the anti-monopoly restriction was absolute, even if most players would never notice the hidden rule until it was too late. Gene Fry reflected that the strange lineup of rare items should have been enough to warn the manager, but the man had been so blinded by greed that he never stopped to question anything. When the manager was forced to accept the ruling, all he could do was tremble with rage and accuse Gene Fry of deliberately setting him up from the very beginning. Nearby, the branch master watched in silence, his expression unreadable as the manager completely lost control in front of everyone. With the Windsnake Guild unable to place a valid counterbid, the auction had no reason to continue and the sale was officially finalized. In the end, Gene Fry secured the High Elf's tier for 500 million G, though he still found the auction's way of calling him the Halo customer more than a little irritating. The manager finally exploded, rage pouring out of him as he realized that Gene Fry had not simply won the item, he had manipulated the entire auction flow from the start. Grinding his teeth, the manager swore revenge, declaring that this would not end like the casino incident and that this time he would never allow Gene Fry to walk away safely. Overcome by fury, the manager began gathering power right there inside the crowded auction hall, a dangerous spell forming around him without any regard for the people nearby. Gene Fry cursed under his breath, furious that the manager was reckless enough to risk everyone in the hall just because his pride had been wounded. To keep the bystanders from being dragged into it, Jean Fry challenged him directly, telling him to take the fight outside and making it clear he had no intention of running away. Jean Fry also called him out for continuing to cast, even while fully understanding how dangerous that spell would be in such a packed place. But by then, the manager was swallowed by humiliation and hatred, his face dark with a kind of rage that no longer cared about reason. He knew perfectly well that if he fired the spell at point-blank range, it could kill Jean Fry, and in that furious moment, the temptation to do it anyway almost took over. Before things could go any further, the branch master finally stepped in, warning him that if they caused open violence here, the Adventurers Association would come down on them without mercy. When the manager tried to argue that Jean Fry had humiliated the guild too much to let it slide, the branch master cut him off immediately. His voice turned cold as he ordered the manager to stop throwing a tantrum, making it clear he would not waste any more time on this disgrace. Forced to swallow his anger, the manager finally obeyed, lowering his hostility and leaving the hall together with the branch master. Once they were gone, Jean Fry considered the outcome and decided that the auction had still been a success. He had secured the High Elf's tier, and as for the other items he had missed, he could still recover them later if he acted quickly enough. Even so, the loss of the Qinglong wine continued to bother him, because that item would have helped accelerate the plans he had already set in motion. Jean Fry reminded himself that the wine was not impossible to obtain elsewhere, but getting it through normal means would require clearing an irritating quest, which was exactly why losing it here left such a bad taste in his mouth. And the more he thought about that inconvenience, the more certain he became that he should go after the Windsnake Guild again. Before Jean Fry could leave, a woman approached him, her gaze lingering on him as she remarked that he had quite an unusual appearance. Her attention immediately fixed on the glowing halo above his head, and she seemed genuinely fascinated, as if she had never seen equipment like that anywhere before. Jean Fry, unsure who this woman was or what she wanted, turned the question back on her and asked why she seemed so interested in the Windsnake Guild and its branchmaster. The woman identified the armored, long-haired man, without hesitation saying he was the second continent branchmaster of the Windsnake Guild. Even after saying that, her eyes remained on the guild's side, making it clear that she had her own reason for watching them so closely. Jean Fry admitted that he did not personally know the branchmaster, though he definitely had unfinished business with the Windsnake Guild. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked who she was. The woman introduced herself as Mira, an adventurer who was currently tailing the guild under an assignment from the Adventurers Association. The moment Jean Fry heard that, something clicked in his mind, and he realized that Mira was not just any adventurer. She was one of the famed 8 Guardians. He remembered that the 8 Guardians were the Adventurers Association's officially recognized S-rank adventurers, standing at the very top of their profession. They were elite figures trusted with the most important requests, and in return they received extraordinary authority, wealth, prestige, and influence. That title stirred old memories in Jean Fry, because back in the game's past, after clearing everything else, he would often take requests from the Adventurers Association almost casually. Mira asked whether he was willing to let the Windsnake Guild go for the time being. But Jean Fry replied that he still planned to chase them down, though he had one more question first. He asked where Mira had gotten her information, then smoothly shifted the conversation back toward the thing that had caught her attention in the first place, the halo above his head. Jean Fry quickly realized that Mira might not even know hidden equipment existed, and if he carelessly explained too much, it could create even more trouble for him later. So instead of giving her the real answer, Jean Fry awkwardly tried to improvise something harmless on the spot, searching for a casual explanation that would make the halo seem far less suspicious. Jean Fry's halo quietly picked up on Mira's reaction, and the answer it revealed was not what he expected at all. His strange-looking gear had completely awakened the equipment fanatic hiding inside her. What Mira wanted was not some long technical explanation about how the halo worked. Deep down, her eyes were locked on the halo itself because, to her, that floating little piece of equipment looked far too cute to ignore. Noticing that Jean Fry had suddenly gone silent, Mira tilted her head slightly and asked if something was wrong, her curiosity sharpening as she watched his expression. Jean Fry quickly tried to laugh the moment off, forcing a casual smile as he claimed that explaining the halo would take too long and probably get far too complicated. The conversation fell into an uncomfortable silence, with both of them standing there awkwardly, neither Jean Fry nor Mira saying what they were truly thinking. Then, Mira suddenly chose not to push him any further. Instead, she quietly decided that if Jean Fry would not explain the halo himself, she would investigate it on her own later. Jean Fry thanked her with a relieved breath, though even as Mira walked away, he could not shake the uneasy feeling that this matter was not truly over. After she left, Jean Fry thought back on the encounter and felt a chill of caution. Meeting one of the 8 guardians was already dangerous enough, but discovering that she was obsessed with rare equipment made it feel as if he had just been marked. Mira, meanwhile, could not get Jean Fry's gear out of her mind. Even after traveling as far as the 7th continent, she had never once seen equipment as strange and fascinating as that halo.
By the time they went their separate ways, both Jean Fry and Mira were left with the same lingering question: just who was the person they had encountered?
Later, beneath the pale moon hanging over the Moonlight Wasteland dungeon, Jean Fry continued his preparations in a completely different place. There, he faced the level 80 giant goblin boss and defeated it without much trouble, cutting through the fight as if it were only another step in his plan. From that victory, Jean Fry obtained the Goblin Snatcher Glove, a hidden item with a dangerous ability. It could steal 1 inventory item from any opponent who had been incapacitated. Satisfied with the reward and with the steady rise in his own stats, Jean Fry confirmed that his level grinding was progressing smoothly. He adjusted his earlier plan on the spot, deciding that before heading to Grace Castle for the Ice Chimera's Fang, he needed to secure this hidden equipment first. That change was important, because recovering the Qinglong wine was a necessary step in crafting the next hidden item he had his sights set on. Using magic detection, Jean Fry traced the location of the Windsnake Guild and began following their movements, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. As he tracked them, he also noticed something unexpected. Mira was already shadowing the guild as well, and she had started moving before he did. From her own hiding place, Mira caught sight of Jean Fry once again, and quickly realized that he too was following the Windsnake Guild. Jean Fry sensed Mira's presence behind him at almost the same time, and he understood immediately that he was no longer the only one hunting the guild through the shadows. Just then, Jean Fry discovered that the Windsnake Guild was slipping away through a secret passage hidden inside the wall, turning the chase into something even more urgent. Under the quiet glow of the moon, Jean Fry eventually reached the Windsnake Guild's private biotope, a secluded place where something suspicious was clearly being cultivated in secret. Inside, a nervous guild subordinate tried to read Simone Bradbury's mood by proudly presenting the flower harvest, terrified that his own life might depend on whether the branch master was pleased. The subordinate hurried to explain that the crop could be sold at a premium price, insisting that it would help repair the guild's damaged finances. Desperate to prove his usefulness, he promised to expand production even further, then awkwardly guessed that Simone Bradbury might simply enjoy the act of growing flowers. At that moment, Jean Fry suddenly appeared among them, speaking casually enough to make it clear that he had been listening to their conversation for a while. Simone Bradbury immediately recognized Jean Fry's intrusion as a serious threat, while the subordinate froze in panic, completely thrown by his sudden appearance. Jean Fry stepped forward without the slightest intention of retreating, his calm posture making it obvious that he had come to this hidden place deliberately. He exposed the truth without hesitation, revealing that the flowers growing there were moonlight azaleas, a plant that could be processed into illegal magic doping. Jean Fry pressed the accusation even further, explaining that the drug came with severe side effects and reminding them that the Adventurers Association had banned it outright. Caught off guard, the subordinate began stammering for an excuse, while Simone Bradbury remained silent and unreadable, watching Jean Fry with guarded eyes. Simone Bradbury tested him with a sharp question, trying to determine whether Jean Fry was a spy sent by the Adventurers Association, but Jean Fry flatly denied working for them. Instead, Simone Bradbury quickly understood what Jean Fry had truly come for. Jean Fry wanted the Qinglong wine, and Simone Bradbury offered to overlook everything if Jean Fry handed it over. Jean Fry openly dangled the possibility of a deal in front of them, forcing the Windsnake Guild members to reveal how far they were willing to go. The subordinate was the first to lose his patience. Unable to endure Jean Fry's attitude any longer, he lashed out, only to be overwhelmed almost instantly. Jean Fry dropped him with a single strike, proving in one brutal motion that he was far more dangerous than his calm appearance suggested. From the shadows, the white-haired woman who had secretly been following the situation realized that the tense confrontation had now turned into a genuine fight. Jean Fry kept applying pressure while still calling it a negotiation, making it clear that he was willing to pay for the Qinglong wine, but he had no intention of giving up his leverage. The subordinate finally understood the real reason Jean Fry had been targeting the auction from the beginning. His true objective had been the Qinglong wine all along. Refusing to accept any kind of compromise, the subordinate decided that they would rather kill Jean Fry than allow him to take the wine from them. Jean Fry answered that hostility with cold indifference, warning them that if they rejected the deal, he would simply report the illegal Moonlight Azalea field to the Adventurers Association, and that threat pushed them straight toward murder. The subordinate charged at Jean Fry without holding back, throwing himself into the attack as his desperation finally turned into violence. Jean Fry calmly intercepted the incoming blow with his strange black blade, his expression steady as he made it clear that this fight had begun because of their choice, not his. The subordinate paid for that decision immediately, with Jean Fry's counterattack cutting through him before he could recover. Jean Fry struck him down, and the man collapsed at Simone Bradbury's feet, leaving the true threat in the biotope with no choice but to step forward. The hidden observer stared in shock, stunned that Jean Fry had ended the weaker opponent in a single hit while using a weapon she had never seen before. Jean Fry then turned his attention toward Simone Bradbury, mocking him for finally deciding to take the situation seriously. Simone Bradbury introduced himself properly as a level 97 warrior and the Wind Snake Guild branch master, making it clear that he no longer planned to hold back. Jean Fry welcomed the escalation with open confidence, eager to test both his own strength and the power of his weapon against a much stronger opponent. Still watching from concealment, the woman chose not to interfere just yet, deciding that if she kept observing, this fight might reveal far more than rushing in ever could. Beneath the moonlit sky, Jean Fry and Simone Bradbury faced each other with blades drawn, both of them standing still for a tense moment as they silently measured distance, timing, and intent.
Simone Bradbury moved first, stepping in with the calm confidence of a seasoned warrior who believed a rookie like Jean Fry could be crushed before the fight even had time to begin.
Jean Fry met the attack straight on, but instead of trying to overpower Simone Bradbury directly, he relied on sharp timing, precise movement, and carefully placed counters. Their weapons slammed together, and the instant the blades locked, Jean Fry felt the difference between them. The weight behind Simone Bradbury's strength was far beyond ordinary. Jean Fry admitted to himself that Simone Bradbury's level was higher, and that if this became a simple contest of raw power, the fight would become extremely dangerous. Even knowing that, Jean Fry did not retreat. He kept parrying each strike, watching for the smallest opening while searching for a way to turn the battle in his favor. Simone Bradbury unleashed a fierce barrage of heavy slashes, each blow crashing down with enough force to push Jean Fry deeper into defense. Jean Fry gritted his teeth under the pressure, forcing his body to keep pace and refusing to let his rhythm break even for a second. From her hidden position, the white-haired observer remembered hearing that Jean Fry had shattered records during his baptism. But even so, she judged Simone Bradbury to be superior when it came to sheer physical power. The duel pressed on, and Jean Fry survived not by matching Simone Bradbury's strength, but by reading the flow of each attack and slipping through the pressure with careful precision. He adjusted his footing little by little, continuing to parry as if every exchange was helping him build towards something Simone Bradbury could not yet see. Simone Bradbury mocked him as a talented rookie with no real chance of victory, then questioned whether Jean Fry truly intended to die here for some noble, heroic ideal. Jean Fry rejected that completely. He made it clear he was not fighting for heroism or some grand sense of justice. He was fighting for his own goals, and he had no intention of stopping here. Simone Bradbury dismissed Jean Fry's resolve as nothing more than empty barking from someone weaker than him. Then Simone Bradbury pressed even harder, increasing the speed and weight of his attacks as he tried to smash through Jean Fry's guard with sheer volume and force. Jean Fry kept moving through the storm of steel, parrying again and again, turning each moment of survival into another step forward. For the first time, Simone Bradbury felt something strange in the flow of the fight, and a flicker of unease told him that brute strength alone might not be enough. That unease quickly sharpened into alarm as Simone Bradbury realized Jean Fry was no longer responding like an ordinary opponent. The white-haired observer sensed the shift as well, and her gaze narrowed as she focused more intently on Jean Fry's movements. She was stunned to see Jean Fry evade Simone Bradbury's attacks with his eyes closed, moving as if sight itself was no longer necessary. The white-haired observer concluded that Jean Fry might be reading Simone Bradbury's movements through magical sensing alone, a skill or equipment effect unlike anything she had ever encountered. Jean Fry settled deeper into that state, his breathing growing steadier as he placed more and more trust in the sensation guiding his body. Simone Bradbury rushed in again, but this time Jean Fry met him with far greater composure, no longer looking like someone barely clinging to defense. Their clash began to even out, and Jean Fry's sharpened defense slowly turned into controlled offense, each movement carrying more confidence than before. At that exact moment, Jean Fry realized the condition he had been pushing toward had finally been fulfilled. Lucifer's halo unlocked its third skill. The white-haired observer saw the halo above Jean Fry begin to shine, and she immediately understood that the sudden change was coming from his equipment. The new skill had awakened because Jean Fry had maxed out the halo's hidden magic sensing parameter by repeatedly parrying powerful enemies, and this battle against Simone Bradbury had pushed it over the edge. Jean Fry realized how lucky he had been to max the stat this early, all because he happened to face an opponent as strong as Simone Bradbury. But that breakthrough stole Jean Fry's focus for one dangerous instant. Simone Bradbury seized that tiny lapse without hesitation and slashed deeply into Jean Fry from behind. Convinced that he had ended the fight, Simone Bradbury scolded Jean Fry for losing focus and misjudging the limits of his own strength. Simone Bradbury lectured him coldly, saying the world was vast and that no matter how talented someone was, there would always be someone stronger waiting above them. With that, Simone Bradbury lowered his guard, fully convinced that Jean Fry had already been defeated. Jean Fry answered Simone Bradbury's lecture with open contempt, and in that instant, Simone Bradbury was forced to face the impossible. His opponent was still standing. Simone Bradbury's confidence cracked as he stared at Jean Fry, unable to understand how anyone could survive a blow that should have ended the fight. His thoughts raced frantically, searching for an explanation, wondering if some hidden skill or special ability had saved Jean Fry at the last second. The white-haired observer reached the same conclusion from the shadows. There was something deeply abnormal about Jean Fry. Simone Bradbury was certain his blade had cut Jean Fry's body, yet the corpse he expected was nowhere to be found, and the result in front of him made no sense. Before Simone Bradbury could solve the mystery, an unseen strike suddenly tore into his chest. He staggered back in shock, eyes wide, unable to understand when the attack had even happened. What terrified Simone Bradbury most was that Jean Fry appeared not to have moved at all. Then more invisible attacks pierced Simone Bradbury's body one after another, ripping through his certainty, as brutally as they tore through his flesh. As blood filled Simone Bradbury's mouth, the only thing he could do was wonder in horror what Jean Fry had done to him. His sudden scream startled the hidden observer, who heard Simone Bradbury howling in pain even though she could not see any clear cause for it. Simone Bradbury stumbled through the moonlight azalea field in blind panic, no longer fighting with discipline, but unraveling completely. Jean Fry followed him from a calm distance, watching as Simone Bradbury flailed in terror against attacks only he could perceive. Jean Fry revealed the truth behind it. Lucifer's halo's third skill, Phantom Playground, could trap anyone who had seen his eyes inside hallucinations. Even while suffering, Simone Bradbury bitterly admitted that he had already understood the world contained monsters far beyond him. With the fight already decided, Jean Fry finally shifted his attention away from Simone Bradbury and turned toward the woman who had been watching from concealment. Mira finally stepped out from her hiding place, revealing herself beneath the moonlight, and Jean Fry's gaze shifted toward her as he acknowledged the presence he had sensed all along. Mira asked whether Jean Fry had enjoyed pretending not to notice that he was being followed, and he answered plainly, confirming that he had known she was there. Jean Fry made it clear that Mira had never been the real issue for him. He guessed she was acting under an Adventurers Association mission, then pointed toward the Moonlight Azalea operation, saying that exposing something this illegal should be more than enough to fulfill her objective. With that, Jean Fry tried to leave the aftermath in Mira's hands, calmly distancing himself from the illegal cultivation site as if his part in the matter was already finished. But just as Jean Fry was about to walk away, he suddenly stopped, remembering the real reason he had come here in the first place. Jean Fry opened his inventory right there, and Mira watched him closely from the side, her suspicion growing as she tried to figure out what he was about to do. He equipped the Goblin Snatcher glove, the hidden tool he had obtained for exactly this kind of situation, a piece of gear made to loot enemies who could no longer fight back. The glove's ability was simple, but extremely dangerous. It allowed Jean Fry to choose one item from a defeated opponent's inventory and take it as his own. Jean Fry used the glove on the unconscious subordinate first, offering a brief apology out of habit, even though the man was already in no position to answer. The glove produced exactly what Jean Fry had been chasing. The Qinglong wine, the S-rank item he had wanted from the start, and his face lit up with satisfaction the moment he finally held it. With the Qinglong wine secured, Jean Fry believed the next demon god battle would become far easier, and in the quiet of his own heart, he asked his mother to wait for him just a little longer. Mira's expression hardened as she watched Jean Fry speak with that private determination, sensing there was something deeply personal behind his calm attitude. When Mira confronted him about what he had just done, Jean Fry grew visibly nervous and quickly insisted that every item he had used was completely legal. Mira accepted that point for the moment, though her tone made it clear that she was not entirely convinced by everything she had seen. Still, without any firm grounds to stop Jean Fry, Mira had no choice but to let him leave. Jean Fry walked away from the biotope with the Qinglong wine in hand, while Mira remained behind among the ruined flowers, silently thinking over everything she had witnessed. As Mira reviewed the battle in her mind, she noted that there had been no clear proof of Jean Fry using forbidden items or banned job skills. That left Mira with the most reasonable conclusion. Jean Fry's overwhelming power was coming from his equipment, and since none of that equipment matched the Adventurers Association's list of banned gear, Mira could only conclude that Jean Fry Van Raid was simply far more extraordinary than he appeared. Later, Jean Fry arrived at Tobar's workshop on the second continent, finally carrying the materials he had worked so hard to gather. He had come prepared to use the Qinglong wine as the trigger for another hidden equipment event, one that could lead to a brand new piece of rare gear. Outside the workshop, Jean Fry overheard someone angrily complaining that Tobar refused to listen to anyone unless they brought the right gift first. Jean Fry recognized the situation immediately, and from experience, he understood that frustration all too well. Even with the chaos spilling out from the workshop, Jean Fry walked in with a cheerful attitude, as if he already knew exactly how this would go. To catch Tobar's attention, Jean Fry presented the prepared board along with the Qinglong wine, offering them up almost like a tribute to the stubborn blacksmith. The legendary blacksmith Tobar responded with his usual hostility, glaring at Jean Fry as if he were nothing more than another annoying visitor wasting his time. Tobar immediately ordered Jean Fry to get out, but Jean Fry only observed that the old blacksmith had not changed at all. Jean Fry forced his way into the conversation anyway, refusing to be pushed out and insisting that Tobar at least hear him out for a moment. Then Jean Fry sighed dramatically, saying it would be a real shame if Tobar missed the chance to taste such a remarkable liquor. That single mention instantly caught Tobar's attention, cutting straight through his irritation. The moment Tobar recognized the Qinglong wine, his anger transformed into desperate greed, and he immediately demanded that Jean Fry leave the bottle behind. Tobar even kicked at Jean Fry in his impatience, acting less like a legendary craftsman and more like a stubborn child throwing a tantrum over a treat. Jean Fry kept the bottle safely out of Tobar's reach, remembering that in the original game, handing over this wine was the key to starting a hidden event. Normally, the Qinglong wine alone would make Tobar friendly enough to forge an S-rank item, but Jean Fry knew there was a much better path hidden beyond the standard reward. So Jean Fry revealed the second ingredient he had prepared, a scorching rock. Jean Fry explained that he had obtained the scorching rock from Freyna during the previous demon god battle, and Tobar was stunned when he realized Jean Fry had brought both of the key materials. Once Tobar understood the full value of what Jean Fry was offering, the atmosphere shifted, and the two finally sat down to negotiate properly. Jean Fry poured Tobar a drink, and with that first cup, the hidden event truly began. The liquor hit Tobar hard, and his emotions quickly rose to the surface as the taste reminded him of the spirit his late wife had loved so much. Tobar rambled on again about how his wife especially enjoyed that liquor when it was warmed by a scorching rock, while Jean Fry quietly endured the familiar story. By patiently humoring Tobar and serving him another cup, Jean Fry fully stepped into the hidden event he had been aiming for from the start. Jean Fry recalled that combining the Qinglong wine with the scorching rock would push the reward beyond the normal S-rank result, transforming it into an unknown grade hidden item. Tobar eventually broke down into drunken self-blame over his dead wife, and Jean Fry patiently waited through the emotional collapse because he knew it was all part of the process. After staying up with Tobar through the entire night, Jean Fry finally collapsed from exhaustion, unable to keep himself awake any longer. Jean Fry woke abruptly when the forging was finally complete, snapping back to awareness as the long-awaited result arrived. The next morning, Tobar stood over him while Jean Fry tried to shake off the heavy fatigue from the night before. Now in a far better mood, Tobar offered Jean Fry a reward in exchange for the extraordinary drink he had brought. Jean Fry flattered Tobar exactly as expected, respectfully praising the blacksmith's title because he knew Tobar enjoyed having his legendary status acknowledged. The gamble paid off beautifully, and Jean Fry finally received his third piece of hidden equipment. The item was Edaton's leg, an unknown rank piece of equipment that greatly boosted speed, allowed movement across any terrain, and even granted short-range teleportation with one more locked skill still waiting to be revealed. With Edaton's leg finally in his possession, Jean Fry felt satisfied, deciding that everything he needed to accomplish on the second continent had at last been completed. His next destination was already set, Grace Castle, the second continent's dangerous S-rank dungeon waiting deep within the frozen region. Jean Fry reviewed the abilities of Edaton's leg one more time, confirming that with this final piece of preparation complete, he was ready to move on to the next stage. Just before Jean Fry left the workshop, Tobar suddenly tossed him one extra gift, as if it were nothing more than a casual parting gesture. The gift turned out to be a strange, non-alcoholic hot sake, created after the Qinglong wine had been boiled for too long, but when drunk, it granted an extremely warm status effect. Tobar confirmed that Jean Fry was heading for the S-rank dungeon, then sent him off with a rare bit of thanks in his rough, awkward way. Before Jean Fry departed, Tobar also warned him not to underestimate the demon god of ice, because that enemy was not only powerful, but cunning as well. Soon after, Jean Fry arrived at the entrance gate of Grace Castle, where the entire landscape was swallowed by snow, freezing wind and the brutal chill of the mountain. Around him, other travelers trudged forward through the harsh cold, their bodies bent against the wind as they entered the frozen mountain region one step at a time. Even with his new mobility equipment, the cold struck Jean Fry hard enough to make him wince, biting straight through the air around him. Remembering Tobar's parting gift, Jean Fry decided there was no reason to keep suffering through the weather when he already had a solution. He pulled out the flask Tobar had given him, holding it in his hand as the icy wind continued to howl around the gate. Ignoring the curious stares from the nearby people, Jean Fry raised the flask and drank it right there on the spot. The effect activated immediately, and warmth spread through Jean Fry's body, leaving him comfortably protected from the cold for the next 100 minutes. Relieved, Jean Fry realized that he no longer needed to waste time preparing special winter gear before challenging the dungeon. The bystanders, however, mocked Jean Fry's light clothing and strange halo, assuming that anyone dressed like that in such weather had to be reckless, foolish, or both. Their gossip only grew more dismissive as they wrote Jean Fry off as some clueless rookie who had no idea what kind of dungeon he was walking into. Jean Fry ignored their voices completely, shutting out the noise around him and focusing only on the objective waiting ahead. A system notice appeared, reminding Jean Fry that Grace Castle had a strict 2-hour clear limit that could not be ignored. Knowing that restriction was now active, Jean Fry resolved to move quickly and waste as little time as possible. If Jean Fry failed to clear the dungeon before the time limit expired, he would be expelled and lose half of his inventory and money, meaning the race against the clock had truly begun. Jean Fry was reminded once again of how brutally punishing this game had always been, where every major failure could force him to grind all the way back up again. That brief wave of nostalgia vanished the moment Jean Fry sensed heavy magical activity already stirring somewhere inside the castle. He then noticed other challengers moving ahead of him through the frozen area, their figures cutting across the snow toward the same destination. Realizing he had competition, Jean Fry decided he needed to reach the Demon God Hall first if he wanted to secure the Ice Chimera's fang he needed. Far below, ordinary adventurers struggled through the snow as they made their way toward the castle, each step slowed by the harsh terrain. The frozen ground itself seemed to fight against them, turning every slope and snowdrift into an obstacle that dragged their progress to a crawl. The adventurers began to realize that between the blizzard and the miserable terrain, they might miss the deadline before they ever reached the castle. Their already difficult advance was suddenly interrupted when a giant rabbit-like monster charged toward them through the snow. The creature revealed itself as a level 82 Kunokurus, a monster strong enough to turn their desperate climb into an immediate crisis. The adventurers fell into despair, realizing that if monster attacks kept delaying them like this, they would never make it to Grace Castle in time. One of the adventurers shouted desperately for support as the beast closed in, panic breaking through his voice. But instead of helping from behind, Jean Fry simply ran through the air above them, crossing the sky as if the frozen terrain beneath him did not matter at all. Without even breaking his stride, Jean Fry dropped straight into the fight, cutting into the battlefield with effortless speed. Enjoying the strange freedom of movement, Jean Fry confirmed that his passive skill, free walking, allowed him to move freely regardless of terrain, even across open air. Jean Fry quickly noticed that more enemies were approaching, their presence closing in before the first threat had even fully settled. 2 more level 82 Kunokurus leapt toward Jean Fry in midair, attacking from above as if they meant to tear him down before he could pass. Pressed for time, Jean Fry apologized casually, then cut both monsters down at once without slowing his pace. Jean Fry left the rest behind as the monsters' bodies scattered through the air. continuing forward while the battlefield fell into stunned silence. The shocked adventurers recognized Jean Fry from the entrance, and when they saw the halo above his head, they realized he was the one they had mistaken for a restless spirit. Even the surviving monster seemed shaken by Jean Fry's presence, reacting as if it had just encountered something beyond ordinary understanding. For a moment, the adventurers and the monster alike instinctively treated the so-called restless spirit with a strange mixture of reverence and fear. After hearing their reaction, Jean Fry threatened them into keeping quiet, then immediately continued moving toward the castle. At last, demon god Almud's castle came into view, rising ahead through the frozen landscape like the heart of the dungeon itself. Jean Fry reached the castle ahead of the other challengers exactly as he had planned, cutting through the time loss that slowed everyone else down. Pleased with his pace, Jean Fry noted that the entire trip had taken only 5 minutes. But his satisfaction vanished the moment Jean Fry sensed that someone else had already arrived before him. At the entrance, Jean Fry spotted Mira, the white-haired woman from the 8 Guardians, approaching the castle ahead of him. Jean Fry immediately suspected that Mira might also be after hidden equipment, and the last thing he wanted was to get tangled up with her again. At the same time, Jean Fry could not understand why someone of Mira's rank would bother challenging a dungeon like this in the first place. Without the slightest pause, she reaches for the gate mechanism and sets it in motion, acting as if hesitation was never even an option. She makes it clear that she came here for one reason. The man she has been hunting is supposedly hiding somewhere inside this place, and even with the danger of the dungeon and the strict time limit placed on every adventurer, she refuses to turn back. Because she is certain her target is no ordinary opponent, she steels herself and steps forward anyway, choosing to enter despite everything waiting beyond the gate. From outside, he watches closely, already preparing himself for the usual entrance trial that should block anyone trying to force their way in. But instead of dealing with the gate the normal way, she simply destroys her path through it, smashing straight inside with brute force and leaving him both genuinely impressed and deeply irritated. Seeing that overwhelming display for himself, he has to admit that her title as one of the 8 Guardians is not just empty fame. She has clearly earned that reputation. Once she disappears into the interior, he drops down from his position and immediately moves to follow after her. He figures her violent shortcut actually worked in his favor, since now he does not have to waste time clearing the entrance gimmick on his own. Just as he prepares to move deeper inside, his senses pick up movement behind him, and he realizes the rabbit monsters have already caught up again. Several Kunakuras close in around him from different sides, their bodies tense and ready to spring, and he cannot help but comment on how stubbornly persistent they are. In the next instant, the entire pack launches at him together, rushing in at once as if they mean to crush him through sheer numbers. Before they can reach him, he activates Tempest Teleportation, a short-range teleportation skill that can only be used a limited number of times each day. The Kunakuras slam into nothing but empty air, their attack missing completely as his body vanishes from the spot where he had been standing. A moment later, he reappears far deeper inside the castle, emerging near the polar ice chamber on the 9th floor. Satisfied with the result, he confirms that the teleportation worked perfectly, giving him a massive shortcut through the dungeon. He remembers that the demon god chamber cannot be reached directly. To open the way forward, he first has to defeat the mid-boss guarding this section. Now that Idetan's leg is equipped, he expects his speed and mobility to let him tear through this route faster than he ever has before. With that confidence pushing him forward, he steps in without fear, already aiming to set a new personal best. Meanwhile, in the hidden ice chamber of the annex, a completely different confrontation is already unfolding in the cold, silent depths. Garuda Gastome, the master of the Wind Sword Guild, has cornered a group of terrified followers, and they can only shrink back while begging him to stop. Above Garuda Gastome, a timer displays how much life he has left inside the dungeon, yet he looks at it not with fear, but like a resource to be calculated and spent. With an icy calm, he tells them exactly why they are being killed. In his eyes, they were simply too slow to be useful. Then, as if proving his words through action, Garuda Gastome swings his sword without hesitation and without even a trace of mercy. One of his own subordinates is cut down right in front of the others, collapsing before their horrified eyes. As his remaining time increases, Garuda Gastome does not mourn the life he just ended. Instead, he complains about the time they have wasted. One of the surviving subordinates crumples to the ground, trembling as he desperately begs for forgiveness. Garuda Gastome coldly lectures them that people without value deserve to die, twisting murder into some cruel lesson about worth. He lifts his blade once more, clearly savoring the fear in front of him and taking pleasure in his own brutality. Another sharp increase in his timer makes the truth impossible to miss. Every person Garuda Gaston kills extends the amount of time he can remain in the dungeon. One subordinate stands completely frozen in place, two overwhelmed by terror to run, fight, or even speak. The remaining men plead with everything they have, begging him for mercy as Garuda Gaston prepares to claim yet another life. Garuda Gaston mocks their desperation, telling them that to him, their lives are worth nothing more than a few extra hours. Then his irritation turns toward the others, and he demands to know why so few new arrivals have been brought to him today, complaining that the supply is nowhere near enough. One subordinate shakily explains that they are still trying to gather and bring in more people, but the process is taking time. Garuda Gaston answers that excuse with a threat, warning them that if they fail, they will become the next sacrifices in place of the missing victims. The subordinate finally understands the horror of what is happening. Garuda Gaston has been stealing other people's time limits by murdering them. As his eyes move over the pile of corpses, he realizes Garuda Gaston intends to keep repeating this slaughter for months, if that is what it takes. Garuda Gaston grows visibly annoyed by the delay, his patience wearing thin as the supply of victims fails to meet his expectations. He reasons that Simone, the executive, was probably captured by the 8 Guardians, and that the association must be dismantling his guild from the top down once again. Even with that possibility in mind, Garuda Gaston remains confident. Inside this dungeon, he believes the time limit system itself shields him from anyone pursuing him from the outside. He sneers at the castle's sacred appearance, all while turning the supposedly holy place into his own personal slaughterhouse. Back near the polar ice chamber, the protagonist moves through the corridor like a blur, tearing through the monsters in his path with effortless acrobatic precision. The snow beasts rush him one after another, but he cuts them down so quickly that their attacks barely have time to form. The battle quickly turns completely one-sided, with the protagonist using his speed and mobility to stay just out of reach no matter how fiercely the monsters attack. He can feel just how much freedom the hidden equipment gives him in combat, and he enjoys the way it lets him move without being pinned down. Even so, he cannot ignore the enormous magical pressure pressing in from somewhere deeper inside the castle. He recognizes one source of that power as the second demon god waiting on the 10th floor, but there is another presence in the castle that feels even stronger. Still, he forces himself to stay focused on Almud first. With that threat still lingering in the back of his mind, he finishes off another beast as it charges toward him. Now that the corridor is almost cleared, he expects the mid-boss guarding this area to reveal itself at any moment. Just then, a nearby door begins to open. The white-haired woman from the 8 Guardians steps into the area, her presence cutting through the cold atmosphere the moment she appears. The protagonist immediately realizes that the stronger magical pressure he had sensed earlier was coming from her, and a wave of relief passes through him when he sees she has already made it all the way to this floor. She glances around the area with a faint look of confusion, noticing that not a single monster is left moving anywhere near her. That brief confusion does not last long, because behind her, the icy air begins to twist and gather as 2 massive snow golems take shape. The monsters fully reveal themselves as level 92 snow golems, towering mid-bosses formed from packed snow, ice, and raw dungeon power. The white-haired guardian understands at once that something strange is going on because mid-bosses should not be appearing this suddenly or under such abnormal conditions. Without wasting even a second, she begins casting a summoning spell, her posture steady as power gathers around her. She calls forth Sylphid, a powerful wind elemental, and the air around her shifts as that unseen force answers her command. Watching from above while hanging upside down and hiding, the protagonist instantly recognizes the type of magic she is using. He notes that summoning an elemental like that is not something an average adventurer can do, since it requires an extremely high-level summoner. In her mind, the white-haired guardian quietly apologizes to the hidden observer she believes may be nearby, making it clear that she has no time to involve herself in anyone else's affairs. Then she turns Sylphid's power toward the snow golems, directing the elemental force straight at the 2 massive bosses. Violent wind begins to coil around the golems, tightening around their enormous bodies as the pressure in the chamber suddenly spikes. The white-haired guardian closes her hand, and with that single motion, she triggers the attack. In an instant, compressed wind and flashing lightning tear through the snow golems, obliterating both mid-bosses in one devastating strike. The protagonist is left stunned, barely able to believe that she wiped out both mid-bosses at the same time as if it were nothing. He has no choice but to admit that the white-haired guardian operates on a level far beyond ordinary adventurers. With both bosses defeated, the blocked route finally opens, revealing the way forward toward the demon god chamber. The protagonist recognizes the newly appeared door right away, understanding that it leads directly to Almud. Keeping his presence quiet, the protagonist slips down from his hiding place and lands without drawing attention. The white-haired guardian decides to keep searching somewhere else, turning her attention toward the annex as her next destination. From her choice of direction, the protagonist concludes that she is hunting a person rather than chasing the demon god, and he feels relieved that their goals do not seem to overlap. Even so, the white-haired guardian suddenly feels something strange behind her, as if a presence had slipped just beyond the edge of her senses. She turns back sharply, scanning the area as she tries to pinpoint the watcher she almost detected. When she finds nothing there, she wonders if the feeling was only her imagination, a false impression that someone had been observing her. Pushing that suspicion down, the white-haired guardian refocuses on her mission and continues with what she came here to do. Meanwhile, the protagonist reaches the corridor on the 10th floor, standing just outside the entrance to the demon god chamber. He activates the final door, setting the mechanism in motion as the path to the chamber opens before him. Inside, the protagonist finds a frozen throne room lined with corpses impaled on jagged pillars of ice, each body standing as proof of Almud's cruelty. Facing the figure waiting within, the protagonist greets the second demon god, Almud, like an enemy he already knows far too well. Almud appears before him at level 100, and the chamber itself carries a passive effect that weakens every adventurer inside by 20%. Almud welcomes the protagonist with a predator's grin, treating him not like a challenger, but like fresh livestock that has wandered straight into his den. The protagonist checks his own status and confirms that his hidden equipment is raising his stats enough to counter the chamber's weakening effect. Almud laughs from within the throne room, while the frozen victims surrounding them make the coming battlefield even more vicious and grim. With cruel confidence, Almud promises that the protagonist will soon join the others, becoming another corpse displayed in his frozen collection. The bodies trapped in ice all around them make Almud's threat feel painfully real, as if the room itself is warning what happens to those who lose. Every impaled victim in the chamber stands as evidence that Almud has carried out this same brutality many times before. At first, the protagonist senses no active magic coming from the impaled victims and assumes they are already dead. Then he realizes his first assumption is wrong. One of the men impaled on the ice is still barely clinging to life, his body broken but not yet gone. Using the last of his strength, the surviving man warns the protagonist to run before it is too late. Almud responds to that desperate plea by detonating the ice spike, killing the man instantly before his warning can go any further. The protagonist watches the shattered ice fragments fall around him, his face remaining calm even as the brutal scene unfolds. He recognizes Almud's opening move from the game, but he also understands that this real battle may not follow his memories exactly. Almud boasts that humans have no worth at all, except as food meant to satisfy him. He reveals that many adventurers have already entered the chamber today, and that the protagonist is the 10th one to arrive. Delighted by the growing number of victims, Almud looks forward to the feast waiting for him. The remaining impaled man stays within the demon's sight, reduced to another piece of Almud's grotesque display. Even in his dying state, the victim can feel the overwhelming pressure pouring off Almud, heavy enough to crush the air around them. For a brief moment, the protagonist reflects on how absurd it is that anyone ever tried to challenge a monster like Almud head-on. Almud finally makes his move, lunging forward with murderous speed as he tries to butcher the protagonist right where he stands. The protagonist answers that sudden charge without panic, activating Tempest teleportation the instant Almud closes in. In a blink, the protagonist vanishes from Almud's front and reappears behind him, spending one of his remaining daily uses to reposition himself in an instant. Before Almud can even turn, the protagonist's blade flashes across the demon's face, carving open a bloody wound in one clean strike. The dying survivor can only stare from where he hangs, his eyes widening in disbelief as the battle suddenly flips in the protagonist's favor.
Almud recoils in shock, unable to accept that a human actually managed to land a blow on him.
The protagonist brushes off Almud's outrage, calmly noting that the cut may look painful, but it is still nowhere near a decisive injury. Almud quickly realizes the protagonist is not moving blindly. This enemy understands his attack patterns, and even Almud is forced to grudgingly acknowledge that cunning. The protagonist keeps his composure, treating the fight less like a desperate struggle and more like a manageable warm-up before reaching the reward he actually came for. Almud responds by raising his power, filling the ceiling above them with enormous ice spears that gleam coldly over the chamber. The protagonist remains standing beneath the incoming barrage, watching the shape and timing of the attack instead of rushing to escape. Then, the spears come crashing down all at once, burying the area beneath a massive formation of ice. From his throne, Almud watches the frozen wreckage with confidence, assuming that single attack has already decided the fight. With a smug expression, Almud concludes that no mere human could possibly dodge a strike that covered the battlefield so completely. But a moment later, the protagonist appears right beside him and drives his weapon deep into Almud's torso before the demon can react. Centipede's mind's eye activates at that perfect moment, turning the strike into a brutal critical hit. Blood bursts from the wound as Almud's body buckles, forcing the demon god down onto one knee. Almud is visibly shaken, because the attack came so suddenly that he never even saw it happen. Only then does Almud understand that the protagonist is not simply fast. He can appear at Almud's side almost instantaneously. The protagonist judges the situation calmly, realizing that with 3 hidden pieces of equipment equipped and Almud fighting recklessly, this battle is already well within his control. Even so, the protagonist holds himself back from finishing Almud right away, because he still needs the demon god alive long enough to summon the ice chimera and produce the fang he came to obtain. The haloed swordsman rushes in again, aiming to finish the ice demon before Almud can regain the advantage. But the blue-skinned demon notices the incoming attack and immediately tenses, sensing the danger closing in. The protagonist stops short when he realizes Almud has positioned himself behind a mortally wounded hostage. For a split second, the protagonist hesitates, forced to weigh the strike against the risk of cutting down the helpless man in front of him. Almud mocks that hesitation with cruel satisfaction, revealing that the hostage is already dead and that he is using the corpse as nothing more than a shield. The protagonist curses Almud's cruelty, furious both at the demon's depravity and at his own brief moment of restraint. Sensing that hesitation, Almud taunts the protagonist, asking why the overwhelming power from earlier seems to have disappeared. Regaining confidence, Almud raises his hand again while still using the corpse like a grotesque prop, preparing to unleash another technique. Almud activates Glacier Marionette, a sinister spell that turns the dead into icebound puppets under his control. The first corpse is caught by the spell and lifted upward, jagged ice gripping its body like strings on a puppet. One after another, more dead victims rise as frozen marionettes, changing the chamber into a horrifying army of corpses. A surviving witness looks on in terror, realizing the bodies of the victims are being turned into weapons. Even the nearby survivors begin to twitch and stir under Almud's control, showing that the spell can spread through those who have fallen. Almud commands the puppets to attack, ordering the dead to kill the protagonist in his place. The reanimated bodies close in from around the chamber, forcing the protagonist to face innocent victims who have been twisted into attackers. The protagonist recognizes the ability as another impossible anomaly, something that should not exist under the game's original rules, just like the strange changes he saw with the other demon gods. Among the impaled victims, one man is still barely clinging to life, and Almud notices that unexpected survival. The dying man realizes that the protagonist has finally found him, even as his strength continues to fade. Using that opening, the protagonist strikes from behind and slices through Almud's arm with a lightning-fast slash. Almud turns toward the wrong target, reacting far too late to stop the counterattack already cutting through him. The protagonist coldly reminds Almud that the helpless victim is not the one he should be watching. His real opponent is standing right behind him. Humiliated by being outplayed, Almud erupts in fury, his pride wounded even more deeply than his body. A system message appears, revealing that the slash has also inflicted severe poison on the demon god Almud. The poison immediately begins working through Almud's body, steadily draining his health with every passing second. Desperate to take back control of the fight, Almud calls for a new summon. 3 level 99 ice chimeras emerge in response, summoned to overwhelm the protagonist with sheer force. But instead of panicking at the sight of them, the protagonist sharpens his focus, as if this is the exact moment he has been waiting for. The protagonist rushes forward with satisfaction, finally seeing the monsters he came here to harvest. Before Almud can even finish gloating, the summoned chimeras are cut down in an instant. The severed heads of the ice chimeras hit the floor one after another, rolling across the frozen hall while the demons stare at the remains in stunned silence. The haloed swordsman stays completely calm, almost satisfied, As he confirms that he has finally obtained the ice chimera fangs he came all this way to collect. He also notices that after such a brutal exchange, his weapon centipede has finally been worn down below the durability threshold he was aiming for. Elsewhere in the chaos, a faint smile appears, hinting that someone else has been quietly waiting for the perfect chance to make a move. Back in the hall, the haloed swordsman tells Almude that their little game is over, and Almude can only stare back in confusion at his sudden confidence. A system notice appears, confirming that the required condition has finally been met to unlock Centipede's third skill. Centipede's hidden ability becomes available at last, giving the haloed swordsman a brand new trump card to use in the battle. At the same time, the force of the fight continues to shake the grand hall, with the aftershocks rattling through the frozen chamber. In another room, a wounded subordinate drags himself across the floor toward a cloaked swordsman, desperately begging his master for help. The man looks down at him coldly, showing no concern at all, as if the injured follower is nothing more than an annoying interruption. He mutters that hiding in this place has its uses, but it is also becoming troublesome, and even so, he prepares to act. The injured subordinate stiffens in fear, bracing himself as his master moves without the slightest hint of mercy. Violent wind begins to coil around the hidden swordsman, gathering sharply as the air in the room turns dangerous. Then he unleashes a cutting slash that kills his own subordinate, using that death as part of his escape and concealment. A silver-haired woman arrives and immediately identifies the cloaked man as Garuda Gastome, master of the Wind Sword Guild. She begins listing his crimes one after another, naming murder, human trafficking, illegal gambling, contraband, dealing, and more. And she makes it clear that even that long list is only a small part of everything Garuda Gastome has done. Calling him every bit as vile as his reputation suggests, she summons elementals to carry out her mission. First, she calls forth Undine, the water elemental, and the air shifts with a cool, flowing pressure. Then she summons Ifrit, the fire elemental, bringing a fierce heat into the cold room. Finally, she brings forth Sylphid, the wind elemental, completing the powerful trio at her command. With 3 high-ranking elementals standing at her side, the silver-haired woman takes control of the room without needing to raise her voice. Garuda Gastome realizes she can command top-tier summoned beings as if it were effortless, and he understands that this woman is no ordinary pursuer. He demands to know who she is, and the woman answers by introducing herself as Mira Goldland. Speaking with the authority of the 8 guardians, Mira Goldland declares that she has come to arrest Garuda Gastome and hand him over to the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, Centipede's third skill finishes unlocking for the haloed swordsman as well, right in the middle of his battle with Almude. He welcomes the timing, because this new power is exactly what he had been waiting to use. Almude, poisoned and mutilated, lashes out in furious humiliation, still trying to dominate the human he stubbornly calls livestock. The demon god gives up on the idea of eating him, and instead vows to crush him completely. Almude pulls itself together, preparing a final transformation so it can continue the fight. Ice bursts from Almude's back, spreading outward as enormous frozen wings begin to form. The wings stretch wide behind the demon god, granting Almude the ability to move through the air and attack from a new angle. Almude launches upward with a laugh, trying to reclaim control of the battle from high above the chamber. The demon dives and circles aggressively, snarling that the haloed swordsman should have stayed down when he had the chance. But the haloed swordsman follows Almude into the air, mocking how satisfying it feels to stand above the demon god for once. He twists the insult even further, savoring the chance to literally look down on Almude after everything the demon has said. Enraged by the mockery, Almude charges straight toward him through the air. Still trying to shake his composure, Almude demands to know how long the haloed swordsman can keep acting so calm. As Almude speaks, crackling power condenses in one hand, gathering into another attack meant to end the fight. Hovering on its frozen wings, Almude shapes that power into a long, icy spear, its tip gleaming with lethal force. Declaring that anyone who gets in the way of its mission must die, Almude hurls itself forward in a deadly aerial assault. The haloed swordsman reads the attack clearly, holding his position as he waits for the exact moment to answer. Then, at last, he calls upon Centipede's third skill. That skill, Meltdown, transforms the blade into a liquid weapon, allowing it to shift and reshape itself freely. The haloed swordsman immediately understands what that means. Centipede can now become whatever form his imagination demands. Almude keeps pressing forward, convinced that the haloed swordsman cannot survive forever by simply dodging. But in the middle of the attack, Almude suddenly senses that something is wrong with the timing. The haloed swordsman raises the liquefied blade above his head and reshapes it into a massive descending edge. Almud tries to block, but the demon god is already trapped beneath the transformed strike. The blow comes down as Toxic Heaven Gate, a devastating poison-infused execution that crashes onto Almud from above. The moment his strike lands, the swordsman feels the impact drive clean through his enemy, and a satisfied smile almost reaches his face. That makes 2 demon gods taken down by his own hand now, and for him, it is not just a victory, it is a brand new personal record.
Ormod's body starts to darken from the inside out, the poisoned flesh cracking and crumbling beneath the force of the final blow. Piece by piece, the demon god's form breaks apart, as if the poison and the finishing strike are devouring what remains of him together.
A system notification appears before him, cold and absolute, confirming what the shattered battlefield already makes clear. The second demon god, Ormod, has been defeated. Ormod's winged corpse finally loses every last trace of strength and crashes heavily onto the floor. The once terrifying body lies there motionless, completely spent, with none of its former menace left. The clear screen flashes into view, displaying the completion time for the run. When the swordsman sees the record, he cannot help feeling pleased. He has not only survived, but also set a new fastest clear. One of the surviving victims stares at him in disbelief, barely able to process what he has just witnessed. One person truly defeated a demon god all alone, and through the haze of fear and pain, the survivor dares to wonder if he might finally be safe. Another notice follows right after, announcing that the previous record holder's time has been completely surpassed. The old benchmark is no longer standing, replaced by the swordsman's impossible new result. The survivor who had been impaled begins to disappear as teleportation light gathers around his body. He has been spared from dying here, though the system's penalty will still take its price before letting him go. The swordsman watches the man vanish and accepts the outcome for what it is. Even if the survivor cannot leave without paying some kind of cost, at the very least, he will live. More importantly, the swordsman checks the item he came all this way to obtain and confirms it is safely in his possession. The Ice Chimera Fang material is secured. With that ingredient finally gathered, only one thing remains before he can create the elixir to cure his mother's illness. All he still needs now is the ancient red clay. Just as the swordsman begins thinking through where he should go next, the entire building suddenly trembles again. But this time, the shaking feels different, rougher, heavier, and driven by another kind of violence altogether. Outside, the castle itself seems to shudder under the force of a separate battle raging nearby. The walls and floor vibrate, as if 2 overwhelming powers are colliding somewhere close. Mira stands her ground behind a swirling barrier of wind and water, bracing herself as Garuda continues pressing forward without pause. His attacks crash against her defenses with relentless force, leaving her no room to relax. Garuda watches Mira resist him and seems to enjoy every second of it. Rather than treating her like a true threat, he acts as if their fight is a lesson, and he is the one generously teaching it. Mira's gaze sharpens, and instead of backing down, she gives a new command. She orders a fire attack, blazing mirage breath. Ifrit responds immediately to Mira's command, flames roaring to life around the spirit. A surging wave of fire then rushes straight toward Garuda, filling the space between them with blazing heat. The flames coil and spiral around Garuda, wrapping him in a burning vortex. But even standing in the middle of that fire, he remains composed, his posture steady and his control unbroken. With a clean motion of his sword, Garuda cuts straight through the fiery assault. The elemental flames scatter apart under the edge of his blade, losing their shape before they can swallow him. His counterstroke rips the fire apart completely, and the force of the wind behind his swing carves harsh marks across the floor. What had been a roaring attack is reduced to scattered heat and broken sparks. Mira narrows her eyes as she takes in the result. It is clear now that simply overwhelming Garuda with raw elemental pressure will not be enough to stop him. Without wasting time, Mira changes her approach and gives another order. This time she calls for a water technique, Raging Current Wave. Undine gathers a massive surge of water around Mira, the liquid rising and twisting like a living shield. In the next instant, that defense begins shifting into an offensive formation aimed at Garuda. But Garuda refuses to be trapped by the rushing water. He brings his sword down again, slicing through the current before it can fully pin him in place. The water attack bursts apart around his blade, breaking into countless harmless droplets. What should have been a crushing wave rains down around him instead, stripped of all its force. From his hidden position, the haloed swordsman quietly watches the entire exchange unfold. He keeps his distance, staying out of sight while studying every movement between Mira and Garuda. Only then does the swordsman realize what caused the tremors he felt earlier. The shaking that ran through the building was not from the demon god at all, it came from Mira and Garuda clashing here. As the swordsman observes Garuda's blade work, his expression grows more serious. The man's swordsmanship is clearly on an extremely high level, and judging from the situation, he is most likely the guildmaster Mira came here to capture. Garuda notices that Mira still has not gone all out, and his amusement turns mocking. He sneers at her restraint, saying she is disgracing the title of 8 Guardian by fighting so half-heartedly. Then Garuda raises his sword, his confidence sharpening along with the blade. Since Mira's attacks have failed to impress him, he decides to show her what a real strike is supposed to look like. Wind begins coiling tightly around Garuda's sword, gathering along the edge with terrifying focus. The air itself seems to compress as he prepares a concentrated killing blow. A towering whirlwind forms above Garuda, twisting higher and higher before surging toward Mira. The violent spiral bears down on her like a storm given the shape of a blade. Even Mira is forced fully onto the defensive as the pressure closes in. The force of the attack presses against her defenses so heavily that she can no longer treat Garuda's power lightly. Seeing how dangerous the strike is becoming, the hidden swordsman shifts from his cover, his body tenses, ready to step in if Mira is truly about to be overwhelmed. Garuda commits everything to the swing, convinced that he has finally driven Mira into a corner. His blade comes down with the confidence of someone certain the fight is already decided. He unleashes the technique in one devastating motion, whirlwind slash. The attack tears straight through Mira's guard, the wind-forged blade cutting past her defenses in an instant. In one brutal slash, one of her arms is severed cleanly. Blood sprays through the air as the blow lands with frightening precision. For a moment, it looks as if Garuda has ended the battle right there with a single overwhelming strike. From his hiding place, the haloed swordsman stares in shock at what just happened. He cannot tell whether Mira has truly been finished, and the sudden brutality of the attack leaves him frozen for a heartbeat. Garuda looks down on the result and boasts that Mira was far weaker than he expected. He dismisses her summoned spirits as nothing but empty bluffs, as if none of them ever posed a real threat to him. But Mira answers him with cold contempt instead of fear. She compares Garuda to a fool too small-minded to understand the true difference between their levels. That insult finally cuts through Garuda's amusement. For the first time his confidence wavers, and the look on his face shifts from mockery to unease. Mira then reveals the truth he had been trying to stand above. Garuda Gaston is not some current legend at the height of glory. He is a former member of the 8 Guardians, someone who fell from grace. The revelation strikes Garuda hard, stunning him in place. In an instant, the superiority he had been clinging to begins to crumble beneath the weight of Mira's words. Only then does Garuda realize the truth far too late. The body he cut down was never Mira's real body at all. It was only a mirage-like decoy meant to mislead him. Mira decides it is time to teach him properly, not as someone beneath him, but as someone who once walked a similarly foolish path. Her tone carries the weight of experience, and her next move is meant to make him understand. She tells Garuda to look closely, because this is what a real attack looks like. A new aura suddenly flares behind Garuda, far heavier and more dangerous than anything Mira has summoned so far. The moment he senses it, his body reacts before his pride can catch up. Mira calls forth the spirit of heavenly thunder, Chiron. Garuda instantly understands that the situation has changed. The swagger he carried through the fight disappears, replaced by the cold realization that he is now the one standing in real danger. Garuda's confidence vanishes in an instant, and he hurriedly tries to stop Mira before the attack comes down. The same man who had been mocking her moments ago is suddenly desperate to talk, as if negotiation has become his only way out. Mira does not give Garuda even the smallest chance to bargain. Without hesitation, she moves forward and releases a thunder technique with cold, decisive force. A pillar of divine lightning crashes down from above, swallowing Garuda in blinding light. The strike overwhelms him completely, drowning out his resistance beneath the roar of heavenly thunder. Garuda's body convulses violently under the lightning, his muscles locking as the punishment tears through him. No matter how strong he was before, he cannot fight back against this crushing power. While Garuda is still reeling from the blast, Mira continues advancing without slowing down. She gives him no opening, no pause, and no chance to gather himself again. Garuda finally collapses among smoking puddles and scorched floorboards, his body battered and helpless. The proud guildmaster who had stood so arrogantly before is left broken on the ground. Mira looks down at him and judges the sight as a fittingly miserable end for a criminal who built his power by preying on others. Being reduced to this state feels like the punishment he deserves. Watching Mira stand there with 4 powerful spirits gathered around her, Jean Fry silently reassesses the danger in front of him. One thing becomes painfully clear: making an enemy of Mira would be an absolute disaster. Mira's eyes shift slightly, and her attention moves toward the place where Jean Fry has been hiding. Even without any obvious movement from him, she senses the hidden observer nearby. Without even turning fully toward him, Mira calls him out by name: Jean Fry Van Raid. Now that he has been caught, Jean Fry awkwardly tries to deny that he was spying. Mira lets the matter slide, partly because he never interfered with the fight, and partly because she still remembers their earlier encounter. Mira's spirits gather around the fallen Garuda, surrounding his weakened body from every side. With Garuda secured, they prepare to take him away without giving him another chance to escape. Jean Fry pieces the situation together and realizes that Garuda truly was the Wind Serpent Guild master. When Mira confirms the demon's presence is gone, Jean Fry answers honestly: it disappeared because he defeated it. Mira accepts Jean Fry's answer without pressing further and gives him a brief word of congratulations. Then she quickly turns to leave because her own work is still not finished. Before Mira departs, she leaves Jean Fry with one final remark: their paths will most likely cross again. Jean Fry watches as Mira and the Thunder Spirit escort Garuda away from the battlefield. As their figures disappear, he begins to understand that his connection to Mira is no longer something temporary. Sometime later, the focus shifts to the Adventurers Association headquarters, where the aftermath of the incident has already begun to settle. Garuda is now shown imprisoned in heavy chains, his body restrained, and his freedom completely stripped away. His capture is no longer just a battlefield victory, it has become official. The Vice President praises Mira for completing the mission and safely bringing Garuda into custody. His words carry the relief of someone who understands how dangerous that criminal truly was. Mira is thanked once again, and the Vice President informs her that the Wind Serpent Guild will soon be dismantled as well. With Garuda captured, the organization he led is already beginning to collapse. The Vice President hopes this crackdown will send a clear warning to other criminal guilds and prevent more crimes from spreading. Mira gives a restrained response, but her tone suggests she is not fully convinced that justice alone will be enough to end such things. A sharp-eyed woman notices that the bespectacled man beside her is distracted, his mind clearly somewhere else. She presses him directly, wanting him to admit what is really weighing on him. The bespectacled man acknowledges that his thoughts have drifted away from the current conversation. He admits there is one particular adventurer who has caught his attention and made him curious. In silence, the man fixes his thoughts on that name. The weight of his focus makes it clear that this mysterious adventurer is not someone he can simply ignore. Elsewhere, Jean Fry arrives on the 3rd continent, stepping into a new stage of his journey. The moment he gets there, he immediately surveys the area and turns his attention toward his next objective. Jean Fry realizes that once he defeats the demon on this continent, the ingredients for the universal elixir will finally be complete. The cure for his mother's illness is now closer than ever, but before Jean Fry can chase that goal, he checks the condition of his current weapon. The centipede lance is already badly worn, its damage impossible to overlook. Jean Fry quickly concludes that the centipede lance will not survive a battle against the 3rd demon lord. If he brings it into that fight, it will almost certainly break, so replacing it comes first. With that decision made, Jean Fry shifts his priorities. Before facing the demon, he sets out to obtain the 4th hidden gear. Jean Fry's search brings him into the central district of the 3rd continent, where the streets are busier and the clues to his next destination begin to line up. He heads toward an inn known as the Soaring Dragon King's Pavilion, already aware that it is no ordinary lodging house. Hidden somewhere inside is the path he needs to reach. The innkeeper greets Jean Fry like any normal guest, maintaining the calm face of ordinary hospitality. Behind that routine welcome, the secret entrance remains carefully concealed. When the innkeeper asks whether Jean Fry needs a room, Jean Fry smoothly plays along. He confirms that he will be staying for the night, acting just like a regular traveler. Then Jean Fry makes a strange room request that would sound bizarre to anyone else. In truth, the odd wording is not a preference at all. It is the hidden passphrase. The innkeeper understands the code immediately, and his reaction stays controlled. Without saying anything unnecessary, he silently confirms that this guest knows the secret arrangement. The innkeeper accepts Jean Fry's request at once, keeping his expression calm and professional. He grants access without exposing the hidden arrangement to anyone watching from the public side of the inn. Jean Fry is then guided away from the ordinary rooms and the open areas of the inn. Step by step, he is led down into a concealed underground route hidden from regular guests. As Jean Fry descends, he thinks back on how obscure this passphrase is supposed to be. Normally, it can only be learned through a hidden event on the fifth continent. Jean Fry feels relieved that he remembered the clue before wasting time elsewhere. Thanks to that memory, he can skip a long detour and head straight toward the hidden gear. When Jean Fry reaches the bottom, he steadies himself and prepares for whatever is waiting ahead. Any place guarding hidden gear is bound to have some kind of challenge. Jean Fry enters a secret ranked dungeon disguised as an underground boxing gym. The place looks like a fighting arena, but beneath that surface, it is clearly part of the hidden trial. Inside the arena, the reigning champion gives off an overwhelming sense of physical power before the match even starts. Just standing there, he looks like a wall. Jean Fry will have to break through. The arena formally calls the chosen challenger forward, demanding that Jean Fry prove his strength. His opponent is the legendary boxer Mike Weather Inoue. Jean Fry recognizes the dramatic setup right away, but he does not let the theatrical atmosphere distract him. He remembers that Inoue is far more dangerous than appearances alone might suggest. Jean Fry braces himself, understanding that the hidden gear is directly tied to this fight. If he wants to take it from Inoue, the path forward will not be easy. The announcer's voice rises over the arena as the main event officially begins. The champion and challenger are named for the crowd, turning the hidden trial into a full spectacle. Inoue is introduced as a massive, undefeated champion, a fighter whose record speaks for itself. Every detail makes it clear that he has dominated this arena again and again. By comparison, Jean Fry is presented as a lightweight unknown, someone who seems to be stepping far beyond his apparent class. To the crowd, the difference between the two fighters looks almost absurd. Then the rules reveal the real trap behind the match. Jean Fry cannot use his personal equipment. The fight lasts only one 3-minute round, and points are earned by striking invisible target zones. On paper, the match sounds almost fair, because victory goes either to whoever has the higher score at the end or to the first fighter who reaches 10 points. But that simple condition only makes the challenge look more winnable than it truly is. But the real danger is not the scoring system. In this match, a single knockdown means immediate defeat, so staying on his feet matters far more than chasing points. The bell rings through the underground arena, and the fight begins without even a second of hesitation. Inoue bursts forward the instant the match starts, closing the distance with explosive speed before Jean Fry can fully settle into his stance. The champion is already attacking. That opening rush proves right away that Inoue's massive build does not slow him down in the slightest. His huge body moves with terrifying speed, making his charge even harder to read. Jean Fry barely slips away from the first burst of punches, narrowly avoiding being caught clean. But Inoue gives him no breathing room, chaining one punch into the next without any pause. As Jean Fry watches the rhythm of those attacks, he quickly notices the pattern behind them. Inoue is not swinging blindly. Right from the start, he is deliberately aiming for the highest value scoring zones. Instead of trying to trade punches with the champion, Jean Fry keeps his guard pulled in tight. He focuses on reading the angle of each attack, watching the lines of movement more than the fists themselves. Jean Fry's evasive footwork begins to disrupt Inoue's early offense, making the champion's rush less clean than expected. Every step, lean and narrow dodge buys him a few more precious seconds. Then, the moment Jean Fry spots a small opening in the storm of punches, he prepares a straight counter of his own. His body shifts forward, ready to strike before the chance disappears. Jean Fry slips inside Inoue's attack and drives a clean shot into one of the hidden scoring zones. The punch lands exactly where it needs to, sharp and precise. Even Inoue is briefly surprised by how quickly Jean Fry found the target. For a moment, the champion's expression shows that he did not expect the challenger to read the rules that fast. The scoreboard immediately awards Jean Fry the first point, proving that his eyes are sharper than expected. In just one exchange, he shows he can understand the arena's hidden system at remarkable speed. Inoue warns Jean Fry not to get carried away over one early point. That small success, he makes clear, should not be mistaken for any real advantage. Jean Fry answers without backing down, telling Inoue that the point was only allowed on purpose. Then he challenges the champion directly, demanding that Inoue stop holding back. Rather than getting offended, Inoue looks amused by Jean Fry's nerve. The champion decides that this challenger may actually be worth taking seriously. Inoue's expression sharpens, and he announces that the real fight starts now. The champion's next punch comes in with a completely different kind of force. The air around his fist seems to tighten as the power behind his attack rises all at once. The blow tears past Jean Fry's face by a hair, close enough to make the danger feel immediate. He survives the exchange, but only barely. Inoue reads Jean Fry's movements with frightening accuracy and predicts the weakness in his strategy. Sharp eyes alone will not save him, not once his stamina starts to run out. Then Inoue begins hammering Jean Fry with a relentless barrage, striking from one angle after another. The attacks come so quickly that the space around Jean Fry fills with pressure. Jean Fry knows that falling even once would end everything, so he chooses the safer pain. He raises his guard and absorbs the damage behind his arms rather than risk losing balance with a reckless dodge. As the pressure mounts, Jean Fry remembers the hidden truth of this stage. If someone approaches it like an ordinary match, the event is designed to become a guaranteed loss. Every point the challenger earns only makes Inoue even faster and stronger. What looks like progress on the scoreboard is actually a trap that tightens around Jean Fry the more he succeeds. The scoreboard soon makes the reversal obvious, with Inoue's points shooting upward at a terrifying pace. Meanwhile, Jean Fry is driven deeper into defense, unable to freely strike back. Inoue overwhelms Jean Fry with a non-stop combination, forcing him back, step by step. Before Jean Fry can launch a proper counter, the champion has already cornered him. Pinned in place, Jean Fry is forced to take blow after blow behind his guard. Even while absorbing the punishment, he keeps searching for the real condition needed to win. That is when Jean Fry realizes the truth. He was never supposed to win the match itself. He only has to win the battle in a different way. The true requirement for obtaining the fourth hidden gear is not beating Inoue on points. All Jean Fry has to do is remain standing for the full 3 minutes. Once Jean Fry understands that, he gives up on trying to outscore the champion. His entire focus shifts to survival, to enduring every second until the clock runs out. Even so, Jean Fry still throws occasional counters when he can. Those strikes are not meant to win the score. They are meant to disrupt Inoue's rhythm and stop the champion from crushing him completely. As the clock drops below 1 minute, Jean Fry is battered almost to the edge of collapse. His body is bruised and shaken, but he still has not fallen. Jean Fry forces his exhausted body to keep moving, even when every step feels heavier than the last. He refuses to let his guard drop, because one mistake would end the entire challenge. Inoue, now genuinely excited, recognizes that Jean Fry has pushed him harder than anyone has in a long time. The champion's expression changes, filled with the thrill of a fight that finally feels alive. Inoue decides that he alone will determine how this match ends. With that declaration in his stance, he intensifies his assault again, driving even more force into every punch. Jean Fry sees the decisive blow coming, but his worn-out body can no longer react cleanly. He understands the danger before it reaches him. Yet avoiding it completely is already impossible. Inoue lands a devastating uppercut, the kind of punch that should have ended the fight instantly. The impact snaps through Jean Fry with enough force to make the arena feel like it stopped breathing. And yet, Jean Fry's feet never leave the canvas long enough for it to count as a knockdown. Somehow, despite the force of the blow, he refuses to fully fall. Jean Fry steadies himself in silence, forcing his body upright through sheer willpower. His knees tremble, but he drags himself back into balance. To everyone's shock, Jean Fry remains standing. The hidden condition is still alive, and the match has not taken away his chance yet. With only a few moments left on the clock, Inoue promises that the next attack will finally finish Jean Fry. His confidence returns in the shape of one last threat. Jean Fry plants his feet firmly against the canvas and prepares himself for the final exchange. There is no room left to retreat, only the need to endure. Inoue charges in again, convinced that this final strike will decide everything. His entire body drives forward behind the punch, aiming to end the challenge once and for all. But at the last instant, Inoue's confidence cracks. Jean Fry moves in a way the champion does not expect, breaking the timing of the finishing blow. Jean Fry slips past the attack by the smallest margin and fires back with a desperate cross-counter. The punch lands in return, carrying every last bit of strength he can force out of his body. The arena erupts over the counter, recognizing the dramatic hit, but for Jean Fry, the real victory is not the applause or the score. It is the precious final seconds he has just bought. Inoue acknowledges the hit with honest interest, admitting that Jean Fry is far more intriguing than he first appeared. The champion can no longer dismiss him as a simple, lightweight challenger. Jean Fry knows he cannot back away now. The bell is almost within reach, and surviving until that final sound is the only thing that matters. At last, the final gong rings out across the arena. Inoue is far ahead on points, so by the official score, the champion wins the match. The scoreboard confirms the expected loss, marking Jean Fry as defeated in the formal result. But beneath that outcome, the hidden objective has been fulfilled exactly as required. Inoue praises Jean Fry as the first fighter ever to endure the full 3 minutes against him without falling. For the champion, that achievement alone is enough to make this challenger unforgettable. Moved by Jean Fry's stubborn resolve, Inoue's expression softens into something almost respectful. Instead of letting the match end with only a score, the champion offers him a parting gift. Jean Fry accepts the gift with genuine gratitude, feeling the weight of the brutal gamble finally paying off. After everything his body endured in that ring, the reward in his hands makes the suffering worth it. Jean Fry obtains the fourth hidden gear, Soul Vantage. It is a powerful fist-type weapon built for close combat and armed with fire-based power along with abilities that grow stronger through counters. Once Jean Fry returns outside, his thoughts do not linger on the prize for long. The moment Soul Vantage is secured, his mind shifts straight back to the demon he still needs to kill. Without wasting even a moment, Jean Fry heads directly for the third continent's S-ranked dungeon, the Revenant Ruins. His pace is firm because every delay pushes him farther from the elixir he needs. The Revenant Ruins spread out across a barren wasteland, broken stone and dead earth, stretching as far as the eye can see. At first glance, the place looks silent and empty, but that desolation hides its true danger well. Jean Fry studies the shattered landscape carefully, his eyes moving over the ruins and scattered debris. Rather than wandering blindly, he is already planning how to force the enemy to appear. Jean Fry reminds himself that this dungeon is different from ordinary ones. There are no regular monsters roaming around here, only demon lords. So if he defeats the ruler of this place, the entire dungeon will be cleared at once. The problem is the third demon lord, Jackal. Jackal is infamous for being difficult to find, appearing only when rare conditions are met. Jean Fry knows that countless adventurers have wandered through this wasteland for ages, searching the ruins over and over, only to fail before even reaching the boss. Most of those adventurers are worn down by the search itself, their strength and patience drained long before they ever get the chance to fight Jackal. Jean Fry has no intention of wasting time the same way. Instead, he decides to use the dungeon's hidden trigger and force the encounter on his own terms. He begins searching through the ruins for the one specific object capable of drawing Jackal out. Every broken structure and buried fragment becomes part of the hunt. At last, Jean Fry finds what he is looking for, a coffin half buried among the rubble. Its presence alone tells him he has reached the right place. Jean Fry does not hesitate. Even knowing that opening it is a taboo act in this land of the dead, he grips the coffin and drags it open. Before going any further, Jean Fry apologizes to the sleeping dead inside, but desperation leaves him no room to respect that boundary, and he admits that he has no choice but to cross it. Inside the coffin lies a preserved corpse, still resting in the place where it was sealed away. The sight confirms Jean Fry's suspicion. This is the trigger he needed. As the coffin opens all the way, the dead body begins to glow, pale spiritual energy leaking out from within. The stillness of the corpse gives way to an eerie rising light. A soul rises from the coffin, drawn upward by the disturbance. The moment the dead are desecrated, the summoning begins. The freed soul flares even brighter, shining against the ruined wasteland as the dungeon reacts to the violation. The air itself seems to tighten around Jean Fry. The spirit spirals upward through the sky, leaving a trail of light as it ascends. Its release pulls something powerful toward Jean Fry from somewhere deep within the ruins. Jean Fry's detection skill immediately warns him of a strong magical force approaching at high speed. Whatever he has summoned is coming straight for him. The ground begins to tremble beneath Jean Fry's feet as the incoming presence draws closer. He braces himself, steadying his stance against the vibration rolling through the ruins. But Jean Fry does not panic. If anything, he welcomes the pressure, because this arrival is exactly what he was trying to provoke. The ruined wasteland erupts as the hidden ruler finally reveals itself. Dust and broken stones scatter outward as the dungeon's true threat rises into view. The third demon lord, Jackal, appears in response to the disturbed soul. His arrival confirms that Jean Fry's risky method has worked. Jean Fry recalls the truth behind this place. The Revenant Ruins are known as the Graveyard of Souls, a sacred ground where the dead were once enshrined. Jackal immediately condemns Jean Fry for disturbing the dead. To him, opening the coffin is not merely a tactic. It is a grave sin against the souls resting here. As the guardian of the souls in these ruins, Jackal makes the punishment clear. Jean Fry's offense has activated a special judgment that cannot be ignored. Jackal declares that Jean Fry will pay for the sin with his life. His words fall like a sentence, heavy and absolute. Jackal formally names himself, standing as the one with authority to judge those who trespass against the dead. Anyone who violates these souls, he claims, must answer to him. In response, Jean Fry equips Soul Vantage without delay. The fist-type hidden gear boosts his attack as he raises his guard, preparing to fight Jackal up close. Jackal does not begin with a normal attack. Instead, he activates his special trait, Judgment Scales, imposing a supernatural trial over the battlefield. Jean Fry's soul is forcibly pulled from him into the scales as the judgment begins. The sensation is unnatural, as if the battle has suddenly moved beyond flesh and weapons. Scales weigh Jean Fry's soul against the released spirit from the coffin. This is no longer just a clash of power. It has become a moral sentence shaped by the dungeon itself. Jackal declares that he will purify Jean Fry's impure soul and send it onward as punishment. To Jackal, this judgment is not cruelty but righteous execution. Jean Fry remains surprisingly calm, refusing to struggle blindly against the strange effect. Instead, he starts reading the mechanic, searching for how the judgment actually works. Jean Fry shifts his position within the scale, testing its balance and watching how the system reacts. Every tiny movement helps him understand the rules behind the punishment. The balance tips against Jean Fry, confirming the result of the trial. The released soul weighs more heavily than his own in this judgment. A system message announces that Judgment Scales has passed sentence on Jean Fry. The verdict has been decided, and the punishment is about to take effect. Back on the real battlefield, a ring of power closes tightly around Jean Fry. The judgment follows him into reality, locking its effect onto his body. Jean Fry is struck with a severe debuff as punishment for desecrating the soul. All of his stats are reduced by 30%, cutting deeply into his fighting ability. Jackal repeats the charge against him, insisting that Jean Fry's crime cannot be washed away by anything less than death. In Jackal's eyes, that is the only proper atonement. But Jean Fry had already expected this exact penalty before opening the coffin. Even as the debuff settles over him, he does not lose his composure. Jean Fry recognizes Judgment Scales for what it is, a debuff trait meant to cripple adventurers before the real fight begins. He accepts the penalty as the price of summoning Jackal quickly. Even with his stats weakened, Jean Fry knows he cannot drag the battle out. He has to kill Jackal before the Demon Lord reveals any additional abilities he does not know about. Jean Fry opens the fight with Dark Bullet, launching himself forward in a direct burst of high-speed movement. His body shoots across the battlefield, aiming to close the gap immediately. Despite the debuff weighing him down, Jean Fry's movement splits into afterimages as he rushes in. The illusionary trails scatter around him, making his approach look like several attacks at once. Jackal sees through the trick instantly. Heaven's Wheel may deceive adventurers, but a creature like Jackal is not fooled by the illusion. Once Jean Fry realizes deception will not work, he abandons the trick without hesitation. From that moment on, he commits to a direct contest of strength against Jackal. Jean Fry gathers every bit of momentum from his charge and drives it into one crushing downward strike. His whole body follows the motion, turning the attack into a heavy blow meant to smash straight through Jackal's defense. Dark Bullet carries Jean Fry directly into Jackal's space before the Demon Lord can fully shift away. In an instant, the distance between them disappears, forcing Jackal to face the attack head-on. The strike slams down with terrifying force, smashing into the ground hard enough to carve out a crater around the impact. Broken stone bursts outward as the ruins shake beneath the blow. Jean Fry follows through from above, refusing to let Jackal settle into the rhythm of the fight. He aims to break the Demon Lord early, before Jackal can take control of the battlefield. His expression remains cold and sharply focused as he pours everything into the opening exchange. There is no hesitation in his eyes, only the need to finish this as quickly as possible. The attack crashes into Jackal's guard and staff with brutal impact. The collision sends a shock through the air, as if fist, weapon, and magic are all grinding violently against each other. Jackal responds by raising a dark magic shield in front of himself. The barrier catches Jean Fry's strike at the critical moment, stopping it before it can become a decisive hit. Because the breakthrough fails, Jean Fry is left exposed for a brief but dangerous instant. His attack has carried him in close, and that small opening is exactly the kind of chance Jackal can use. Jean Fry lands and immediately resets his stance, pulling himself back into fighting posture. Across from him, Jackal begins preparing a ranged counter, already looking to punish the failed assault. Jean Fry can feel the 30% debuff weighing on him with every movement. His timing is slightly off, his body responds more slowly than it should, and that delay makes the fight far more dangerous. At that exact moment, Jean Fry's interface suddenly flashes with an incoming call from Amelia. The notification cuts into the battle like a warning bell at the worst possible time. The sight of Amelia's name jolts Jean Fry at once. Amelia would never contact him in the middle of something like this unless there was a serious reason. Jean Fry's thoughts immediately jump to his mother, and fear flashes through him before he can stop it. If Amelia is calling now, then something may have happened to the person he is fighting so hard to save. That split-second distraction almost costs Jean Fry dearly. Another attack comes crashing toward him, and for a moment he is nearly crushed before he can properly react. At the last possible instant, Jean Fry twists his body through the incoming strike. The attack tears past him, but he narrowly avoids taking it clean. Even as Jean Fry evades, he forces himself not to answer Amelia's call. For just a few more seconds, he has to keep the fight in front of him, no matter how badly he wants to know what is wrong. Jean Fry accelerates again, pushing himself forward with renewed urgency. If he can finish Jackal quickly, then he can return Amelia's call before the fear in his chest gets any worse. Jackal begins forming another technique, and the darkness around him starts to twist. This time, the Demon Lord escalates the battle with Dark Spiral. As Jackal gathers a swirling mass of dark power, Jean Fry refuses to freeze under the pressure. The call from Amelia still weighs on his mind, but hesitation now would only get him killed. Jean Fry activates Soul Vantage's fire-based skill, and flames suddenly ignite around his fist. The heat surges over his knuckles, strengthening his next counterattack. Jackal is visibly stunned when Jean Fry's fists burst into flame. The sudden change catches the Demon Lord off guard, turning Jean Fry's barehanded attack into something far more dangerous. Jean Fry activates Fire Fist, accepting the cost without hesitation. His health begins draining steadily, but in exchange, his striking power doubles. Jean Fry immediately drives the flaming blow straight into Jackal's face. The impact proves at once that Fire Fist is not a bluff, as the burning strike snaps through the Demon Lord's guard. As Jackal reels from the hit, the system confirms the nature of Fire Fist. It is a simple, direct power-up, but the strength it grants comes at the costly price of Jean Fry's own life force. Jackal quickly regains his footing, refusing to let one flaming punch shake him for long. Instead of backing down, the Demon Lord steadies himself and prepares to retaliate. After examining the attack, Jackal dismisses it with contempt. To him, Jean Fry has done nothing more impressive than wrapping fire around a fist. Jean Fry treats Jackal's reaction as empty posturing and refuses to be intimidated. The two glare at each other across the ruined ground, each answering the other's contempt with their own. Offended by Jean Fry's attitude, Jackal summons a dark sphere into his hand. The Demon Lord vows to silence him for good, letting the gathered darkness swell with killing intent. Jean Fry immediately senses that the incoming technique is unfamiliar. More importantly, the pressure coming from it tells him this is not something he can afford to take lightly. Jackal shapes the spell into a massive, pitch-black meteor fist. The darkness gathers into a crushing form, heavy enough to make the air around it feel distorted. Before Jean Fry can properly counter, the giant invisible force hidden within the attack crashes down on him. The blow arrives with brutal speed, striking before he can fully prepare. Jean Fry is smashed into the ruins and sent tumbling through broken stone. Rubble explodes around him as his body tears across the shattered ground. Jackal smugly reveals the true danger of the attack. The darkness itself is not the only threat. The real strike is an invisible fist concealed inside it. Dust and rubble slowly settle over the place where Jean Fry was buried. For a moment, the battlefield grows still beneath the drifting debris. Coughing from inside the wreckage, Jean Fry pushes through the pain and confirms what he just felt. Jackal's attack is unlike anything he remembers from the game. That difference immediately puts Jean Fry on alert. If Jackal can use abilities that never appeared in the game, then the demons in this world may be behaving differently from the versions he knows. In the middle of that realization, Amelia's call suddenly reaches Jean Fry again. The interruption returns at the worst possible moment, cutting into the fight once more. Jean Fry tries to ignore the call and keep his attention on Jackal. But the ringing keeps forcing its way into his awareness while the battle continues around him. Jackal mistakes Jean Fry's survival for arrogance, as if standing back up means Jean Fry is confident he cannot be hurt. Jean Fry brushes off the hit, comparing it to even worse punishment he has already endured before. Jackal refuses to accept that answer and gathers darkness once again. The Demon Lord prepares another strike, determined to crush Jean Fry properly this time. Gene Fry knows he cannot allow the fight to drag on any longer. Fire Fist is still burning through his life, and every passing second makes the cost heavier. Amelia calls again, adding even more pressure just as Gene Fry is trying to force the battle toward its end. The unanswered call feels more ominous every time it appears. Another invisible blow sweeps toward Gene Fry, forcing him to move instead of answering. He evades the attack, but the interruption keeps pulling at his focus. As Gene Fry regains his footing, a cold feeling settles in his chest. Beyond the fight with Jackal, he senses that something is very wrong. Facing Jackal again, Gene Fry can no longer push that ominous feeling aside. The battle is still in front of him, but Amelia's repeated calls make it impossible to ignore what may be happening elsewhere. Gene Fry reaches for another skill, deciding that the flow of the fight has to change immediately. If he stays trapped in Jackal's rhythm, he may lose the chance to act in time. Gene Fry activates Wind Transfer. In a burst of wind and lightning, Gene Fry vanishes from where he stood. The sudden movement slips him cleanly out of Jackal's sight. Jackal loses track of Gene Fry for a brief moment, his focus thrown off by this sudden disappearance. The Demon Lord's balance wavers as his target vanishes from the battlefield. Gene Fry reappears at a distance, successfully repositioning himself away from Jackal's immediate reach. With space finally between them, he has bought himself a crucial moment to decide his next move. Only after carving out that opening for himself does Gene Fry finally have the chance to accept Amelia's frantic call. The moment the call connects, his voice comes out sharp and irritated, demanding to know why Amelia has been calling him over and over with such desperation. On the other end, Amelia is so overwhelmed by fear that her words nearly catch in her throat, and she can only force out that something has happened involving their mother. With her panic spilling through every word, Amelia tells him their mother's condition has suddenly taken a terrible turn for the worse, and the healer believes there may be almost no time left. That single piece of news strikes Gene Fry like a blow to the chest, freezing him in place for a brief, stunned moment. But the shock does not last long. His expression tightens, his mind snaps into focus, and he immediately understands just how grave the situation has become. As Amelia begs him through the call to come home as quickly as he can, the demon catches the sudden change in Gene Fry's face and lunges in, trying to exploit the opening. Gene Fry instantly realizes the enemy has noticed his distraction, and that the demon is now moving to turn his shaken state into a fatal weakness. Without hesitation, Gene Fry tells Amelia that he is coming back right away, making it clear that his family now comes before anything else. The demon snarls at him for disturbing the dead, its voice thick with condemnation, and declares that trying to run away now would be absolutely unforgivable. Gene Fry's answer is immediate. He raises his power and summons a massive fist of pitch-black raw stone, bringing down a crushing attack of his own. The moment the stone fist surges forward, Gene Fry launches himself right behind it, using the force of the strike to seize control of the battle. Flames begin gathering around his hand once again, burning brighter as he commits himself to ending this fight in one decisive exchange. He offers a brief apology for cutting things short, but his tone leaves no room for argument. He has an emergency waiting for him, and he cannot afford to waste even one more second. Gene Fry dives straight in with Fire Fist, driving the flaming blow forward, but instead of being crushed by it, the demon manages to catch the attack head-on. The jackal bares its teeth and boasts that a single strike like this could never be enough to kill it. But Gene Fry sees past the demon's bravado. The repeated fire damage has already eaten deep into its strength, leaving the jackal far weaker than it wants to admit. Still desperate to reverse the situation, the jackal gathers its remaining power and calls forth another pitch-black meteor fist. Above them, the dark fist takes shape once more, looming overhead like a final crushing judgment ready to fall. Gene Fry does not flinch or try to dodge. Instead, he steadies himself and calmly prepares his response. In that instant, he remembers that Fire Fist is not the only weapon he has available when it comes to turning an enemy's power against them. He activates Soul Vantage's X Counter, a skill capable of reflecting an enemy's attack back with 3 times the original force. The instant Gene Fry's flaming fist connects, the demon's confidence cracks, caught completely off guard by what is about to happen. X Counter triggers at that very moment, twisting the jackal's own destructive force back onto itself and blasting the demon away. The reflected impact sends the demon flying high into the air, its body thrown upward by the overwhelming rebound of power. A heartbeat later, the jackal crashes back down into the ruined ground with devastating force, shaking the broken surroundings around it. Blood bursts from the jackal's mouth, making it clear that the counterattack has dealt a fatal blow. Gene Fry coldly calculates the multiplied damage in his head, then declares with absolute certainty that the fight is over. The system confirms the defeat of the demon jackal, rewarding Jean Fry with experience, money, and rare materials from the battle. Jean Fry feels satisfied only because he has obtained what he needed, and without lingering for even a moment, his thoughts turn immediately toward getting back home. The scene returns to his family's house, standing quietly on the edge of the first continent. Inside the room, Amelia, a healer, and a nun stand around their unconscious mother, the air heavy with tense, helpless silence. When Amelia notices Jean Fry arriving, relief breaks through her fear, and she calls out to him at once. Jean Fry rushes into the room without slowing down, and the first thing he asks is the only thing that matters to him now: how their mother is doing. As soon as he enters, Amelia hurries toward him, unable to hold back her fear and relief any longer. The healer explains that their mother has fallen into a coma because of late-stage manna-deficiency disease, with dark black patches now spreading across her skin. Jean Fry sees the severity of it with his own eyes, as the healer adds that her failing mana has already weakened her vital functions. The healer then admits the cruel truth. Even high-rank healers can no longer save her, leaving Amelia standing there on the edge of complete despair. Jean Fry steadies his frightened sister and firmly promises her that he will not allow their mother to die. In the very next moment, he makes his decision: if no one else can cure the disease, then he will cure it himself. While everyone around him struggles to believe what he is saying, Jean Fry silently uses all 90 of his saved stat points and pours them directly into intelligence. With that single investment, his intelligence surges upward in one leap, rising from 145 all the way to 250. The instant he reaches that threshold, his alchemy job skill responds and levels up. Jean Fry quickly checks the rare materials he has gathered so far, including ancient red earth and ice chimera foam. Along with those, he also possesses a vial of high elf's tears, the final precious ingredient needed to complete the recipe. With every requirement now met, Jean Fry begins performing alchemy right there in the room. The result is a universal medicine, an SS rank cure powerful enough to completely remove every disease and status ailment with just a single sip. Realizing that he has truly created the legendary medicine, Jean Fry allows himself the faintest moment of relief, a brief smile crossing his face. The healer recognizes the medicine from ancient records and is left stunned that Jean Fry has managed to produce something so extraordinary. Ignoring the shock spreading through the room, Jean Fry walks straight to his mother's bedside with the medicine in hand. Jean Fry stands over his mother's bedside, his eyes locked on her pale face, every thought in his mind focused on whether the medicine can still save her in time. Even with the cure in his hand, her condition still looks terrifyingly serious, and Jean Fry steadies himself as he prepares to give her the only chance they have left. As he looks down at the medicine, Jean Fry thinks about what the alchemist class is truly meant for, creating high-rank items beyond ordinary reach, and realizes he only barely gathered everything needed before it was too late. He opens the medicine with extreme care, treating the small container as if it carries his mother's final hope inside it. Then Jean Fry carefully lets the potion fall into his mother's mouth, watching every drop disappear as he silently begs her to wake up. After that, all he can do is wait, holding her close while Amelia stands anxiously behind him, barely daring to breathe. At last, a faint change begins to appear, and the blackened symptoms marking her body slowly start to crack and break apart. Her eyelids tremble, then gradually open, proving right before their eyes that the legendary medicine has truly worked. For a moment, Amelia can only stare in stunned silence, too overwhelmed to fully understand that the miracle she prayed for is actually happening. Their mother finally wakes completely, but because the medicine has erased every abnormal condition from her body, it has taken her memories along with them. Amelia rushes to her mother in pure joy, tears and relief spilling out together, while Jean Fry remains beside them in quiet, exhausted silence. Their mother notices Amelia's shaken expression and obvious distress, but she cannot understand why everyone looks as if they have just escaped a nightmare. Jean Fry gently calls out to her, but when she turns toward him, her eyes show no recognition, as if she has no memory of who he is. Trying to keep his voice steady, Jean Fry asks how she feels, focusing first on whether her body has truly recovered. She slowly realizes that, despite having been bedridden for so long, her body feels strangely normal again, while Amelia breaks down from the thought of how close they came to losing her. When Amelia explains that Jean Fry was the one who cured her, their mother looks confused, struggling to understand how something like that could even be possible. The healer confirms it in a stunned voice, making it clear that Jean Fry's universal medicine really did erase every symptom from her body. Their mother immediately understands that a medicine of that level could only have come from dangerous adventuring, and she begins to suspect that Jean Fry has become an adventurer himself. Jean Fry tries to dodge the subject, brushing it aside and insisting that the only thing that matters is that she is safe now. But Amelia rejects that excuse immediately, cutting off his attempt to slip away from responsibility. Jean Fry is left standing there awkwardly exposed, with both Amelia and the healer watching him as if there is no way out of this conversation. Then his mother rises with surprising strength, showing that the cure has not merely saved her life, but restored her body completely. Jean Fry can only tense up and nervously try to calm her down before the scolding he knows is coming finally begins. She calls him out directly for running away from home and becoming an adventurer without saying a word to his family. Realizing there is no excuse that will save him now, Jean Fry gives up resisting and obediently accepts the lecture. The healer quietly thanks him, then softly observes that Jean Fry has always carried the same kind of temperament as his father. While Amelia tries to defend him, Jean Fry privately realizes that the universal medicine may have restored his mother a little too perfectly. His mother admits that she understands why he chose this path, but the worry in her eyes makes it clear that she is afraid of what might happen to him. Jean Fry reassures her that, for now, he is safe, trying to ease the fear weighing on her heart. But instead of begging him to stop, she suddenly tells him to go and defeat the magic gods. Jean Fry is completely caught off guard, stunned that she has skipped right past ordinary concern and started speaking as if she is handing him a quest. She reminds him that she knows him far too well to misunderstand the kind of road he has chosen for himself. Seeing in Jean Fry the same determination his father once carried, she understands that he became an adventurer, because there is something important he must accomplish. When Jean Fry admits that her guess is true, she gives him permission to keep moving forward now that she has recovered. Jean Fry accepts her words, but before he leaves it at that, he demands 2 promises from her. First, he makes her promise that she will contact him every single day and never die on him, and she agrees. He pauses for a moment, hesitation flickering across his face, before asking her for one more thing. Before he can hide the emotion in his voice, his mother sincerely thanks him and pulls him into an embrace, making the moment warmer than any promise could be. Jean Fry returns the hug, holding her quietly before asking her, in a soft voice, to please take care of herself. With his family finally safe again, Jean Fry leaves home, promising them that he will come back. From the doorway, Amelia and their recovered mother watch him walk away, their eyes following him as he heads toward his next destination. As Jean Fry departs, he reflects on mana deficiency syndrome, a disease caused by creatures that drain magic, and he thinks of all the people still suffering from it. He reaches one clear conclusion. If the magic gods are destroyed and the world is finally freed from their influence, the disease itself might disappear. But his memories from the game warn him that even after the 7 known magic gods were defeated, those magic-draining creatures still did not vanish. That contradiction leads Jean Fry toward a deeper suspicion, one centered on the unreachable 8th magic god that may hold the answer to everything. His next destination is the 3rd Warrior Coliseum, located in the city of the 3rd continent. Jean Fry arrives at the Battle Olympia venue, where powerful fighters from every corner of the world have gathered for the tournament. He slips into the crowd quietly, taking in the tense, excited atmosphere with calm confidence in his eyes. The tournament is announced as a continent-wide competition, one meant to determine who truly deserves the title of the strongest adventurer. At that declaration, the entire crowd erupts, and Battle Olympia officially begins amid a roar of excitement. Jean Fry looks out over the roaring venue and quietly notes that the excitement surrounding Battle Olympia is every bit as intense and overwhelming as he expected. The tournament rules make it clear that adventurers from all 7 continents are allowed to enter, but every fighter's stats will be adjusted to level 150 with an upper limit capped at 155. Since job skills and equipment are not restricted by those rules, Jean Fry immediately sees a possible opening, one that could let him take full advantage of his unusual build. He reminds himself that although the prize money is enormous, money is not the real reason he came here. The true objective is the special reward that can only be obtained through this tournament. That bonus prize matters far more than gold, because it could help Jean Fry strengthen himself much faster and bring him closer to the power needed to challenge the magic gods. More than anything, Jean Fry understands that the real value of Battle Olympia lies in the unique advancement path hidden behind its victory reward. Across the venue, powerful veterans, ambitious challengers, and even hidden figures with unknown backgrounds have all gathered for that same chance to reach a higher stage. The coveted bonus reward is finally revealed. An SS rank job change scroll, a prize valuable enough to make every serious competitor sharpen their gaze. The preliminary round begins with two major evaluations, starting with a test of each contestant's magic power and followed by a test of raw attack strength. Only the 8 contestants with the highest combined scores will be allowed to move forward into the main event. Gene Fry steps up for the first test and places his hand onto the measuring circle, watching the device prepare to read his magic power. The system begins processing Gene Fry's magic power, calculating his score as the rankings slowly prepare to update.
When the top results appear, the leading contestants' numbers are displayed for everyone to see, showing just how fierce the competition really is.
Gene Fry ends up buried all the way down in 2,189th place with only 72 points, exactly the disastrous result he had been worried about. Still, Gene Fry accepts the result without panic, knowing that an alchemist's magic power is naturally low and that he may not have even reached the tournament's normalized level yet. The officials quickly move on to the attack power test, giving Gene Fry one final opportunity to pull himself back into contention. Gene Fry faces the striking machine, studying it quietly while he begins planning how to overturn the rankings in a single move. He steadies his breathing and reminds himself that even if his magic score was terrible, enough raw attack power can still make up the difference. All around him, other contestants swing wildly at the machine, each trying to leave a stronger impression while Gene Fry calmly prepares his own method. Gene Fry activates Fire Fist once again, calling up the same dangerous power boost that had helped him survive his earlier battle. With flames wrapping around his hand, Gene Fry gets ready to double his attack power and use that fiery strike to flip the tournament standings in his favor. He also reveals a counter skill capable of returning triple the damage he receives, turning what looks like defense into a deadly trap. Calm and completely sure of his setup, Gene Fry prepares another fire-enhanced blow. His posture steady as the heat around his fist intensifies. Then he follows it up with jet black meteor fist, layering even more force into the attack until the punch becomes a 6-fold strike. The result explodes through the arena with such force that the surrounding crowd is left staring in stunned disbelief. Other contestants hear the thunderous impact from where they stand and immediately realize that Gene Fry has done something extraordinary once again. His rivals quickly connect that shocking sound to Gene Fry, wondering what hidden trick he has managed to pull off this time. The arena host soon regains control of the event and announces that the attack power test results are ready to be revealed. When the rankings appear, Gene Fry Van Raid stands in first place for attack power, surpassing the other top contenders with his overwhelming score. Gene Fry lets out a quiet breath of relief, knowing that his last place magic score no longer threatens him now that his attack score has carried him forward. With all the preliminary results combined, the 8 fighters advancing to the main tournament are finally announced. Gene Fry accepts his place among the finalists, even as some nearby competitors bristle at the sight of him standing there with them. Before the main tournament begins, a familiar voice suddenly calls out to him from nearby.
Rami Alias appears with a teasing smile, accusing Gene Fry of following her around, as if their meeting here could not possibly be a coincidence.
Gene Fry immediately fires back, saying that Rami Alias is the one who keeps showing up in front of him wherever he goes. Just like that, their reunion turns into a playful exchange of suspicion, with both of them acting as if the other one is the strange coincidence. Rami Alias thinks back to Gene Fry's earlier fight and concludes that he must have relied on some strange equipment again to pull off that result. But that only makes Rami Alias even more curious, her interest sharpening as she wonders what Gene Fry is truly capable of beneath all those tricks. Gene Fry realizes that Rami Alias can hear his thoughts, and he openly guesses that she must be aiming for the job change scroll as well. That guess catches Rami Alias off guard, making her expression shift for a brief moment. She admits that he is right because anyone seriously chasing real strength would naturally want a chance at job change.
Gene Fry recognizes her as one of the 8 guardians using the alias Rami Alias in order to avoid drawing too much attention.
Their private exchange is cut short as the atmosphere in the arena shifts and the main tournament is officially about to begin. The bracket is revealed for all to see, along with the stakes. The winner will claim 1 billion G and the SS rank job change scroll. Gene Fry studies the bracket with interest, especially once he realizes that advancing through it will bring him closer to facing Rami Alias. The first finals match is announced as Gene Fry Van Raid versus Gringy Miztel, and Rami Alias offers him a hollow bit of good luck. Gene Fry immediately notes that Rami Alias clearly does not mean a word of it. As Gene Fry steps into the arena, the spectators begin dismissing him as a scrawny oddball who must be hiding behind equipment rather than real strength. The The crowd insists that his preliminary results must have been some kind of mistake, even mocking his halo-like gear as if it proves he does not belong there. Then his opponent enters in full armored grandeur, making the contrast between them look even more ridiculous to the audience watching from the stands. Gringy Miztel is introduced to the arena as both an alchemist and the guildmaster of the Silver Demon Guild, stepping into the match with a reputation already surrounding him. The spectators immediately begin hyping up Gringy Miztel's name, praising the nearly impenetrable defenses he created himself, and more than a few people start placing their bets on him. With Jean Fry and Gringy Miztel both standing ready in the arena, the signal is given and the first match officially begins. Jean Fry remains completely expressionless, standing calm and still, as if the roar of the crowd and the spectacle around him cannot shake him at all.
Gringy Miztel looks down on Jean Fry from the start, calling the match boring and assuming he has been handed an easy opponent.
Without waiting to see what Jean Fry can do, Gringy Miztel moves first, trying to crush the fight before Jean Fry has any chance to prove himself. Jean Fry reacts instantly, and in the same breath, his fist ignites with fierce flames. In a flash, Jean Fry closes the distance between them and lands the first blow before Gringy Miztel can even react. The attack does not stop there. Jean Fry follows with a brutal close-range barrage, each strike tearing away more of Gringy Miztel's confidence. Even the armored face protecting Gringy Miztel cannot withstand the assault, cracking and smashing open beneath Jean Fry's relentless punches. Jean Fry keeps driving him backward with overwhelming force, never allowing Gringy Miztel a single moment to recover or reset his stance. The final blow sends Gringy Miztel flying into the arena wall so hard that the stone caves in around him, leaving a crater behind. Gringy Miztel collapses amid the broken rubble, completely crushed by an assault that came far faster than anyone expected. The audience can only stare in disbelief, unable to process how quickly the crowd favorite has been destroyed. Jean Fry stands calmly in the aftermath, and that quiet composure makes the upset feel even more unreal to everyone watching. The officials confirm that Gringy Miztel can no longer continue, bringing the match to an end almost as soon as it began. As Jean Fry is declared the winner, he casually wonders whether he may have gone a little too far. Rami Alias watches closely from the side, studying Jean Fry's fire-infused equipment with a fascination that continues to grow. The second first-round match is then announced, with Aji Shun Sats facing off against Rami Alias. The crowd immediately focuses on Rami Alias's appearance, reducing her to her looks and dismissing her as someone who does not belong in the arena. Their contempt quickly turns openly sexist, with voices in the stands insisting that women have no place fighting in the Colosseum. Jean Fry grows irritated as he listens to the taunts, bothered not only by the insults themselves, but by how easily the arena seems to tolerate them. When the match begins, Aji Shun Sats greets Rami Alias with lecherous confidence instead of caution, acting as though the fight is already his to toy with. Rami Alias answers his disgusting attitude with cold indifference, showing no fear and no interest in playing along. Aji Shun Sats keeps behaving like a creep, convinced that he can toy with Rami Alias simply because he underestimates her. Rami Alias responds by summoning spirits, calling forth the wind spirit Sylph and the fire spirit Ifrit with complete control. Before Aji Shun Sats can even process what is happening, a massive spell descends on him from above. The crowd recoils as the sheer scale of the attack makes one thing painfully clear. Aji Shun Sats is already doomed. The match ends almost instantly, and Rami Alias is declared the winner before the shock in the stands can even settle. Jean Fry is genuinely impressed by how effortlessly and decisively Rami Alias handled the fight. The remaining first-round matches pass without any major incident, and before long, the entire opening round comes to a close. The semifinal bracket is announced next, and Jean Fry finds himself paired directly against Rami Alias. The other semifinal is set as Ryuta Factor against Chimerian, giving the tournament its final 4 matchups. From elsewhere in the arena, a long-haired observer watches Jean Fry with quiet intensity, clearly marking him as someone worth remembering. Jean Fry senses that sharp scrutiny on him, and his expression grows more serious. The long-haired observer judges Jean Fry to be far beyond the average adventurer, perhaps even strong enough to be compared with Mira. Then the arena calls for the first semifinal match to begin, pulling everyone's attention back to the field. Jean Fry and Rami Alias are both summoned forward, finally brought face-to-face for the fight that has been waiting between them. They step onto the field with the familiar tension of rivals who have been circling each other for quite some time. Rami Alias taunts Jean Fry with a confident smile, telling him that this is his last chance to run away. Jean Fry welcomes the challenge instead, seeing this as the perfect chance to settle their strange rivalry once and for all. Under the full attention of the roaring crowd, the semi-final match officially begins. Rami Alias makes the first move immediately, opening the fight with another spirit summoning. She calls forth the spirit of flame, bringing Ifrit back into the arena once again. Jean Fry braces himself the moment Ifrit appears, recognizing that this fight will be far more dangerous than the one before it. The audience erupts with excitement, thrilled to see the spirit summoner unleash her power again on such a massive stage. Jean Fry understands that even one spirit is troublesome enough, and if Rami Alias brings out more, the fight will turn into a nightmare. Rami Alias escalates without hesitation, summoning not only the spirit of water, but also the spirit of heavenly thunder. 3 powerful spirits appear at once, surrounding Jean Fry with crushing elemental pressure from every direction. For the first time in the match, Jean Fry is visibly shaken by the sheer intimidation of facing 3 simultaneous summons. The crowd has never witnessed a summoning on this scale before, and the moment the 3 spirits appear, their cheers swing fully behind Rami Alias. Rami Alias makes it clear that she already knows Jean Fry is strong, and because of that, she has no intention of holding back or easing into the fight slowly. Jean Fry hides the tension tightening in his chest behind a sarcastic remark, but deep down, he knows this match has suddenly become genuinely dangerous. The water spirit moves first, releasing Water Dragon Wave as a roaring torrent surges straight toward Jean Fry. Jean Fry breaks into a sprint, racing away from the rushing water as it tears violently across the arena floor behind him. He keeps moving without pause, scanning the battlefield for any narrow path that might let him slip through the overwhelming pressure. The wave nearly catches him at the edge of its reach, forcing Jean Fry into a desperate dodge just to avoid being swallowed by it. Rami Alias does not give him even a second to breathe, immediately chaining the assault by ordering a lightning strike. Before Jean Fry can reset his stance, the Thunder Spirit crashes down toward his position with terrifying speed. Jean Fry is startled by how quickly the follow-up comes, his eyes widening as he realizes the attacks are being linked almost perfectly. The spectators are just as shocked, stunned by the speed, coordination, and precision of Rami Alias's spirits as they attack one after another. The impact blasts a crater into the arena floor, leaving Jean Fry crouched low amid broken stone and rising debris. Jean Fry instantly understands that a direct hit from an attack like that would not simply hurt him. It would end the match on the spot. To carve out even a moment of breathing room, Jean Fry forms a fireball behind him, letting the flames gather at his back. Then he commits to offense, channeling that fire into his fist as he launches himself forward. Jean Fry fires back with Fire Fist, driving a blazing counterattack straight through the pressure surrounding him. But Rami Alias walks through the flames unharmed, proving that Jean Fry's attack alone is not enough to break through her setup. She remains completely composed, barely acknowledging the flames as if the attempt was not even worth reacting to. Jean Fry is shaken enough to wonder, half in disbelief, whether Rami Alias is actually trying to kill him in the middle of the match. He admits to himself that no matter how strange Rami Alias may be, her skill is undeniable, and one careless mistake could finish him instantly. Rami Alias coldly tells Jean Fry that he is performing worse than she expected, her words cutting through the noise of the arena. Jean Fry answers with a bluffing smile, pretending to stay relaxed, as he claims that he underestimated Rami Alias as well. Rami Alias mocks him right back, saying that even if his tricks are interesting, his aim is still disappointingly poor. The crowd sides with Rami Alias, completely shouting from the stands and urging her to crush Jean Fry without mercy. Spectators begin betting all over again, now convinced that the outcome is obvious and Jean Fry has no real chance of turning this around. Others jeer that Jean Fry must be throwing the match on purpose, because from where they sit, he looks hopelessly outclassed. The insults pile up one after another, and even Jean Fry's patience begins to crack under the constant noise. He reflects bitterly that the Colosseum's unruly crowd has gone beyond being noisy and has become downright pathetic. Rami Alias, on the other hand, seems perfectly comfortable in that atmosphere, almost enjoying the pressure and chaos pressing in around them. Jean Fry's irritation gradually hardens into resolve, and the look in his eyes sharpens as he prepares to make his move. Rami Alias decides it is time to finish the fight, and calls upon Chiron, the Thunder Spirit, to deliver a decisive blow. The Thunder Spirit gathers a concentrated charge, lightning condensing around it as the finishing attack begins to take shape. Rami Alias unleashes Thundering God, and lethal lightning floods the arena in a blinding, destructive surge. Jean Fry barely escapes the strike zone, throwing himself clear as the blast shatters the ground around him. He tries to break through toward Rami Alias, but her spirits keep cutting off every route before he can close the distance. The water spirit prepares another attack while the thunder spirit continues to pressure him, trapping Jean Fry between two relentless forces. Jean Fry realizes that fighting three spirits at once leaves almost no opening at all for a proper counterattack. Even so, he forces himself forward, acknowledging that Mira, the woman fighting under the name Rami Alias, is every bit as strong as the rumors claimed. As he studies the formation more carefully, Jean Fry notices that Ifrit is staying close to Rami Alias while the other two spirits handle the offense. That tells Jean Fry that Rami Alias has already accounted for his fire fist, keeping the flame spirit ready to neutralize it if he gets too close. He concludes that Rami Alias is deliberately using water and thunder to attack while holding fire in reserve as insurance against his strongest move. So Jean Fry decides he has to strike first before that layered defense can tighten around him any further. He bursts forward with lightning-fast movement, forcing the spirits to react as he vanishes from their expected line of attack. Rami Alias realizes a moment too late that Jean Fry is no longer where she expected him to be. Jean Fry reappears behind her, having slipped through the formation with teleportation, his fist already charged with fire. He commits everything to the blow, aiming to end the match with one clean hit before Rami Alias can recover. For one brief moment, Jean Fry believes he has caught her completely from behind. But in the next instant, he senses that something is wrong, because the attack does not finish her the way it should have. His system warning flashes through his mind, telling him that Mira has lured him straight into a prepared trap. Rami Alias reveals the final piece of her plan and calls out for Swift Wind Blade. At point-blank range, the wind spirit suddenly dove in, turning what looked like Jean Fry's successful advance into a perfectly timed ambush from right in front of him. In that instant, Jean Fry understood Mira's real move. She had hidden the wind spirit as the fourth threat, saving it until he had stepped too close to escape easily. Only then did he realize how far Mira had gone with this plan. She had practically thrown her own safety aside, all to create the one opening that would let her extra summon land a decisive strike. A brutal burst of wind exploded around Jean Fry, roaring outward with terrifying force until the entire arena was swallowed in a blinding wave of white pressure. The crowd froze in stunned silence as they watched the blast consume the battlefield, their faces paling because an attack like that looked impossible for anyone to survive. Mira believed her trap had worked exactly the way she planned. From where she stood, it seemed certain that Jean Fry would never be able to rise again after taking that hit. But just as that thought settled in, Mira sensed something shifting through the haze, and her expression tightened as she realized the match was not finished yet. From inside the fading smoke, Jean Fry stepped back into view, still on his feet, battered and bruised, but very much alive. As the smoke thinned further, everyone could finally see the truth clearly. Jean Fry had endured the deadly trap, and despite the damage, he remained standing in the fight. Even Jean Fry had to admit that the attack had been lethal. If he had not used Gale Teleport at the final moment, that one strike would have ended the match instantly. His system confirmed that Gale Teleport was now active, but the skill came with a harsh limit. For the rest of the day, he only had 3 uses remaining. Mira's composure cracked for a moment. She had been sure the trap could not be escaped. Yet Jean Fry had slipped through it and survived. Jean Fry did not give her time to recover from the shock. Instead, he pushed forward again, launching himself straight back into the battle. As he moved, Jean Fry understood the situation more clearly. If he wanted to break through Mira's formation, he might have no choice but to rely on high-level teleportation again and again. Mira's eyes widened as alarm rushed through her. If Jean Fry could teleport more freely than she had expected, then her setup was in danger, and she immediately called out for Ifrit. But instead of charging directly at Mira, Jean Fry changed his target and drove himself straight toward the fire spirit. He met Ifrit head-on without hesitation, choosing to smash through the protective shield Mira had been keeping in reserve. Their fists slammed together in the center of the arena, and the impact erupted in a violent burst of flame, heat, and raw force. Even against Ifrit in close combat, Jean Fry planted his feet and refused to be pushed back, holding his ground against the spirit's power. Mira then revealed the reason behind her defense. Jean Fry's fiery fist could be countered by Ifrit, because the same element could neutralize his attack. At last, Jean Fry saw through the structure of her strategy. Mira had built her defense around elemental cancellation, and now he prepared to answer it in his own way. Jean Fry's flaming strike was stopped completely. its power smothered the moment his opponent nullified it with the very same element. Mira pointed out the problem plainly. When attacks of the same element collided, they canceled each other out, which meant Jean Fry's repeated approach would lead nowhere. But Jean Fry did not retreat or show any sign of frustration. Instead, his calm reaction made it clear that he had already prepared another answer. In the middle of the battle, he dismissed the weapon he had been using and swapped his equipment without missing a beat. Mira noticed the change immediately, and the look in her eyes sharpened as she realized this new weapon was not a simple replacement. A dark blade began to form along Jean Fry's arm, its ominous shape giving him a completely different presence as he shifted into a new tactic. Jean Fry revealed the key difference. This was a poison element weapon, which meant Mira could no longer rely on elemental cancellation to protect herself. With that advantage in hand, Jean Fry rushed directly toward Mira, closing the distance before she had enough time to adjust her formation. Then he activated Meltdown, and the blade on his arm began to liquefy, turning fluid so its shape could shift freely in the middle of combat. The effect of the skill was powerful, but it came at a steep cost. Once used, Meltdown would not be available again for 48 hours. The liquefied weapon spread outward into a strange, shifting mass around Mira, leaving her staring at it in uncertainty as she tried to understand what kind of attack was coming. Jean Fry could see that his summoned centipede was already on the edge of breaking. It had barely enough strength left to survive one more exchange. By the time Mira realized what was happening, it was already too late. The centipede had begun closing in around her from the sides. Jean Fry completed the trap by invoking 100-legged Guan Yin, using the centipede spirit to coil around Mira and bind her in place. The constriction was so overwhelming that Mira's control began to slip. Under that crushing pressure, she could no longer properly command her spirit. The force tightened around her body, pressing down until pain overtook her expression and left her trapped in helpless agony. At last, Mira's strength gave out. Her body slackened, and the fight drained from her until she could no longer continue resisting. Jean Fry quietly noted how close it had been. His centipede had survived by the narrowest possible margin, and the gamble had only barely paid off. The officials stepped in and declared that Mira was unable to continue, officially handing Jean Fry the victory. With the match finally over, Jean Fry withdrew the centipede spirit from the battlefield and released its hold. As Mira's body collapsed, Jean Fry moved quickly and caught her before she could fall hard onto the ground. Mira slowly regained just enough awareness to lift her gaze, looking up at Jean Fry through the pain and exhaustion covering her face. Even though the result clearly frustrated her, Mira accepted it with surprising calm and admitted that she had lost. Jean Fry praised her composure, and Mira answered honestly that refusing to acknowledge a stronger opponent would only make her look foolish. Jean Fry then offered her a detoxifying healing potion, one he had already prepared in advance for this exact kind of situation. Mira accepted the bottle without saying anything, while Jean Fry turned away and allowed the moment to pass without pushing her further. Left alone with her own thoughts, Mira finally admitted to herself that Jean Fry's combat ability was far beyond what she had first assumed. A system notice then revealed that Mira had become fascinated by Jean Fry's equipment, confirming exactly what he had already suspected. Her curiosity only grew sharper as she replayed everything he had used in the match: his illusions, his teleportation, his flaming fists, and above all, that strange weapon that could change its shape. That quiet fascination did not stay calm for long. The more Mira thought about Jean Fry's equipment, the more her eyes lit up, until her excitement became almost impossible for her to hide. With the first semifinal settled, the announcer quickly pushed the tournament forward, calling out the second semifinal match between Ryuta Factor and Guna's Cimmerian. The next two fighters stepped into the arena beneath the roaring crowd, moving to opposite sides before turning to face each other head-on. Ryuta stood with complete confidence, his posture showing that he had no intention of dragging things out. In his mind, this match was going to end immediately. Gunas accepted that confidence without the slightest sign of fear. If anything, he seemed to welcome it, treating the coming fight as something he could genuinely enjoy. From the side of the arena, Jean Fry was casually drinking while watching the match begin, but the sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard. Jean Fry's relaxed expression vanished in an instant. He focused sharply on the arena, sensing that something strange had just shifted in the air. Mira noticed it as well. The atmosphere around the battlefield had changed too quickly, and even from the sidelines, she could feel the tension snap tight. Before anyone could fully process what was happening, Gunas ended the semifinal with one overwhelming blow, and the announcer declared him the winner almost immediately. Jean Fry stared at the result in silence, his eyes narrowing as he understood the meaning behind that single strike. Gunas was not just strong, he was on a completely different level. Gunas was revealed to be a sword master, an advanced class that came after a swordsman, completed a job change, and stepped into a higher tier of power. Even after crushing his opponent so effortlessly, Gunas remained calm and unreadable, standing there as if the victory had demanded almost nothing from him. Across the arena, the two finalists looked toward each other without a word, silently measuring the danger and strength standing on the other side. Jean Fry came to his conclusion right away. Just as he had expected, the final match would not be against any ordinary fighter. The announcer confirmed the final lineup, presenting Jean Fry as the unpredictable alchemist full of surprises, and Gunas as the swordsman who had crushed every opponent in his path. What frightened the crowd most was that Gunas still had not shown the full extent of his power. His strength remained mysterious, overwhelming, and impossible to measure. At the very height of the tournament, both finalists were called forward and the entire arena braced itself for the championship match. Before Jean Fry stepped out, Merrill warned him to fight with everything he had but not get himself killed, only for Jean Fry to answer brusquely and tell her to mind her own business. Jean Fry then walked into the arena, moving straight toward the center where Gunas waited for him. For a moment, Jean Fry stopped and studied the swordsman in silence, weighing Gunas's presence before making his first move. Gunas was the one who finally broke the silence, looking at Jean Fry with calm focus and asking whether he was ready. The final match began, and the moment it did, Gunas's power surged outward, filling the arena with a sharp and oppressive force. Gunas declared that he would bury Jean Fry almost instantly, his words carrying the cold confidence of someone who truly believed it. Jean Fry answered with a teasing remark, pointing out that Gunas sounded far more passionate than his cool and composed expression suggested. From the sidelines, Mira watched both fighters carefully and judged them to be roughly equal overall. But she still believed this would become a short, decisive battle. Jean Fry responded by activating his third equipment skill, Title Match, letting its power awaken as the final began in earnest. Title Match granted him 3 timed rounds, each one raising his stats higher than before. But if Jean Fry failed to win before those rounds ended, the equipment itself would disappear. The first round began at once, doubling every one of Jean Fry's stats while placing him under a strict 3-minute limit. Jean Fry revealed that this final equipment skill could only be unlocked after he had already used his first 2 skills, making it a last resort trump card. Jean Fry accepted the risk without hesitation. In exchange for immense temporary power, he would lose Soul Vantage completely if he failed to finish the fight in time. Both fighters settled into their stances, and Jean Fry's aura began to climb, rising around him as the pressure of the final filled the arena. Gunas had no interest in wasting even a second. He opened the fight with dry fire, moving with the calm precision of a swordsman already prepared to end it. In an instant, Gunas closed the distance between them, attacking so quickly that Jean Fry barely had time to fully settle into his stance. A blinding sword strike flashed across Jean Fry's vision, forcing him onto the defensive before he could even think about countering. Jean Fry scrambled to evade the attack, shifting his footing and trying to reposition himself while the pressure kept bearing down on him. Gunas chained his slashes together with terrifying smoothness, each strike flowing into the next so cleanly that Jean Fry could barely find a moment to breathe. Jean Fry quickly realized that this sword skill was far more troublesome than he had expected, and a single careless move could cost him the match. Gunas noticed Jean Fry's reactions and understood that Jean Fry was already moving like someone familiar with the abilities gained after a job change. A job change was the point where an adventurer advanced into a higher tier class, stepping beyond their original role and gaining access to a much stronger path. That promotion did not just bring new skills. It also raised raw stats by a huge margin, and that was exactly the kind of power Jean Fry was now being forced to face. Even with every stat doubled by Title Match, Jean Fry still found himself being driven backward under Gunas's relentless assault. Gunas never lost his calm. With steady breathing and precise movements, he kept pressing forward, using clean sword work to control the entire exchange. Jean Fry had no choice but to leap away again and again, relying on evasive movements just to keep himself from being cut down. He landed low against the ground, tense and alert. But even then, he still had not found a way to seize the momentum. Jean Fry burst sideways once more, trying to slip out of Gunas's line of attack before the next slash could reach him. At last, Jean Fry brought back his flaming fist, choosing to stop only dodging and prepare a real counterattack of his own. He launched himself down from above, driving a direct fiery strike toward Gunas with all the force he could gather. Gunas received the attack without the slightest concern, looking up at Jean Fry as if the flames meant nothing. and asking if that was truly all he could do. To Gunas, Jean Fry's movement looked clumsy and unimpressive, something too rough and insignificant to threaten him.
Jean Fry recognized the technique as a swordmaster skill, and in that moment he understood that this final fight would be far more difficult than he had expected.
Round 1 ran out before Jean Fry could secure the finish, and Title Match immediately pushed him into the second round, tripling every one of his stats as the pressure around him surged even higher. Gunas noticed the change the moment it happened. His eyes sharpened slightly, catching the sudden rise in Jean Fry's speed and presence without needing anyone to explain it. With his speed now dramatically increased, Jean Fry believed the balance had finally shifted. At this level, Gunas should no longer be able to follow his movements so easily. Jean Fry committed himself to ending it right there, deciding he had to overwhelm the swordsman before Title Match reached its final and most dangerous round. Gunas acknowledged the improvement with calm honesty. Jean Fry had definitely become faster, but in Gunas's eyes that speed was still not enough to matter. Gunas answered Jean Fry's charge with X counter, turning what should have been Jean Fry's opening into a trap waiting right in his path. At point-blank range, Gunas moved first, cutting into Jean Fry's timing before Jean Fry could complete his attack, then mocked him for still lagging behind. The counter erupted with brutal force, exploding against Jean Fry and blasting him backward as if the entire exchange had been reversed in a single instant. Jean Fry was hurled through the impact, his body battered by the force as the shock left him stunned and struggling to regain control. From the sidelines, Mira watched with growing alarm. The longer the fight continued, the clearer the difference in power between them became. Jean Fry was forced to admit the truth to himself. Gunas was not just stronger than expected. His strength had already gone beyond even Jean Fry's worst-case assumptions. Before Jean Fry could fully recover his stance, Gunas was already preparing another technique, raising the pressure as if he intended to finish him right there. Lightning began gathering around Gunas's body and blade, crackling with radiant force as he charged a sword art bright enough to light up the arena. That power compressed toward the edge of his sword, condensing into a brilliant point of energy that shimmered with terrifying intensity. Then Gunas released Radiant Slash, sending the attack straight toward Jean Fry with no hesitation at all. The beam tore across the arena in a blazing line, ripping through the battlefield before exploding violently the moment it struck. The crowd recognized the famous technique at once, and shock rolled through the stands as everyone reacted to the sight of such a powerful sword art. Jean Fry moved at the very last possible instant, barely avoiding the worst of the blast before it could take him head-on. Even so, Mira immediately understood what it meant. Gunas had mastered Starbeam's sword style, one of the hardest techniques available to the Swordmaster class. Jean Fry's expression tightened as he grasped the danger in front of him. This was no longer just a difficult match, it had become genuinely dangerous. The audience could feel it too. Both finalists had proven themselves to be the real deal, and the stands erupted as the crowd cheered for the clash of two monsters. Mira judged that Gunas's power was already comparable to the 8 Guardian Stars, and that realization left her wondering how Jean Fry could possibly defeat him. After the blast, both fighters pulled back and reset their distance, facing each other again as the arena braced for the next exchange. Then round 2 expired, and Title Match entered its final stage, pushing Jean Fry's power even higher as all of his stats became quadrupled. Jean Fry steadied his breathing and let out a controlled exhale, fully aware that everything now depended on this last narrow window of power. Even knowing the cost, Jean Fry reactivated Fire Fist. If he failed to finish Gunas during this round, his equipment would vanish, but he accepted that risk without backing away. Flames roared around both of Jean Fry's fists, wrapping his hands in blazing heat as he faced Gunas for the clash that would decide the match. Gunas sensed the change instantly. The atmosphere had shifted again, and he understood that the next exchange would determine everything. Mira reached the same conclusion from the sidelines, watching with tense focus as the final moment began to take shape. Jean Fry moved first, exploding forward with all the speed and power Title Match had given him. Gunas answered with a step of his own, meeting Jean Fry's charge head-on instead of retreating even an inch. Jean Fry's flaming punch closed in fast, but Gunas invoked Stormlight at the last moment, intercepting the strike as the two powers collided. Jean Fry twisted through the opening and slipped behind Gunas, forcing the swordsman to react in surprise as Jean Fry vanished from his expected line of attack. From above and behind, Jean Fry committed to a finishing blow, aiming to end the fight before Gunas could fully turn around. He drove both flaming fists straight toward Gunas at point-blank range, pouring all his momentum into the attack. Gunas barely managed to turn in time, raising his sword in a desperate guard to survive the ambush coming down on him. But at the critical instant, Jean Fry changed equipment again, replacing the flaming attack with his poison weapon before Gunas could adjust. For the first time, Gunas looked startled. Jean Fry had altered his gear right in the middle of the final exchange, a move even Gunas had not expected. Jean Fry triggered Meltdown once more, and the poison blade immediately began to liquefy, shifting from a solid weapon into something far more unpredictable. The weapon burst apart into floating poisonous shards, scattering around Gunas and surrounding him before he had a chance to retreat. Gunas realized the danger a moment too late. This new attack was poison, not an element his own power could simply neutralize. That realization finally cracked Gunas's composure, breaking through the calm mask he had maintained throughout the fight. In the same instant, Jean Fry switched back to Fire Fist and drove a flaming punch into Gunas, striking while the poison closed in around him. The layered attack landed cleanly, and Gunas was visibly shaken as the flames and poison forced him into a dangerous position. Believing he had finally landed the decisive blow, Jean Fry declared the match over, certain that Gunas had no way left to turn it around. But Gunas still refused to fall. With his last strength, he drew his sword again, preparing one final desperate counterattack. Before Gunas could strike, Jean Fry vanished from his sight once more, leaving the swordsman scanning the battlefield for where he had gone. Jean Fry reappeared above Gunas, hanging over him in the perfect position to attack from the blind spot. Now moving with newly awakened lightning speed, Jean Fry realized in that split second that he had unlocked another skill sooner than he expected. A system notice confirmed it. By fighting a job-changed opponent, Jean Fry had unlocked vast speed of lightning legs, along with its ultimate move, Dragon God Storm. Without the slightest hesitation, Jean Fry activated Dragon God Storm, unleashing the newly awakened power the moment it came within his grasp. Gunas instantly braced himself, planting his stance as violent currents began tearing through the arena and whipping the air around him into chaos. A gigantic lightning dragon manifested around Jean Fry, its crackling body coiling through the air as it towered over Gunas like a living storm. Before Gunas could find a path to escape, the lightning dragon surged forward, bearing down on him with terrifying speed. The attack crashed down in a furious storm of slashes and lightning, striking so fast and so violently that Gunas could not even understand what had hit him. Gunas was blasted straight through the arena wall, his body vanishing into a burst of shattered stone as the crowd recoiled in stunned disbelief. When the dust finally settled, Gunas lay slumped in the wreckage, buried among broken stone and unable to lift himself back up. The officials confirmed that Gunas Cimmerian could no longer continue bringing the final match to its decisive end. Jean Fry Van Raid was declared the spectacular winner of the tournament, his victory ringing through the arena as the crowd erupted around him. Jean Fry celebrated with a deep rush of relief, openly admitting that he had only won because his equipment managed to hold out just long enough. From the corridor, Mira watched Jean Fry's victory in silence, her gaze fixed on the arena even after the cheers began to rise. After a long moment, Mira turned away, still quietly processing the distance between Jean Fry's current strength and her own. Seeing what Jean Fry had achieved lit a new resolve inside Mira, and she silently decided that she would have to become much stronger herself. The announcer proclaimed Jean Fry as the champion of the 1/11th Battle Olympia, awarding him the massive prize of 10 billion G along with a precious job change scroll. Later, Jean Fry arrived at the altar deep inside the S-rank dungeon, the Rouveman Ruins, ready to claim his prize and put the scroll to use. The moment Jean Fry finally saw the job change scroll in his hands, excitement surged through him because this was the reward he had been waiting to obtain. Jean Fry decided there was no reason to save it for another day. If the scroll was already in front of him, he was going to use it immediately. A prompt appeared before Jean Fry, asking whether he wanted to activate the job change scroll and proceed with changing jobs. Jean Fry knew most people would simply press yes and accept the class change, but he had come here with a different purpose in mind. He studied the prompt closely, watching every option with care as he prepared to use the scroll in a way most adventurers would never think of. With that hidden plan already set, Jean Fry reached toward the confirmation choice and prepared to begin the unusual sequence. Jean Fry started by activating the altar's hidden command, choosing not to change jobs first instead of accepting the scroll's normal effect. The system confirmed that refusing the job change would preserve the scroll rather than consume it, leaving the item safely in Jean Fry's possession. Jean Fry followed the trick by agreeing to equip the scroll while still avoiding an actual class change, carefully threading the command sequence. That hidden sequence triggered the altar's secret equipment conversion option, opening the path Jean Fry had been aiming for from the start. Expecting the payoff, Jean Fry stayed calm and waited, watching for the hidden reward to finally reveal itself. Without hesitating, Jean Fry completed the final input, locking in the command before the opportunity could disappear. Instead of being spent like an ordinary scroll, the job change scroll materialized as a true item, taking shape before Jean Fry's eyes. Jean Fry remembered that only the altar within the Regrouping ruins revealed this hidden command, allowing a refused class change to be converted into an equip action. The system accepted the trick completely, and the scroll was equipped as gear rather than consumed for a normal job change. The scroll transformed into the Memoria necklace, a mysterious high-rank item that boosted Jean Fry's intelligence and allowed him to freely switch into any job he had defeated before. Satisfied with the result, Jean Fry counted the Memoria necklace as his fifth hidden equipment, another powerful piece added to his growing arsenal. Jean Fry immediately grasped how dangerous the necklace really was. From now on, he could switch jobs mid-battle and borrow the unique skills of enemies he had already defeated. With the Memoria necklace secured and the third demon god already defeated, Jean Fry decided that it was finally time to move on. His next destination was clear. Jean Fry would head for the fourth continent and continue his journey there. Jean Fry made his way toward the teleport portal that would carry him to the fourth continent. Wearing the newly acquired Memoria necklace, Jean Fry stepped into the transfer point and prepared for the next stage of his journey. Even before arriving, Jean Fry reminded himself that the fourth continent was infamous for making adventurers lose their drive and give up. He advanced carefully into the portal, keeping that warning in mind as the transfer magic began to surround him. Determined not to let his guard drop, Jean Fry braced himself for whatever might be waiting on the other side. Jean Fry arrived at Force Resort, the main street of the fourth continent, and immediately took in the bright open scenery around him. Instead of a battlefield filled with danger, Jean Fry found himself facing a beach crowded with carefree adventurers relaxing and enjoying themselves. This continent did not hide its nature at all. Everywhere Jean Fry looked, the place seemed built around rest, comfort, and pleasure, rather than danger. The people around Jean Fry were completely absorbed in leisure, laughing, lounging, and enjoying the resort atmosphere, making it easy to see why the place felt so inviting. Even surrounded by that peaceful mood, Jean Fry refused to relax completely, keeping his senses sharp instead of letting the resort atmosphere dull him. Jean Fry understood why this continent ruined adventurers so easily. After endless fighting and dungeon crawling, it offered pure recreation as a reward. That temptation was exactly why so many adventurers lost the will to return to the dungeons, and while Jean Fry was thinking it through, someone approached and asked if he was alone. The unexpected voice made Jean Fry turn his head, his attention shifting away from the beach and toward the person who had spoken to him. There, Jean Fry found a small sea wolf girl looking up at him, addressing him with an easy familiarity as if approaching travelers was completely natural to her. The girl introduced herself as Kukuru, a rare sea wolf adventurer who worked as a guide at the resort, ready to help newcomers find their way around. Kukuru's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she leaned in and offered to guide Jean Fry anywhere he wanted to go, acting as if the entire resort was already hers to show off. Jean Fry introduced himself plainly, but he made his position just as clear. He had not come to Force Resort for sightseeing, and he had no need for a guide. Kukuru completely ignored his refusal. Instead, she clung to Jean Fry as if the decision had already been made, cheerfully insisting that she would start by showing him all of her favorite spots. Jean Fry rejected the idea even more firmly, making it clear that resort attractions, famous views, and relaxing tourist routes did not interest him at all. Kukuru's cheerful face immediately fell. She puffed up with disappointment, sulking like his refusal had personally ruined her entire day. Jean Fry took that chance to pull away from the conversation, trying to disengage before Kukuru could drag him into any more trouble. But then Kukuru suddenly backed off on her own, waving him goodbye with a bright, carefree smile as if she had lost interest just as quickly as she had appeared. Jean Fry watched her leave with a puzzled look, thrown off by how abruptly the strange little encounter had ended. Still, Jean Fry decided it was not worth wasting time over. Whatever Kukuru's deal was, his real mission mattered far more. Jean Fry planned to use the stat points he had saved, check the durability of his equipment, and then head straight toward the next demon god without delay. But the moment Jean Fry opened his status window, a strange feeling hit him and his focus sharpened instantly. Jean Fry realized that Soul Vantage was missing, and the memory clicked into place at once. Someone had touched his window earlier. A second later, the truth struck Jean Fry in full force. His weapon had been stolen right out from under him. Jean Fry's suspicion immediately turned toward the strange guide who had latched onto him, realizing Kukuru may have been the culprit from the very beginning. Elsewhere, Kukuru was already celebrating to herself, practically glowing with pride over another successful theft. To Kukuru, Jean Fry had seemed like an ordinary adventurer carrying unusually decent gear, and she was already convinced the stolen weapon would sell for a good price. Pleased with her haul, Kukuru admired Soul Vantage like a merchant inspecting valuable merchandise, thrilled by how profitable it looked. Meanwhile, Jean Fry was still reeling from the loss, his expression darkening as he processed the fact that one of his most important weapons had vanished. He replayed the earlier contact in his mind and confirmed it. Kukuru must have stolen Soul Vantage at the exact moment she grabbed onto him. Kukuru continued gloating happily as she hurried away with the prize, completely satisfied with how cleanly she had pulled off the theft. As Kukuru moved through the beach, she began imagining how much money Soul Vantage would bring her once she managed to sell it. Her escape was suddenly interrupted when she bumped straight into a woman on the beach, nearly stumbling from the unexpected collision. Kukuru quickly apologized, expecting the whole thing to end as a simple misunderstanding between strangers. The woman calmly took the blame for the collision herself and looked Kukuru over, gently asking whether she had been hurt. But then the woman's tone shifted, and she revealed that the meeting had not been random at all. She had actually been looking for Kukuru. At that same moment, Jean Fry snapped into action after tracking the thief down, his attention locking onto Kukuru without hesitation. Jean Fry charged straight toward Kukuru, closing the distance before she could slip away with his stolen weapon. The woman recognized him immediately as Jean Fry Van Raid, her eyes widening slightly as his sudden arrival confirmed exactly who he was. Jean Fry's appearance also confirmed the woman's suspicion that trouble had arrived, and the peaceful beach scene suddenly turned tense. In the rush of the moment, Jean Fry grabbed the woman instead of Kukuru, refusing to let anyone involved in the situation slip out of reach. Kukuru panicked as Jean Fry closed in and seized control of the scene, realizing her quick getaway had just fallen apart. Jean Fry demanded that his stolen weapon be returned at once, while the woman protested in confusion, pretending not to understand why he had grabbed her. Fed up with the act, Jean Fry called Kukuru out for exactly what she was and openly accused her of stealing from him. In the middle of the confusion, the woman suddenly dumped her cold drink over Jean Fry's head, drenching him before he could react. She immediately scolded Jean Fry for grabbing a little girl, deliberately twisting the scene so that he looked like the aggressor instead. For a brief moment, her accusation caught Jean Fry off guard, leaving him stunned by how quickly the situation had been turned against him. Then Jean Fry recognized her as the same woman he had met before, while she sharply demanded that he let Kukuru go. Jean Fry and the woman clashed over Kukuru right there on the beach, and Kukuru quickly realized from their exchange that these two already knew each other. Jean Fry tried to explain that Kukuru had stolen from him, but the woman cut him off as if every word out of his mouth was just an excuse. The standoff grew even sharper as Heather Seed refused to yield, making it clear she was not going to simply step aside and accept Jean Fry's claim. Before Jean Fry could settle the matter himself, chains suddenly lashed into the scene, cutting through the tense argument without warning. A trap snapped shut around Kukuru, binding her wrists, ankles, and torso all at once before she could dodge or cry out properly. Kukuru froze in disbelief, staring at the chains wrapped around her body as she realized she had been captured. A gang of rough-looking adventurers emerged from nearby, grinning with satisfaction now that their snare had worked exactly as planned. They bagged Kukuru like cargo, boasting that a member of the Seawolf tribe was a rare catch and would bring in plenty of profit. The silver-haired woman immediately decided they needed to report the capture to their guildmaster, treating Kukuru like valuable merchandise. Jean Fry stopped them before they could leave, insisting that he still had unfinished business with Kukuru and would not let them take her away so easily. The gang leader admitted they had been shadowing Jean Fry ever since they heard he had crossed over from the Colosseum. He revealed that Kukuru was only a side profit to them. Beastmen sold well, but Jean Fry himself had always been their real objective. The gang finally named their true target openly. Jean Fry Van Raid was the one they had been hunting from the start. The instant Jean Fry heard complete strangers casually say his name, his expression sharpened. That alone told him enough. These people weren't ordinary thugs. They already knew who he was, which meant he had just run into the exact kind of criminals who hunted targets for profit. The silver-haired woman narrowed her eyes and identified them at once. These were adventurer hunters from the Kanga Guild, a vicious group on the 4th continent that made a living by ambushing travelers, stripping them of everything, and vanishing before anyone could stop them. Jean Fry quickly put the pieces together. If they had gone out of their way to target him, then they were almost certainly chasing the billion gold bounty tied to his name, and from the look in his eyes, this wasn't his first time dealing with players who smelled money and came running. The hunters didn't even bother denying it. With smug grins spreading across their faces, they proudly admitted robbery was what they did best, acting as if Jean Fry had already been cornered with no chance of slipping away. Their leader wasted no more time. He barked out an order to the rest of the gang, telling them to bind Jean Fry immediately and tear through his inventory before he could make another move. One of the hunters stepped forward, raising his arm as chains snapped out toward Jean Fry. His capture skill shot straight for him, aiming to lock him down before he could react. But Jean Fry moved first. Before the chains could tighten around him, his body slipped out of their path, leaving the attack to close around empty air. For a moment, the hunters lost track of him completely. But instead of backing off, they shifted their attention toward Kukuru's other identity as well, recognizing her as Lammy Alias, the semi-finalist from the Colosseum. The silver-haired woman's face tightened as she realized what that meant. Her own reputation had spread far enough that she had become valuable prey in their eyes too. Then Jean Fry suddenly appeared above her, as calm as ever despite the chaos below. With a dry tone, he pointed out that she had become famous enough to attract trouble like this even while she was supposed to be taking a break. She admitted that the Kanga Guild was infamous enough to be flagged by the association, which meant these weren't just random criminals. But as she watched the situation unfold, she also realized this mess might actually become useful for her. Instead of stepping back or trying to run, she planted herself firmly in front of the gang leader. Her posture shifted, her gaze hardened, and she squared up as if she had already chosen to fight. Meanwhile, one of the hunters grabbed Kukuru and tried to haul her away from the battlefield. Jean Fry immediately shouted after them, his voice cutting through the noise as he ordered them to stop. But before he could rush after Kukuru, another hunter slid into his path. The man blocked him head-on, forcing Jean Fry to deal with him first. Jean Fry instantly understood the problem. He couldn't afford to get dragged into a bare-handed brawl against Fourth Continent adventurers, not while Kukuru was being carried farther and farther away. At that exact moment, a flamboyant ally of the silver-haired woman burst onto the scene, his fiery hair making him impossible to miss. He was already holding the gang leader upside down, as if the man weighed nothing, shouting for the others to hurry up and clean out the small fry. Jean Fry could only admit the awkward truth. He wasn't going to be much help like this, because Kukuru had stolen his weapon earlier and left him completely unarmed. One of the hunters saw that opening and lunged straight at him. The man came in fast, clearly trying to finish Jean Fry off before he could get his hands on anything useful. Jean Fry dodged just in time, slipping away from the strike. As he moved, the silver-haired woman called out and asked whether there was any kind of weapon he could use if she lent it to him. Jean Fry asked whether a potion maker like her carried anything that could work in a fight, even something as simple as a flask. The question caught her off guard, and for a second she looked completely baffled by what he was asking. Even so, she didn't waste time arguing. She opened her inventory in front of him, deciding to let him see for himself what she had stored away. Jean Fry's eyes moved quickly over her gear list. He scanned through item after item, and before long something in that strange collection caught his attention. In that moment, Jean Fry suddenly understood exactly what kind of collector she was. This wasn't the inventory of someone who only kept practical tools. Her storage was crammed with bizarre, highly specialized equipment gathered from all kinds of classes, regions, and strange sources. It was the kind of collection only someone obsessed with rare gear would bother keeping. Jean Fry noted that she really was fixated on rare equipment. One cursed staff in particular stood out to him, but it was so specialized that only a high-level mage would ever be able to equip it properly. Then he noticed another item that was just as useless for her personally. At that point, it became obvious. She wasn't collecting weapons because she could use them all. She was hoarding rare gear even when it didn't match her class at all. A nearby hunter sneered at Jean Fry, mocking him for wasting precious time rummaging through someone else's inventory. But Jean Fry didn't let the taunt rush him. He kept searching with steady eyes, calmly moving through the collection. At last, he found something that actually suited his situation. His gaze stopped on one particular item, and he immediately decided that this was the piece he would borrow. Without hesitation, Jean Fry selected the item from her inventory, pulling it out as if he had already figured out exactly how to use it. The silver-haired woman quickly warned him that the weapon was exclusive to thieves. As far as she knew, a potion maker like Jean Fry shouldn't have been able to equip it at all. Jean Fry answered with complete confidence. Then, without showing the slightest doubt, he activated the power of the Memoria necklace and triggered its job-switching ability. The necklace responded immediately. In an instant, Jean Fry's class changed from potion maker to thief. His appearance shifted along with the new job, his outfit and presence adjusting to match the thief class. The transformation made it clear that the necklace was working exactly as intended. The silver-haired woman froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Right in front of her, Jean Fry had performed a true job change on the spot. She quickly realized this wasn't ordinary class progression. Her mind raced for an explanation, wondering if he had used a job change scroll or something even stranger than that. Now that he had the correct class, Jean Fry immediately activated the thief skill, stealing through the skill window as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He explained that the skill could even be used directly through the interface, then gave her credit for owning such a useful thief item. In his hands, what looked like a strange accessory suddenly became a serious advantage. The item was actually a famous thief's wrapping cloth, a valuable piece of gear in its own right. But like she had said, it could only be equipped by someone with the thief class. The silver-haired woman recognized the cloth at once, but confusion still showed on her face. She knew what the item was, yet she clearly couldn't understand what Jean Fry planned to do with it in the middle of a fight. She protested that the wrapping cloth was never meant to be used as a combat weapon. But Jean Fry ignored the warning and began manipulating it anyway, handling the cloth with practiced confidence. Jean Fry pointed out that her reaction said everything. She owned the item, but she had never discovered what it was truly meant to do. Then he showed her the proper way to use it. With smooth, deliberate movements, Jean Fry wrapped the cloth and drew from it as though he were opening a hidden arsenal. From the cloth, he pulled out a massive spiked club forged from a hell ogre. What had seemed like simple wrapping suddenly revealed itself as a weapon cache, capable of storing and releasing something terrifying. The silver-haired woman stared in shock. She had possessed the cloth all this time, yet she had never imagined it could be used in such an absurdly powerful way. Now armed at last, Jean Fry gripped the huge club and swung it into motion. The weight of the weapon shifted through the air, turning his stance from defensive to dangerous in an instant. The chain user tried to react, raising his defenses as fast as he could, but against Jean Fry's sudden counterattack, his movements were already too slow. Jean Fry's first strike slammed straight into the man's face. The impact landed with brutal force before the hunter could properly guard himself. Jean Fry followed through without holding back. The blow shattered the chains and crushed the attacker's momentum completely, dropping him on the spot in a single overwhelming exchange. With one enemy down, Jean Fry cursed under his breath at the time he had already lost. His eyes immediately swept across the area, searching for the kidnappers who had taken Kukuru. Then he spotted the direction they had gone. Their path led toward the distant guild headquarters, and Jean Fry locked onto it without hesitation. Jean Fry glanced toward Mira and told her he would need to keep borrowing the weapon for just a little longer. With Kukuru still in danger, he couldn't afford to hand it back yet. Mira quickly checked through her inventory, but the moment her eyes landed on the empty space where one of her treasured items should have been, her expression changed. Another prized piece from her collection had disappeared. Jean Fry understood what had happened almost instantly. The pattern was too familiar. Kukuru had stolen from Mira too, just like she had taken his weapon earlier. With a tired, resigned look, Jean Fry accepted that this had become even more troublesome. If he was already going after Kukuru to recover his own stolen weapon, then he might as well retrieve Mira's missing treasure at the same time. But Mira had no intention of quietly waiting behind. She stepped forward sharply and demanded to know where Jean Fry thought he was going without bringing her along. Mira's anger flared as she declared that getting back her collection mattered more to her than her own life. Then she rushed ahead in a storm of fury, leaving Jean Fry watching after her and quietly noting just how fired up she had become. Their chase carried them straight to the headquarters of the Kanga Guild. The building loomed ahead as the place where the kidnappers had dragged Kukuru. Inside the guild headquarters, the hunters proudly displayed Kukuru like a captured prize. They presented her as a rare beastman, treating her discovery as something that would bring them a fortune. Kukuru struggled fiercely against the chains binding her, but the guild leaders simply watched her with cold, calculating eyes. To them, she wasn't a person in danger. She was merchandise being measured for value. One of the guild masters looked her over and agreed without hesitation that Kukuru would fetch an extremely high price. His words carried no pity at all, only greed. The other guild master calmly approved the plan as well. He spoke as if selling Kukuru were no different from moving any other valuable goods through their hands. The two men in charge were the Bajura brothers, the vice master and master of the Kanga Guild. Both were powerful mages, and the confidence in their posture made it clear they were used to ruling this place through fear. The red-haired hunter then reported that Jean Fry had been found exactly according to plan. Everything from the ambush to the capture seemed to be moving the way they had intended. The hunters believed their trap had already worked. In their minds, Jean Fry would be dealt with soon, and their men would return after finishing the job. But before the guild leaders could enjoy their confidence for long, a violent crash erupted from the entrance. The sudden disturbance tore through the room and shattered the mood in an instant. Alarm spread across the guild as the leaders turned toward the broken doorway. Splintered debris and the ruined entrance made it clear someone had forced their way in. Mira stormed through first, her eyes burning with fury as she announced that she had finally found them. She demanded the return of her collection, while Jean Fry stepped in behind her, arriving right in the middle of the chaos. Jean Fry complained that Mira could have simply used the door like a normal person. But Mira didn't even soften her expression, bluntly making it clear that nothing, not even a door, would be allowed to stand between her and her goal. Kukuru stared at them in complete disbelief. Bound in chains, she could only look on as Jean Fry and Mira appeared in the guild headquarters as if they had kicked down fate itself. The entire guild was thrown into confusion. The intruders were standing right there, and the hunters demanded to know what had happened to the men who had been sent after them. Mira dismissed those hunters like worthless trash, saying they were probably floating with jellyfish by now. Then, with a chilling stare, she ordered the guild to hand Kukuru over. The threat in the air turned heavy enough to silence the room. Two nearby onlookers immediately understood that these intruders weren't ordinary enemies. They had walked into the den of someone truly dangerous. Mira answered that danger with nothing but a cold, unimpressed stare. There was no fear in her eyes, only the sharp look of someone already prepared to crush whatever stood in her way. Without wasting another breath, Mira struck back. Wooden tendrils lashed into the room, whipping forward with sudden force as they cut through the tense air. One of the Bajura brothers greeted Mira with a mocking tone, as though her attack were nothing more than an impolite interruption. His confidence barely wavered. He scolded Mira for barging into their headquarters, trying to seize control of the confrontation through sheer arrogance. Every word was meant to put her back in her place. Bajura brothers quickly realized that they had missed the real target they wanted. Instead of dwelling on that mistake, they shifted their focus and decided to hunt Mira down instead. Jean Fry tried to cool the situation before it spiraled any further. He identified them as the Kenga Guild's Bajura brothers and warned them that their crimes had already been reported to the association. The Bajura brothers stood side by side, their movements naturally matching each other. Just from the way they positioned themselves, it was obvious they had fought together countless times. But the brothers brushed off the association's messengers as if they were nothing. Then their attention shifted toward Kukuru, deciding that the girl beside Mira carried the scent of the target they had been seeking anyway. The Red Bajura brother stopped wasting words and moved to end the matter by force. Another wave of wooden tendrils surged forward, spreading through the room like living spears. The tendrils closed in on Jean Fry and Mira from multiple directions. Yet even as the attack rushed toward them, neither of them panicked, their faces remaining disturbingly calm. Jean Fry finally moved. Instead of simply avoiding the fight, he slipped through the incoming attack with sharp, controlled movement, choosing to engage rather than keep retreating. Jean Fry accepted with a reluctant look that there was no peaceful way out anymore. If the Bajura brothers wanted a fight, then battle was unavoidable. Mira reached the same conclusion. Her gaze turned colder as she decided that a guild capable of producing men like this deserved to be wiped out completely. Mira summoned Sylph, calling forth the wind spirit to support her. The air around her stirred at once, gathering into a force ready to strike. The blue Bajura brother responded immediately by raising an earth element fortress around himself. Stone surged upward, forming a heavy defensive barrier between him and the attack. His stone defense locked firmly into place, turning him into the shield of the brothers' formation. With that fortress around him, he clearly meant to absorb whatever came their way. Mira recognized the problem at once. This was a terrible matchup for her, because wind magic did not pair well against earth-based defenses. The Red Bajura brother laughed with confidence, certain that his brother's fortress would never be broken by Mira's wind. To him, the outcome already looked decided. But before that defense could settle the fight, Jean Fry suddenly appeared above the earth wall. In his hands, a strange weapon was already raised and ready to come crashing down. Jean Fry warned the blue Bajura brother that he had no personal grudge against him. But if the man insisted on interfering, then Jean Fry would treat him as a target too. Then Jean Fry brought his weapon down against the earth wall. The strike landed directly on the stone defense, testing its strength head-on. The Red Bajura brother answered immediately by sending more wooden tendrils toward Jean Fry. They surged in to trap him and crush him before he could press the attack. The sudden pressure forced both Jean Fry and Mira to dodge. The Bajura brothers' teamwork made it clear they could attack and defend from several angles at once. The brothers mocked Jean Fry as he moved, dismissing his reputation as a battle champion as if it meant nothing. In their eyes, fame in the arena did not guarantee survival here. Under the brothers' relentless pressure, both Jean Fry and Mira were pushed back. For a brief moment, the two of them were pinned down and forced into defense. At the doorway, the two earlier men appeared again, dragging the captive fox-haired girl with them. Kukuru was still bound in chains, unable to escape their grasp. Kukuru remembered the Bajura brothers' terrifying reputation. Trafficking, torture, and murder all tied to their names. As she looked at them now, she understood just how dangerous the situation had become. Jean Fry judged that the brothers' earth and wood combination was going to be troublesome to break through. Beside him, Mira snapped back in frustration, blaming him for rushing in so recklessly. Jean Fry snapped right back at Mira, saying her attacks were the real weak point here. Even with enemies closing in and Kukuru still in chains, the two of them somehow found time to start arguing in the middle of the crisis. Their back and forth only grew sharper from there. Jean Fry and Mira bickered with such perfect timing that, absurdly enough, they almost looked synchronized, as if even their complaints worked together better than their battle plan. Then, without warning, a sudden explosion tore through the room. The blast swallowed the scene in smoke and noise, cutting off their argument in an instant. When the thick smoke finally began to clear, the place where Jean Fry and Mira had been standing was completely empty. Not a shadow, not a trace, nothing remained in that spot. Kukuru and the men escorting her stared in confusion, their eyes fixed on the empty space. One moment Jean Fry and Mira had been there, and the next they had vanished without explanation. The Bajura brothers quickly assumed their enemies had been blown apart by the blast. Sneers spread across their faces as they mocked how easily the whole fight seemed to have ended. The red-haired escort barely cared about anything else. The moment he thought the danger was over, his mind went straight to the reward money, focusing only on how soon they could collect their payment. Kukuru's heart sank as guilt rushed over her. Still bound in chains, she blamed herself, believing Jean Fry and Mira had died because they had come to rescue her. But then the red-haired escort noticed something strange. There were no bodies anywhere in the smoke and debris, which meant Jean Fry and Mira hadn't been killed at all. They had escaped somehow. Jean Fry reappeared soon after, proving the disappearance had been completely intentional. He hadn't been caught in the explosion. He had used the chaos exactly as planned. Jean Fry immediately told Mira to stop wasting breath on arguments and help him get the stolen equipment back first. With Kukuru still captured and their gear missing, there was no time for petty fighting. Mira turned the Bajura brothers' own irritation back on them, calmly suggesting they must be exhausted from dealing with foolish underlings like the men they sent out. Her words carried a quiet sting that made the room tense again. Mira then made her position clear. As a member of the association and one of the 8 Guardian Stars, she could not simply look away from criminals like the Bajura brothers. Jean Fry finally gave in, realizing there was no stopping her once she had taken that tone. He told Mira to listen to his plan before she made the situation even more chaotic. But instead of quietly listening, Mira lifted her focus and called out to Undine. Another summon was already forming before Jean Fry could properly get through to her. Undine answered Mira's call with a surging water attack. A dragon-like wave roared forward, twisting through the air as it rushed straight toward the Bajura brothers. The blue Bajura brother reacted by raising Earth Fortress once again. Just like before, he took on the role of defense, putting his heavy stone protection between the attack and his brother. Mira's restraint began to crack. Seeing the brothers continue to block her, she decided there was no need to hold back anymore and even considered bringing out Ifrit. Jean Fry moved fast to stop her before things got completely out of hand. In a ridiculous but effective interruption, he slapped a starfish onto Mira's head before she could unleash something catastrophic. Mira froze on the spot, stunned into silence. Her face twisted with pure disbelief as she tried to process why, in the middle of battle, Jean Fry had just put a starfish on her head. Jean Fry explained that he had picked up the starfish earlier and would rather use materials from Mira's inventory than let her summon something that might destroy far more than their enemies. Then, as if Mira's collection were simply a shared toolbox, Jean Fry asked to borrow a fire material connected to Ifrit. His tone made it sound perfectly reasonable, even though he was asking for another valuable piece of her hoard. Mira immediately protested, accusing Jean Fry of raiding her collection again. Jean Fry brushed past the complaint and promised that he would thank her properly once this was over. When Mira demanded to know what kind of thanks he meant,
Jean Fry answered with something that caught her off guard. He offered to make her a special piece of equipment.
That single promise instantly grabbed Mira's attention. Her anger paused for just a moment, replaced by the sharp focus of a collector who had heard something too tempting to ignore. Still suspicious, Mira opened her inventory and handed over the requested materials. She warned Jean Fry not to lie to her, making it clear that if he tricked her, she would not forgive him. Mira transferred the ingredients into Jean Fry's hands, gambling on his promise despite her doubts. She trusted him just enough to see what he could make. The Memoria necklace around Jean Fry began to glow, its light signaling that he was about to use his strange system again. The air around him shifted as another change began. Jean Fry activated a new job change without hesitation. The necklace responded, and his role began to shift once more. This time, the Memoria necklace changed Jean Fry into the alchemist class. His entire presence adjusted to match the new job. The system confirmed the shift clearly. Jean Fry had changed from thief to alchemist. The job switch was complete, and he was ready for the next step. Now dressed as an alchemist, Jean Fry prepared to craft something right in the middle of combat. While enemies still surrounded them, he acted as calmly as if he were standing at a workbench. Mira could only stare at him, utterly baffled by how absurd his system was. Watching Jean Fry swap jobs and start crafting during a fight made no sense, yet he was doing it right in front of her. Jean Fry calmly began the mixed alchemy process. His hands moved with practiced focus as he combined the materials Mira had just given him. By mixing the wood, oil, and the Ifrit-linked flame material together, Jean Fry created a charred, oil-coated wooden sword. It looked rough, but it was made for a great swordmaster to wield. Mira immediately realized that Jean Fry's promised special equipment was not what she had imagined. The crude-looking weapon in his hands was far from the treasure she had been expecting. When Jean Fry proudly showed off the rough weapon, Mira snapped at him, accusing him of tricking her. She demanded he return her collection at once, clearly feeling cheated by the result. Jean Fry ignored her complaint and moved straight into the next step. Holding the newly crafted sword, he triggered another job change. The Memoria necklace shifted him out of the alchemist class and into Great Swordmaster. The weapon in his hand immediately began to respond to the class it had been made for. The crude sword transformed into the S-rank Ifrit sword, blazing with intense fire. It became a weapon capable of unleashing a fire powerful enough to burn through anything in its path. Mira stood stunned as the worthless-looking craft turned into something extraordinary. The weapon she had doubted moments ago had become a rare and terrifying blade right before her eyes. Jean Fry explained that the weapon evolved because it had been crafted for the Great Swordmaster job and then equipped by that same class. Once all the conditions lined up, its true form awakened. Even Kukuru and the escorts holding her were left speechless. The sudden power-up happened so quickly that everyone nearby could only stare at Jean Fry in disbelief. Kukuru was especially amazed by the change. Not only had Jean Fry's weapon transformed, but even his armor had shifted to match his new class. For a brief moment, even the blue Bajura brother was mesmerized by Jean Fry's transformation. He stared until the red Bajura brother snapped him back to his senses. The blue Bajura brother quickly recovered his nerve and insisted their combination was still unbeatable. No matter what weapon Jean Fry held, he believed their earth and wood teamwork could not be overcome. He slammed his hand into the ground, pouring power into the floor beneath him. A heavy earth wave surged outward, meant to overwhelm Jean Fry before he could fully use his new strength. A wall of mud and stone rolled forward like a crushing tide, but Jean Fry stood calmly in front of it, facing the attack without the slightest sign of panic. At that same moment, Undine unleashed a raging dragon wave from another angle. The water attack roared forward, taking advantage of the blue Bajura brother's divided attention. Only then did the blue Bajura brother realize the truth, but it was already too late. The Jean Fry standing in front of him had only been a decoy. The blue Bajura brother's defense had been pulled wide open before he could correct the gap. Undine's roaring water attack crashed into him and swallowed his entire body in the crushing current. Mira coldly pointed out the flaw in his so-called perfect defense. A fortress riddled with openings could never hold back a raging flow of water, and in that moment his claim of invincibility collapsed completely. The red Bajura brother could only stare in panic as his partner was trapped inside the violent surge. The water churned around the blue Bajura brother with terrifying pressure, leaving the red brother unable to do anything but watch. Fury twisted the red Bajura brother's face. In a desperate attempt to strike back, he unleashed a rampaging tree attack, sending wild wooden growths tearing across the battlefield. Jean Fry answered him without flinching. He drew the Ifrit sword into a formal stance, flames gathering along the blade as he prepared a blazing strike. Then Jean Fry released Dragon's Wrath Fire. A massive slash of flame erupted from the Ifrit's sword, taking the shape of a roaring dragon as it surged forward. The blazing dragon tore straight through the Red Bajura brothers' wooden assault. The branches and roots burned away instantly, unable to slow the flaming slash for even a second. The Red Bajura brother was swallowed by the vertical inferno. The fire crashed down on him in one overwhelming blow, burning through his attack and bringing him down at once. Kukuru watched with wide, stunned eyes as the two terrifying Bajura brothers were overwhelmed so quickly. The criminals she had feared moments ago had been crushed before she could even fully understand what happened. With both Bajura brothers defeated, Mira and her spirit stood beside Jean Fry in the wrecked room. The balance of power had completely shifted, and now they were the ones everyone feared. Later, outside the guild, Mira finally let Kukuru go. But before releasing the matter completely, she reminded Kukuru that she was the one who had once talked about taking revenge. Mira warned Kukuru not to steal from people outside proper hunting grounds again. Kukuru lowered her head meekly and apologized, her earlier boldness replaced by genuine shame. Kukuru then turned to Jean Fry with a much more sincere expression. She thanked him from the heart for saving her life when she had been in real danger. Jean Fry still doubted whether the apology from the other thief was truly sincere, but instead of dwelling on it, he shifted his attention back to Kukuru. Mira, meanwhile, happily claimed the Ifrit sword as the proper thanks Jean Fry had promised her. Her eyes shone with satisfaction, as if the matter had already been decided. Jean Fry paused for a moment, clearly not thrilled by the idea of handing over something that useful. Still, his silence made it obvious he had no desire to argue with Mira right then. In the end, Jean Fry gave up on fighting her over it. For now, he chose to leave the matter alone rather than get dragged into another exhausting exchange. After that, Jean Fry made his way toward the seaside gate that led to the next dungeon. The sound of the ocean waited ahead, marking the entrance to the stage he had to clear next. As he moved, Jean Fry thought back on Mira's collection and had to admit it had been useful. Thanks to what she carried, he had managed to switch into the thief class unnoticed and steal exactly what he needed. Jean Fry equipped a single-use shark head mask, a strange item that allowed him to breathe underwater and communicate while submerged. It was ridiculous to look at, but its function was exactly what he needed. Even Jean Fry couldn't ignore how absurd the shark mask looked on him. Still, for the next stage, it was the best tool available, so he accepted the embarrassment and wore it anyway. Jean Fry set his sights on the fourth demon's underwater dungeon. This time, he was determined to clear it quickly and avoid getting dragged into another long mess. He reminded himself that the moment someone entered the sea, an S-rank threat would appear. Even so, Jean Fry judged that the stolen item was good enough to let him proceed. Just as Jean Fry prepared to head out, Kukuru called out to him again from behind. Her voice stopped him before he could take the next step. Jean Fry turned around and found Kukuru staring at him in complete disbelief. Her eyes were fixed on the shark mask, and the sight of him wearing it clearly left her struggling to respond. Then, without warning, Kukuru burst out with intense gratitude. Her voice rang with emotion as she called Jean Fry Master, as if the title had already been decided in her heart. Kukuru explained that she was thanking Jean Fry for rescuing her from real danger. This time, her words weren't playful or sneaky. They carried genuine appreciation. Jean Fry wondered if removing his halo-like heavenly will had made him lose track of Kukuru's presence. Then he looked at her more carefully and asked why she was still hanging around. Kukuru answered with startling honesty. She declared that she had fallen in love with Jean Fry's strength, her eyes shining with admiration as she said it. A system message immediately recognized Kukuru's respect as genuine. Jean Fry could only stare in confusion, baffled that the situation had somehow been confirmed by the system itself. Kukuru wasted no time after that. She begged Jean Fry to accept her as his disciple, making the request with total seriousness and a determination that left no room for joking. Before Jean Fry could even give permission, Kukuru started acting as though they were already traveling together. Her excitement spilled over as she treated the matter like it had already been settled. Kukuru even began talking about defeating the Demon King alongside Jean Fry. Meanwhile, Jean Fry could only wonder how things had spiraled this far without him ever agreeing to it. Jean Fry tried to brush her off, telling Kukuru that she could go alone if she wanted. But Kukuru refused to let his dismissive words push her away. Instead, Kukuru decided that the problem was simple. She just needed to prove her worth. If Jean Fry wouldn't accept her yet, then she would show him she could be useful. Jean Fry could only stare at her in frustration. Somehow Kukuru kept making decisions for both of them, and every attempt to stop her only seemed to push her forward. To demonstrate her ability, Kukuru suddenly dove straight into the sea. Without hesitation, she disappeared beneath the surface to show Jean Fry what she could do. Jean Fry watched her go in silence. He looked too tired to stop her right away, as if arguing with Kukuru had already drained more energy than the actual battle. Kukuru soon resurfaced and looked to Jean Fry for orders. Still treating him like her superior, she asked if she should go now, waiting for his approval. Then Kukuru returned, carrying fish and underwater gear, proudly showing off how quickly she could move beneath the water. She clearly wanted Jean Fry to see that she could be useful. When Kukuru asked for his evaluation, Jean Fry had to admit there was only one word that fit. She was fast, shockingly fast. Jean Fry praised the Seawolf tribe's natural talent in the water. The compliment immediately made Kukuru swell with pride, her confidence returning all at once. Jean Fry remembered what made sea wolves special. On land, they moved much like ordinary people, but once they entered the water, their speed became 10 times greater, though they could only stay active underwater for about 30 minutes. Trying to escape the situation, Jean Fry jokingly declared that Kukuru had already graduated from discipleship. He waved goodbye as if that settled everything and prepared to leave her behind. But Kukuru chased after him anyway, refusing to let the conversation end there. She insisted with all her heart that she truly wanted to become stronger. Jean Fry hesitated when he saw the seriousness in her face. It was becoming painfully clear that Kukuru was not going to give up just because he tried to walk away. Kukuru waited anxiously for Jean Fry's answer. Her eyes stayed fixed on him, full of nervous hope, as she waited to hear whether he would accept her. Jean Fry finally realized that trying to reason with Kukuru was pointless. She had completely fixated on following him, and no ordinary excuse was going to shake her determination. At last, Jean Fry relented. He agreed to take Kukuru along, but only for this dungeon, making it clear that his acceptance had limits. Kukuru's face lit up with disbelief and joy the moment she heard his answer. Being accepted, even temporarily, was enough to make her brighten as if she had just received the greatest reward. Jean Fry explained that his choice was purely practical. He didn't have time to keep arguing, and more importantly, he couldn't risk Kukuru getting annoyed again and stealing his equipment out of revenge. He made sure Kukuru understood that this was only a temporary arrangement. But even that small bit of permission was enough to make her practically glow with happiness. Kukuru thanked him again with bright excitement, calling him master without hesitation. Jean Fry immediately shut that down, warning her that if she used that title one more time, he would expel her on the spot. Kukuru snapped into a salute and quickly corrected herself, switching to calling him Jean Fry instead. Even after being scolded, she was still overflowing with enthusiasm. With that settled for the moment, Jean Fry turned toward the gate and started forward. Kukuru followed right behind him, obedient and eager, as if she had officially joined his party. Together, they entered the Fourth Continent's S-rank dungeon, the underwater palace known as Pablo Palace. Beyond the gate waited a submerged world built beneath the sea. Inside the underwater realm, Jean Fry moved ahead through the ruins at first, drifting through the sunken passageways on his own. Broken stone structures and flooded corridors stretched around him in every direction. Jean Fry quickly confirmed that the shark mask was working properly. Despite its ridiculous appearance, he could breathe underwater without trouble, which meant the item was doing exactly what he needed. Once he knew the mask was reliable, Jean Fry moved on to the next part of his strategy. The Memoria necklace began to activate again, signaling another job change. Jean Fry shifted from alchemist into summoner, choosing a class better suited for adapting to the underwater dungeon. His equipment and presence changed with the new role. Kukuru stared in surprise as she watched the transformation happen so easily. She still couldn't believe Jean Fry's equipment allowed him to change jobs this freely. Jean Fry, meanwhile, was more interested in Kukuru's own abilities. Her tribe's ultrasonic voice caught his attention, and he realized it worked much like dolphin-style communication beneath the water. Now acting as a summoner, Jean Fry opened his book and prepared to call forth a beast. The pages stirred in the water as he activated the summon. But instead of some majestic spirit or overwhelming beast, a tiny electric creature appeared. Its name was Dendon, and its small size made it look far less intimidating than expected. The system identified Dendon as a low-rank summon, but it still had one useful ability. It could paralyze enemies by releasing electricity, which made it valuable in the right situation. Kukuru was instantly charmed the moment she saw Dendon. Its tiny body and electric little presence made her eyes brighten as if she had found something adorable. Jean Fry admitted that his summoner level was still too low to call proper spirits. Even so, Denden would be enough for now, especially if he used its paralysis correctly. Jean Fry then gave Kukuru her first task. He ordered her to lure a suitable underwater creature toward them so they could begin leveling Denden efficiently. Kukuru accepted the order immediately and shot off through the water. With the natural speed of the seawolf tribe, she moved like a streak beneath the surface. Watching Kukuru dart away, Jean Fry quietly appreciated how useful her underwater mobility really was. Having someone who could move that quickly in this dungeon made the entire plan much easier. With Kukuru gathering targets, Jean Fry prepared to turn the dungeon into a training ground. If everything worked, Denden could gain levels quickly from repeated battles. Before long, Kukuru came rushing back to Jean Fry with obvious pride. She announced that she had brought him prey, sounding eager to prove she had done the job well. Jean Fry was pleased by how quickly Kukuru returned at first, but then he looked past her and realized she had attracted far more sea monsters than he had expected. Instead of backing away, Jean Fry immediately began the hunt. He gave Denden the order to use electric bolt, turning the swarm's charge into their first test. The surrounding monsters rushed in all at once, closing the distance before Jean Fry could be surrounded. Their bodies surged through the water, ready to overwhelm him. Denden responded with a burst of electricity. The shock flashed outward through the water, meeting the charging monsters head-on. The electric current spread through the pack and caught the enemies completely off guard. Their movements stiffened as the paralysis took hold. Jean Fry seized the opening without hesitation. With the monsters stunned in place, he moved in confidently and used the paralysis to control the entire fight. He struck the immobilized creatures with Mira's borrowed weapon, smashing into them while they were unable to properly defend themselves. Each hit took advantage of Denden's setup. The stunned sea monsters were left helpless under the combined assault. Between Denden's electricity and Jean Fry's follow-up attacks, the pack quickly lost its momentum. Jean Fry noted that Denden's direct damage was still weak because of the level difference. But its paralysis was more than enough. Kukuru could lure enemies in, Denden could lock them down, and Jean Fry could finish them off. The plan worked right away, thanks to the shared experience from the battle. Denden jumped from level 1 all the way to level 12. Jean Fry confirmed that cooperative combat was functioning exactly as he had hoped. As long as Denden participated, it could level alongside him through the shared experience. Another wave of monsters fell soon after. With each enemy defeated, Denden's level climbed again, rising even higher until it reached level 18. Satisfied with the pace, Jean Fry told Kukuru to keep bringing more targets. Kukuru agreed eagerly, clearly happy to be useful in the underwater hunt. As the fighting continued, Jean Fry remembered that he was still using Mira's borrowed weapon. But for now, he pushed that problem aside, deciding it could wait until after the dungeon.
Jean Fry repeated this same routine with the next group of monsters. Kukuru lured them in, Denden paralyzed them, and after the battle, Denden climbed again to level 21.
At that rate, Jean Fry realized he might actually be able to raise Denden all the way to its maximum level. The underwater dungeon was turning out to be a far better training spot than expected. Then Kukuru returned again, even more proud than before. With a bright expression, she announced that this time she had found something much stronger. Jean Fry was ready to welcome another useful target. But the moment he saw what Kukuru had actually brought back, his confidence began to waver. A massive tentacle descended beside him, cutting through the water with terrifying weight. Just that one limb was enough to reveal that this prey was on an entirely different scale. Then the full creature emerged from the depths. Jean Fry found himself facing a gigantic kraken-like monster, its huge body looming over them in the underwater ruins. Jean Fry identified it as the Evil Kraken, a level 175 enemy. This was far beyond the ordinary monsters he had been farming moments earlier. At first, Jean Fry still tried to praise Kukuru for bringing a strong target, but as he spoke, he realized Kukuru had no idea why his voice sounded uneasy. Kukuru happily explained that the giant octopus she had brought was the area's mid-boss. To her, it sounded like an achievement worth celebrating. Jean Fry then revealed the real problem. Once that mid-boss was defeated, the local Demon King would be forced to appear next. Before they could talk through the consequences any further, the evil Kraken attacked. Its tentacles whipped forward in a barrage, tearing through the water toward them. One of the strikes slammed into the seabed with tremendous force. The impact sent debris through the water and forced Jean Fry to evade immediately. Jean Fry escaped the first blow and quickly regained his footing underwater. His body steadied again as he prepared for the next attack. Jean Fry decided the accident might actually save him time. Since his diving time was limited anyway, Dealing with the mid-boss now could push him forward faster than planned. Jean Fry gives Kukuru the order without wasting a second. Her job is to act as bait and keep the Kraken's attention locked on her, while he focuses on destroying every single tentacle first. Kukuru understands the plan immediately, and instead of hesitating, she accepts the dangerous role right away. Kukuru shoots forward through the water, slipping right in front of the enormous monster's face. By throwing herself into its line of sight, she pulls the Kraken's attention away from Jean Fry and makes herself the obvious target. With a fearless grin, Kukuru starts provoking the giant octopus directly. She mocks it openly, daring the beast to come after her, as if inviting the Kraken into a chase it could not ignore. Her teasing works perfectly. The monster's focus stays fixed on Kukuru, its anger following every movement she makes, while Jean Fry is left with the opening he needs. As the Kraken twists its massive body and turns after Kukuru, Jean Fry quietly slips into position behind it. With the monster distracted, he lines himself up where it cannot easily stop him. Jean Fry remembers an important detail about this boss. Each of the Kraken's tentacles is treated like a separate creature body, which means cutting them down one by one could give him experience not once, but 8 different times. He quickly confirms the opportunity in front of him. Every tentacle is a high-level target on its own, so this Kraken is not just a mid-boss, it is practically a massive pile of experience waiting to be harvested. For an S-rank dungeon mid-boss, the rewards should be huge if Jean Fry can execute the plan properly. As long as he destroys the tentacles before finishing the main body, the payoff could be exactly what he needs. Jean Fry starts the attack by calling on Dendon. At his command, Dendon unleashes Electric Bulb, sending paralysis into one of the Kraken's writhing tentacles and locking the limb in place. The moment the tentacle stiffens and stops moving, Jean Fry launches himself toward it. He does not let the opening last even a heartbeat longer than necessary. He pours his full strength into the strike, aiming straight for the disabled limb. His goal is simple: cut it off before the Kraken can recover and swing back at him. The attack lands with clean, brutal precision. Jean Fry's blow tears through the tentacle and severs it completely, sending the first massive limb falling away from the Kraken. As the first tentacle is destroyed, Dendon receives another powerful wave of experience. The reward hits immediately, pushing Dendon up to level 27. The rewards do not stop there. More shared experience flows in from the battle, and Dendon's level climbs rapidly again, rising all the way to level 32. The gains continue stacking one after another. With each burst of experience, Dendon grows stronger, soon reaching level 35. Another surge follows almost immediately. Dendon's level jumps once more, carrying it up to level 37 as Jean Fry's plan keeps paying off. By the time the next wave of rewards finishes settling in, Dendon has climbed even higher. In a short span, it has already reached level 43. Jean Fry keeps repeating the same ruthless method without breaking rhythm. Dendon paralyzes a tentacle. Jean Fry moves in, and another limb is smashed or cut down before the Kraken can properly defend itself. While Jean Fry tears through the tentacles, Kukuru continues her part perfectly. She stays just beyond the Kraken's reach, moving fast enough to keep it frustrated and distracted. When the final tentacle is finally destroyed, Kukuru's eyes widen with excitement. She realizes Jean Fry has already wiped out every last one of the Kraken's limbs. Jean Fry checks Dendon's progress and sees that it has reached level 45. It is not far from the goal he had in mind, and that is enough to keep his confidence steady. Now that the baiting phase has done its job, Jean Fry calls Kukuru back. There is no need for her to keep risking herself in front of the crippled boss. Kukuru curves away from the Kraken's path and rushes back toward Jean Fry. In a smooth arc, she returns to his side, leaving the damaged monster behind her. From a short distance away, Jean Fry calmly gives his signal. The Kraken, stripped of its tentacles and badly weakened, slowly turns its main body toward him. Jean Fry notes that Dendon has already passed level 40 and unlocked a new skill. With that in mind, he decides the final attack against the Kraken will depend on this newly gained power. Without hesitation, Jean Fry gives Dendon the order. He tells it to activate Convert Thunder and bring out the new ability. Convert Thunder is a temporary enchantment skill, one that can add the Thunder attribute directly onto a weapon. With it, an ordinary strike can become charged with electrical force. Jean Fry applies the Thunder attribute to Soul Vantage, letting the weapon surge with new power. With the blade empowered, he prepares to deliver a much stronger finishing blow. Now fully armed for the final strike, Jean Fry closes the distance to the Kraken's main body. The crippled mid-boss has nowhere left to hide behind its tentacles. Jean Fry intends to end this fight as quickly as possible. The Kraken is only the mid-boss, and beyond it waits the Demon King battle he truly needs to reach. Jean Fry descends from above and drives Thunderfist straight into the Kraken. The electrified attack crashes down with overwhelming force. The thunder-charged impact rips through the Kraken's body and blows apart what remains of the boss. When the destruction settles, Jean Fry is left standing amid the wreckage. Kukuru bursts into celebration, thrilled by what looks like a complete victory. She asks if Dendon has finally reached its maximum level, and G3 confirms that it has. With Dendon now maxed out and the mid-boss defeated, G3 announces that the requirements have been fulfilled. The conditions for summoning the Demon King are finally complete. Jean Fry tightens his focus and prepares himself for what comes next. He expects the next enemy to appear at any moment. Suddenly, the sea around them begins to distort. The water twists violently, rising into massive underwater vortexes that tower around the battlefield. G3 recognizes the sign immediately and warns Kukuru to stay alert. The real battle is about to begin. The vortexes grow stronger and more violent, gathering into a presence far more dangerous than the Kraken. The water itself seems to coil around something terrifying. Jean Fry braces himself on top of the fallen boss's remains all around him. The currents close in, surrounding him from every side. Rather than waiting to be swallowed by the storm, Jean Fry strikes forward with Thunderfist. He drives his attack into the raging current, trying to meet the new threat head-on. From within the maelstrom, a hostile voice answers him. It declares that anyone who dares disturb the seas will never leave alive. Kukuru is shaken by the voice alone. The menace behind it is so heavy that even before the enemy appears, she can feel how dangerous it is. Jean Fry, however, keeps his face completely still. He refuses to show even a flicker of fear in front of the enemy approaching through the storm. At last, the fourth Demon King reveals himself. Neptunus appears as a level 200 ocean god, and his trait allows him to automatically regenerate his health. Kukuru is overwhelmed by the sheer pressure rolling off the Demon King. Neptunus's presence alone feels heavier and more terrifying than anything the Kraken gave off. Jean Fry answers that pressure with confidence instead of panic. Just like before, he decides that the only way forward is to finish this enemy quickly. Before committing to the clash, Jean Fry checks his own status. He confirms his current build and equipment, making sure everything is ready for the fight ahead. Neptunus towers over him, his massive form making the difference in scale impossible to ignore. The Demon King's authority fills the battlefield like the sea itself is bowing to him. Jean Fry thinks back on every Demon King he has faced so far. Each one has acted in ways the game never predicted, proving more and more that this world is drifting away from what he remembers. Because of that uncertainty, Jean Fry decides he cannot afford to drag this fight out. He has to defeat Neptunus before another unexpected twist appears and changes the battle all over again. Jean Fry activates the memory necklace without hesitation, letting its power shift through him. In the middle of the underwater battlefield, he changes his job from summoner to mage, preparing to fight Neptunus with a completely different approach. Kukuru notices what he has done right away. The moment Jean Fry switches jobs, she recognizes the move and calls it exactly what it looks like to her: his ridiculously overpowered job-switching tactic. Jean Fry brushes off Kukuru's complaint as if it does not bother him at all. To him, this is not cheating in the slightest. It is simply using strategy properly in a fight where hesitation could get them killed. Now, fighting as a mage, Jean Fry raises his power and forms a glowing magic circle around him. Instead of keeping a safe distance, he begins casting right up close, directly in front of the Demon King. Jean Fry does not launch the spell from far away like a normal mage would. He carries the magic straight toward Neptunus, closing the gap and forcing the spell into the Demon King's space. The magic circle completes, and Jean Fry releases a burst of lightning from the spell. Bright electrical power surges outward, cutting through the dark water toward Neptunus. The lightning wraps itself around Neptunus's massive body, binding him in crackling energy. A moment later, the spell detonates across him, sending flashes of power bursting over his form. The spell lands directly and strikes with solid force, but Neptunus barely reacts. Even after taking the full hit, the Demon King looks almost untouched, as if the attack was only a minor annoyance. Jean Fry immediately pulls away, his instincts warning him that a counterattack is coming. He creates distance at once, refusing to stay within reach after seeing how little damage the spell caused. Neptunus mocks the attack openly, looking down on Jean Fry's magic as though it was not even worth acknowledging. To the Demon King, the spell was far too weak to pose any real threat. Then Neptunus retaliates with terrifying force. He swings a crushing hand strike straight toward Jean Fry, aiming to smash him before he can recover. Jean Fry slips out of danger by activating swift wind teleportation. In a blur of sudden movement, he repositions at high speed and avoids the Demon King's devastating blow. He reappears behind Neptunus, turning his escape into an immediate counterattack. Instead of simply running, Jean Fry uses the new position to begin another attack run from the Demon King's blind spot. From behind Neptunus, Jean Fry drives forward with Thunder Fist. The electrified strike cuts in fast, aimed directly at a place the Demon King cannot easily guard. This time, Neptunus actually flinches. The reaction is small, but it proves the hit reached him. And for the first time, Jean Fry's attack seems to have made an impact. Jean Fry follows up without giving Neptunus time to settle. He immediately uses Flash, forcing a burst of blinding light to disrupt the Demon King's senses and create another opening. Taking advantage of that brief distraction, Jean Fry closes in again and slams another Thunder Fist straight into Neptunus's face. He uses the opening perfectly, striking before the Demon King can fully react. Jean Fry turns the attack into a rapid chain of blows, refusing to slow down for even a second. He keeps hammering Neptunus, trying to overwhelm him before that automatic regeneration can wipe away the damage. The barrage rains down across the Demon King's upper body from multiple angles. Jean Fry shifts position with every strike, pounding Neptunus again and again before he can regain control of the pace. Kukuru watches the relentless assault and starts cheering, her excitement rising as Jean Fry's attacks finally seem to be working. For a moment, the pressure on the battlefield feels like it might be turning in their favor. But Neptunus recovers with a grin, proving he is still far from defeated. His expression makes it painfully clear that even Jean Fry's fierce combination attacks are not enough to bring him down. Jean Fry keeps moving anyway. Never letting Neptunus settle into his own rhythm, he refuses to allow the Demon King to dictate the flow of the fight. Even so, Jean Fry understands the problem. Neptunus's defense is absurdly high, but Jean Fry has not been attacking blindly. He has already prepared a second layer to his plan. Jean Fry invokes Dragon God Wind, adding another element to the battle. The water around him churns as he brings a new force into play against the Demon King. A massive wind dragon surges forward under Jean Fry's control. It cuts through the currents with overwhelming force, rushing straight toward Neptunus like a storm given shape. The wind dragon slams into Neptunus and erupts into a violent underwater blast. The impact sends power exploding outward, shaking the surrounding sea with brutal force. Kukuru is left stunned by the sheer scale of the attack. She can only stare as the massive burst of power tears through the battlefield in front of her. But Jean Fry does not let himself celebrate. Even after that enormous hit, he immediately judges that Neptunus is still not finished. Jean Fry knows he needs a truly decisive final blow. If he fails to finish Neptunus here, the Demon King will regenerate completely, and Jean Fry's own time underwater is already running dangerously short. His shark mask confirms just how serious the situation has become. The display shows only a little over 3 minutes of oxygen remaining, leaving him almost no margin for error. With caution no longer an option, Jean Fry switches back to Summoner. He immediately calls Dendon out again, bringing his max-level summon back into the fight. Now that Dendon has reached its maximum level, Jean Fry reveals the real value of its electric ball. If the attack connects, the paralysis effect is guaranteed to take hold. Jean Fry sends Dendon forward through the raging currents, using it to set up the finishing move. The little summon charges ahead into the chaos, carrying the key to stopping Neptunus. As the power in the water begins to swell even further, Jean Fry senses something wrong. Neptunus is preparing a move on a much larger scale than before. Kukuru can do nothing but stare as the pressure keeps building around them. The force gathering in the sea becomes so overwhelming that the entire battlefield feels like it is being crushed. Neptunus stands at the center of a colossal current, controlling the ocean around him as if it were part of his own body. The surrounding water bends to his will, forming a terrifying display of power. He declares that Jean Fry has done whatever he wanted in his ocean for long enough. The words carry the weight of a ruler finally deciding to punish an intruder. At the same time, Neptunus acknowledges Jean Fry's strength. He admits that Jean Fry is the first human to challenge him alone on equal footing, something ordinary adventurers could never hope to accomplish. Around the battlefield, the severed remains of the Kraken begin to move again. The broken pieces are drawn back into motion, pulled under the Demon King's control. Jean Fry is caught off guard when he realizes what is happening. The mid-boss he thought had already been destroyed is not truly gone after all. Neptunus reveals the answer through action, merging with the evil Kraken's remains. The Demon King takes the broken body into himself, transforming into a new combined form. Gene Fry immediately recognizes how impossible this is compared to the game he knows. Once again, a Demon King is behaving in a way that should not happen, continuing the pattern of unpredictable changes in this world. The fusion completes, and the result is far more dangerous than the Kraken or Neptunus alone. A new monster takes shape, carrying the threat of both creatures at once. Neptunus boasts that Gene Fry should consider himself honored. In his eyes, being allowed to witness this true form is a privilege few would ever survive. One of the fused tentacles suddenly lashes out across the battlefield. It snaps toward a nearby creature and catches it before the victim can escape.
The creature begins dissolving the instant the tentacle touches it. Its body melts away on contact, proving that the fused tentacles now carry a deadly corrosive effect.
Gene Fry is shocked as he sees what the new fused body can do. The tentacles are no longer just powerful limbs. They have gained a terrifying property that makes even a single touch dangerous. He quickly reaches the only conclusion that matters. Anything those tentacles touch will melt, and there is no time to worry about whether it is poison, acid, or something even worse. The fused monster attacks again almost immediately, swinging another corrosive tentacle straight toward Gene Fry. The strike comes fast, forcing him to react on instinct. Gene Fry barely avoids the blow, slipping away just in time. The tentacle tears through the terrain beside him, showing exactly what would have happened if it had landed. Gene Fry curses under his breath as the situation spirals completely out of control. What was supposed to be a dangerous but manageable fight has now turned into something far deadlier than he planned for. Kukuru panics when she sees Gene Fry being forced backward. Her eyes widen in fear as the pressure of the fused monster pushes him into a corner. Neptunus laughs at the sight of Gene Fry trapped beneath the fused mass, clearly enjoying the advantage. To the Demon King, Gene Fry looks pinned, helpless, and finally within reach of defeat. Even while buried in the rubble and surrounded by danger, Gene Fry keeps Dendon close to him. He forces himself to stay calm, searching desperately for a way out instead of giving in to panic. Kukuru can hardly believe Gene Fry is still alive after being crushed so violently. From where she stands, it looks impossible that anyone could survive that kind of impact. But Gene Fry shouts back, proving he is still conscious. Even after taking that brutal hit, he has not stopped fighting. Kukuru rushes toward him in alarm, desperate to reach his side. She moves as fast as she can, trying to help him recover before Neptunus attacks again. Neptunus watches with amusement instead of concern, entertained by Gene Fry's stubborn survival. Rather than feeling threatened, he praises Gene Fry for enduring longer than expected. Gene Fry finally admits to himself that this is serious trouble. The fight has reached a point where even he can no longer pretend everything is still under control. He judges the danger in an instant. If the tips of those tentacles touch him, he is dead, and with his shark mask nearly out of oxygen, he has no room left to hold anything back. With everything on the line, Gene Fry makes one last gamble. He changes jobs again, abandoning summoner and switching into pugilist. The memory necklace confirms the change immediately. Gene Fry's job shifts from summoner to pugilist, locking him into a new fighting style for the final stretch of the battle. Because Soul Vantage is equipped under the proper conditions, the pugilist job's special skill unlocks, but the power comes at a brutal cost, draining away most of Gene Fry's remaining health. Gene Fry activates Fighting Spirit Injection, choosing to sacrifice 80% of his HP in exchange for overwhelming force. In return, both his attack and defense are doubled. A fierce new aura erupts around Gene Fry as he faces the fused Demon King at close range. His body radiates power, but the price of that strength is already eating away at him. Kukuru senses the sudden change immediately. She can tell from the pressure around Gene Fry that he has triggered an incredibly powerful buff. Gene Fry reminds himself how this skill works. Fighting Spirit Injection only becomes available when Soul Vantage is equipped, while he is a pugilist. But even then, the last exchange hurt far more than he expected. Neptunus mocks him for changing outfits yet again, looking down on the transformation with arrogance. He demands to know what makes this new form any different from the others. Without waiting for Gene Fry to answer, Neptunus sends more tentacles crashing down toward him. The Demon King declares that he will turn Gene Fry into nothing more than food for the sea. Gene Fry bursts forward through the attack, using his enhanced speed and power to break through the pressure. Instead of retreating, he charges directly into the danger. As he closes the distance, Gene Fry realizes the fused Demon King has become faster and stronger too. Neptunus's own attack power and speed have risen, turning every clash into an even deadlier exchange. Gene Fry checks the situation and realizes his shark mask has less than 2 minutes of oxygen left. The fight cannot continue any longer. He has to end it immediately. As Gene Fry rushes through the water, he admits the worst truth to himself. A drawn-out battle only works against him now because both his skills and his mask are close to expiring, yet he still cannot find a clear opening. In that desperate moment, Kukuru calls out to Gene Fry and moves to help him. Her voice cuts through the chaos as she throws herself into the fight. Kukuru suddenly charges into the battlefield despite the danger surrounding them. She rushes straight into the path of the fused Demon King, refusing to stay back and watch Gene Fry struggle alone. Gene Fry panics the moment he sees her rushing in. He tries to drive Kukuru away before she gets caught by the tentacles and hurt. But Kukuru does not retreat. Her focus stays sharp, and instead of backing down, she keeps moving with determination. The Sea Demon King welcomes the chance to kill them both at once. To Neptunus, their decision to stand together looks like a fatal mistake that has handed him victory. The fused tentacles close in from every direction, surrounding Gene Fry and Kukuru in an instant. With no room to relax, the two are forced straight into defense. Gene Fry is caught off guard by how suddenly the pressure doubles. The moment Kukuru enters the battlefield, the Demon King's attacks seem to tighten around both of them. But Neptunus also notices something strange in Kukuru's movement. Her speed underwater is not what he expected from her at all. Kukuru darts through the water with incredible agility, slipping past the attacks before they can catch her. Her movement disrupts the Demon King's assault, throwing off the rhythm of the tentacles. With Kukuru moving beside him, Gene Fry finally gains the space he needs. Her speed opens a path, allowing him to reposition against the monster instead of being trapped. Kukuru boasts that the Seawolf tribe's swimming speed makes the Demon King's attacks look almost frozen to her. The rapid movement works beautifully, even if being dragged through it leaves Gene Fry feeling slightly sick. The Demon King realizes that Kukuru is more troublesome than he first assumed. Her underwater speed makes her a threat he cannot simply ignore. Gene Fry steadies himself and starts thinking tactically again. Now that Kukuru has changed the flow of the fight, he can finally search for a way to turn that opening into victory. Gene Fry thanks Kukuru for saving him, then immediately asks if she can keep dodging the Demon King's attacks. He needs to know whether her speed can hold long enough for one final plan. Kukuru agrees at once, without the slightest hesitation. She tells Gene Fry to focus completely on killing the Demon King, while she takes care of the dodging. Gene Fry decides that everything has to end in their very next exchange. He gives Kukuru precise timing instructions, setting up a hit-and-run attack that depends entirely on her speed. Kukuru accepts the plan immediately. She understands what Gene Fry needs from her and prepares to move on his timing. Together, they bait the Demon King into launching another attack. Just as Gene Fry intended, the tentacles come rushing out toward them. Using Kukuru's speed, the two slip through the strike zone before the tentacles can close around them. They cut through the danger and rush closer to the Demon King's body. For one brief instant, they vanish from the Demon King's sight. The sudden movement makes Neptunus lose track of them in the swirling water. The Demon King searches for them, his attention shifting as his guard opens for just a moment. That tiny lapse is exactly what Gene Fry has been waiting for. Gene Fry gives the signal, and Kukuru launches him straight back into the fight. With her speed behind him, he shoots toward the Demon King like a living projectile. Gene Fry crashes into Neptunus with a heavy electrified blow. The impact slams into the Demon King's body with enough force to shake the surrounding water. Before Neptunus can fully react, Gene Fry follows up with a brutal barrage. Strike after strike lands across the Demon King's body, forcing the fused monster to take the full assault. The Demon King roars in fury at the two brats who dared to corner him. But Gene Fry knows the truth. His borrowed time is almost completely gone. Gene Fry realizes this is his final chance. If he cannot finish Neptunus here, everything will collapse. So he resolves to pour everything into one decisive burst. Gene Fry calls for the last approach just as the Demon King raises its tentacles again. The final clash is about to begin, and there is no room left for hesitation. Gene Fry pulls every remaining spark of lightning into one clenched fist. The electricity gathers tighter and tighter around his hand, turning his next punch into everything he has left. Gene Fry drives that fully charged fist straight into the Demon King's face. The blow crashes in head-on, carrying all of his remaining power through the water. Demon King screams as the impact tears through him. The force of the punch leaves Neptunus reeling, his massive body shaken by the blast of lightning. Even after taking that heavy damage, the Demon King still tries to speak. Wounded and staggering, Neptunus warns them not to get carried away just because they managed to land a hit. But before Neptunus can recover, Kukuru reveals the real trick. While the Demon King was focused on Jean Fry, she had already stolen his weapon. Kukuru holds up the stolen weapon where Neptunus can clearly see it. The Demon King freezes, stunned by the sight of his own weapon in her hands. With a cheerful smile, Kukuru admits that taking things is a bad habit of hers. She even apologizes as she says it, though the timing makes the confession feel almost shameless. Neptunus is left completely speechless. In the middle of a deadly battle, Kukuru has robbed him so cleanly that even the Demon King cannot immediately process what happened. Jean Fry watches the exchange and dryly points out that Kukuru's habit is far beyond a simple little quirk. Calling it minor would be giving her far too much credit. Even so, Jean Fry cannot deny how useful it was. He praises Kukuru because that theft created the exact opening they desperately needed. Jean Fry immediately takes advantage of the disarmed Demon King and unleashes a barrage of thunder. Lightning crashes into Neptunus again and again before he can regain control. The repeated strikes hammer Neptunus backward, forcing the Demon King to endure one impact after another. Jean Fry keeps the pressure on, pinning him in place with relentless electric blows. Then Jean Fry calls out to Kukuru again, shifting from the opening attack into the true finishing plan. This next move is the one that will decide everything. Jean Fry orders Kukuru to take the stolen weapon and leap out of the water. He explains that Neptunus is regenerating too quickly while submerged, and Jean Fry himself is already running dangerously low on oxygen. Kukuru quickly understands what Jean Fry is aiming for. He plans to punch the Demon King out of the sea and onto land, where Neptunus cannot heal, and then Kukuru must finish him with the stolen weapon. The responsibility hits Kukuru hard, leaving her shocked for a moment. But Jean Fry insists that she has to be the one to deliver the final blow. While Jean Fry keeps the Demon King occupied, he admits the truth to himself. He has no time left, and no matter how hard he pushes, he cannot finish this alone. Kukuru hesitates under the weight of the trust Jean Fry has placed in her. Then she steels herself, pushes down her fear, and decides to answer that trust with everything she has. Kukuru promises Jean Fry that she will give it her all. Her resolve hardens as she prepares to carry out the role only she can handle. With the stolen weapon in hand, Kukuru rockets upward toward the surface. She cuts through the water at full speed, leaving the battlefield below as she races for land. Kukuru bursts out of the sea and reaches land just as Jean Fry instructed. Water sprays around her as she plants herself in position for the final strike. From above the water, Kukuru calls down to Jean Fry and tells him she is ready. Her voice reaches him from the surface, signaling that everything is in place. Far below, Jean Fry gathers the last of his strength into another thunder-charged fist. His body is nearly at its limit, but he forces the power to answer him one more time. The lightning around Jean Fry's hand swells to its absolute limit. The energy crackles violently, building into the final blow he has been saving. Jean Fry unleashes Thunder Grand Strike, driving the explosive attack straight into the Demon King. The force of the blow blasts Neptunus upward with terrifying power. The impact sends Neptunus flying out of the water and onto land. The moment the Demon King leaves the sea, his regeneration is cut off. Jean Fry instantly switches back to Summoner and calls on Dendon. Without wasting a second, he orders Dendon to fire an electric ball at the Demon King.
Dendon's electric attack hits and paralyzes Neptunus, freezing the Demon King's body in place. For a brief moment, the monster cannot move.
Jean Fry knows that the paralysis will only last for a single second. He shouts to Kukuru, telling her that this is their final opening. Kukuru activates the stolen weapon at once. She does not hesitate, knowing the tiny window Jean Fry created will disappear almost immediately. The stolen weapon materializes into a massive axe in Kukuru's hands. Gripping it tightly, she dives toward the immobilized Demon King with all her strength. Even with fear gripping her, Kukuru commits fully to the attack. She refuses to pull away now, because this strike has to end the battle. Kukuru swings the huge axe down toward the Demon King's head. Her whole body follows the motion, driving the blade toward its target. She follows through completely, refusing to slow down or pull back. Every bit of her momentum goes into that single downward strike. The blow lands cleanly before the paralysis can wear off. Kukuru reaches the Demon King in the exact instant Jean Fry created for her. The axe cleaves deep into Neptunus's skull. The stolen weapon bites into the Demon King with devastating force. Neptunus lets out one final scream as the weapon finishes him. The Demon King's resistance collapses beneath Kukuru's decisive strike. After the kill, Jean Fry and Kukuru surface from the sea together. Both of them are alive, battered but standing after the brutal fight. Jean Fry calmly confirms the result. The fourth Demon King has been defeated. The system announces the fall of Demon King Neptunus. Experience and rewards are granted, marking the end of the battle. Kukuru stares at her reward in shock. The amount of money she receives from the victory is far beyond anything she expected. Her reward screen shows 2.5 million gold. On top of that, her level jumps from 119 all the way to 124. When Kukuru asks why she received so much, Jean Fry explains it plainly. Neptunus's total reward was 5 million gold, so he split both the money and the experience evenly between the two of them. Kukuru immediately protests, feeling that she did far too little to deserve half of the reward. To her, taking that much would be unfair to Jean Fry. Jean Fry teases her for the contradiction. She can be completely shameless when it comes to stealing, yet the moment money is involved, she suddenly becomes modest. Kukuru insists that stealing is simply her skill, so that is different. Defeating the Demon King, however, was not something she accomplished by herself. Jean Fry cannot fully follow Kukuru's strange logic. Even so, he can tell from her expression and tone that she is being completely sincere. Jean Fry tells Kukuru to accept the reward anyway. Then he announces that their promised partnership ends here and begins to leave. Kukuru refuses to let Jean Fry walk away so easily. She stops him with a sharp, piercing shout that cuts through the moment. Kukuru declares that she still has far too much to learn from her master. Because of that, she intends to keep following Jean Fry from now on. Jean Fry goes completely blank for a moment, caught off guard by how suddenly Kukuru has made up her mind. Her declaration comes so abruptly that even he needs a second to process it. When Jean Fry tries to ignore her and keep walking, Kukuru immediately runs after him. She refuses to let the distance open between them, sticking close behind him with stubborn determination. Kukuru calls out for Jean Fry to wait, her voice chasing after him as he moves ahead. From the way she follows, it is obvious she has no intention of being left behind. After that, Jean Fry and Kukuru continue their journey, leaving the previous battlefield behind. Their path carries them onward toward a completely new region. When they finally reach the fifth continent, Kukuru is immediately thrilled by everything around her. Her eyes light up at the unfamiliar sights, unable to hide her excitement over the new place. Jean Fry reminds Kukuru that his destination is the SSG, the sudden death survival game. Before going any farther, he asks her one last time whether she truly understands what she is choosing to follow him into. Kukuru answers with complete eagerness, showing no hesitation at all. Instead of backing down, she urges Jean Fry to hurry up and take her there already. Jean Fry finally gives in to her persistence. Since Kukuru insists on coming this strongly, he decides there is no point arguing and allows her to tag along. At the same time, Jean Fry quietly admits that Kukuru may actually be useful. Her stealing ability could become a serious advantage in the challenges waiting for them next. Jean Fry then reveals the larger reason behind entering the event. To challenge the fifth Demon King, they first have to win the SSG and obtain a piece of hidden equipment. They arrive at the SSG starting area, where adventurers have already gathered in large numbers. The place is crowded with competitors waiting for the game to begin. Kukuru looks around in amazement at the size of the crowd. Seeing so many participants gathered in one place immediately catches her attention. Just as expected, Kukuru turns to Jean Fry and asks what the SSG actually is. Despite already following him here, she still has no real idea what kind of event they are entering. The nearby adventurers stare in disbelief when they hear her question. To them, it is baffling that someone calling herself an adventurer does not even know about the SSG. Jean Fry briefly regrets bringing along a teammate this uninformed. Still, since Kukuru is already here, he resigns himself to explaining the basics. Before Jean Fry can begin, a harsh voice cuts through the area. Someone nearby snaps at another person, telling them to stop nagging and get lost. Jean Fry and Kukuru both turn toward the commotion. The sudden hostility draws their attention away from the game and toward the source of the argument. They see a group of men surrounding a lone elf girl, clearly picking a fight with her. The elf stands by herself, facing their hostility with no one on her side. One of the men complains bitterly that he recruited an elf because he expected powerful magic. Instead, he claims she turned out to be a complete disappointment. He mocks her even further for changing jobs into an alchemist. In his eyes, it is a useless class suited only for mixing potions and nothing more. The elf girl timidly agrees with the insult, shrinking under their words. But her status shows the truth. She is Levin Luminous Lydia, an alchemist with the advanced mixer class. The men cut Levin off before she can defend herself. Coldly, they announce that they have already found someone else to replace her. When Levin quietly says she has no other teammates, The men show no sympathy at all. They cruelly tell her to go find new teammates by herself. That is when Jean Fry steps in and offers Levin another option. Instead of staying with those losers, he tells her she can join his team. Levin is startled by the sudden rescue and looks at Jean Fry in surprise. Meanwhile, Kukuru immediately leans closer with interest, clearly curious about the elf girl. The men are caught off guard by Jean Fry's interference. They clearly did not expect anyone to step in for someone they had already thrown away. Jean Fry explains the reason plainly. The SSG requires teams of 3, and his own group is still missing one member. With the start time drawing closer, Levin nervously asks if Jean Fry would truly accept someone like her. Her voice carries both hope and doubt as she waits for his answer. Jean Fry answers without hesitation and says yes. Kukuru happily supports the decision as well, welcoming Levin as if it were the most natural choice. An announcement rings out across the starting area, warning all participants that the game is about to begin. Everyone is told to finalize their teams of 3 immediately. Levin gratefully accepts Jean Fry's offer, relieved to have finally found a team. Kukuru welcomes her aboard with open enthusiasm, making the moment feel much warmer than before. The rejected men sneer at Jean Fry, calling him an idiot for taking someone they consider useless. They predict his team will be wiped out almost immediately. Before the argument can go any further, the SSG officially begins. The noise of the crowd shifts instantly as the event moves into motion. Heart badges appear on the chests of the other participants, making the game's main objective clear at a glance. The competition is centered around those badges. Kukuru and Levin receive their own heart badges as well. The symbols appear on them, marking both of them as official participants in the SSG. Jean Fry studies his own badge and immediately focuses on the situation. His attention sharpens as he begins thinking about how the game will play out. A final blessing is given to the participants, and teleportation magic activates beneath their feet. Light begins to rise around the players, signaling the start of the transfer. Kukuru is startled as the teams are suddenly pulled away by the magic. The abrupt transportation catches her completely off guard. The teleportation ends in a burst of light and sudden impact. In an instant, the starting area disappears from view. The teams are scattered across the game field, each group dropped into a different location. The real SSG has now begun. Jean Fry, Kukuru, and Levin materialize together in a forested area. Trees surround them on all sides, placing their newly formed team deep within the field. Kukuru looks around in confusion, trying to understand where they have landed. She quickly realizes that only the 3 of them have been placed in this spot. Even after being teleported into the game field, Kukuru still turns to Jean Fry and asks him to finally explain what the SSG is. Her curiosity has not faded at all. Jean Fry lets out a sigh, accepting that he has no choice but to explain it now. He begins with the simplest version of the rules. Jean Fry explains that the game lasts for 48 hours. During that time, the team that collects the most heart badges wins, while losing your own badge means elimination. He adds that stolen badges are not only for scoring points. They can also be used to revive teammates who have already been eliminated. The moment Kukuru hears that the game revolves around stealing, her excitement shoots up. To her, this sounds like the perfect kind of competition. Kukuru eagerly concludes that they simply need to steal as many hearts as possible. While she gets carried away by the idea, Jean Fry finally takes the time to introduce himself to Levin. Jean Fry introduces Kukuru as the loud one beside him, then learns the elf girl's name properly. The quiet alchemist tells him she is Levin. Without wasting any more time, Jean Fry moves straight into their first plan. He asks Levin to begin by mixing something for him. Levin quickly explains that she keeps a supply of herbs with her at all times, just in case something unexpected comes up. Because of that, if Jean Fry needs a specific mixture or material, she can prepare it for him right there on the spot. Jean Fry immediately gives her a clear order. He tells Levin to make explosive grass as fast as she can, then throw it toward the enemy group gathered nearby before they have any chance to react. Levin focuses herself and activates her alchemist skill, carefully drawing on the herbs she brought with her. In only a moment, she manages to create a bundle of high-rank explosive grass far stronger than an ordinary improvised item. After checking the direction Jean Fry pointed out, Levin steadies her aim and fixes her eyes on the target. Then she throws the explosive grass exactly toward the spot he indicated, sending it straight into the enemy's position. Jean Fry does not flinch or rush after giving the command. He simply stands there with calm confidence, watching as Levin's attack sails through the air and lands right among the enemy team. The next instant, a violent blast erupts from the ground. The three men are blown upward before they can even understand what has happened. Their bodies flung into the air by the sudden explosion. Jean Fry breaks into a satisfied grin as the smoke and force ripple outward. Beside him, Levin stares in disbelief, stunned that something she created with her own hands could produce such a powerful result. The leader of the enemy team struggles to push himself back up, his face twisted with confusion. He looks around in a panic, clearly unable to make sense of how they were attacked so suddenly. Jean Fry steps forward with a sharp, predatory smile, closing the distance as if the outcome has already been decided. Then he calmly declares that he will be taking their hearts. The enemy leader freezes where he is, staring up at Jean Fry with alarm spreading across his face. All the confidence he had a moment ago vanishes under the pressure of Jean Fry's gaze. When the man snaps and demands to know what just happened, Jean Fry answers without hesitation. He tells him that the explosion came from Levin's explosive grass, making it clear exactly who had struck them down. The enemy leader is left speechless when he realizes the truth. The quiet, timid elf he had tossed aside as useless was the very person who had just landed such a devastating hit on his team. Instead of admitting his mistake, the man turns his anger on Levine. He shouts that she should have shown that ability sooner, speaking as though revealing her talent would have given him the right to keep exploiting her. Driven by frustration, the enemy leader suddenly lunges forward. He tries to force his way back into control of the situation, moving as if he can still take back what he has already lost. But Kukuru moves before anyone else can react. In a flash, she darts through the opening and snatches away the enemy team's heart badges so quickly that the men barely even register her movement. Kukuru pulls back with a proud little burst of excitement and announces that she has secured the hearts. Her confidence shines through as if she has just proven how simple the game can be. Jean Fry and Levin both stare at her for a moment, caught off guard by how quickly she picked up the rules. Kukuru has adapted to the game almost too naturally, as if stealing hearts is already second nature to her. Only then do the enemy players finally realize what has happened. Their expressions collapse in horror as they understand that every one of their heart badges has already been taken. Jean Fry cannot help being impressed by Kukuru's instant success. Meanwhile, Kukuru beams with delight, celebrating the fact that their very first clash ended in such an easy win. The defeated men can do nothing but scream after them, desperately demanding their stolen hearts back. But it is already too late, and Jean Fry's team walks away with the early advantage firmly in their hands. Suddenly, a burst of force sweeps through the area, and several players' hearts are sent flying away all at once. The sudden movement makes the rules of the battlefield feel even more dangerous than before. Levin quickly realizes what is happening. In this game, once a player's heart is stolen, that player is immediately expelled from the field and sent all the way back to the starting area. As everyone begins to understand the mechanic, Levin's face lights up with excitement. She turns to Kukuru and praises her for pulling off such an impressive steal so quickly. Levin grows shy almost immediately and tries to brush the praise aside. In her eyes, Kukuru's instant triple steal was far more incredible, especially since she had taken all 3 hearts in one clean move. Kukuru takes that encouragement straight to heart. With her confidence swelling, she decides that if she can steal 3 hearts that easily, then she should go after even more. Before Jean Fry or Levin can stop her, Kukuru spots another potential target nearby. Her eyes lock onto them, and she charges off on her own without waiting for any kind of plan. Her new prey is a trio of players, standing together in a loose group. They look relaxed and casual, as if they are not expecting anyone to rush them head-on. Just as Kukuru closes in, one of the men appears to claim another heart for himself. The group seems distracted by their own success, making them look like the perfect target for her next steal. But the moment Kukuru makes her move, a hidden countermeasure suddenly activates. What looked like an easy opening instantly turns into a trap waiting for her. Kukuru is caught completely off guard in the middle of her attack. Her confident momentum breaks at once as she realizes that something has gone terribly wrong. By the time she understands the danger, it is already too late. Instead of stealing from them, Kukuru discovers that her own heart has been taken. The 3 men gather around her with pleased, smug expressions. They loom over Kukuru as if they had been waiting for this exact moment, satisfied that their trap worked perfectly. Jean Fry watches the scene unfold and can only think that Kukuru brought this on herself. After rushing in so recklessly without checking for danger, she had practically walked straight into their hands. Kukuru is left frozen in confusion and embarrassment, unable to hide how badly she misjudged the situation. The ambushers take their time toying with her, enjoying the fact that her confidence has completely collapsed. The thieves explain that their trap was a counter-steal reflection, a measure designed to punish anyone who tried to take their hearts. Then they gloat over the extra hearts they gained from Kukuru's mistake. Kukuru grits her teeth and bitterly admits that the one-use item must have been expensive, but even so, it was worth preparing if it could punish her this badly. The frustration on her face says everything. Levin panics as she sees Kukuru being forcibly removed from the field. The sudden loss hits her hard, and she watches helplessly as her teammate is pulled away by the rules of the game. Kukuru is launched off the battlefield and sent flying back toward the starting area. Her reckless charge ends in an instant, leaving nothing behind but the result of the trap she fell into. Jean, Fry, and Levin are left standing there in exasperated silence. As frustrating as it is, the disaster unfolded almost exactly the way one would expect after Kukuru rushed in without thinking. Stealing hearts may be a powerful tactic in this game, but it is far from unbeatable. Players who survive understand that items, skills, traps, and countermeasures are all basic tools needed to stay in the fight. In SSG, victory is not decided by a single strong move or a simple advantage. Preparation, knowledge, timing, and the ability to outsmart opponents all matter just as much as raw power. The three thieves, now feeling bold after catching Kukuru, turn their attention to her remaining teammates. They dismiss Jean, Fry, and Levin as easy prey and rush in, intending to wipe them out as well. Jean Fry calmly steps into their path before they can launch their attack. With overwhelming speed, he intercepts all three of them, moving so fast that their charge is stopped before it truly begins. In the next instant, the attackers freeze in shock. All three of them realize at almost the same time that their hearts have already been taken. Jean Fry explains that in their case, pure speed was enough to steal from them before they could defend themselves. Then, with the matter settled, he decides to revive Kukuru first and save the lecture for afterward. The nearby players stare in stunned disbelief as they process what just happened. Jean Fry had stolen every heart in a single moment, without giving the thieves even the slightest chance to respond. Even the dramatic system effect bursts out, as if celebrating his feat for everyone to notice. Jean Fry, however, only feels annoyed by how flashy and attention-grabbing the heart badges are designed to be. After the sudden reversal, the team gathers again back in the clearing. The tension settles for the moment as Jean Fry, Levin, and Kukuru regroup after everything that just happened. Kukuru lowers her head and offers a sincere apology. This time, her voice carries real regret as she promises that from now on, she will be more careful before rushing into danger. Jean Fry accepts her apology and lets the matter rest for the moment. Then he shifts the team's focus to the next priority, surviving the night while having Levin begin preparing the materials they will need for camp. Levin's face brightens at Jean Fry's request, and she nods without hesitation. She is eager to be useful, quickly agreeing to help prepare whatever they need for the night. That night, the three of them gather around a small campfire deep in the jungle. The flames crackle softly in the darkness, and Kukuru has already fallen asleep nearby, resting without the slightest sign of worry. While Levin and Kukuru rest, Jean Fry remains alert beside the fire. Through the quiet rustle of the trees, he catches the sound of suspicious movement somewhere in the forest. But Jean Fry does not look frightened or unsettled. Instead, he simply observes how lively the jungle remains even after nightfall. His expression calm as he quietly wonders what kind of trouble tomorrow will bring. Elsewhere in the darkness, a hidden trap silently does its work. One unlucky passerby after another is caught, leaving behind a massive pile of stolen hearts and valuable loot. The trap turns out to be Levin's custom-made steel grass, a special plant prepared with her alchemist ability. Once planted across the surrounding area, the steel grass quietly snatches items from passing travelers. And by morning, the results are already paying off far better than expected. Watching the situation unfold, Jean Fry quietly decides that it is time to wake the others. The calm of the night is ending, and staying asleep any longer would only put them in danger. At dawn, Jean Fry moves over to his sleeping teammates and rouses Levin and Kukuru from the ground. The pale morning light is already filtering through the trees around them. Levin and Kukuru wake up to find that morning has already arrived. Jean Fry looks down at them and remarks on how peacefully they managed to sleep in the middle of such a dangerous place. Then Jean Fry's tone turns serious. He warns both of them that enemies have arrived earlier than expected, and he tells them clearly not to let their hearts get stolen. The moment they hear that warning, Levin and Kukuru tense up at once. Their sleepy expressions vanish, replaced by alert eyes and stiffened shoulders. A new trio steps out from hiding, revealing themselves among the trees. They look irritated that their plan to ambush the sleeping team has already been discovered. Jean Fry quietly cautions Levin and Kukuru not to underestimate them. These players survived the first day of the game, which means they are not the same kind of easy opponents they dealt with before. He makes the difference clear with a steady look. Compared to yesterday's careless weaklings, this group is far more dangerous and far better prepared. The enemy team steps forward with confidence, their formation calm and deliberate. At the front stands a composed blonde summoner, clearly acting as the leader of the group. The blonde leader quickly reads the situation and correctly figures out their trick. He realizes Levin's visible armor was only a decoy, and that Jean Fry's team used detection to notice the ambush ahead of time. Without giving them a chance to respond, the blonde leader activates an item. A sudden teleportation effect erupts around Jean Fry, Levin, and Kukuru, forcibly separating the three teammates from one another. Before any of them can properly react, the team is torn apart. The space around them twists, and each of them is scattered away from the others. Jean Fry immediately understands the enemy's real strategy. Their goal is to split the team up, isolate each member, and eliminate them one by one. The teleportation effect hurls each teammate into a different part of the forest. In an instant, the clearing disappears from sight as the jungle swallows them separately. The forced separation continues, dragging them farther and farther apart. The distance between the three grows so wide that calling out to one another is no longer possible. Levin finds herself standing alone in a different section of the forest. In front of her waits the enemy archer, already positioned to fight her one-on-one. Elsewhere, another member of the team is thrown into a separate part of the jungle. The sudden displacement leaves no time to regroup or check on the others. Kukuru lands across from a green-clad beast handler. The moment her feet touch the ground, she finds herself facing an opponent clearly prepared for close combat. Jean Fry, meanwhile, ends up alone with the blonde leader. The forest around them grows tense as the two stand opposite each other, separated from everyone else. The blonde leader smugly explains the plan with complete confidence. First, they use items to divide the enemy team, and then their pre-summoned creatures finish the isolated targets off. Jean Fry immediately feels his patience thinning. What irritates him most is not the strategy itself, but how proudly the blonde leader keeps explaining every detail out loud. The blonde leader continues taunting him, promising that Jean Fry will soon be sent back to the starting area. He even sneers that Jean Fry can reunite with his teammates there after they lose. Jean Fry answers without raising his voice. He simply points out that someone standing alone should not be acting so talkative and confident. Then Jean Fry calmly turns the threat back on him. If anyone is going to be returned to the starting area, he says, it will be the blonde leader instead. Separated from Jean Fry and Levin, Kukuru draws her blades and steadies her breathing. With no teammates beside her, she prepares to handle the fight on her own. Levin, isolated in another part of the forest, also steels herself. Even though fear flickers through her, she knows she cannot afford to lose here. Kukuru is the first to move. The instant she sees an opening, she launches forward with explosive speed. She attacks so quickly that her body becomes a blur, using her agility to pressure the beast handler before he can fully settle into his stance. But the beast handler has already prepared his defense. 3 summoned beasts surround him like living shields, and he braces himself behind them. Even so, Kukuru's speed catches him by surprise. His eyes widen for a moment, though he does not lose enough composure to panic. Kukuru smirks and mocks him for being too slow to keep up with her movements. Her tone is sharp, confident, and meant to get under his skin. The beast handler reacts by throwing a blade toward the spot where Kukuru has perched. The weapon cuts through the air, trying to pin her down and break her rhythm. Kukuru dodges away at once, landing lightly as she studies the battlefield. In that moment, she quickly decides that the human controller is the real target, not the summoned beasts. The beast handler and his 3 summons begin closing in from every direction. Their formation tightens around Kukuru, trying to corner her and limit her escape routes. Kukuru chooses to go straight through them. She commits to a direct strike, planning to take down the beast handler quickly and steal his heart before the summons can stop her. Her attack lands with a sharp burst of force. The impact rings out as Kukuru drives her strike straight toward her opponent. But instead of breaking through, her blow slams hard against a shield. The barrier catches the attack and stops it before it can reach the beast handler himself. The beast handler sneers from behind his defense, dismissing her attack as nothing more than speed without weight. To him, her offense is fast, but far too light to truly matter. Kukuru immediately needles him in return, calling him out for hiding behind a shield. She twists the insult further, accusing him of being scared to face her directly. Her words clearly annoy him. With his expression tightening, The beast handler orders his summoned beasts to tear her apart. The three monsters rush in from every side, surrounding Kukuru with claws, fangs, and heavy bodies. They try to overwhelm her all at once before she can escape. Kukuru answers with a swift, spinning counterattack. Her blades flash in a clean arc, cutting through all three summoned beasts in a single flowing motion. She lands among the fallen bodies of the monsters, light on her feet and completely unfazed. Then she boasts that clumsy attacks like those will never be enough to catch her. The beast handler's face twists with anger as he snaps at his own summoned beasts. He rages at them for failing to finish off Kukuru, furious that all three monsters could not bring down one fast-moving opponent. But when the beast handler turns his eyes back toward the battlefield, Kukuru is no longer where she had been. In the space of a single breath, she has vanished completely from his sight. Using stealth to slip around him unnoticed, Kukuru suddenly reappears behind his back. Her voice comes from much too close as she reminds him with a mocking edge that he is still far too slow to keep up with her. The beast handler barely has enough time to sense the danger behind him. His body stiffens, but by the time he starts to react, Kukuru is already within striking range. Kukuru drives her attack into him from behind, hitting him cleanly before he can defend himself. The impact sends the beast handler staggering forward, his balance breaking under the sudden blow. She does not give him a moment to recover. Kukuru follows up with a sharp kick, slamming him down hard into the ground and leaving him sprawled beneath her. Standing over the fallen beast handler, Kukuru looks down at him with a satisfied smirk. Then she throws his earlier words right back at him, mocking the claim that her attacks were too light to matter. Certain that the fight is already over, Kukuru reaches toward the beast handler to take his heart. Her confidence is absolute, as if victory is already sitting in the palm of her hand. But just as she moves to finish it, the summoned beasts she thought she had defeated begin rising again around her. Their bodies stir one after another, surrounding her from every side. Kukuru's eyes widen as the truth hits her all at once. The man she knocked down was not the real summoner at all, and she realizes with a shock that she has completely misread the enemy's setup. The revived beasts close in while Kukuru stands trapped in the middle of her own mistake. The space around her tightens, and the opening she thought she had created begins to disappear. Realizing she has made a serious blunder, Kukuru quickly changes her plan. Taking the heart is enough for now, and instead of pushing her luck any further, she decides it is smarter to run. Kukuru bursts away at full speed, slipping through the monster's reach before they can surround her completely. Her body flashes through the jungle as she focuses only on escaping their pursuit. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Levin activates a wide area detection field. She steadies herself and begins searching the surrounding jungle for any hidden enemies. Her search grass spreads its sensing range across 100 meters, scanning for magical traces in the area. With it, Levin gains a way to track ambushes before they can close in on her. At first, the scan shows no movement at all. The lack of reaction suggests that the enemy has hidden extremely well, slipping outside the range of anything obvious. Levin recalls how the enemy avoided her first strike by using a smokescreen. Since then, the archer has stayed completely untraceable, refusing to give Levin a clear target. Even so, Levin keeps the search going, carefully studying the field around her. Her eyes move across the brush and shadows, looking for even the smallest sign of movement. Far away in the tall grass, the hidden archer is watching Levin from a long distance. Concealed among the vegetation, the archer keeps her aim steady and waits for the right opening. Levin remains surprisingly calm despite being hunted. She convinces herself that if she stays focused, she can see through whatever plan the enemy is trying to set up. The archer, however, thinks like a hunter stalking prey. To her, taking down one isolated target like Levin should be simple, especially now that Levin has been separated from her team. When the archer finally launches her attack, Levin reacts instantly. She raises a plant barrier to block the incoming strike and pinpoints the direction the threat came from at the same time. Levin immediately counters by throwing explosive grass toward the archer's position. The bundle flies through the brush aimed at the spot where the attack seemed to originate. The explosion tears through the area, but it fails to hit the archer. From a safe distance, the archer mocks Levin for having plenty of destructive power but not enough accuracy to make it count. Levin slips into the brush and hides herself among the leaves. She is clearly unsettled by the miss, but she keeps thinking, searching for a way to turn the situation around. Then Levin senses another presence approaching from behind. Her body tenses as she realizes something else is closing in on her position. To Levin's alarm, the presence is not the archer at all. A group of summoned beasts is pushing through the jungle behind her, coming straight toward her hiding place. The monsters lunge in, trying to trap Levin before she can escape. Their bodies rush through the brush, cutting off the space around her. Levin reacts at once by using smoke grass. Thick smoke bursts outward, blinding the beasts and throwing their senses into confusion. The summoned beasts lose track of Levin inside the smoke cloud. While they stumble and search blindly, she slips behind cover and hides herself from their line of attack. But even after she hides, arrows continue striking around her position with unnerving precision. Each shot lands close enough to make it clear the archer is still tracking her somehow. Levin realizes the enemy is calculating her direction and distance with frightening accuracy, even through the dense jungle and smoke. Escaping will not be easy if the archer can read the battlefield this well. Even so, Levin refuses to let fear take over. Jean Fry and Kukuru accepted her as a teammate, and she will not allow her own weakness to drag them down. Holding on to that resolve, Levin chooses another alchemical tool from her supplies. This time, she picks one designed specifically to manipulate summoned creatures. With the beasts still surrounding the area, Levin raises the lure plant over her head. The small plant becomes her next gamble as she prepares to use it against the monsters. Levin throws the lure plant into the middle of the summoned beasts. It lands among them like bait placed directly in their path. The lure plant arcs away and releases its scent into the air. The smell spreads through the jungle, drawing the attention of every nearby summoned creature. The summoned beasts react immediately, distracted by the irresistible scent. One by one, they abandon the chase and turn their focus toward the lure instead of Levin. Watching from her hiding place, the archer is stunned. The support she had been relying on has been neutralized far too easily by Levin's unexpected tool. Levin understands that she has bought herself precious time. By pulling the summoned beasts out of the fight, she has turned the situation back into a one-on-one battle. The archer tries to save face, insisting that she never needed the beasts to defeat Levin in the first place. But after every serious attack has failed to finish the job, her words sound more like frustration than confidence. Levin quietly accepts that the archer's boasting means nothing. With the fight narrowed down to one opponent, she decides to risk everything on a single decisive move. Levin activates ultra-bright grass, releasing a blinding alchemical flash meant to overwhelm the senses. A brilliant burst of light floods the area in an instant. The sudden flash catches the archer completely off guard. She has no time to shield her eyes before the light explodes across her vision. Blinded and thrown into confusion, the archer staggers in place. Her balance falters, and she can barely keep herself standing. A moment later, the archer crashes down hard onto the ground. She clutches at her eyes in pain, unable to see anything around her. Still blinded and disoriented, the archer demands to know what Levin did to her. Her voice is sharp with panic now that she can no longer fight properly. Levin answers not with another explosion, but with a calm step forward. She gently taps the archer's forehead with stolen heart strike, ending the fight before the archer can recover. With polite composure, Levin takes the archer's heart, while the woman remains helpless on the ground. The archer can do nothing but endure the loss as Levin claims her victory. Before leaving, Levin kindly tells the archer that the blindness will wear off soon. Then she slips away from the area before the archer has any chance to regain her sight. The defeated archer can do nothing but shout after Levin in frustration. Her voice cuts through the trees, but Levin is already leaving, and the archer has no strength left to stop her. As Levin moves away from the fight, another expulsion effect suddenly flashes somewhere else in the forest. Hearing it, the archer finally realizes that Levin has already shifted her attention forward and moved on to the next part of the battle. Left behind in the grass, the archer keeps yelling into the empty forest. But with her heart taken, and Levin already gone, there is nothing she can do except vent her anger at the trees. Meanwhile, in the fight against the blonde leader, the man laughs at Jean Fry's confidence, as if it is nothing but empty bravado. He tells Jean Fry not to bluff, convinced that the advantage is still entirely on his side. To prove that point, the blonde leader summons a fresh group of powerful beasts onto the battlefield. As they gather around him, he boasts with absolute certainty that the outcome has already been decided. Jean Fry's irritation grows with every word the blonde leader says. Finally, tired of the non-stop bragging, Jean Fry reveals that he has not been arguing for nothing. He has been deliberately buying time. The blonde leader's confidence begins to waver when he notices one of his summoned beasts moving in a strange way. Its behavior does not match his command, and for the first time, he senses that something is wrong. One by one, the summoned creatures start reacting on their own. Instead of obeying the blonde leader's orders, they move as if another will has quietly taken hold of them. To the blonde leader's shock, the beasts gather around Jean Fry instead. They stand protectively at Jean Fry's side, almost as if Jean Fry has become their true master. The blonde leader stares in disbelief, unable to understand why his own summons have stopped listening to him. Losing his composure, he demands to know what Jean Fry has done. Jean Fry only reaches out and casually pets one of the creatures beside him. With an almost teasing calmness, he remarks that the beasts seem to have taken quite a liking to him. Jean Fry lets the meaning of those words linger in the air. He does not rush to explain anything, clearly enjoying the way the blonde leader's confusion keeps deepening. Standing calmly in the middle of the beasts, Jean Fry repeats the idea with an easy smile. From the way they are acting now, it is obvious they prefer him over their original master. Then the system itself reveals what has happened. After 20 straight hours of continuous use, Jean Fry's heavenly wheel skill has evolved into a new power, obscure illusionary game garden.
Realizing his control is slipping away, the blonde leader panics and shouts at the beasts to attack Jean Fry. His voice is strained now, as if the command alone can force them back under his rule.
But instead of turning on Jean Fry, the summoned creatures suddenly charge at their original summoner. The blonde leader's own beasts rush straight toward him, treating him like the enemy. The blonde man's face drains of confidence as he frantically opens his summoning book. Desperate to regain control of the battlefield, he tries to call forth something even stronger. As a last resort, the blonde leader summons a massive armored demon. The huge figure appears with crushing presence, towering over the chaos as his emergency countermeasure. The newly summoned demon immediately crashes into the other beasts. In an instant, the battlefield turns into a chaotic melee, with claws, armor, and brute force colliding everywhere. The summoned creatures tear into one another without restraint. What should have been the blonde leader's carefully controlled force collapses into bloody confusion before his eyes. The clash builds into a brutal finishing strike, smashing apart the blonde summoner's desperate attempt at a comeback. The move that was supposed to save him only drives the battle further out of his control. A blue beast is struck down with terrifying force. Blood sprays across the battlefield, making the violence of the summoned creature's clash impossible to ignore. In the middle of the chaos, a red-skinned commander stands firm, still holding control over the flow of the fight. Its presence makes the battlefield feel even more monstrous and one-sided. Nearby, the blonde leader mocks a fallen subordinate for daring to defy its master. Still trying to act superior, he turns that same threat toward the next target. But his gloating suddenly falters. From behind him comes the sound of something that should not be moving anymore, and the impossible noise makes his confidence crack. The beasts he believed had already been killed begin rising again. One after another, they pull themselves back up and surround the blonde leader from every side. The blonde leader stares in horror as the truth sinks in. Somehow the creatures he thought were dead have been revived and are now closing in on him again. Jean Fry calmly watches him panic, offering no help at all. Instead, Jean Fry asks with a faintly mocking tone, what kind of trick could possibly have caused something like this? Then Jean Fry answers his own question as if it is the simplest thing in the world. Since the blonde leader kept bringing more allies onto the field, Jean Fry merely matched his numbers. The blonde man suddenly finds himself trapped as multiple Jean Fry lookalikes appear around him. Wherever he turns, another copy seems to be waiting in the trees and shadows. He recognizes the technique as a splitting-type skill, and that realization only makes him more uneasy. If these are copies, then he no longer knows which threat is real. Jean Fry's copies continue multiplying, far beyond what would feel like a fair exchange. The overwhelming number throws the blonde leader's sense of balance into complete disorder. Refusing to be intimidated, the blonde leader tries to seize the advantage back by force. He reaches for another summon, betting that a stronger servant can crush Jean Fry's growing army of illusions. The blonde leader calls forth a giganto-orc, relying on raw brute strength to break through the illusion army. The massive creature appears with an enormous axe ready in its hands. The summoned giant immediately swings its heavy axe through the crowd. The blade tears across the battlefield with enough force to mow down anything standing in its path. But Jean Fry's copies deliberately let the attack pass through their ranks and into the surrounding chaos. Their movements guide the giant's swing exactly where it will do the most damage. Instead of wiping out Jean Fry's side, the orc's strike massacres the blonde leader's own forces. In one disastrous motion, his counterattack turns into friendly slaughter. Seeing bodies scattered around him, the blonde leader forces out a laugh and tries to brush off the loss. He dismisses Jean Fry's army as nothing more than hollow intimidation, pretending he has not been shaken. But then the surviving copies begin to rise again. Their return proves that they are still very much part of the fight, no matter how much the blonde leader tries to deny it.
now boxed in at close range by Jean Fry's copies. The blonde leader finally starts to panic. The space around him shrinks, and his earlier confidence disappears under the pressure.
Jean Fry cuts the exchange short, clearly finished playing along with the blonde leader's theatrics. He decides to end this quickly so he can regroup with his real allies. The blonde man trembles as the pressure closes in from every direction. Surrounded by copies, beasts, and confusion, he can no longer find a safe path out. Even the revived beasts tense as if preparing for the final blow. The entire battlefield seems to hold its breath around the blonde leader. Before anyone can react, a gigantic reaper-like entity manifests above the battlefield. Its vast form towers over everyone below, dwarfing both the fighters and the summoned creatures beneath it. Its arrival is marked by a piercing scream that echoes through the forest. The sound tears through the trees, making the entire battlefield feel as though death itself has descended. The blonde leader is blasted off his feet by the force of it. He crashes to the ground helplessly, his body left sprawled beneath the overwhelming presence. Jean Fry reveals that this entire outcome came from the evolved form of Heavenly Wheel. Obscure, illusionary game garden, the skill has turned the battlefield itself into his playground of deception. This evolved ability can cast illusions across many kinds of targets at once. Humans, summons, beasts, and monsters can all be caught in its effect, making it far more versatile than before. Because the skill only unlocks after 20 hours of continuous combat use, this long survival game became the perfect place for it to evolve. The very trial meant to wear Jean Fry down had instead handed him a new weapon. With the fight finally settled, Jean Fry strolls over to the defeated blonde leader without the slightest rush. He casually reaches into the man's uniform and retrieves the hearts the summoner had been storing away. When Jean Fry checks what he has taken, his expression shows clear satisfaction. The blonde leader had apparently been hoarding a surprisingly large number of hearts, making the victory even more worthwhile. Hearing signs that the event is drawing close to its end, Jean Fry decides there is no reason to stay separated any longer. It is time to regroup with Levin and Kukuru before the final announcement. Jean Fry returns to his companions and finds Kukuru practically glowing with excitement, immediately demanding praise for her efforts. Levin, meanwhile, checks on everyone with concern, making sure the team has come through safely. The mood among them quickly turns lighter. Kukuru proudly shows off the hearts they managed to collect, while a captured enemy lies tied up nearby. Proof of how completely their side turned the fight around. More and more participants begin reappearing as the game itself starts breaking down around them. The survival match is clearly reaching its final moments. Then an announcement rings out across the area, declaring that the SSG has officially ended. In the same moment, every remaining survivor is sent back to the starting point. A burst of light and noise erupts as the crowd reappears all at once. Players from across the field are suddenly gathered together again, still carrying the tension of the battle. Jean Fry stands among the gathered participants with Levin and Kukuru beside him. The three teammates wait calmly in the crowd, ready to hear the final results. The host calls for everyone's attention, drawing the noisy crowd into silence. Once all eyes are on the stage, the ranking announcement begins. Third place is announced first, going to the Dolgo team with a total of 46 hearts. Their result is strong enough to earn attention from the crowd. Second place follows right after, and Jessica's team takes the position with 55 hearts. The number is impressive enough to make the spectators react at once. Jessica's group bursts into wild celebration, completely thrilled by their score. They are so confident in their result that they begin acting as if they may have just set a brand new record. The crowd quickly confirms the significance of the number. Since 55 hearts surpasses the old SSG record of 50, people immediately begin wondering who could possibly have scored higher than that. Then, first place is finally announced, and the entire atmosphere changes. Jean Fry's team has taken the top spot with an astonishing total of 108 hearts. The audience is left stunned by the result. Jean Fry's team did not simply break the previous record. They surpassed it by such a ridiculous margin that everyone struggles to process it. Whispers ripple through the crowd as people begin recognizing Jean Fry from the news. They realize they are not just looking at the tournament winner, but at a famous rising figure standing right in front of them. Jean Fry accepts the attention with quiet confidence, standing calmly as the crowd reacts around him. Beside him, Levin and Kukuru enjoy the moment in their own way, basking in the glory of the win. As the winners, Jean Fry's team receives a reward of 100 million G, along with a keyless treasure chest of rarity F. The prize confirms just how valuable their record-breaking victory truly is. After the ceremony ends, the three of them gather somewhere more private to talk about the rewards. With the excitement behind them, they need to decide how everything should be divided. Levin hesitates before speaking, still unsure whether it is really acceptable. In a timid voice, she asks if she may truly keep the entire cash prize for herself. Jean Fry and Kukuru agree right away without making a fuss over it. Neither of them values the money as much as Levin does, so they have no problem letting her take it. Jean Fry only makes one request in exchange. Instead of the cash, he wants Levin to hand over the keyless treasure chest to him. Levin happily accepts the arrangement without hesitation. As a pharmacist, the money is far more useful to her than an unopened chest whose value she cannot immediately use. With the reward split settled, Jean Fry brings up one more favor. He asks Levin to handle another alchemical job for him, using materials he had already gathered during the event. After making the arrangement, the three part on good terms. Their cooperation has gone smoothly, and Levin leaves knowing both the reward and the work have been decided. That night, back at Jean Fry's inn, the building finally settles into quiet. The noise of the event fades away, leaving only the calm stillness of the room. Kukuru falls asleep almost the moment she hits the bed. She sprawls out without restraint, breathing loudly and sleeping as if the day's chaos had never bothered her at all. Jean Fry slips out alone under the night sky, carrying the keyless chest with him. Away from the room, he studies the chest's information carefully, checking what kind of reward he is dealing with. Once Jean Fry confirms that Kukuru is truly asleep and will not interrupt him, he decides to open the chest immediately. There is no need to wait when the conditions are already in place. Jean Fry changes his equipment and begins preparing everything required for the task. He readies the proper tools and summons, setting up the process step by step. Using the battle chronicles stored in the memory necklace, Jean Fry shifts his class from alchemist to summoner. That change gives him access to the role he needs for unlocking the chest. Jean Fry then summons Denden, a small lightning creature crackling with energy. Denden will serve as the third elemental source required for the procedure. Jean Fry recalls that the keyless treasure chest is only awarded after collecting 100 hearts. At first glance, it seems almost useless, but only because its hidden opening condition is not obvious. With the chest floating in front of him, Jean Fry begins the unlocking procedure. The quiet night becomes his workspace as he positions each element with careful precision. At Jean Fry's command, Denden starts charging lightning. Sparks gather around the small creature, building the electric power needed for the chest. Jean Fry adds the fire-spitting plant that Levin created for him, using it to supply the flame element. The plant becomes one piece of the three-element key. He also prepares an ice-spitting plant to provide the frost element. With fire, ice, and lightning now ready, the hidden condition can finally be tested. Jean Fry strikes the chest with fire, ice, and lightning at the same time. The combined elements reveal the chest's true key, forcing the sealed mechanism to open. The keyless chest unlocks successfully, its hidden mechanism responding at last from within. A secret item emerges as the real reward. The item is called the left arm of the destroyer, a mysterious ring with an unknown rank. Its appearance alone hints that it is no ordinary piece of equipment. Jean Fry takes the ring into his hand with immediate interest. The moment he sees it, he understands that this reward is worth far more than a simple prize chest. As he examines it, Jean Fry realizes he has completed another part of a hidden equipment set. Another missing piece has finally fallen into place. The ring grants powerful stat boosts and comes with a repulsive force ability called super repulsion. Even more intriguingly, several of its other abilities remain sealed. Satisfied with the discovery, Jean Fry notes that his hidden equipment set is steadily coming together. Each piece he obtains brings the full set closer to completion. Jean Fry equips the ring and tests its weight and feel. He studies how it sits on his hand, quietly measuring how naturally it responds to him. Normally, after gaining a new hidden item like this, Jean Fry would head straight for another S-rank dungeon. But this time, one unresolved problem still remains in front of him. Kukuru, however, eagerly assumes the two of them are going out together again. Her excitement makes it clear that she expects to join whatever Jean Fry does next. Over breakfast, Kukuru leans in and asks what Jean Fry plans to do next. She wants to know whether he is joining another event or heading into a dungeon. Jean Fry hesitates, instead of answering right away. As he looks at Kukuru, he quietly weighs what he should do with her moving forward. Jean Fry knows he cannot take that gamble. The next continental S-rank dungeon is far too dangerous, and if demons appear, enemies Kukuru still has no reliable way to handle, bringing her along would only put her life in danger. So instead of inviting her to join him, Jean Fry gives Kukuru a different order, and calls it special training. making it sound like something prepared specifically for her growth. He hands her a long list and sends her deep into the mountain to collect every material written on it, telling her that gathering them is part of the training she needs to complete. But the moment Kukuru looks over the list, her expression stiffens. There are far too many items, and she quickly realizes these materials are not really meant to help her improve at all. They are supplies Jean Fry needs for his next dungeon run. When Kukuru complains that collecting everything by herself will take an unbelievable amount of time, Jean Fry does not soften his tone. He simply warns her that if she refuses, then their master-disciple relationship ends right there. The threat hits Kukuru harder than the workload itself. Faced with the thought of losing Jean Fry as her master, her anger falters, and she forces herself to swallow down the frustration rising in her chest. In the end, Kukuru agrees almost immediately. She turns and runs off toward the mountain, determined to finish the task no matter how hard it is, because being left behind is the one thing she cannot accept. Once Kukuru is gone, Jean Fry is left standing alone. He quietly admits to himself that her straightforward nature made it surprisingly easy to separate from her, then turns his focus back toward another solo dungeon run. As Jean Fry steps into the transfer portal leading to the 5th Continental S-rank dungeon, he leaves Kukuru behind with an apology he never says out loud. While the portal's light swallows him, Jean Fry tells himself again that this is for Kukuru's own good, even as the transfer force pulls him away from her completely. The moment Jean Fry arrives at the dungeon entrance, he is violently thrown high into the open sky, his body launched upward as if the dungeon itself has rejected him. Even Jean Fry, who has seen more than his share of absurd dungeon openings, is briefly impressed by how brutal and sudden this entrance is. A crushing wall of wind slams against him as he begins to fall, the pressure strong enough to tear apart anyone who entered without the right preparation. Only then does the true nature of the dungeon become clear. This place is a floating island in the sky, and every entrant is forced to survive the deadly drop before they can even set foot on the island itself. As Jean Fry cuts through the air, he notices another participant tumbling nearby, spinning helplessly through the empty sky. The man lets out a terrified scream the instant he understands what is happening. Beneath him, there is no solid ground waiting, only endless air and a fatal fall.
Jean Fry calmly observes that anyone who enters this dungeon without knowing its opening trick has already lost before the real challenge even begins.
Nearby, a more experienced adventurer sneers at the panicked newcomer, mocking him even as they both continue falling through the sky. To prove he came prepared, the veteran pulls out a parachute and deploys it with practiced ease, explaining with smug confidence that this is nothing more than basic equipment for this dungeon. The veteran glides smoothly through the air, clearly proud of his foresight, but that confidence begins to shift the moment he notices winged monsters circling closer around him. A flock of grotesque sky predators closes in from every direction, their eyes locked on him with raw, murderous hunger. Only then does the parachuting adventurer realize the problem. Hanging helplessly beneath the canopy, he has turned himself into a slow, defenseless target. Jean Fry immediately understands the deeper danger of this dungeon. Preparation alone means nothing here if someone cannot fight in midair, and in that moment he feels relieved that Kukuru is not beside him. Far away from that deadly sky, Kukuru is cheerfully searching through the mountain for materials, completely unaware of the danger Jean Fry has just kept her from facing. Back above the floating island, Jean Fry hears the monsters turning their attention toward him as well, their wings beating closer through the roaring wind. Several of the creatures dive at once, rushing down toward him with their jaws open, ready to tear him apart before he can reach the island. Jean Fry does not panic or even try to dodge. Instead, he calmly raises one hand toward the incoming monsters. The new ring on his hand responds instantly, its power activating as Jean Fry channels the force through his open palm. One of the flying monsters is struck head-on and violently blasted away, its body thrown back by the ring's invisible repulsive force. Jean Fry remains perfectly composed as he tests the ring's ability in real combat, watching closely to see exactly how it performs against living targets. The repulsion bursts through the flock like a shockwave, shredding the attackers apart and clearing the sky in front of him in a single overwhelming blast. From that result, Jean Fry identifies the ring's true combat function. It acts like anti-gravity, producing a force that drives anything near him violently away. Satisfied once again by the usefulness of hidden equipment, Jean Fry decides he has tested enough. Now it is time to stop falling and move on. Lightning begins to gather around his hand as he prepares to combine his movement abilities and control his path through the sky. Activating Swift Wind Transfer, Jean Fry launches himself straight toward the floating island, cutting across the air instead of continuing to drop helplessly downward. He reaches the temple known as the Island of Destruction and Creation, entering the structure at the heart of the floating dungeon. Jean Fry lands inside the temple and quickly confirms that he has arrived at the true objective of this S-rank dungeon. Almost immediately, his eyes settle on the object he came here for, an ornate mirror concealed within the temple's depths. But the temple does not remain silent after his intrusion. In response to Jean Fry's presence, it summons destroyer creatures to eliminate him. The monsters rush toward him all at once, flooding the space with claws, bodies, and killing intent. Before even one of them can reach him, Jean Fry answers with anti-gravity, releasing the ring's repulsive power straight into the charging pack. In an instant, the entire group is annihilated. Blood spills across the temple floor, and Jean Fry is left standing alone amid the aftermath. After the brief massacre ends, Jean Fry dismisses the power of his celestial ring and calmly checks the area to make sure nothing else is blocking his path. With the temple guardians wiped out, Jean Fry turns his full attention back to the mirror waiting before him. He steps closer to it, already aware of the hidden event connected to this place and what must happen next. The surface of the mirror shifts, and instead of showing Jean Fry's own reflection, it reveals the image of a robed figure. The robed figure speaks from within the mirror, asking what kind of being Jean Fry intends to reflect himself against. Jean Fry recognizes this moment at once. This is the next stage of the hidden event, triggered only after the temple's summoned creatures have been defeated. Without hesitation, Jean Fry presents the ring of the destruction god's left arm to the mirror, offering it as the catalyst required to proceed. His reflection begins to align with the ring's power, and in that moment, the transfer process finally starts. The moment Jean Fry offers it up, the ring answers. Its surface pulses with power as the mirror accepts the artifact before him. A heavy glow begins gathering around the bracelet-like relic on Jean Fry's wrist, wrapping it in a strange pressure that feels nothing like ordinary magic. Then the mirror bursts open with a brilliant flare, and the hidden exchange that had been sealed inside the temple finally reaches completion. A solemn voice echoes from the mirror, declaring that because the destruction god's left arm ring has been reflected through Jean Fry, the creation god's right arm ring will now reflect upon him in return. Right in front of Jean Fry, a new light begins to take shape, slowly forming as the reward materializes out of the mirror's radiance. Jean Fry receives the creation god's right arm ring, another hidden item so rare and mysterious that even its rank remains unknown. The mysterious voice offers him a final farewell, acknowledging Jean Fry as someone worthy enough to claim what had been hidden there. With both rings finally in his possession, Jean Fry completes the paired hidden equipment set. Along with it, he gains a second force-based skill, supergravity, a power that can pull targets toward him instead of pushing them away. Satisfied with the reward he has secured, Jean Fry decides to leave his saved SP for later. For now, his priority is to continue pressing deeper into the dungeon. After all, his real target still waits somewhere ahead, the sky-ruling demon dragon, Bahamudin. Within its domain, the massive dragon begins to stir, as though it can already sense Jean Fry drawing closer. Bahamudin recognizes the presence immediately, noting that it has been a long time since a human this powerful entered its territory. Jean Fry descends into the dragon's arena, surrounded by whipping wind and crackling lightning, his arrival cutting through the air with unmistakable force. Rather than showing fear, Jean Fry faces the challenge with a confident smile, as if this terrifying opponent is exactly what he came here to meet. His status now shows that he has reached level 161, and his growing collection of hidden gear has pushed his strength far beyond what his level alone would suggest. Jean Fry lands firmly on the battlefield, his stance steady and controlled, fully prepared for the confrontation waiting in front of him. The dragon narrows its gaze and studies Jean Fry closely, sensing something strangely familiar beneath that human presence. Across the arena, Jean Fry and Bahamudin face each other in silence, each one carefully measuring the other's strength before the first move. Jean Fry addresses the dragon like an enemy he has already known before, calling it directly by name, Bahamudin. Bahamudin is a level 250 demon ruler of the skies, and its airborne trait gives it a terrifying advantage, strengthening itself while weakening any opponent forced to fight in the air. Catching Jean Fry's scent, Bahamudin recognizes him as a true threat, even though it cannot place the memory clearly. It wonders where they have met before, turning this encounter into the beginning of a long-awaited rematch. Jean Fry still cannot fully understand what is different, but Bahamudin's unfamiliar behavior tells him one thing for certain: this battle will not unfold exactly the way he remembers. The dragon demon begins gathering a dense mass of dark power, compressing it into a deadly attack aimed straight at Jean Fry. Without hesitation, Bahamut unleashes Black Flame Roar, choosing to crush Jean Fry head-on with overwhelming force. The black flames pour down toward Jean Fry like a raging torrent, threatening to swallow him whole unless he reacts immediately. But Jean Fry does not lose his nerve. His eyes sharpen, and instead of retreating blindly, he searches for a path through the attack. Before the flames can completely trap him, Jean Fry activates swift wind transfer and shifts his position in an instant. With one sudden movement, Jean Fry closes the distance and appears near Bahamut's massive body, slipping past the attack before it can pin him down. Realizing that a cautious approach will not be enough against this enemy, Jean Fry decides to stop holding back and fight with everything he has. He calls upon the creation god's right arm ring, choosing its gravity skill as the first move in his counterattack. Using supergravity, Jean Fry attempts to drag Bahamut toward him, forcing the dragon into his striking range. Bahamut feels the pull immediately, its body tugged by an unseen force, and it quickly realizes Jean Fry has changed the rules of the fight. The dragon identifies the technique at once, understanding that this is not simple physical strength, but a gravity-based skill being used to control the battlefield. Taking advantage of that brief opening, Jean Fry drives forward and swings in with a punch wrapped in blazing fire. His fire fist connects as he turns the pull of supergravity into a close-range strike, forcing the attack straight into Bahamut's body.
Jean Fry does not stop with one hit. He chains the blow into a fierce barrage, striking again and again to keep the dragon from regaining its rhythm.
Bahamut admits the gravity trick is clever, but it also notices the weakness right away. The pull is not powerful enough to completely restrain it. Even knowing that, Jean Fry refuses to back away. He stays right in Bahamut's space, continuing to attack from point-blank range. Then Jean Fry changes tactics once more, raising the pressure by summoning Dragon God Storm from above. A massive storm dragon crashes down from the sky, forcing Bahamut to look upward instead of continuing its advance. Jean Fry rides the momentum of the attack, driving the storm's force straight into the dragon demon without giving it room to breathe. The storm coils around Bahamut and batters it from several directions, hammering its body and briefly pinning the dragon in place. Jean Fry lands and watches the smoke carefully, waiting to see whether that combination was finally enough to make a real difference. But from within the smoke, Bahamut's calm response reaches him, making it clear that the damage was nowhere near decisive. As the smoke clears, Bahamut remains airborne, still hovering above the battlefield and looking almost completely unshaken. Instead of anger, the dragon shows delight. To Bahamut, this fight has become entertainment, and it demands that Jean Fry show it even more. Jean Fry answers without saying a word, but the difference in their positions and power is becoming harder for him to ignore. He realizes that aerial combat gives Bahamut a major advantage, and the dragon's special power in the sky is making this fight far more dangerous than a normal battle. Bahamut repositions above Jean Fry, reclaiming the higher ground and once again taking control of the battlefield from the air. Black flames gather around both of Bahamut's fists, as the dragon looks down at Jean Fry and warns him not to die too quickly. Bahamut gathers the black fire tighter around its fists, shaping the flames into dragon black flame bombs, as it prepares to rain down explosive strikes from above. The bombardment erupts almost immediately, and Jean Fry is forced to move through the chaos, weaving between several incoming blasts as they crash toward him one after another. Rather than taking the explosions head-on, Jean Fry activates super anti-gravity, using the repulsive force to push the falling attacks aside before they can crush him directly. Bahamut watches his defense with sharp interest, then questions whether that kind of protection can really keep Jean Fry alive for much longer. The dragon raises the pressure even further, mixing black flame decapitation into the barrage and adding a lethal slicing strike to the rain of dark explosions. Jean Fry realizes a moment too late that the pattern has changed. What had already been dangerous is now far harder to read, with each attack carrying a deadlier angle than before. Bahamut notices the strain spreading through Jean Fry's movements and understands that its relentless pressure is finally starting to break through his control. With no time to hesitate, Jean Fry hastily compresses gravity in front of himself, forming a shield-like barrier to survive the next incoming blow. Bahamut sees through the move instantly, acknowledging that Jean Fry timed it well enough to reduce the damage at the very last moment. But the praise quickly turns into mockery. Bahamut calls Jean Fry too soft even now, then begins preparing an even larger assault from the air. A storm of black flame projectiles closes in from every direction, surrounding Jean Fry so tightly that there is almost nowhere left for him to escape. The attacks explode around him in a blinding chain reaction, filling the battlefield with violent flashes, smoke, and overlapping impacts. Jean Fry is thrown hard across the ground, his body skidding from the force as he loses both momentum and control for the first time in the exchange. For the first time, Jean Fry's calm expression cracks, and frustration breaks through the composure he had been trying to maintain. Bahamaudin refuses to give him even a second to recover, immediately launching another dark projectile straight toward him. Jean Fry sees the next strike closing in and understands the situation clearly. His options are disappearing, and he is running out of answers. At that critical instant, both divine bracelets respond, unlocking their second skills just as Jean Fry is pushed to the edge. Jean Fry reacts without wasting a breath, bringing the power of both bracelets into play before Bahamaudin can finish him off. Bahamaudin senses the sudden shift in the air and braces itself, realizing that the next exchange will be different from everything before it. Jean Fry finally catches the opening he has been waiting for, and with his focus sharpened to the limit, he activates Black Vortex. A dark sphere forms in front of him, spinning with an ominous pull and revealing a completely new kind of defense. Instead of exploding against Jean Fry, the incoming black flames bend toward the sphere and are swallowed into the vortex. Bahamaudin is caught off guard as its attack disappears before reaching him, vanishing as though the flames had been erased from the battlefield. The dragon quickly realizes what happened. The vortex did not block the assault. It swallowed everything Bahamaudin had launched. Jean Fry explains with quiet confidence that every one of Bahamaudin's attacks will be drawn into that black hole if the dragon keeps firing from a distance. Bahamaudin is stunned by the sight, unable to hide its shock that Jean Fry absorbed the attack instead of merely defending against it. Facing Jean Fry once more, Bahamaudin struggles to accept that a skill capable of swallowing its flames could even exist. Jean Fry pushes that hesitation further, calmly pointing out that Bahamaudin's expression has changed and that the dragon finally looks shaken. Bahamaudin refuses to take the bait, forcing its composure back into place and insisting it will not be provoked into losing control. Jean Fry holds his stance and waits, watching carefully to see how Bahamaudin plans to test the limits of his new ability. Instead of launching another ranged blast, Bahamaudin dives in close, bringing its massive body and claws into the fight. Jean Fry braces himself as the dragon's physical pressure closes around him, the weight of its body turning the battlefield into a suffocating trap. Bahamaudin taunts Jean Fry from close range, asking why he is not absorbing this attack the same way he absorbed the black flames. The dragon quickly pieces together the weakness. Jean Fry's black hole can swallow energy attacks, but it cannot absorb direct physical strikes. Even while cornered, Jean Fry continues studying the situation, and Bahamaudin notices how calmly he is observing the bracelet's limits. Trusting the overwhelming strength of its own body, Bahamaudin decides to end the fight with raw force instead of relying on flames.
Jean Fry keeps his face calm, but he knows Bahamaudin has found the flaw in his new defense.
Before the dragon can take full advantage of that weakness, Jean Fry abruptly vanishes from its reach. Bahamaudin is startled, immediately realizing that Jean Fry used teleportation to escape the trap at the last possible moment. Jean Fry reappears behind the dragon with a bright sphere already forming between his hands, the gathered power glowing intensely in his grip. In that moment, Jean Fry recalls the hidden condition. The second skill of each bracelet only unlocks after the first skill of each bracelet has been used. Now Jean Fry positions the absorbed power between both hands, shaping it carefully as he prepares to turn Bahamaudin's own attack into a counterstrike. He finally understands the full mechanism. One bracelet absorbs the incoming power, while the other releases what has been taken in. The creation god's right bracelet reveals White Hole, the counterpart ability that can fire back the stored attacks with devastating force. Jean Fry gives the returning technique its name, Wrathful Spiral. Then he unleashes the accumulated black flames straight back at Bahamaudin, compressing the dragon's own power into a concentrated blast. Bahamaudin recognizes the technique with alarm as the attack rushes toward it, its instincts warning it of the danger too late. To the dragon's shock, the blast is the same roar of the heavens it had used earlier, now reflected back and turned against its own body. Jean Fry hovers above the battlefield, controlling the release as Bahamaudin is swallowed by the reflected power below. Bahamaudin strains against the impact, forcing its body to endure the crushing force of its own accumulated black flames. Even while being crushed beneath that reflected force, Bahamaudin refuses to acknowledge it as anything special, dismissing the attack as nothing more than an imitation of its original power. Jean Fry does not waste time arguing. Instead, he closes the distance himself, pushing straight through the chaos to make it clear that the reflected blast was never the whole plan. Bahamudin is caught off guard when Jean Fry suddenly appears within striking range, emerging through the storm of power before the dragon can fully react. Only then does Jean Fry reveal the true trap. If Bahamudin believes this is only its own power being sent back, then the real question is whether it can survive once Jean Fry layers something even stronger on top of it. Jean Fry drives in with black flame decapitation, but this time he enhances it with his own fire as well, multiplying the force behind the counterattack. The combined blow rips through Bahamudin's defenses and tears into the dragon's body, sending its massive form crashing downward with overwhelming force. For the first time, Bahamudin's composure truly shatters. Its confidence breaking as Jean Fry's attack lands cleanly, and the damage finally reaches it. Bahamudin's enormous body collapses under the impact, and with that fall, the battle is all but decided. Jean Fry receives the confirmation that the demon god Bahamudin has been defeated, and with the victory secured, the dungeon's rewards become his. The scene then shifts to a formal meeting room, where the vice president begins by apologizing for calling everyone together on such short notice. He explains that 4 of the 8 Guardian Stars are currently away on other missions, then introduces himself as Nix Croppin, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Only a small number of the top Guardians have gathered in the room, and that alone makes the weight of the situation feel far more serious. One of the Guardians quickly brushes aside the formal tone, making it clear that there is no need for ceremony and urging Nix to get straight to the point. Wyatt Dang, the shield-bearer, speaks with his usual steady seriousness, assuring Nix that he will answer any call from the guild without hesitation. Another member remarks on Wyatt's typical seriousness, showing how familiar the group is with one another, even in the middle of a tense meeting. Maria Jenny, a healer-class sister, says she only happened to be free at the moment, so she wants the meeting handled quickly and without unnecessary delay. Mira Goldland, the summoner, says nothing at first, remaining quiet and watchful as she takes in the atmosphere of the room. Nix accepts the mood among them without pushing back, then shifts immediately to the issue that forced him to gather the Guardians. He reports that several deeply unsettling incidents have been occurring recently, each one strange enough to demand the attention of the guild's strongest members. At first, the Guardians assume Nix must be talking about a dangerous guild causing unrest, or perhaps powerful monsters appearing in the region. Nix corrects that assumption at once, explaining that the threat is neither a guild nor any known creature they have records of. Mira listens more closely, her quiet gaze sharpening as the meaning behind Nix's words begins to sink in. Wyatt and Nerea also grow serious, realizing that whatever Nix is describing may fall outside every category they already understand. Nix says the first report was simple but disturbing. People had begun seeing what witnesses could only call a black ghost. Elsewhere, Jean Fry hears the news that the 5th demon god has been defeated, taking in the announcement from the middle of the city square. Satisfied with the reward he has just obtained, Jean Fry begins thinking about moving on to the 6th continent next. At the same time, Jean Fry's thoughts drift briefly to Kukuru, since her training will still take time before she can properly join him again. Meanwhile, Kukuru is off having her own strange little adventure, completely out of rhythm with the serious crisis beginning to unfold elsewhere. Back in the city, Jean Fry notices that a crowd has gathered around a public notice, with people murmuring anxiously as they stare at the announcement. A bystander tells Jean Fry that the teleportation portal leading to the 6th continent has suddenly stopped working, and no one seems to know the reason. That one detail immediately puts Jean Fry on edge, because the situation feels wrong in a way he cannot ignore. Jean Fry realizes that this kind of portal malfunction never existed in the game he knows so well, which means the world is already moving beyond familiar rules. Back in the meeting room, Nix continues his report, explaining that the black ghosts resemble shadowy mist more than solid creatures. He adds that the sightings began roughly 2 weeks earlier, making it clear that this is a recent anomaly and one that appears to be spreading. In the square, Jean Fry remains stuck among the anxious crowd, wondering how long the portal outage will last and what might be causing it. Before anyone can give him an answer, a sudden disturbance nearby draws Jean Fry's attention. A black, smoky mass begins rising close by, and Jean Fry immediately understands from its presence alone that it is not human. Back at the meeting, Nix stays composed while the others absorb the weight of his report. He explains that these beings are not demons, and they are not ordinary creatures either. They simply appeared without warning and began attacking people. In the city square, Jean Fry turns toward that same kind of black shadow as it starts manifesting right in front of him, Jean Fry's unease deepens as he realizes the strange report is no longer just information from somewhere else. It is happening right before his eyes. Nyx admits that they still do not know what these beings are or what they want, only that their existence threatens both humanity and the world itself. The shadow in the square forms a glowing red eye, and that single stare proves it is alive, aware, and openly hostile. Nyx concludes that before the damage becomes irreversible and more people are killed, the 4 guardians present must step in and handle the crisis themselves. The shadow opens a second eye, and its smoky body begins changing shape, transforming into something far more dangerous than a simple apparition. Hearing that an unknown enemy must be defeated, Jean Fry is shaken because this situation exists completely outside the rules of the game he remembers. Nyx gives the strange phenomenon a name: nameless beings. In the square, the black mass swells upward beside Jean Fry's feet, proving that this is no longer a rumor, a report, or someone else's problem. The shadow twists into a monstrous face, its red eyes burning and its glowing maw opening wide as it radiates an alien malice. Jean Fry braces himself in front of the creature, realizing that he may be the first one forced to confront a nameless being directly. The creature finally forces its entire body into the open, rising up until it becomes a massive armored giant, its frame wrapped in a violent haze of purple-black energy. All around the square, civilians break into panic, stumbling over one another as they stare in horror, unable to understand why a monster like this has suddenly appeared in the heart of their city. The nameless being throws its head back and releases a roar that rolls across the square, and in an instant the crowd's fear erupts into complete chaos. Jean Fry freezes in shock, his face tightening with disbelief, because a creature like this was never supposed to exist anywhere in the game's original design. As he stares at the impossible monster before him, Jean Fry desperately tries to make sense of what kind of twisted reality he has been dragged into. The sheer pressure coming from the monster sends the crowd into a full stampede, with terrified civilians turning and fleeing in every direction. But one man loses the strength to run, collapsing onto the ground instead, his voice shaking as he begs anyone nearby to save him. The nameless being notices the helpless civilian and slowly reaches out toward him, its massive claw moving closer as if it is about to crush the man on the spot. Jean Fry curses under his breath and immediately unleashes super repulsion, firing the force forward to keep the monster away from the fallen civilian. He throws up a repulsive barrier between the monster and the panicked civilians, forcing the people behind him to keep running while he plants himself in place and holds the line. The barrier crashes hard into the creature's body, stopping its advance for a brief moment and forcing the giant monster to recoil. Even while protecting everyone behind him, Jean Fry begins preparing his next move, already knowing that this first layer of defense will not be enough to stop the creature for long. As Jean Fry studies the monster more closely, he immediately rejects the simple idea that it is just another ordinary creature, because creatures should not be spawning in the middle of a city center. The nameless being lifts its claws high, its body shifting with intent as it prepares to strike back against Jean Fry. A crackling green sphere of power gathers between its claws, proving that this thing is not simply lashing out with brute force, but can actually use structured combat skills. Jean Fry crosses his arms and takes the incoming blast head-on, bracing his body in front of the civilians, so the attack will not reach the people behind him. The impact tears through him with brutal force, and through the pain, Jean Fry realizes this enemy is far stronger and far stranger than he had first imagined. He hits the ground hard, but even then, he forces himself to stay standing, refusing to collapse while innocent civilians are still trapped in danger. Then the creature makes its next move, and what Jean Fry sees shocks him even more, because the monster shifts into a deliberate and recognizable combat stance. Jean Fry's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the motion instantly. The creature has just used a boxer skill, crushing Jade Fist. The impossible truth strikes Jean Fry all at once. This nameless being possesses the same kind of class skill that should belong only to an adventurer. A monstrous creature wrapped in black and purple energy suddenly appears in the city, and the civilians nearby are instantly thrown into panic. Jean Fry's attention snaps toward the chaos, his expression sharpening as he realizes the situation is spiraling far beyond a normal monster attack. Jean Fry realizes he is still too far away to stop the creature cleanly, and he curses the terrible timing. As he rushes forward, he sees the monster closing in on the fleeing civilians and knows he may not reach them before it attacks. At the last possible moment, an armored skeleton warrior steps into the monster's path, placing itself directly in front of the civilians and blocking the attack. The monster pauses for a beat, its movement faltering as if it recognizes that something completely unexpected has just interfered. The undead knight does not move like a mindless summon. It stands firm and steady, clearly acting as a deliberate protector for the civilians behind it. Instead of chasing the helpless people any farther, the creature turns its focus toward the skeleton guardian and squares off against its new opponent. The undead knight makes the first move, swinging its weapon in a clean, powerful arc that cuts straight into the monster. The slash lands with tremendous force, splitting into the creature's head and knocking its massive body off balance. Jean Fry arrives just as the monster is knocked down, and he immediately understands that someone else has already stepped in and taken control of the situation. The one commanding the undead watches the fallen creature closely and immediately recognizes that this enemy is not the same as an ordinary monster. After only a brief look, he concludes that this strange enemy belongs to a separate category known as nobody. A red-haired man calmly reveals himself from behind the undead soldiers, making it clear that he is the one commanding them. Jean Fry studies the red-haired man in front of him, quickly realizing that this rescuer is far from an ordinary adventurer. The man takes charge without hesitation, ordering the civilians to follow his undead troops and move toward safety. Although the crowd is still frightened, they begin to obey once they see that the undead soldiers are protecting them instead of attacking. The civilians soon recognize their rescuer as Nyx, one of the 8 guardians, and their terror begins to shift into visible relief. When Jean Fry hears that title, he immediately realizes that the man standing before him must be one of Mira's allies. That thought makes Jean Fry wonder at once whether Nyx is connected to the same larger faction that Mira belongs to. Nyx thanks Jean Fry for helping save the civilians in the city, but Jean Fry does not linger on the praise and quickly pushes past it. Jean Fry focuses on the more urgent question, pressing Nyx for an answer as he asks what that strange enemy actually is. Nyx opens a communication screen in front of him and begins contacting his scattered allies across the city. One guardian reports in live, confirming that a target has been located at point N1. Another guardian quickly follows with a second report, identifying another target at point W4 and proving that this threat is not limited to one location. Mira reports from S2, calmly stating that she has already captured one of the targets. Nyx confirms through the communication screen that the Guardians have intercepted multiple nobodies throughout the city. Jean Fry finally understands that nobody is the official name for this strange new type of enemy. As Jean Fry looks down at the fallen creature near his feet, the scale of the situation becomes clear. There are several of these things, and the outbreak is much larger than it first appeared. With the immediate danger temporarily under control, Nyx turns his attention back to Jean Fry, continuing the interest he had shown earlier as he addresses him by name. When Jean Fry looks visibly surprised, Nyx only smiles and tells him that his name is already far more well-known than he seems to realize, before calmly asking whether Jean Fry has any interest in the 8 Guardians. Nyx's polite smile stays gentle on the surface, but the look in his eyes makes it obvious that this question is not just a friendly invitation, but also a quiet test of Jean Fry's intentions. Jean Fry does not let himself get swept up in the moment. He keeps his guard raised, watching Nyx carefully and refusing to give an answer too quickly. In the end, Jean Fry turns down the idea of joining any organization, making it clear that he would rather stay independent, and Nyx accepts the refusal with only a faint trace of disappointment. Nyx seems to have expected something like that, because he recalls that Mira had already pointed Jean Fry out as someone unusual long before this meeting. Nyx explains that Mira had mentioned Jean Fry to him before, saying that both his aura and his equipment made him stand apart from ordinary adventurers. As Nyx speaks, his gaze settles more sharply on Jean Fry's gear, lingering there just long enough to suggest that he can see far more than he is choosing to say out loud. Only then does the red-haired man formally introduce himself, giving his name as Nyx and revealing his position as the vice chairman of the Adventurer Association. Nyx offers a courteous handshake along with the introduction, but even that polite gesture carries a calm confidence that keeps the balance of power firmly on his side. Jean Fry immediately understands what that title means. The man standing in front of him is not only one of the association's highest-ranking figures, but also one of its strongest. Yet, even while their hands meet in that brief handshake, the damaged nobody behind them begins to stir, its broken body slowly forcing itself back up from the ground. Nyx glances back and notes that the creature's strength matches the reports, and may even be beyond what his undead soldiers can comfortably handle on their own. With the threat still moving behind them, Nyx turns his attention back to Jean Fry and begins explaining exactly what separates nobodies from ordinary monsters. Nyx says that nobodies are not normal creatures at all. Their origin remains unknown, and until now, they have been so elusive that no one has managed to classify them clearly. But then Nyx's tone grows heavier, because there is one fact about them that matters more than anything else. Nobodies cannot be ignored. If nobodies are allowed to survive and continue unchecked, they will keep growing, changing, and developing into something far more dangerous. Nyx warns Jean Fry that the threat they pose could eventually rise to a scale capable of ending entire civilizations. He says it plainly, without softening the truth at all. If nobodies are left alone, they could one day destroy humanity itself. As if to prove his point, Nyx gives no room for hesitation, and his undead knight immediately moves in to attack the recovering creature once again. The nobody is caught in the renewed assault and ripped apart under the undead knight's relentless strikes. Jean Fry watches as the creature breaks down into scattered black fragments, and the sight makes him understand just how absolute Nyx's methods truly are. Instead of feeling reassured, Jean Fry is left with an uneasy chill because Nyx's calm brutality feels almost as disturbing as the monster itself. Nyx then gives the order clearly. Any nobody that appears must be exterminated the moment it is encountered. He stresses that there can be no hesitation and no mercy when dealing with nobodies, no matter what form they take. Nyx adds that with Jean Fry's level of strength, Jean Fry should be capable of doing the same if he ever faces one again. Jean Fry says nothing, but inwardly he acknowledges just how overwhelming Nyx's strength, position, and authority truly are. Nyx's identity as one of the 8 guardians and a necromancer becomes unmistakable, explaining how he can command such a powerful force of undead with such ease. Meanwhile, at point N1, another nobody has already cornered a group of civilians, and Wyatt Dang arrives just in time to stand between the monster and its victims. The nobody wastes no time and lunges straight at Wyatt Dang, throwing its entire body forward with nothing but raw brute force. Wyatt Dang does not retreat even a single step. Instead, he calmly lowers his stance and braces himself behind his shield. The creature's charge crashes into him head-on, but Wyatt Dang absorbs the impact and stops the monster's momentum in its tracks. Blow after blow slams against his defense, each hit landing with heavy force, yet Wyatt Dang holds firm and refuses to give ground. As he blocks the attacks, Wyatt Dang quickly measures the enemy's strength and realizes that its attack power is dangerously high. Even so, his expression remains steady, because Wyatt Dang concludes that no matter how powerful the creature is, it still cannot break through him. At the perfect moment, Wyatt Dang activates his defensive counter skill, turning his solid stance into the beginning of a counterattack. Wyatt Dang's parry catches the nobody's heavy strike, redirects its force, and sends the creature's own power turning back against it. Facing the monster from behind his shield, Wyatt Dang tells it that raw power alone will never be enough to defeat him. Then Wyatt Dang follows up with shield smash, transforming his defense into a crushing blow that drives straight into the nobody. Skill erupts against the nobody with explosive force, striking hard enough to shatter the creature's body apart. When the impact fades, the nobody is left broken and smoking on the ground, looking as if it has finally been finished. Wyatt Dang stands over the wreckage, his shield still ready, and believes that the target has been successfully neutralized. He prepares to report the elimination at once and contact Vice Chairman Nyx with the result. But then fresh blood stains the ground nearby, revealing that the target has not actually died after all. The nobody begins to regenerate, its ruined body rising once again, while a nun-like woman watches from nearby with sharp interest. That woman is Maria Jenny, and the look on her face twists with disgust and contempt as she stares at the creature's unnatural existence. Her prayer turns dark in her heart, twisting into something closer to a curse as she silently promises death to anything that dares defy her. Maria Jenny steps forward, revealing herself as a healer-class guardian, though the dangerous air around her is nothing like the image of a gentle saint. Sensing the danger, the nobody abandons the idea of fighting her directly and tries to flee instead. Maria Jenny activates Warp Prayer, and in an instant a massive weapon appears in her grasp as a surge of power rushes through her body. Rather than showing fear or hesitation, Maria Jenny smiles with open delight at the chance to kill it, then launches her attack with unmistakable bloodlust. Maria Jenny's skill seems to answer the cruelty inside her, taking that vicious killing intent and turning it directly into raw combat strength. Maria Jenny is one of the 8 guardians, an advanced healer known as Sister, which makes the sadistic joy in her expression feel even more disturbing. Back with Nyx, he explains to Jean Fry that as long as the nobody crisis remains unresolved, travel between continents will continue to be restricted. Jean Fry confirms that he understands, but the moment he hears Nyx's explanation, something deeper stirs in the back of his mind. He remembers that in his previous life there had been rumors about something strangely similar, even though nothing like this had ever officially appeared in the game itself. The more Gene Fry thinks about it, the more he begins to suspect that those old rumors may have been pointing toward nobodies, along with hidden equipment he was never able to obtain back then. Nix then receives Wyatt Dang's report, and from the sound of it, assumes that another target has already been successfully dealt with. For a brief moment, Nix seems impressed by how quickly the Guardians are moving, as if the outbreak is being cleared faster than expected. But that confidence disappears the instant Maria Jenny reports in and admits that her target managed to escape. Nix is genuinely taken aback, especially because Maria Jenny is supposed to be the strongest of the 3 Guardians deployed, yet even she failed to finish her target. Maria Jenny explains that she is unharmed and that she has already sent spirits after the fleeing target, tracking its movement toward point S5. Nix reacts immediately, ordering every available force to regroup at S5 before setting out for the location himself. Gene Fry refuses to stay behind and insists on going with him, seeing this as a rare chance to learn more about what nobodies really are. He argues that they need more information on the enemy's abilities, and with the continent travel restrictions tied to this crisis, it is far too important for him to ignore. Nix pauses for a moment, weighing Gene Fry's reasoning, then accepts that his logic makes sense. He agrees to treat Gene Fry as a useful combat asset, though he remains cautious because the full scale of the enemy's threat is still unknown. Nix makes the terms clear. Once they enter the field, command decisions belong to him, and Gene Fry will be under the Adventurer Association's protection, not leading the operation. Gene Fry accepts those conditions without argument, and Nix brings him along as they head toward the next battlefield. At point S5, Maria Jenny, Wyatt Dang, and 2 other Guardians are already pursuing a nobody through the streets, closing in on it from multiple directions. Instead of continuing to run, the creature suddenly turns back, stopping in the street as if it has decided to face them. Maria Jenny mocks the creature for trying to flee, her voice sharp with contempt as she vows that it will not escape her a second time. To Maria Jenny, that earlier failure is not just a mistake, but a personal humiliation that must be corrected with the creature's death. As she prepares another empowered strike, Maria Jenny seems to taunt herself as much as the enemy, letting her frustration sharpen into violence. Wyatt Dang calmly reminds her that unexpected things happen in battle, trying to keep the team steady instead of letting emotion take over. He reinforces that the 8 Guardians are meant to fight as one unit, supporting one another rather than turning the battlefield into a competition. The Guardians spread out and surround the nobody from every side, cutting off each possible escape route until the creature has nowhere left to run. Maria Jenny notes that with everyone finally assembled, the timing is perfect to end the hunt once and for all. The silver-haired Guardian notices that not only the Vice Chairman and the other Guardians have arrived, but Gene Fry is also standing among them. She immediately demands to know why Gene Fry is there, her tone blunt and suspicious, while Gene Fry can only respond with an awkward excuse. Nix cuts through the distraction before it can continue, ordering everyone to stop arguing and focus on killing the target first. The silver-haired Guardian tries to warn Nix that something about this particular enemy does not match what the earlier reports described. Her warning grows urgent as she reveals the most alarming detail. This nobody has just spoken. Nix is visibly startled by the idea that a creature believed to be mindless could use human language at all. At that same moment, Gene Fry's system detects a large number of unidentified enemies gathering nearby. Realizing they are on the verge of being surrounded, Gene Fry immediately shouts for everyone to fall back. The nobody grins at them, and that twisted expression makes it clear that Gene Fry's warning has come just a moment too late. Multiple nobodies appear all at once, calling the humans food as they rush forward together like a coordinated hunting pack. The sudden escalation forces Gene Fry and the Guardians to tighten their positions, shifting instantly into a defensive formation. Maria Jenny calls out to the fire spirit Ifrit, summoning its power to answer the threat closing in around them. The fiery Guardian unleashes a wide area attack, releasing the skill known as Blaze Over. A raging torrent of flames sweeps across the battlefield, surging over the streets and swallowing the charging nobodies in one blazing wave. The entire pack is burned apart in a single overwhelming blast, their bodies disappearing under the force of the fire. When the flames finally clear, Gene Fry and the others remain unharmed, standing safely behind the protection of the Fire Guardian. The silver-haired Guardian complains that the enemies were weak after all, but her frustration remains because one of them still escaped, simply because it managed to speak. Nix focuses on the more serious meaning behind that detail, recognizing that a creature capable of using human language is a far greater threat than expected. He states the conclusion plainly: nobodies possess intelligence. Gene Fry's expression tightens as the weight of that truth sinks in, because intelligence makes these creatures far more dangerous than simple monsters. Wyatt Dang understands the danger as well, while Maria Jenny and the silver-haired guardian fall silent, each of them realizing just how serious the situation has become. Gene Fry's thoughts begin racing as he connects this revelation to the rumors he once heard back in his previous life. Then Gene Fry senses another powerful magical presence deeper in the forest, and his instincts tell him that it belongs to another nobody. Nyx, Maria Jenny, and the silver-haired guardian all turn their gazes toward the forest at once, taking Gene Fry's warning seriously enough to check the hidden presence for themselves. Wyatt Dang looks at Gene Fry with obvious confusion and asks how he managed to sense something that none of the guardians had noticed. Before Gene Fry has to expose anything he cannot explain, Nyx smoothly steps in and says Gene Fry must have received specialized mana detection training back in his homeland. Nyx decides that a presence this deep in the forest cannot be ignored, then calmly asks Gene Fry to guide them toward the source. Gene Fry agrees to lead the way, but unease lingers in his chest because Nyx keeps guiding the situation so naturally that it feels as if everything is being steered around him. The group moves into the forest with Gene Fry at the front, while Nyx, Maria Jenny, Wyatt Dang, and the silver-haired guardian follow close behind, ready for anything. After pushing deeper between the trees, Gene Fry finally discovers a glowing magical circle hidden in the woods and immediately recognizes it as the source of the strange presence. Gene Fry warns the others that beyond the magic circle, he can sense an enormous concentration of nobody mana gathering in one place. Nyx studies the glowing formation and identifies it as a gate leading into another space, then points out that this is the work of a sage-class skill. The silver-haired guardian quickly understands what that means, her expression tightening as she realizes nobodies may be able to steal and use adventurers' skills. Gene Fry silently confirms his own suspicion. The old rumors from his previous life were true, and nobodies are not just monsters. They are evolving and leveling up like players. Nyx tries to keep everyone steady, saying that with 4 guardians gathered here and Gene Fry lending support, they should still be able to handle whatever waits beyond the gate. Only then do the others fully connect Gene Fry to the adventurer who has been making headlines lately, and their view of him begins to shift from random rookie to someone worth watching. Maria Jenny and the silver-haired guardian openly size Gene Fry up, finally realizing that he is the same newcomer everyone in the association has been talking about. Nyx chooses to move forward, but Gene Fry cannot shake the feeling that he is being led exactly where Nyx wants him to go. With no turning back now, all 5 of them step through the glowing gate together and enter the hidden space beyond it. Instead of a chaotic battlefield, they find themselves in a cold, silent stone corridor, stretching forward until it ends at one ominous door. Wyatt Dang immediately takes control of the marching order, moving to the front with his shield ready so he can serve as the team's wall. Maria Jenny tells Gene Fry to stay close to Wyatt Dang's shield and let the veteran guardians handle the rear. Gene Fry accepts the arrangement with a faint smile, more than willing to watch carefully while staying under the protection of the team's formation. Once everyone is in position, the group advances down the corridor toward the final door and prepares to face whatever lies behind it. The team enters a prison-like chamber beyond the door, stepping inside carefully as they investigate the disturbance waiting ahead. Wyatt Dang surveys the room from behind his shield, expecting an attack at any moment, yet finding no immediate sign of danger. For a brief moment, their search turns up nothing at all, and the suffocating tension in the room seems to loosen just slightly. Then, without warning, a hidden mechanism activates behind them with a sharp metallic sound. Gene Fry and Wyatt Dang both realize it too late. The room itself has been waiting for the perfect moment to trap them. An iron cage drops down over the entrance with a heavy crash, sealing Gene Fry and Wyatt Dang inside the chamber. Outside the bars, Nyx, Maria Jenny, and the silver-haired guardian rush toward the sealed entrance in alarm. Gene Fry and Wyatt Dang quickly confirm that it was a deliberate trap, while the others anxiously check whether the 2 of them are injured. Gene Fry wastes no time and immediately tests the bars, gripping them hard as he tries to force open a path out. After a quick check, Gene Fry confirms that they are locked in, but he reassures the others that he and Wyatt Dang can still fight. Before anyone can figure out why the trap was triggered, a new presence begins stirring inside the sealed room. A harsh, unnatural sound echoes through the chamber, making both trapped men turn toward the real threat. A powerful nobody materializes from swirling purple energy, appearing so suddenly that Gene Fry and Wyatt Dang can only wonder where it came from. Gene Fry immediately reports the target's appearance and moves to engage, trying to strike before the nobody can make the first move. Wyatt Dang tells Jean Fry to leave this enemy to him, stepping forward as if he intends to handle the threat himself. But Jean Fry ignores the offer and opens with shield slash, trusting the strength expected from his own rank as he drives the attack straight at the nobody. The strike lands cleanly and obliterates the lesser. Nobody in a single hit, tearing through it before it can even properly retaliate. The instant kill proves Jean Fry's power, but it also confirms something worse. This chamber is spawning enemies to slowly wear them down. Wyatt Dang calmly judges the fallen monster's level, noting that for someone of Jean Fry's rank, defeating an enemy like that should be almost routine. Outside the cage, the others hear the impact and feel a brief wave of relief when they realize the first threat was handled without trouble. That relief disappears almost immediately when a far more dangerous figure appears behind Wyatt Dang. The newcomer reveals herself as a horned, masked female nobody, her body wrapped in ominous purple power that feels far heavier than the others. Jean Fry and Wyatt Dang both turn to face her at once, instantly recognizing that this enemy is completely different from the one they just defeated. The female nobody seems to sense it, too, dismissing the earlier enemies as nothing more than fodder while she sizes up Wyatt Dang as a target worth her attention. Jean Fry tries to strike first again, but Wyatt Dang senses the danger immediately and realizes Jean Fry is about to make a serious mistake. The named nobody remains perfectly composed in front of Jean Fry's attack, showing no fear, no panic, and no sign of being pressured. She casually raises one hand, almost lazily, as though she is about to demonstrate the overwhelming gap between them. Instead of taking any damage, she activates Shield Break and shatters Jean Fry's defensive technique with terrifying ease. Jean Fry is left stunned, his eyes widening as he realizes his own specialty has been countered so cleanly. The backlash slams Jean Fry violently to the ground, leaving his body shaken and his mind reeling from how easily his defense was broken. The black-haired adventurer quickly moves toward Jean Fry, his expression tightening as he realizes this fight has become far more dangerous than either of them expected. The enemy calmly introduces herself as Bad, revealing a status far beyond ordinary monsters and showing that she possesses multiple adventurer skills copied into her own body. That revelation confirms the black-haired adventurer's worst suspicion. Named nobodies are not simply imitating humans. They can truly wield human abilities in battle. Bad takes pleasure in their silence, reading their stunned reactions as fear and treating that fear as proof that she stands above them. Jean Fry admits that he underestimated Bad, then forces himself back into focus and orders the black-haired adventurer to stay behind him while he takes responsibility for holding her off. Bad laughs at their determination, mocking their resolve as she promises not to kill them quickly, but to savor every moment of breaking them down. The black-haired adventurer recalls the old rumors from the game, and as he watches Bad's confidence, he begins connecting her existence to a much larger hidden threat. He realizes that Bad must be one of the 4 special named nobodies known as the Quattro, the so-called 4 heavenly kings. Standing face to face with Bad, the black-haired adventurer remembers the rumor tied to defeating all 4 of those special enemies. If that rumor is true, then bringing down the Quattro could unlock the hidden equipment he had never managed to obtain in his previous life. For the first time, the image of that legendary reward flashes through his mind, tempting him even in the middle of danger. But he immediately forces that thought aside, knowing there is no point chasing a prize if he cannot survive Bad right here and now. Bad mistakes his calm expression for surrender, and with a cruel smile, she prepares to carve him apart with her own hands. She draws her blade and lunges forward, moving with the confidence of someone who expects the next strike to end everything. But at the final instant, her attack crashes against a golden barrier that suddenly blooms around the black-haired adventurer. The black-haired adventurer realizes at once that Jean Fry has stepped in and intercepted the killing blow with a protective barrier. Jean Fry plants himself between Bad and the black-haired adventurer, refusing to let the attack reach the man behind him. Jean Fry reveals the skill Sacrifice, a technique that redirects fatal damage meant for an ally onto himself, and even after taking a brutal beating, he declares that the fight is not over yet. Bad's expression twists with rage, furious that a half-broken shield user keeps standing in her way and denying her the prey she wants. Jean Fry answers without hesitation, saying that as long as he is still standing, no harm will reach his ally behind him. The black-haired adventurer can only stare at Jean Fry's back, shaken by the absolute conviction in his voice. Bad dismisses Jean Fry as nothing more than an annoying obstacle and decides that if he insists on interfering, she will kill him first. She still considers the black-haired adventurer the more tempting target, but she makes it clear that Jean Fry will be removed if he keeps blocking her path. Bad casts Fire Arrow, sending a flaming shot streaking down toward the two men trapped inside the chamber. Jean Fry immediately expands his defense into shield territory, creating a protective zone around them to intercept every incoming attack. The skill proves exactly why Jean Fry serves as their shield, stopping everything that enters its range before it can reach his ally. Jean Fry repeats his promise, making it clear that Bad will not touch the man behind him, even if protecting him costs Jean Fry his life. The two men brace themselves together, Jean Fry holding the front with his shield while the black-haired adventurer watches carefully for an opening. Bad stacks critical strike together with shield break, preparing to smash through Jean Fry's defenses by force. Jean Fry plants his feet firmly against the floor and chooses to meet the incoming assault head-on instead of backing away. He drives forward with his shield, slamming into Bad's attack and disrupting her rhythm, proving that he can still pressure her in close combat. Bad answers immediately with another fire arrow, refusing to retreat or give Jean Fry even a second to recover. Jean Fry blocks the attack again, but each repeated impact grinds away at his stamina and forces more strain through his body. As he holds the line, Jean Fry realizes that Bad fights like a true veteran, never wasting movement and never leaving an obvious opening. Another flaming shot follows almost instantly, keeping Jean Fry pinned in place beneath the relentless pressure. The black-haired adventurer grows alarmed, because Fire Arrow should not be a skill that Bad can reuse again this quickly. Under the endless barrage, Jean Fry's stance finally begins to buckle, his shield arm trembling from the force of each strike. Bad closes in with a pleased smile, clearly enjoying the sight of Jean Fry's defense beginning to fail. She openly praises his blocking ability, but the compliment is twisted into another cruel taunt meant to wear him down. Her amusement makes it painfully clear that Bad has not shown everything yet, and that she still has more attacks waiting in reserve. The answer comes a moment later when a second Bad appears beside the first, as if the battlefield itself has split her in two. Jean Fry is horrified as he realizes Bad has divided into two separate bodies, doubling the threat right in front of him. The black-haired adventurer immediately identifies the technique as a summoner's clone skill, recognizing how Bad has been manipulating the fight. Both Bads draw flaming bows at the same time, aiming down at Jean Fry and the black-haired adventurer as they prepare to execute them together. The double barrage proves that even the clone can use Fire Arrow, making the earlier impossible rapid-fire pattern suddenly make terrifying sense. Jean Fry's eyes narrow as he understands the trick, realizing Bad may have been cycling attacks through her clones from the very beginning. With two streams of Fire Arrow crashing down at once, Jean Fry is pushed to his absolute limit as he struggles to block both sides at the same time. The two Bads sense Jean Fry's defense straining under the pressure, and they press even harder to crush him completely. Behind Jean Fry, the black-haired adventurer begins gathering power, knowing he can no longer stay passive while Jean Fry bears the assault alone. Jean Fry kept himself planted in front of the black-haired adventurer, still determined to protect him no matter what it cost. When he called out to him, there was clear relief in his voice, mixed with a gratitude he could no longer hide. Jean Fry thanked the black-haired adventurer for saving his life earlier, his battered face softening for just a moment. But even after admitting that debt, he refused to cancel sacrifice, choosing to keep bearing the danger himself rather than let his teammate take the full force. The black-haired adventurer stared at Jean Fry and quickly understood the truth. No matter what he said now, Jean Fry had already made up his mind, and there was no talking him out of that reckless choice. For the first time, Jean Fry looked at the black-haired adventurer with complete recognition in his eyes. He finally admitted his strength and accepted him not as someone to doubt, but as a true ally standing beside him in battle. The black-haired adventurer said nothing at first. He simply stood there, taking in the weight of Jean Fry's trust as it settled on his shoulders in the middle of that deadly chamber. Jean Fry then declared that if they were teammates, there was nothing strange about risking his life for him. As the shield of the team, protecting the black-haired adventurer was not a sacrifice to him. It was his duty. Even Kabad, who had been watching them like prey caught in a trap, paused for a brief moment. Jean Fry's resolve was so firm that even she could feel the force behind it. The black-haired adventurer scanned the battlefield and realized the situation was worse than it looked.
Even during their cooldowns, Kabad's clones left no real gaps to exploit, and if he kept relying only on defense, the two of them would eventually be worn down and killed.
Backed closer and closer into a corner, the black-haired adventurer clenched his jaw and searched desperately for an answer. He gripped the bracelets on his wrist, forcing himself to think through what move was still left to him. Kabad's patience finally began to run out. The deadlock no longer entertained her, and with a bored look, she decided the little warm-up had dragged on long enough. She raised her power again, gathering strength for something far larger than before. The air around her seemed to tighten as she prepared a finishing attack meant to end everything at once. Both Jean Fry and the black-haired adventurer felt the danger shift immediately. Their bodies reacted before words could form, because the pressure in the room had suddenly become far more lethal. Then, to their shock, another Kabad appeared. With a third body joining the fight, the battle escalated all over again, pushing the situation into an even more terrifying stage. Jean Fry's eyes widened as he stared at the three identical enemies before them. He could barely believe Kabad had multiplied herself again, turning one nightmare into three. He knew very well that a clone skill should not function like this. The fact that Kabad was breaking that expectation made the danger feel even more unnatural and far more difficult to handle. The black-haired adventurer's expression sharpened as the pieces clicked together. If Kabad's clones could create even more clones, then her numbers would keep growing without limit unless they stopped her quickly. Kabad laughed at their stunned faces, mocking the fear and disbelief written across them. Then every copy raised her weapon, and flaming arrows erupted from all sides in a merciless spread. In an instant, the chamber was filled with armed Kabad clones. Everywhere the two men looked, another bow was drawn, another arrow was ready, and another deadly shot was aimed straight at them. Jean Fry and the black-haired adventurer both understood what was coming. With that many enemies surrounding them, they were on the verge of being swallowed by the attack from every direction. The number of Kabads rose again, climbing to 5 before their eyes. That single change confirmed what they already feared. The fight was spiraling completely out of control. The black-haired adventurer refused to let the formation close in unanswered. He unleashed a powerful fire technique of his own, driving his flames forward in an attempt to tear open the encirclement. Outside the cage, the others felt the force of the blast ripple outward, but even with the battle shaking before them, they remained trapped beyond the barrier, unable to rush in and help. They struck at the barrier door again, hoping this time it might finally give way. But no matter what they tried, the wall between them and the battlefield refused to break. Even their strongest attacks had failed to leave a meaningful mark on it. With no way inside, all they could do was watch helplessly and pray that Jean Fry and the black-haired adventurer would survive. Back inside the cage, the black-haired adventurer rushed to Jean Fry's side. Jean Fry had collapsed after absorbing too much of the redirected damage, his body finally giving out under the punishment. When the black-haired adventurer saw the full extent of Jean Fry's injuries, horror flashed across his face. Jean Fry had been torn apart far worse than he realized, all because he had kept shielding him from the attacks. The black-haired adventurer called Jean Fry's name in a desperate voice. He leaned close, trying to keep him conscious, refusing to let him slip away in front of him. Jean Fry could barely force the words out, his voice weak and broken. Even so, relief showed through his pain, because the black-haired adventurer was still alive. Even with death closing in, Jean Fry refused to let go of who he was. He clung to his pride as the shield of the 8 guardians, holding on to that identity until the very end. Behind them, the surviving Kabad clones lingered in the background. They watched in silence, simply waiting for the last of Jean Fry's resistance to disappear. The black-haired adventurer cursed under his breath as the reality of the situation crushed down on him. His escape routes were gone, and the defensive tools he had depended on had already been pushed to their limit. He understood now that even his special bracelet had not been enough. It could not completely block the endless rain of flaming arrows Kabad kept sending at them. Another hit struck him before he could recover. Blood spilled as the pressure continued, proving that with Jean Fry collapsing, the black-haired adventurer was now exposed as well. As he looked down at Jean Fry's broken body, the black-haired adventurer pieced together what had happened. The final volley must have pushed past the limit of sacrifice, overwhelming the skill and tearing through him. Jean Fry apologized in a faint, ragged voice. He was sorry he could not protect the black-haired adventurer until the very end, and even sorrier that he was leaving him alone in such a hopeless state. The 3 Kabads watched the scene unfold with cold satisfaction. To them, the outcome had already been decided, and the 2 men were merely struggling through their final moments. The black-haired adventurer lowered his head, his face hidden beneath the weight of grief, but beneath that sorrow, anger began to harden into something sharper, an unshakable resolve. With his own health already in critical condition, the black-haired adventurer turned to Jean Fry and asked him for one final thing. His voice was low, but there was no hesitation left in it. Bad began to approach, certain she was looking at a broken survivor with nowhere left to run. To her, finishing him off now seemed like nothing more than a formality. Jean Fry agreed without hesitation, even on the edge of collapse. He trusted the black-haired adventurer completely and accepted his final request at once. The black-haired adventurer thanked him quietly, accepting the burden Jean Fry was about to place in his hands. It was not just a request anymore, it was the last trust of a teammate. Kabad sneered at their farewell, her irritation rising as they continued speaking as though they still had any choice left. To her, their resolve was nothing but meaningless resistance. Then she announced that her cooldown had ended. Without another moment of mercy, Kabad drew back and released the final execution shot meant to finish him. But before that arrow could decide the battle, one of Kabad's bodies was suddenly cut down. The attack came so fast that the moment seemed to split apart right in front of her. The remaining Kabad froze in surprise, unable to understand what had just changed. The control she thought she had over the battlefield had been broken in an instant. The black-haired adventurer now stood facing her with the monstrous weapon centipede in his hands. Its terrifying form made it clear that he had abandoned pure defense and chosen to strike back. He warned Kabad to prepare herself, his voice steady despite the blood and damage on his body. With Centipede's remaining durability revealed, he readied himself for a decisive counterattack. In the blink of an eye, he killed one of the clones and stood over the fallen body. Just like that, the balance of the fight shifted, and Kabad's overwhelming advantage began to crack. Kabad stared at him in stunned disbelief. The moment the black-haired adventurer committed fully to offense, his speed became far more dangerous than she had expected. Fury twisted Kabad's expression as she lashed out, desperate to seize control of the battle again. She tried to force him back into the role of prey, unwilling to accept that the hunt had suddenly turned against her. Before Kabad could finish unleashing her next attack, the black-haired adventurer moved first. He shot forward in a blur, cutting down the space between them so quickly that her aim had no time to settle. At point-blank range, he brought Centipede into motion, its strange fluid blade sliding past Kabad's defenses like living metal. Even with her guard raised, the weapon slipped through the narrowest opening and reached her. Centipede liquefied in the middle of the strike, twisting and reshaping before Kabad could react. The blade changed form as it moved, carving through her from an angle she had no way to block. The black-haired adventurer did not stop to celebrate the hit. He turned immediately toward the remaining bodies, his stance firm, his weapon ready, and his entire focus shifted fully into offense. He told Kabad there would not be another chance after this. His voice made it clear that he had no intention of dragging the fight out any longer. He meant to end her right here. Once again, he triggered Centipede's liquefaction. The weapon stretched and widened in his grasp, its shape becoming even more vicious as it prepared to sweep across the battlefield. The transformed blade burst outward in a violent arc, tearing through the remaining Kabad bodies in one clean, merciless execution. In a single sweeping motion, the clones were cut down before they could recover. With Kabad finally defeated, the black-haired adventurer received the first Black Leaf reward connected to the 4 Heavenly Kings. The victory had been won, but it came with a weight far heavier than any prize. A reward card appeared before him, materializing in the air as the battle at last came to an end. Its arrival confirmed that the enemy had truly fallen. He looked at the prize for only a moment before his gaze drifted back to Jean Fry's fallen body. No matter what reward had appeared, he could not feel even the slightest joy from this victory. Still holding the reward in one hand and the bloodied centipede in the other, the black-haired adventurer walked back to Jean Fry's side. His steps were heavy, weighed down by everything Jean Fry had sacrificed. Jean Fry was fading quickly, his voice almost gone as his strength slipped away. Even then, he forced himself to ask the black-haired adventurer for one last favor. The black-haired adventurer lowered his head beside him and listened closely. In that moment, every word from Jean Fry felt like something he could not afford to miss. Jean Fry asked him to restore a weapon through a forbidden final rite. The request was quiet, but the meaning behind it carried the weight of a dying adventurer's final wish. The black-haired adventurer's eyes widened slightly, because he understood what Jean Fry was asking the moment he heard it. This was not an ordinary request, and it could never be taken back. He recognized the rite as soul transfer, a one-time skill that allowed a dying adventurer to pass their weapon on to someone else. It was a final inheritance given only at the very edge of death. As he remembered that the ability could only be used once in a lifetime, the meaning became even heavier. Jean Fry was not simply handing him a weapon, he was offering the last legacy he had left. Jean Fry confirmed it without hesitation. With what little strength remained in him, he willingly entrusted the soul of his weapon to the black-haired adventurer. When an adventurer dies, the weapon that lived and fought beside them would normally return to the heavens. That bond, once broken by death, was supposed to leave the world with its master. But when someone remained who could carry on that will, the weapon's soul did not have to disappear. Instead, it could be passed forward, transferred into the hands of a successor. The black-haired adventurer accepted Jean Fry's will without a trace of hesitation. He took on the burden being left behind, knowing it was more than a weapon. It was Jean Fry's final trust.
When the others pushed forward, they found Wyatt lying in a spreading pool of blood. He was already at death's door, his body broken after taking a fatal blow meant to protect someone else.
The black-haired adventurer noticed that the sealed passage had finally opened. After all the fighting and sacrifice, the survivors now had a path forward. The others rushed in expecting to see the way ahead, only to freeze the moment they saw Wyatt collapsed on the ground. Whatever relief they had felt vanished instantly. Their hope turned cold as the truth settled over them. Someone had fallen here, and the price of opening the way had been paid in blood. The black-haired adventurer stood silently among the bodies, with Wyatt lying at his feet and the aftermath of the battles scattered all around him. The cost of survival was laid bare in the stillness. For a moment, the shock was too much for anyone to process. They could only stare at Wyatt, unable to understand how everything had gone so wrong so quickly. Maria was the first to break. She rushed to Wyatt's side, her voice shaking with anger and panic as she demanded to know what had happened. Wyatt lay completely motionless in front of her. There was no response, no movement, and no sign that he could answer her desperate questions himself. Maria immediately began healing him, pouring her power into his wounded body as if refusing to let reality catch up. She would not accept that Wyatt might already be beyond saving. Even while trying to save Wyatt, Maria noticed that Jean Fry was badly injured as well. Her eyes snapped toward him, searching for the truth behind the blood and silence. She pressed Jean Fry to explain what had happened, her voice tight with urgency. Maria needed to understand both Wyatt's condition and the battle that had led them to this terrible moment. Jeffrey struggled to answer. His words caught beneath exhaustion and guilt. Every breath seemed heavy, as though the truth itself was crushing him. At last, Jeffrey admitted it. Wyatt had taken the attack that was meant for him, shielding him at the cost of his own life. The confession struck the vice president hard. In an instant, he understood exactly what Wyatt had done and the sacrifice hidden behind Jeffrey's broken words. The vice president looked across the slaughtered enemies around them and saw the proof of Wyatt's struggle. Wyatt had fought desperately before falling, leaving the battlefield marked by everything he had endured. Maria kept calling Wyatt's name, begging him to wake up while anger poured through her grief. She could not forgive him for throwing his life away to save someone else. Mara stepped closer and gently tried to stop her. From Wyatt's stillness and the silence around him, she could see that he had already passed beyond saving. The vice president turned away for a brief moment, forcing himself to swallow his grief. However painful it was, he knew they could not remain frozen here forever. Then Wyatt's voice suddenly broke through the silence one last time. That faint sound pulled everyone's attention back to him at once. With what little breath remained, Wyatt revealed that he had heard everything Jean Fry said. Even at the edge of death, those words had reached him. The vice president honored Wyatt as one of the finest among the 8 guardian stars. With solemn respect, he bid Wyatt to rest after carrying out his duty to the very end. Mary took in that final moment without saying a word. Her face stayed calm, but behind that quiet expression, her grief was held painfully tight. Maria's sorrow slowly hardened into something colder. The tears and panic gave way to a focused anger that settled deep in her eyes. Jean Fry faced Wyatt's death in silence, not with open tears, but with quiet resolve. The loss struck him deeply, yet it only strengthened the determination in his heart. Together, they made a silent vow that Wyatt's death would not be left unanswered. The grief between them turned into a shared promise of revenge. With that resolve carrying them forward, the group moved toward the next door. They knew the dungeon was not finished with them yet, and more trials were waiting beyond it. This time, the vice president stepped forward and insisted on taking the lead himself. He would not leave the first step to anyone else again. The heavy door opened before them without any resistance. Its smooth movement only made the silence beyond it feel even more suspicious. The group entered carefully, every step measured as they braced themselves for another trap. After everything they had endured, none of them expected the dungeon to let them pass so easily. Maria noticed one important difference almost immediately. This time, unlike the cruel trap from before, the door behind them stayed open, leaving a path back instead of sealing them in. But that small sense of relief disappeared almost as quickly as it came. A fresh wave of monsters surged into view, making it painfully clear that even without a locked door, the room still meant to kill them. The vice president stepped forward and ordered the others to fall back. With the horde closing in, he prepared to take the front line himself and handle the monsters before they could swarm the group. Maria refused to simply stand behind him and watch. Her anger was still boiling after everything that had happened, and she needed somewhere to pour that rage before it tore her apart. Mira agreed without hesitation, her expression showing the same fierce resentment. It was not just Maria who wanted to strike back. The entire team was carrying that fury now. The vice president did not try to silence their anger or tell them to calm down. Instead, he accepted it for what it was and gave that rage a direction, turning it toward the enemies in front of them. Then the vice president summoned an army of the undead. Massive skeletal knights rose into the chamber, towering over the battlefield as their weapons gleamed with a cold, deathly pressure. The summoned dead charged straight into the monster crowd and tore through them with overwhelming force. In one brutal sweep, the main wave was carved apart before it could even reach the group. Once the largest part of the horde had been broken, Maria and Mira rushed forward without wasting a second. They threw themselves into the remaining monsters, ready to finish off anything still moving. As the vice president watched the battlefield unfold, his gaze grew colder. Before they could properly face Wyatt's memory, he decided that every last enemy in this room had to be wiped out completely. Jean Fry studied the vice president from the side and sensed the same icy determination beneath his calm face. Even though the vice president looked composed, his resolve was every bit as ruthless as the attacks being unleashed. After the fighting eased, the vice president turned his attention to Jean Fry. He checked on him directly, making sure Jean Fry was still capable of moving forward after everything he had endured. Jean Fry admitted that he was shaken, but what occupied his mind most was not his own condition. He could not stop thinking about how dependable Wyatt's team had proven to be when it truly mattered. The vice president immediately understood what Jean Fry was really thinking about. Behind those words about the team, Jean Fry's thoughts were fixed on Wyatt himself. Jean Fry blamed himself for the loss, convinced that Wyatt had died because he chose to protect him. The guilt sat heavily on him, as if Wyatt's sacrifice had become a wound he could not close. The vice president did not rush to deny that guilt, or cover it with easy comfort. He let the weight of Jean Fry's words settle for a moment, allowing him to face the feeling directly. Then the vice president asked the question that mattered more than anything else. When Wyatt died, did Jean Fry truly believe Wyatt had hated him for being the one he protected? Jean Fry answered quietly that he did not. No matter how much guilt he carried, he knew Wyatt had not died hating him. As Jean Fry remembered Wyatt's final expression, that truth became even clearer. In his last moments, Wyatt had not looked resentful or regretful. He had died with a smile. The vice president told Jean Fry that this was exactly the kind of man Wyatt had been. That final smile was not a mistake. It was a reflection of the choice Wyatt had made.
The vice president reminded Jean Fry that Wyatt had accepted him as a teammate and protected him by his own will. If Jean Fry wanted to honor him properly, then he had to carry that will forward instead of letting guilt consume him.
With that matter settled as much as it could be, the vice president decided they had done everything possible in that room. He gave the order to move on, pushing the group toward the next trial. Jean Fry followed after them, still carrying the heaviness of Wyatt's death in his chest. But now, beneath that burden, he had a clearer understanding of what Wyatt had left behind for him. Before long, the group reached a junction where the path split into two separate routes. The dungeon stretched ahead in opposite directions, forcing them to stop and choose. That split immediately turned into a difficult decision. If they divided their strength, each side would become more vulnerable, but moving as one group could be just as dangerous. The vice president weighed both risks carefully. Staying together might keep them stronger. But if all four of them walked into a single trap at once, the entire team could be wiped out in one move. In the end, he chose to split them deliberately into pairs. It was not a reckless decision, but a way to reduce the chance of total annihilation if the dungeon tried to spring another scheme on them. His reasoning was simple and coldly practical. No matter what waited ahead, they could not allow one trap, one ambush, or one enemy plan to erase the whole team at once. Maria immediately claimed Jean Fry as her partner. Part of it was strategy, but part of it was also obvious. She wanted the freedom to fight in her own way without being held back. Then Maria noticed a powerful target waiting ahead. To her, that enemy was not just another obstacle. It looked like the perfect place to unleash the anger she had been holding inside. Their prey introduced itself by charging straight toward them. The demon revealed its name as Bika, the second Quattro, a terrifying creature standing at level 299. Bika made it clear that it had been waiting for humans like them. With greedy confidence, the monster declared its intention to devour their abilities and make their strength its own. Elsewhere, the Vice President and Mira were confronted by another enemy. Standing before them was Abadek, the third Quattro, level 333, and from the pressure around him, this battle promised to be even harder. With enemies appearing on both paths, the team committed to both fights at the same time. The next stage of the dungeon began with the group divided and danger pressing in from both sides. Maria and Jean Fry faced the gluttonous demon inside its chamber. The air around Bika felt thick and foul, as though the room itself had been shaped around the creature's hunger. Bika lounged with complete confidence, looking more amused than threatened by their arrival. It treated Maria and Jean Fry less like opponents and more like prey that had wandered willingly into its den. Jean Fry quickly judged that this enemy surpassed the previous one in both level and magical power. Because of that, he decided it would be wiser to observe first instead of charging in blindly. That careful plan nearly collapsed the instant the battle began. Before Jean Fry could properly assess the situation, Maria had already moved. Maria launched herself forward with explosive speed, closing the distance in a flash. Her movement was so sudden that even Jean Fry could barely track her as she rushed toward the demon. Jean Fry was stunned by how boldly she charged in without hesitation. There was no pause, no fear, and no sign that Maria cared how dangerous the enemy might be. Maria's hatred for demons spilled out without restraint. She declared that creatures like Bika deserved neither mercy nor prayer, only punishment delivered with her own hands. Then Maria activated the command power of her weapon. Her devotion twisted into something fierce and savage, shaping the weapon according to the violent prayer burning inside her. Her staff transformed into a massive hammer-like axe, its weight and size changing in an instant. With both hands, Maria brought it crashing down toward the demon with terrifying force. Only then did Bika realize that Maria had not been bluffing. By the time the danger fully registered, the weapon was already descending, and the demon had almost no time left to react. The command effect of Maria's weapon changed its form according to her prayer. Her faith did not appear as gentle light or holy comfort. It became raw, brutal force meant to crush the enemy before her. Jean Fry could only stand back and watch as Maria seized control of the fight by herself. In just a few moments, she had turned the opening exchange into her own violent assault. As he watched her fight, Jean Fry could not help wondering how someone with such a foul mouth had ever become a nun in the first place. The contrast between her title and her attitude was almost impossible to ignore. Maria taunted Bika for being too slow, her voice sharp and merciless. She promised to beat the fat off him, swinging her transformed weapon as if she fully intended to make good on every word. Jean Fry soon realized that Maria's recklessness was not as careless as it looked. Beneath her crude attitude and furious charge, her attacks were precise, controlled, and worthy of an elite fighter. But then Maria noticed something strange about the result of her strike. The impact had landed, yet the outcome did not feel right, and her expression shifted as she sensed that something was wrong. Maria clicked her tongue and complained that she had chosen the wrong weapon form for the strike. But as Jean Fry watched her from behind, he realized the deeper problem was not the weapon at all. Maria really was fighting almost entirely on instinct. The demon suddenly sensed Jean Fry's presence and shifted its attention toward him. In its eyes, Jean Fry was not just another human standing nearby, but the stronger prize worth taking for itself. Without hesitation, the demon declared Jean Fry to be its prey. Its focus moved away from Maria and locked onto him instead, as though it had already decided he was the one it wanted to claim. Maria narrowed her eyes, trying to figure out why her attack had not worked the way she expected. She wondered if the demon's massive body was simply hiding the pain, or if it had managed to defend itself at the very last instant. After a moment, Maria understood that its ridiculous appearance did not make it weak. With a level that high, it made sense why Wyatt had struggled so much against monsters on this tier. That realization wiped away the last trace of playfulness from Maria's face. She stopped treating the demon like an easy target and began invoking a far more serious prayer. Maria offered the demon's flesh as if preparing a blood-stained banquet, her voice sharp with fury. Then she commanded her weapon again, forcing its power to answer the brutal prayer in her heart. But Maria's rage was so intense that her next swing nearly caught Jean Fry in its path as well. He barely reacted in time, throwing himself aside before her attack could cut him down along with the demon. Maria snapped at Jean Fry, dragging his attention back into the fight with a harsh warning. If he hesitated for even a second in a battle like this, she made it clear he would be killed. Jean Fry stared at her in horror, realizing just how dangerous Maria was not only to the enemy but to anyone standing too close. Her attacks did not leave much room for allies to breathe. Even so, Jean Fry knew he could not keep watching from the sidelines. He steadied himself, called forth his centipede blade, and prepared to enter the fight for real. Jean Fry rushed forward to support Maria directly. Instead of hanging back, he closed the distance, ready to match her pace before the demon could exploit any opening. Maria immediately turned Jean Fry's arrival into part of her attack. Without wasting time explaining, she ordered him to give her a foothold, as if she expected him to understand instantly. Then Maria leapt first, trusting Jean Fry to react on the spot. Her body shot upward before he had any chance to question her plan. Jean Fry moved on instinct and braced himself beneath her. In that split second, he turned his own body into the platform Maria needed. Using Jean Fry's support, Maria launched herself high above the demon. From overhead, she raised her weapon for a crushing finishing blow. Maria came crashing down with terrifying force, the impact ready to smash through the demon beneath her. But at the very last moment, the creature slipped away, avoiding the full weight of the strike. Maria cursed the demon's unexpected agility, furious that something so bulky could move that fast. Behind her, Jean Fry was left sprawled across the floor after serving as her launching point. As Jean Fry watched Maria fight, a strange thought struck him. It suddenly felt absurd that Wyatt had ever been expected to serve as the shield for someone this wild and overwhelming. Jean Fry could feel it in every reckless movement she made. Maria's rage and grief over Wyatt were driving her forward, turning each attack into an outlet for everything she could not say. Even so, Maria kept the demon under constant pressure. Golden strikes flashed again and again, forcing the creature to keep moving beneath her relentless assault. Maria's expression hardened until there was no trace of hesitation left. Every line of her face showed that she had committed herself completely to revenge. Jean Fry finally understood what he was seeing. This violence was not just anger for Maria, it was her way of mourning Wyatt. The vice president's words echoed in Jean Fry's mind, reminding him that the living had to carry on the will of the dead. Through that thought, Maria's fury began to make painful sense. That realization snapped Jean Fry out of merely watching the fight unfold. He could not stay passive any longer while Maria carried that grief by herself. Maria shouted for Jean Fry to stay in the rear and do the job he was supposed to do. She did not want him charging in blindly and getting in the way of her attack. Jean Fry hesitated, caught between the sting to his pride and the need to trust Maria's judgment. For a moment, he struggled to accept that his role here might not be the one he wanted. He admitted to himself that he still did not fully understand the limits of his own power. If he rushed into offense without knowing what he could really do, he might only create more danger. So Jean Fry made his decision. The best way to honor Wyatt in this fight was not to outshine Maria, but to support her completely and make sure her strength reached the enemy. Jean Fry committed himself to that role without looking away. From this point on, his job was to make Maria's attack succeed, no matter what it took. Maria answered by condemning the demon's gluttony with cold fury. As her weapon shifted in her hands, she prepared another execution strike meant to punish Bika for every life monsters like him had taken. At the same time, in the other chamber, Abadek unleashed a thunderous attack of his own. The force of it shook the space around him as the battle on the second path erupted. Mira responded by summoning Huko, a dragon spirit wrapped in lightning. Crackling energy gathered around her as she called that power into the fight. The dragon manifested beside Mira in a burst of blinding electricity. Its form surged with lightning, filling the chamber with the sharp sound of crackling power. Abadek remained seated on his throne, surrounded by chains and a dark purple aura. Even with Mira's dragon spirit appearing before him, he showed no fear at all. The lightning tore into Abadek's body, striking him with brutal force. But instead of collapsing, he endured the attack and roared back through the pain. Mira's eyes widened when she saw his reaction. The lightning had not crushed him the way she expected. It almost seemed to excite him. Abadek's expression slowly changed, twisting into something closer to pleasure. The attack that should have weakened him was beginning to feel like something he enjoyed. Then Abadek revealed the reason for his strange reaction. Somehow the lightning had made his body feel lighter instead of damaging him enough to slow him down. The vice president immediately called out to Mira, recognizing the danger in Abadek's response. If the attack was affecting him in the wrong way, they had to adjust before he took advantage of it. Mira did not answer right away. Her gaze stayed fixed on Abadek as she silently recalculated, searching for the next move. Then Mira invoked Undine and Huko together, combining their powers into a stronger attack. Water and lightning gathered as one before she fired a concentrated aqua bolt straight at Abadek. A towering column of electrified water swallowed Abadek where he sat. The blast surged upward around him, roaring with both crushing force and crackling lightning. Even under that amplified strike, Abadek judged the attack with unsettling calm. He admitted it was stronger than before, but still survivable, and only a slight flicker of alarm crossed him. Then the truth became clear inside the torrent. Two skeletal guardians were shielding Abadek, standing between him and the full force of Mira's attack. The vice president calmly pointed out the weakness of relying on a tough body. If Abadek could not move, then repeated damage would eventually wear him down and break through.
Abadek mocked the vice president's lecture with a tone of false politeness. But despite his arrogance, the strain on him was beginning to show.
The vice president answered without losing his composure. Respect for elders had its limits, especially when the one demanding it was a monster harming the innocent. Then the vice president summoned a black-armored lancer to the battlefield. With a cold command, he ordered a bloody lance strike against the monster that had hurt innocent people. The summoned knight charged straight through the opening Mira had created. Its lance drove forward through the storm of water and lightning, aiming directly for Abadek. The black-armored lancer drove its weapon forward with terrifying force. Its lance punched straight into Abadek's face and kept going, piercing through him as the impact shook his entire body. The blow tore through Abadek and ripped open a brutal hole in his chest. For a moment it looked as if the strike had killed him instantly, ending the battle in one decisive hit. The vice president looked at Abadek with a cold, unreadable expression. He knew killing this one monster would never bring back the dead, but that did not make the punishment any less necessary. Abadek's body finally collapsed to the ground. Blood spread beneath him in a dark pool, staining the floor as his massive form went still. Believing their fight was over, the vice president and Mira wasted no more time. They decided to regroup with Maria and Jean Fry immediately before the dungeon could throw another surprise at them. They moved through the chamber where Abadek had fallen, expecting to see nothing more than the aftermath of the battle. The silence around them seemed to say the enemy had already been dealt with. But in the very next instant, both the vice president and Mira felt danger strike their senses at the same time. They turned sharply, but by then they were already a moment too late. Abadek's corpse was gone. The pool of blood remained, but the body that should have been lying there had vanished, proving that the killing blow had not truly ended him. The two of them looked up and found Abadek clinging above them like a predator, waiting on the ceiling. He was already moving, ready to strike before they could fully react. Abadek attacked first, slashing into the vice president before Mira could stop him. The sudden strike cut through the moment of confusion and turned the battle deadly all over again. Mira cried out as the vice president fell from the blow. Nearby, Abadek landed with renewed power surging around him, his presence far more dangerous than before. Abadek praised their skills with a delighted, hungry grin. To him, this was not just a fight anymore, it was a feast, and their abilities were the meal he had been waiting for. He revealed that he had already judged their powers to be especially valuable prey. The way he looked at them made it clear that he wanted to take those abilities for himself. The vice president and Mira quickly understood what had happened. Abadek had stolen a thief's stealth and a fighter's one-time resurrection, and there was no telling how many other abilities he had already taken. That realization made the danger even clearer. If Abadek could stack multiple stolen skills at the same time, then he was far more terrifying than he had first appeared. Abadek confirmed their fear with a pleased expression, presenting those stolen powers as his true strength. Then he warned Mira to stay alert, as if the real battle had only just begun. He openly listed the abilities now under his control, including Immortal Life, Stealth, and Fast Slash. Each stolen skill made him feel less like one enemy and more like several threats combined into one body. Even wounded, the vice president and Mira forced themselves to stand firm. No matter how many stolen abilities Abadek had gathered, they resolved to bring him down. Meanwhile, back in Maria's fight, she drove her weapon directly into Bika's face. Even after everything she had already thrown at him, Maria kept pressing forward without giving the gluttonous demon a moment to breathe. For the first time, Maria hesitated in the middle of the assault. Something felt wrong, as if a shift had happened somewhere else in the dungeon. Jean Fry noticed her pause immediately. The battle no longer felt like it was unfolding according to either of their expectations, and that brief hesitation made the air around them tense. Bika endured another heavy blow, his face cracking under the force of the impact. But despite the damage, he did not collapse. and his body remained stubbornly upright. Bika admitted that the attack had been dangerous, but he boasted that he had survived it by blocking at the last moment. His confidence only made his cracked face look more unsettling. Maria refused to let him recover. She pressed the assault with her axe, swinging again and again, as though she meant to crush him before he could regain control. When the dust finally cleared, Bika was still standing. A sinister aura wrapped around him, and both Maria and Jean Fry were forced to reassess just how troublesome this enemy really was. They realized that Bika had not escaped the blow by dodging. Instead, he had used a magician's enhancement art to reinforce his body and endure the impact head-on. Maria mocked him for hiding behind defense despite all his arrogance. She threw the insult at him deliberately, trying to bait him into losing control and charging into a reckless exchange. Then Maria charged straight in from the front, hurling insults as she moved. Every word was meant to drag Bika's attention onto her and keep his focus away from Jean Fry. Bika caught Maria's attack with a grin, his hands stopping the blow instead of shrinking from it. Her defiance did not frighten him at all, it only seemed to entertain him. Maria's taunt merely amused Bika further. He treated her resistance like insolence from prey that did not understand its place. Then Bika's amusement twisted into rage when Maria addressed him so casually. With a furious burst of strength, he lashed out hard enough to blast her away. While Maria bought time at close range, Jean Fry kept his composure behind her. He began preparing a finishing move, carefully waiting for the right opening instead of rushing in too soon. Maria understood what Jean Fry needed and agreed to hold Bika off a little longer. Even through her anger, she gave him the time he needed to set up his next attack. Jean Fry shared Maria's anger over Wyatt's death, but he refused to let grief make him careless. If they were going to end this, he wanted to do it properly and with control. Still, something about Bika bothered him. Jean Fry could sense that the demon was hiding more than brute defense beneath that bloated body and mocking grin. Bika's earlier magical presence had been far too overwhelming to ignore. To Jean Fry, the defensive posture felt less like fear and more like a cover for something worse. Jean Fry concluded that Bika was waiting for the right moment to reveal a hidden ace. The enemy was not simply enduring attacks, he was setting up his own counter. Bika rose again. His voice filled with hunger and hatred. He swore that he would kill both Maria and Jean Fry, then devour them once they were broken. Jean Fry stepped forward and placed himself in front of Maria. If Bika was about to reveal his next move, Jean Fry was ready to test it with his own body first. Bika finally revealed the hidden card Jean Fry had been waiting for. A powerful aqua cannon erupted from him, blasting straight toward both of them with crushing force. Bika roared with confidence as the water surged forward. He was certain the blast would wash Jean Fry and Maria away before they could withstand it. Jean Fry planted his feet firmly in front of Maria and refused to retreat. Instead of dodging, he faced the aqua cannon head-on and took the attack directly. Bika expected the blast to overwhelm Jean Fry at once. Seeing him stand there, the demon pushed even harder, pouring more force into the attack. But the water did not break through. Instead, it began to spiral inward, drawn into a dark singularity forming between Jean Fry's hands. Jean Fry revealed Black Hole, the power of the left bracelet of the destroyer. With it, he absorbed the enemy's attack, swallowing the aqua cannon before it could reach Maria. As Jean Fry watched the water vanish into the darkness, he understood the truth. Bika's hidden ace had been real, but against Black Hole, it was ultimately useless. Jean Fry did not waste the opening. He immediately turned the absorbed power back toward Bika, striking before the demon could understand how his own attack had been reversed. Bika was shaken by the unfamiliar skill, his confidence cracking for the first time. But even in surprise, greed flashed in his eyes as he suddenly coveted Jean Fry's power. Jean Fry saw that opening and lunged forward with a predatory smile. If Bika was distracted by greed, then Jean Fry would use that moment to tear him apart. With a swift counterattack, Jean Fry sliced cleanly through Bika's arm. The strike landed before the monster could recover, cutting into him with brutal precision. The moment the severed limb hits the ground, the creature throws its head back and lets out a savage howl, its voice twisting with raw pain and fury. Even with his arm torn away, the monster bares his teeth and snarls through the agony, realizing that these prey are becoming far more annoying and dangerous than he first expected. But instead of falling apart, he steadies himself with eerie calm, reveals yet another stolen power, and begins mending the mangled stump of his arm with his own stolen healing ability. As the enemy's flesh starts knitting itself back together, Maria raises her focus again, signaling with a sharp look that she is ready to step back into the fight. Maria acknowledges Jean Fry's setup with fierce approval, then calls upon divine judgment, declaring that the filthy abomination standing before her will be punished. With her order-based skill surging through her, Maria launches forward like a blade released from its sheath, her eyes burning with renewed killing intent. The monster finally senses the danger, but by then it is already too late. A simple strengthening buff will not be enough to save him from Maria's incoming strike. Before he can even pull back or escape, his entire body locks in place. Panic flashes across his face as he realizes he cannot move a single muscle. Jean Fry then reveals the trick behind it. By using both bracelets at the same time, he has trapped the enemy's movements between attraction and repulsion. He explains that when those two opposing forces are combined, he can freely control a single target's position, dragging or pinning them exactly where he wants. Pinned in mid-motion with nowhere left to run, the monster can only look up helplessly as Maria comes crashing down to deliver the final strike. Her glowing axe descends in a brilliant arc, splitting down toward him while his eyes widen in pure terror, unable to resist or even dodge. The finishing blow tears straight through the monster's body, carving him apart in one decisive strike and bringing the brutal fight to its end. For one final instant, the monster's expression freezes in disbelief, as if he still cannot accept that his body has already been cleaved apart. As the enemy collapses in a spray of blood, Maria stands over what remains of him and offers a cold, mocking prayer for the fallen monster. She looks down at the dead glutton with icy disdain, telling him that if he is still hungry, he can satisfy that greed in the afterlife instead. A system reward then appears before them, confirming Bika's defeat and announcing that a second black leaf has been granted. Maria picks up the dropped item and turns it over in her hand, clearly puzzled, because to her it looks nothing like any treasure worth celebrating. Thinking it is nothing more than a useless-looking leaf, Maria moves to toss it aside, but Jean Fry quickly stops her before she can throw it away. Jean Fry takes the strange item for himself, studying it closely as he notes that they now have 2 of the black leaves they need. While Jean Fry examines the leaf, Maria quietly thinks back to the strange technique that froze the enemy at the very end of the battle. She has to admit that Jean Fry's power was not just empty talk or exaggeration, and her view of him begins to shift as she reconsiders his true strength. With Bika defeated and the reward collected, the two of them put the battle behind them and turn their attention back to finding the rest of their group. Side by side, Jean Fry and Maria continue deeper into the dungeon, moving through the cold stone corridors as the silence presses around them. Their forward momentum comes to an awkward stop when Maria, despite walking with full confidence, leads them straight into a dead end. Maria insists that all they need to do is return to the fork where everyone split up, but when pressed, she cannot actually say which direction that fork is in. Embarrassed and clearly frustrated, Maria snaps at Jean Fry, insisting that in situations like this, he should be the one taking charge and leading the way. The tension between them suddenly slips into something awkwardly comedic, with Maria venting her irritation while Jean Fry is dragged into her complaints. In the middle of their bickering, Maria suddenly grabs Jean Fry by the chest, and that single impulsive motion triggers something neither of them expects. In an instant, the stone corridor around them vanishes completely, as if the entire dungeon has been ripped away from their sight. A heartbeat later, they reappear somewhere else inside the dungeon, both of them stunned by the sudden shift and struggling to understand what just happened.
Jean Fry quickly realizes they have been teleported, but the worst part is obvious. Neither he nor Maria has any idea where they have landed.
Their shock grows even heavier when they spot 2 familiar figures lying motionless nearby, collapsed on the dungeon floor. One of them is the vice president, badly beaten and unconscious, his body sprawled across the stone as if he was thrown there after a brutal fight. The other fallen figure is Mira. She is collapsed just as badly, clearly injured and barely responsive, and the moment Jean Fry recognizes Mira, he rushes toward her without hesitation. Jean Fry lifts Mira into his arms in a panic, calling out to her and begging her to stay awake as he searches her face for any sign of consciousness. Mira's eyes flutter open for only a moment, and she barely manages to recognize Jean Fry before her strength slips away and she begins fading again. Before Jean Fry can process what has happened, a new enemy interrupts them, smugly claiming they should be grateful that he brought their comrade to them. Jean Fry turns toward the voice and finds himself facing an older, far more intimidating opponent, wrapped in that same sinister energy. The old man calmly explains that he moved their ally here for the sake of these helpless weaklings, speaking as though he is doing them a favor. At that moment, Jean Fry understands the truth immediately. This old man is the one responsible for the teleportation. Piece by piece, Jean Fry puts it together. Their sudden relocation was no accident at all. It was intentional, precise, and completely under this enemy's control. Even worse, the old man somehow knew exactly where the separated members of their group were, as if their movements had never been hidden from him. Jean Fry realizes the terrifying implication. This dungeon is not just a maze anymore. It is effectively under the enemy side's control. Maria pushes the navigation problem out of her mind and rushes straight to the vice president's side, focusing only on saving him. She begins reassuring him that she can heal him, telling him she can restore his arm and treat the injuries covering his body. But before Maria can finish, the old man moves behind her and strikes her with brutal force, cutting off her words in an instant. Jean Fry and the vice president both realize what has happened a moment too late, their eyes widening as the attack lands before either of them can stop it. Mira, still only half-conscious, can do nothing but watch in horror as Maria is struck down right in front of them. Maria's body jolts from the impact, and blood bursts from her mouth as the old man's brutal blow tears through her without mercy. She crashes hard against the dungeon floor, her strength leaving her all at once, while the vice president cries out Maria's name in sheer panic. Jean Fry and Mara can only stare in stunned silence, both of them frozen by how quickly the battle has turned against them. The old man looks down at Maria with chilling calm, warning her not to be so careless about healing others right in front of him. Then, as if that warning was nothing more than a casual remark, he gathers light into his hand and begins forming a concentrated beam attack. Jean Fry immediately senses the difference in pressure and realizes this enemy is on another level from the last one, making his concern for Maria spike even higher. Lying wounded on the floor, Maria forces out an apology to the vice president, blaming herself for letting her guard down at the worst possible moment. The vice president urgently tells Maria to stop thinking about him, insisting that she needs to heal her own wounds first before anything else, but Maria is already lying in a widening pool of blood, her body too badly damaged for her to answer with the speed she needs. Then horror crosses Maria's face as she tries to activate her healing skill, only to realize that nothing happens at all. That sudden failure shakes Maria to the core, leaving her exposed on the floor with no way to recover herself. The old man steps over Maria with her own axe gripped in his hand, making it clear that he has stolen even the weapon born from her power. Jean Fry realizes at once that the axe came from Maria's skill, and the truth hits him hard. The old man has somehow taken that power from her. What shocks Jean Fry even more is that Maria is still alive, yet her skill has already been stripped away from her. That impossible contradiction makes the old man's theft ability feel even more dangerous, because it clearly does not follow the rules they expected. The old man lifts the stolen axe as if showing off a trophy, taunting Maria with it while making it clear he has no intention of giving it back. Maria tries to protest, but the strain is too much for her wounded body, and another mouthful of blood spills from her lips. Jean Fry forces himself to push past the shock, locking his focus onto the one thing that matters most right now: saving Maria before it is too late. The old man, completely at ease, begins explaining how his theft works, treating their desperate situation like nothing more than a lesson for foolish children. He claims that if they manage to defeat him, the skills he stole may return to their original owners. Jean Fry has no choice but to cling to that possibility, preparing himself to fight with Maria's recovery resting on that fragile hope. He knows charging in blindly could be fatal before he understands the enemy's theft ability, but waiting too long could cost Maria her life. So Jean Fry makes his decision and rushes straight at the old man, trying to use speed to force even the smallest opening. But before Jean Fry can land a hit or even close the distance properly, his charge is stopped dead in its tracks. The old man calmly tells Jean Fry to settle down, speaking to him with the same cold tone someone would use to discipline a child. Jean Fry recognizes the crushing pressure around his body as Emperor's aura, the advanced fighter skill from God Hand that can immobilize its target. The vice president steps forward despite his injuries, declaring that even if Jean Fry has been stopped, he will not allow Maria to be taken. He backs up that vow with his own skill, insisting that the bond between them is not something the old man has any right to laugh at. A sharp, shadow-edged attack surges across the hall, cutting through the air as it races straight toward the old man. The old man answers without the slightest panic, producing a spectral duplicate that rises to meet the attack head-on. Even while blocking their efforts, he keeps lecturing the younger fighters, clearly amused by the desperation burning in their faces. With a condescending air, the old man demands that they show proper respect for age and authority. Mira, now back on her feet despite her injuries, rejects him completely, declaring that a destructive old man like him deserves death, not respect. She summons 3 elemental spirits at once, drawing fire, water, and lightning together as their powers begin gathering for a combined assault. Calling out Burr's trio, Mira pours everything she has left into the technique, committing all of her remaining strength to a single attack. The fused elemental blast roars forward with overwhelming force, crashing toward the old man like a storm of fire, water, and lightning. For the first time, even the old man admits that the attack looks dangerous enough to deserve his attention. He decides that 5 layers of defense should be enough to withstand it, speaking as calmly as if he is measuring out a simple precaution. One iron wall after another appears in rapid succession, proving that he can stack defensive skills almost instantly without any visible strain. Mira narrows her eyes and watches every movement carefully, trying to understand where the limits of his abilities actually are. She realizes that each shield by itself is not especially extraordinary, but his terrifying strength lies in how quickly he can chain them together. The old man praises the power of the younger generation, yet even that praise is soaked in arrogance, as if their strength is only a privilege of youth. Then he reveals an even stronger defense, summoning a massive armored guardian that rises behind him like an imposing wall of steel. Mira refuses to back down and orders her 3 spirits to attack together once more, pushing them into another coordinated strike. The spirits pour their elemental power into a massive sword, shaping their combined force into an even stronger blow. The weapon fully forms, radiating compressed elemental energy so dense that the air around it seems to tremble. But instead of simply hiding behind his guardian, the old man uses Elemental's Gospel to add those same elemental powers into the guardian's attack. The vice president bitterly remarks that indulging a monster like this only brings suffering to everyone around him. The 2 forces collide, and the resulting impact detonates into a massive explosion that swallows the entire hall in smoke and force. Mira and the vice president can only stare into the thick smoke, unable to tell whether their desperate gamble has actually worked. Even with the smoke rolling across the hall, Mira and the vice president refuse to let their guard down, both knowing the old man is not the kind of enemy who would fall from one clash that easily. Then, from inside that thick cloud of smoke, a spinning blue attack suddenly tears its way out, cutting through the air as it shoots straight toward them. The attack closes the distance in an instant, moving so fast that neither Mira nor the vice president has enough time to fully react. The vice president catches sight of its shape, and a grim realization begins to form in his eyes as he understands exactly what kind of attack is coming at them. A moment later, Mira reaches the same conclusion, her expression tightening as she recognizes the danger behind that familiar technique. The old man confirms their fear with a smug smile, naming the technique Shadow Edge, the very skill that belongs to the vice president. He mocks them by saying he might as well return the skill, but instead of giving it back, he twists that stolen power into a weapon against them. At that same moment, Jean Fry appears behind the old man, his body still faintly glowing with the lingering traces of the immobilizing aura that had trapped him. For the first time, the old man looks genuinely confused, unable to understand how Jean Fry could have stolen a skill from him in return. Jean Fry realizes his body still will not move as freely as it should, but even so, he has managed to grasp at least part of how the old man's ability works. Then a sudden flash behind him cuts through the tension, warning Jean Fry that another attack is already being launched. Jean Fry immediately shouts for Mira and the vice president to dodge, realizing the old man is striking at them from behind. At the very last second, Mira calls out to Ifrit, sending the fire spirit forward to intercept the incoming strike. Ifrit throws himself into the path of the attack, blocking the blow and shielding both wounded allies before they can be cut down. Even after his ambush fails, the old man remains perfectly composed, looking only mildly inconvenienced by their desperate defense. Ifrit explains that Mira used him to block first, then immediately tried to set up a counterattack, and for a brief moment, that plan almost succeeded. The old man admits she managed to wound him just a little, and the damage around one of his eyes proves that her counter was not completely wasted. Still bleeding on the floor, Maria glares at him in fury, furious that he is throwing around her stolen skills as if they already belong to him. But the old man ignores Maria's anger completely, turning his greedy attention toward Mira as he declares that her skills will be the next ones he devours. The vice president calls out to Mira in alarm, his voice sharpening the moment he realizes the old man's threat is now aimed directly at her. The old man raises Maria's stolen axe again, preparing another decisive strike as the entire battle teeters on the edge of disaster. The red-haired vice president sees Mira's danger closing in and shouts her name, desperation breaking through his voice. Mira, pinned against the ground and unable to move freely, hears him calling out and struggles to force her battered body to respond. Maria notices the sudden shift as well, turning her bloodied face toward the threat, despite the pain holding her down. Vice President twists around sharply, his instincts screaming that the situation has just become even worse. A violent, invisible force drags a body downward, confirming that the enemy is now controlling a power that feels almost like gravity itself. The old thief stands firm in the haze of purple aura surrounding him, making it painfully clear that he is the one dominating the battlefield. Jean Fry steps in front of the injured group and throws up a barrier, cutting into the enemy's control before the wounded can be crushed any further. He reveals the source of that rescue, the right ring of the god of creation, using its super attraction skill to pull the situation back from the brink. The old man immediately notices that Jean Fry can still move, and curiosity flickers across his face as he studies this unfamiliar ability. The vice president recognizes Jean Fry's intervention and thanks him, but Jean Fry only orders the 3 wounded allies to stay together while he handles the fight. The vice president wants to argue, fully aware of how dangerous this enemy is and unwilling to leave the entire burden on Jean Fry. But Jean Fry remains calm, his eyes fixed on the old thief as he continues thinking through the weakness hidden inside the enemy's power. The old thief explains the rule behind his theft ability. Before stealing a skill, he must first witness it and then obtain blood from its owner. That condition immediately makes the vice president focus on the blood requirement, realizing it may be the key to understanding the old man's method. He thinks back to the earlier victims, remembering how badly they had been wounded before their powers were stolen. Jean Fry pieces the pattern together and realizes the thief must be able to survey the entire dungeon, allowing him to locate useful targets with terrifying efficiency. Maria confirms the logic. Once the old thief had that information, all he needed was blood, which explains why Mira kept her skills when her outer wounds were still minor. Jean Fry reaches the grim conclusion that every drawn-out exchange only benefits the thief, giving him more chances to steal while their own side grows weaker. The vice president falls silent, watching Jean Fry calculate the situation while the weight of that realization settles over them. Jean Fry decides that if his theory is correct, then despite how cornered they seem, their side may still hold the real advantage. The vice president admits that the situation looks hopeless, but as he listens to Jean Fry, he begins trusting the calm judgment behind those words. Seeing Jean Fry stand steady with powers the enemy still does not fully understand, the vice president starts to believe this newcomer might actually turn the fight around. Swallowing his pride as one of the 8 guardians, the vice president chooses to entrust the battle to Sir Jean Fry. Jean Fry accepts that responsibility without hesitation, stepping into the role as if he has already made peace with the danger ahead. The old thief sneers at him for protecting the others, assuming Jean Fry is just another naive fool rushing in for wounded allies. Jean Fry answers not with words, but by drawing a dark weapon and facing the old thief head-on. The old man realizes that his emperor's aura has failed to suppress Jean Fry completely, and his expression shifts as he begins reassessing him as a serious threat. Jean Fry plants himself between the enemy and the wounded, making it clear that if necessary, he will take this fight on alone. The thief weighs his options, debating whether to unleash his strongest move this early, because Jean Fry has become far more troublesome than he expected. Jean Fry does not rush in blindly. Before making his next move, he first confirms the most important question, whether defeating the old thief will return the stolen skills to their rightful owners. The old man admits that as long as the original owner is still alive, the stolen power should return once he is beaten, because his theft is only a borrowed state. But in the next breath he boasts that no one has ever defeated him before, so even he cannot say with absolute certainty what will happen. Jean Fry glances back toward the injured trio behind him, taking in their battered bodies and reminding himself exactly what is riding on this fight. He realizes Quattro is still somewhere else in the dungeon, and with Maria bleeding out nearby, there is absolutely no time left to waste. The old thief decides that Jean Fry has become too much of a nuisance and chooses to finish him off before the situation slips further out of his control. He lunges forward with murderous confidence, declaring that he will devour every last one of them together. Jean Fry meets that threat with only a faint smile, calm and fearless, even as the old thief comes charging straight at him. Instead of backing away, Jean Fry fires back with a bright gravitational blast, refusing to let the old thief's pressure swallow him. The impact crashes into the old man with enough force to make him brace himself, his body tensing as the blast pushes against him. Even so, the old thief quickly uses his own movement skill to slip away from the worst of the attack, keeping his momentum as he presses forward again. Jean Fry changes tactics without hesitation. shifting from one ability to another with a steady calm that shows he is not panicking under pressure. The thief recognizes the force of repulsion and curses Jean Fry's versatility, but that irritation quickly twists into greed. Rather than fearing Jean Fry's unknown power, the old thief's eyes gleam with hunger, deciding that such an ability would be delicious to steal. He charges in again, determined to smash through Jean Fry's defenses by brute force.
Jean Fry raises another layered barrier in front of him, stopping the old thief's rush before he can close the distance.
Then Jean Fry immediately follows with the opposite force, activating supergravity and dragging the enemy toward him just like before. At the same time, Jean Fry activates his ring once more, tightening his control over the battlefield and forcing the exchange exactly where he wants it. The old man tries to resist, but the pull is too strong, dragging him straight into Jean Fry's range despite his struggle. Jean Fry seizes that opening and calls forth Centipede, his dark blade sliding into his hand as he prepares to strike. The thief meets the first slash with raw defense, stopping the blow before it can cut fully through. Jean Fry does not stop there. He shifts his angle and continues attacking, testing the old man's actual body instead of simply clashing against his aura. This time, the old thief feels the attack sink in deeper than the earlier blows, the impact biting through more than he expected. For the first time, real strain shows on the old man's face as Jean Fry's pressure begins to break through his composure. He admits that these strikes are resonating through his body more strongly than the previous attacks, proving that Jean Fry's offense is becoming genuinely dangerous. Jean Fry realizes the enemy's defense is still tougher than expected and that a normal, straightforward approach will not be enough to finish him. With Maria's life slipping away by the second, Jean Fry accepts that he has no choice but to take a desperate gamble. He loosens his grip on Centipede, as if he is about to abandon the weapon, deliberately baiting the thief into reacting. The old man narrows his eyes, puzzled that Jean Fry would put away his weapon in the middle of a fight this deadly. Instead of attacking right away, Jean Fry asks whether the thief has ever once thought about apologizing to the people whose powers he stole. The old man answers with open cruelty, saying he enjoys watching victims die by their own stolen abilities and that the weak deserve to have everything taken from them. Hearing that vile answer, the wounded allies do not shrink back in fear. Instead, their resolve hardens as they listen from behind Jean Fry. The thief laughs at the very idea of remorse, mocking Jean Fry as an idiot for expecting even a trace of guilt from him. Jean Fry accepts that answer in silence, and in that moment, he quietly decides that there is no mercy left to offer. He declares that he will no longer hold back, then triggers a class change and steps into the power of the great swordsman. Memoriam's necklace shifts Jean Fry's job from alchemist to great swordsman, revealing that he can freely take on classes he has defeated before. The vice president and Maria are stunned, realizing Jean Fry has been hiding yet another trump card none of them expected. The old man sneers at the transformation, dismissing it as nothing more than flashy theatrics meant to intimidate him. Jean Fry tells him the real performance belongs to the thief, then promises that he will bury him without listening to a single plea. The thief suddenly tries to strike from behind, convinced that Jean Fry is bluffing, and that this transformation changes nothing. He brushes off Jean Fry's threat with contempt, insisting that the rookie will be the one dying here. Then the thief reveals his confidence. He has already drawn Jean Fry's blood, and he believes that means Jean Fry's power is as good as stolen. Jean Fry is cut, and blood spills from the wound, seemingly giving the old thief exactly the condition he needs. But even while wounded, Jean Fry stays composed, watching carefully to see what will happen next. The old man exults in triumph, certain that he has secured another theft, and is about to add Jean Fry's strength to his own collection. His confidence rises to its peak as he prepares to claim Jean Fry's power for himself. But the theft fails completely, and the old thief's expression twists with shock when he realizes he cannot take Jean Fry's power at all. As confusion spreads across the enemy's face, Jean Fry calmly confirms that his suspicion was right. Jean Fry realizes the old thief can only steal job-based skills from other people. Then Jean Fry explains the missing piece. Skills granted by equipment cannot be stolen, which means Centipede and his artifacts are beyond the old man's reach. Jean Fry immediately equips Centipede to his great swordsman class, and with that connection complete, its special techniques unlock at once: Poison Fang range and Two Heavens One Style. Now that he is properly armed for this class, Jean Fry lowers his center of gravity and takes a true swordsman's stance, gripping twin dark blades in both hands. He realizes that this is exactly what he needed all along, two matching swords that can fully draw out the power of his new fighting style. The old thief still tries to crush him with words, insisting that carrying an extra weapon will not change the outcome of their fight. But before the old thief can make his next move, poison begins to spread through his body, creeping through him from the inside.
Jean Fry activates Poison Fang range, paralyzing the old thief, sealing all skill use within the area, and in exchange, cutting his own life down to a razor-thin margin.
With both of them now standing one hit away from the end, Jean Fry commits everything to finishing the battle in a single decisive strike. The old man realizes the trap far too late. If he cannot use skills, then all the stolen powers he collected are suddenly worthless. As panic finally overtakes the old thief's face, Jean Fry closes the distance without hesitation. Jean Fry delivers his judgment coldly, telling the thief to die and apologize for everything he has taken. Two Heavens, One Style activates, granting Jean Fry true dual wielding, and because he is standing on the edge of death, every strike is guided toward a perfect vital point. In one smooth, unstoppable motion, Jean Fry unleashes the decisive twin sword technique, both blades moving as if they are part of the same fatal breath. The dark blades tear straight through the old man's vital point, ending the fight instantly before the thief can even scream. The thief Abak collapses dead, and Jean Fry receives his reward, the third four-leaf black leaf. Back in his normal form, Jean Fry looks down at the card-like reward in his hand, surprised by its strange shape and sudden appearance. The prize is identified clearly as a four-leaf black leaf, but Jean Fry barely has time to process the reward before the condition of the others rushes back into his mind. He immediately calls out to Maria, needing to know whether the stolen skill has truly returned to her. Maria confirms that the old man's defeat restored the stolen power to its rightful owner, just as Abak claimed it might. With warmth returning to her voice, Maria thanks Jean Fry sincerely for saving all of them. Her gratitude makes Jean Fry remember how forcefully she once declared him her partner and ordered him to do his job without hesitation. Now lively again, Maria begins healing the group, even casually offering to restore Jean Fry and the vice president as if the terrifying battle had already become yesterday's problem. The vice president politely refuses to go first, insisting that Mira should receive treatment before anyone else. Mira immediately protests, pointing out that the vice president is clearly in worse condition, and before long, the three of them are bickering over who deserves healing first. Jean Fry stands over the suddenly cheerful group, relieved that they are alive, yet slightly overwhelmed by how quickly their energy has returned. That brief moment of calm disappears when Jean Fry senses another threat nearby, and his expression sharpens at once. Vice President admits that he has many questions for Jean Fry, but he pushes them aside for now and offers him sincere thanks instead. Jean Fry awkwardly brushes off the praise, saying he only did what he could in the moment. But before he can finish, Jean Fry cuts himself off as the feeling of a new danger draws closer. He warns the others that the battle is not over yet, and the tension immediately returns to the hall. A presence even stronger than the old thief steps into the area, pressing down on everyone like a fresh nightmare. The newcomer greets them with amused approval, praising them for surviving the three enemies who came before him. He introduces himself as Eerie, level 400, and says he came personally because the earlier fight was moving too slowly and had become boring to watch. Eerie walks toward them with casual steps, behaving less like someone entering a battlefield and more like a child joining a game. At first, the vice president mistakes Eerie for a child, but the crushing pressure surrounding him quickly makes it clear that this newcomer is something far worse. As the group tenses, Eerie passes by with complete confidence, showing no concern for their weapons, wounds, or hostility. Maria's expression hardens as she senses the danger radiating from him, her instincts warning her that this opponent is on another level. Mira is just as alarmed, her silver hair shifting as she turns toward Eerie and braces herself for what might come next. Eerie ignores everyone else and looks straight at Jean Fry, calling him the strongest one present and asking him to play. Jean Fry is momentarily caught off guard by how casually the monster speaks, as if this life or death situation is only entertainment to him. The vice president quietly admits that he could not even react to Eerie's presence, realizing how completely outmatched they may be. Jean Fry asks what Eerie means by play, and Eerie cheerfully answers that he simply enjoys playing with strong people. Eerie dismisses the others as weaklings who would break too quickly to be any fun, and that careless insult immediately irritates Maria. Maria snaps back at him, refusing to be treated as weak and warning the brat to watch his mouth. Eerie's smile vanishes the moment Maria talks back, his playful mood souring as her defiance begins to annoy him. Dark power erupts around the group, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifts from childish playfulness to something cold and lethal. Eerie turns away from Maria and says he is speaking to Jean Fry, making it clear that everyone else is beneath his notice. Then another voice, or perhaps another presence speaking through him, warns the others not to interfere. A sinister barrier forms around Maria, Mira, and the vice president, trapping them away from Jean Fry and cutting them off from the fight. The trap is revealed as Barrier of Fear, a shaman skill that confines its targets, drains their HP through terror, and blocks both normal skills and equipment skills inside. Jean Fry understands the danger almost instantly. The moment he takes in the barrier, the trapped allies, and Ares' smug expression, his face tightens, and he realizes this situation is far worse than a simple ambush. Without wasting even a second, Jean Fry summons an hourglass-shaped item into his hand. His eyes sharpen as he studies it, desperately searching for any possible method to break through or counter the barrier before things spiral further out of control. As Jean Fry watches their HP continue to drain away little by little, the truth hits him hard. If he cannot free them quickly, the barrier itself will finish the job before Eerie even needs to strike again. Eerie's lips curl into a smug, satisfied smile as he reveals the truth. Every step they took had led them exactly where he wanted, and from his delighted tone, it is clear they had fallen perfectly into his setup. Eerie tells Jean Fry to stop obsessing over the trap and the people inside it. With a childish, twisted excitement in his voice, he urges Jean Fry to forget about saving them and play with him instead. Jean Fry refuses to humor him. He lunges forward at once, swinging his attack toward Eerie with the intention of cutting past him and forcing his way to the barrier before it can claim the others. Jean Fry makes his answer perfectly clear. He has no intention of playing along with Eerie's warped little game, and with his weapon raised, he demands that Eerie release everyone trapped inside the barrier. Eerie slips away from the strike with almost effortless grace, dodging as though the attack barely worried him. Instead of being angry, his face lights up with joy, thrilled that Jean Fry is fast enough to actually entertain him. As their blows clash one after another, Eerie's excitement only grows. He begs Jean Fry to stay with him forever as his playmate, and beneath that playful voice, his twisted loneliness becomes impossible to ignore. Inside the barrier, Maria watches the fight with a grimace and mutters in frustration. The other monsters are already awful in their own ways, but Eerie, with his cruel childishness, is by far the most unbearable kind of child. Eerie complains like a spoiled kid who has grown tired of all his toys. His usual companions are weaker than him, so none of them can excite him anymore. And that is exactly why he has become so obsessed with Jean Fry. Jean Fry shuts the invitation down without the slightest hesitation. His expression darkens, his patience runs out, and he snaps at Eerie to close his mouth. Eerie suddenly shifts away toward the throne area, moving as casually as if this battle is nothing more than a game of tag. Jean Fry immediately chases after him, refusing to let the distance grow. From the throne, Eerie lounges with cruel confidence and issues another threat. If Jean Fry refuses to become his playmate willingly, then Eerie will simply keep playing with him until the human's limbs can no longer hold together. Eerie adds the thought with a chilling little smile. If Jean Fry breaks completely, then that is fine too, because once the fun is over, Eerie can simply eat him afterward. Jean Fry answers that horrifying threat with a cold, dark sense of humor. Rather than tremble at Eerie's words, he promises that he will be the one beating Eerie down instead. Eerie bursts into laughter, his excitement rising all over again. Then, with a bright and dangerous grin, he declares that it is finally his turn to go on the attack. Eerie casts Thunder, a magician's skill that calls down a violent strike from the sky. In an instant, the air above Jean Fry begins to crackle as a powerful bolt of lightning gathers overhead. Jean Fry spots the spell taking shape above him, and his instincts scream that he is in serious danger. With only a heartbeat to react, he realizes this attack cannot be taken head-on. The lightning comes crashing down toward Jean Fry with blinding force. He has no time to think, only to move, forcing himself into an immediate evasive maneuver. Eerie watches him with a wide, delighted grin and taunts him to dodge faster. In that playful yet deadly tone, he warns that if the lightning lands cleanly, Jean Fry will be disintegrated on the spot. Jean Fry sprints through the storm of lightning, pushing his body to the limit as bolts slam down around him. Each narrow dodge keeps him alive by the smallest margin, while Eerie continues pressing him without mercy. From his throne, the pale green-haired enemy watches Jean Fry's movements with growing interest. Even though fighting him is clearly irritating, Eerie has to admit that Jean Fry is genuinely dangerous. Jean Fry's situation becomes even more desperate when he remembers one brutal fact. Maria never had the chance to heal him, which means his HP is still frozen at a single point. With only 1 HP left, even the smallest mistake would mean instant death. Jean Fry keeps running beneath the relentless rain of thunder, every step carrying the weight of survival. Erie's eyes narrow as he notices Jean Fry preparing something new. His playful attention shifts immediately, focusing on whatever Jean Fry is about to unleash next. Jean Fry activates the left ring of the God of Destruction and brings forth Black Hole. With no room left for hesitation, he bets everything on that power and the chance it gives him. Eri recognizes the technique from before, and instead of backing away, his excitement only grows. He demands to see more of it, making it painfully clear that he is still treating Jean Fry like a toy. Inside the barrier, Maria's face fills with regret as she realizes she should have healed Jean Fry first. Trapped and unable to reach him, she desperately searches for any way to break out and help. Nyx remembers the cruel rule behind the barrier of fear. It cannot be broken from the inside unless the shaman who cast it is defeated or chooses to release it. All Maria can do is call out to Jean Fry from behind the barrier. Her voice reaches toward him while he continues dodging attacks with his life hanging by a thread. Then Eri suddenly closes the gap, moving in before Jean Fry can control the flow of battle any longer. His playful distance vanishes, replaced by a direct and dangerous rush. Eri switches to Twin Blade and bears down on Jean Fry with a close-range assault. With both blades ready, he challenges Jean Fry to try absorbing a direct melee attack instead. Jean Fry braces himself, tightening his stance as the pressure comes crashing in. He understands at once that the fight has just become even more brutal than before. As the blades slam against him, Jean Fry sees the true problem. Eri can keep launching heavy attacks at close range while still maintaining the barrier of fear without any visible strain. When the weapon's strikes fail to settle the fight, Eri changes tactics without missing a beat. He shifts from blades to magic and unleashes Quartet Fire Bullet. 4 flaming shots drop toward Jean Fry, burning through the air as they descend. Judging their path, Jean Fry decides that this level of attack might still be something he can handle. But Eri immediately doubles the danger with Summoning Mirror. The fire skill is copied. The number of attacks multiplies, and the threat surrounding Jean Fry grows far more vicious. Jean Fry's eyes widen as he realizes the pattern has changed again. What had seemed manageable a moment ago is already turning into another trap. Fry is caught off guard as the number of fire bullets suddenly surges around him. Eri watches calmly from his position, pleased as the trap closes in and convinced that Jean Fry has nowhere left to escape. Fry is cornered, and Eri grins with open delight. He clearly enjoys every second of the crisis, savoring how completely he has pushed Jean Fry to the edge. Then Eri shuts down Jean Fry's counter with Divide. By canceling a single attack just once, he keeps the exchange under his control and denies Jean Fry the opening he was trying to create. Jean Fry answers by using White Hole from the right ring of the God of Creation. In that moment, it becomes clear that he had stored the earlier thunder instead of simply absorbing the fire attack in front of him. Instead of retreating from Jean Fry's response, Eri grows even more thrilled. His excitement sharpens into something cruel as he decides to try blowing Jean Fry apart completely. Eri adds another attribute to his assault through Attribute Endowment. The attack gains a new layer of power, making the pressure on Jean Fry even heavier. Jean Fry realizes that even his ring skills still do not have enough force to finish Eri off. With his HP stuck at 1, his remaining options are disappearing fast. He quickly runs through every alternative and rejects them one by one. Changing jobs would reset his skills, his movement skill is still on cooldown, and the level gap makes another possible trick useless. Even while searching desperately for a way out, Jean Fry sees Eri charging in again. This time, light and dark power gather in both of Eri's hands, glowing with opposing force. Eri mocks Jean Fry for slowing down, clearly noticing the strain in his movements. Then he fires Light and Dark Fist, sending out a combined wave of clashing attributes straight toward him. Their powers collide head-on, exploding into a blinding clash that floods the area with light. For a moment, the force of the impact swallows everything in front of them. In that split second, Jean Fry's eyes sharpen as everything finally lines up in his mind. Hidden inside that violent collision, he realizes the opening he has been waiting for has finally appeared. Even with that realization, the force of the impact is still overwhelming. Jean Fry is blasted backward like a rag doll skidding through the air before crashing hard against the ground. Eri strolls toward him without the slightest urgency, looking down at Jean Fry as if the fight has already ended. With a mocking smile, he taunts him for reaching his limit so quickly. Still craving more entertainment, Eri clicks his tongue in disappointment. After all, someone he had personally acknowledged as strong should have been able to keep him amused for far longer than this. Jean Fry lets his shoulders drop and makes it look as though he has finally given up. But behind that calm expression, he is deliberately choosing to stop resisting, hoping to lure Eri into dropping his guard. Jean Fry remains seated on the floor, breathing quietly, while Eri stands over him with complete confidence. From Eri's point of view, there is no longer any need to be cautious. Eri sneers at Jean Fry for quitting so easily, his earlier excitement fading into irritation. To him, a battle that ends this way is nothing but a bitter disappointment. Eri pushes the insult even further, mocking Jean Fry's strength as though it was never worth praising in the first place. He even laughs at himself for ever believing Jean Fry might be a serious opponent. But that insult makes Eri pause. Jean Fry does not react with fear, shame, or anger, and the calm look on his face is nothing like what Eri expected from someone supposedly defeated. Jean Fry turns the mockery right back on him. In a steady voice, he points out that if anyone has been getting thrown around and dragged through the fight, it has actually been Eri. Eri's expression twists with anger as he snaps back that he is strong. Furious at being challenged, he demands to know what possible reason Jean Fry could have for calling him weak. Jean Fry answers without raising his voice. To him, real strength means being able to wield 6 attributes or more, and with that one sentence, he exposes just how childish Eri's idea of power truly is. Jean Fry lays it out bluntly, counting each attribute as if he is cornering Eri with simple facts. Eri has lightning, fire, wind, light, and dark, but that still only makes 5. Eri believes Jean Fry is only bluffing to save face. He laughs off the sudden confidence, treating it as one last desperate attempt from an opponent who has already lost. To prove Jean Fry wrong, Eri immediately summons Aqua Burst. Water surges into his attack, and he tries to force Jean Fry to take back every word. At that moment, Jean Fry finally smiles. Eri has stepped exactly where he wanted him to, swallowing the bait without noticing the trap beneath it. Instead of dodging the incoming water attack, Jean Fry faces it head-on. He plants himself in place, ready to complete the setup he has been building toward. For the first time, Eri's confidence flickers. The sudden calm in Jean Fry's eyes unsettles him, because this no longer looks like the reaction of a cornered man. Jean Fry reveals the truth with quiet satisfaction. His provocation had worked perfectly, and Eri had swallowed every bit of it without hesitation. Jean Fry even thanks Eri for falling for such a cheap trick. The words are calm, but they cut deep, because they make it clear that Eri has been the one manipulated this time. Eri freezes in shock as Jean Fry absorbs Aqua Burst. What shakes him most is that an earlier, weaker attack had not been fully taken in, yet this one disappears into Jean Fry's power. Jean Fry explains that the earlier light and dark fist had only been a faint setup. It was meant to make Eri lower the strength of his next attack, just enough for Jean Fry to take what he needed. With that weakened 6-attribute attack completed, both rings finally meet their hidden condition. The third skill unlocks at last, revealing the power known as macrocosm. Jean Fry rises with the combined power of destruction and creation gathered in both hands. The air around him changes completely, as if 2 impossible forces are now obeying him at once. Even those trapped behind the barrier can tell that something entirely different has awakened. The pressure around Jean Fry no longer feels like an ordinary skill. Maria and Nyx can only stare from inside the barrier, their eyes fixed on Jean Fry. Neither of them can identify the strange power he has just brought into the battlefield. Jean Fry admits that Eri was strong, but says his immaturity is what saved everyone. If Eri had truly used the people in the barrier as hostages, Jean Fry knows he would have been defeated. Eri rejects the idea with furious pride. Being looked down on like that enrages him, and he insists that he never needed such cheap methods to win. Eri declares that the people trapped in the barrier were never meant to be leverage. In his mind, they were only there to watch his performance and witness how powerful he was. Still clinging tightly to his pride, Eri draws his blades once more. His anger burns through his expression as he insists that the fight is far from over. Jean Fry remains calm in the face of that rage. Without even flinching, he tells Eri that it is already over. At least for him. Jean Fry states it with absolute certainty. No matter how Eri struggles now, this battle has already become Jean Fry's victory. For the first time, Eri's confidence visibly shakes. The certainty in Jean Fry's voice makes his own arrogance begin to crack. Eri explodes in rage, shouting threats with a twisted expression. He swears he will mutilate Jean Fry and make everyone else watch as Jean Fry is eaten. Jean Fry does not answer Eri's threat with fear or panic. Instead, he quietly prepares the power that will end everything. Jean Fry invokes macrocosm, and a vast, star-filled void edged with gold begins to unfold around the battlefield. Only then does Eri finally understand that the power before him is far beyond anything he had expected. The new dimension opens beneath and around Eri like a cosmic abyss. Before his charge can reach Jean Fry, the space swallows him into a prison made of darkness and stars. Eri looks around in disbelief as the battlefield disappears from sight. In every direction there is only endless darkness, distant worlds, and a terrifying silence spreading around him. Then Eri notices the dark energy filling the space itself. A chill runs through him as he realizes that this prison is not merely surrounded by darkness. It is made from it. When Eri turns back, Jean Fry is already outside the prison, watching from a safe distance. Eri is trapped within the void, while Jean Fry stands beyond its reach. Jean Fry explains that macrocosm unlocks only after absorbing 6 or more attributes within a set time limit. Its power is absurd, but that strength comes with a harsh price, a 30-day cooldown. Inside the prison, Eri's body begins to distort and flicker unnaturally. The effect of the skill destabilizes him piece by piece, as though the void itself is breaking him down. Panic finally takes hold of Eri when he tries to use his skills and nothing responds. Every power he depends on has been sealed away inside that space. Jean Fry tells him that macrocosm is an unfair skill, one that swallows whatever it targets. Then he repeats the truth. Eri can no longer deny, this victory belongs to Jean Fry. Driven into desperation, Eri attempts one final move from within the void. Even with fear rising in his chest, he refuses to accept that he has already lost. Dark tendrils rise up around Eri, twisting through the prison like living shadows. But instead of saving him, they only become part of the same darkness that is swallowing him whole. Eri realizes the truth far too late. The darkness is not just trapping him, it is consuming him too, dragging him deeper into the prison he cannot escape. As Jean Fry turns and walks away, Eri reaches out from the void with a trembling hand. His voice cracks as he begs Jean Fry to keep playing with him. Left alone in that endless darkness, Eri finally breaks down. The fear of the void and the terror of being abandoned crush him all at once. Then a final white collapse flashes through the darkness. The prison seals itself completely, cutting Eri off as the void closes around him. Back in the hall, the space where Air once stood is nearly empty. Only faint, fading traces linger in the air, like the last remnants of his presence being erased from the world. Jean Fry looks toward that vanishing spot with cold, unreadable eyes, showing no sympathy for the enemy who had tried to trap them all. Jean Fry coolly tells the brat to keep playing by himself in that dimension for as long as he wants. At the same time, the system confirms Air's defeat and rewards Jean Fry with the 4th four-leafed black clover, the final card taken from the Quattro. Before the group can fully process that reward, another item appears. An hourglass materializes in front of Jean Fry, glowing as if it has been waiting for Air's defeat to reveal itself. At that very same moment, the barrier finally falls apart. The trapped group reappears in the hall as the suffocating wall around them collapses and releases them at last. Maria immediately notices that the barrier is gone. Her eyes dart toward Jean Fry, and with a mix of worry and relief, she asks whether he managed to win. Jean Fry confirms it plainly. Air has been thrown into some unreachable fold of space, a place so far removed from them that, for all practical purposes, he is gone forever. Maria rushes straight to Jean Fry's side and begins healing him properly at last. After failing to heal him earlier, she clearly wants to make up for it as quickly as she can. Nyx steps forward and offers Jean Fry a formal word of thanks. He acknowledges that Jean Fry handled almost the entire crisis himself and carried them through a situation that could have killed everyone. Jean Fry does not let the praise go to his head. He answers modestly, saying that everyone played a part and that he was only able to finish it because they had helped along the way. With the immediate danger finally behind them, the group decides there is no reason to remain in that place any longer. One by one, they prepare to leave the hall and put the nightmare behind them. Even so, Jean Fry's attention does not fully move on. Something about the situation continues to bother him, leaving a faint uneasiness in the back of his mind. Jean Fry reasons through it carefully. Air was the last member of the Quattro, and his halo senses no enemies nearby, so the lesser monsters must have scattered after their boss was defeated. Then Mira suddenly calls out to the vice leader in alarm. Her voice cuts through the brief calm, carrying the urgency of someone who has just noticed something very wrong. Nyx quickly discovers the new problem. The door they used to enter the hall has completely vanished, leaving no obvious path back outside. The group turns toward the place where the exit should have been, and finds only a blank wall staring back at them. The empty surface makes the silence in the hall feel even heavier. Maria's fear becomes impossible to ignore, and Nyx grimly agrees with it. Even after defeating Air, they may still be trapped inside this sealed space. Jean Fry suspects this is Air's final trick, a lingering trap left behind even after his defeat. In his mind, Air's childish voice almost seems to echo, promising that the game will never truly end. Jean Fry thinks it through and finds the contradiction. If this dungeon had truly been created by a sage's job skill, then defeating the caster should have released them already. That single inconsistency sparks an idea in Jean Fry's mind. His expression shifts slightly as a possible answer begins to take shape. Jean Fry opens his crafting interface and starts testing that theory right away. His fingers move through the options as he searches for the hidden connection between the rewards they have collected. When Maria asks what he has discovered, Jean Fry tells her that he may have found a way out. His tone is careful, but there is a clear trace of confidence beneath it. Jean Fry warns the others not to expect absolute certainty yet. Still, he asks them to trust his intuition, because this strange situation feels like it has one final answer hidden inside it. Jean Fry summons the 4 black clover rewards and prepares to combine them. The pieces appear before him, each one carrying the weight of the Quattro member it came from. All 4 four-leaf black clover items line up together as if responding to one another. Their arrangement makes it clear they were never meant to remain separate. Jean Fry then adds Jackal's soul to the 4 pieces. Looking at the materials together, he sees what may be a hidden recipe buried within the drops left behind by the Quattro. Jean Fry changes his job to alchemist and activates transmute. With that skill, he forces the gathered materials to merge into a single new form. The materials twist together in a burst of power before reshaping into a massive, ornate scythe. Its design is imposing, almost too grand to be an ordinary weapon. The system confirms the transmutation was successful. Jean Fry receives a hidden equipment item called Grim Reaper, a weapon that clearly belongs to a class far beyond normal gear. The others can only stare in stunned silence as Jean Fry stands there holding the impossible scythe. Its presence alone makes the air around them feel different. Jean Fry recognizes it almost immediately as one of the legendary hidden equipments. Until now, it was something he had only heard about through rumors, never something he expected to hold in his own hands. Then the scythe suddenly speaks, its voice bursting with excitement. It cries out in joy, thrilled to taste fresh air again after being sealed away for ages. The weapon continues loudly celebrating its freedom, reveling in the fact that it has finally escaped confinement. Everyone around it is left frozen by the sheer shock of hearing a weapon talk. Maria and Mira immediately complain about how loud the weapon is. The scythe snaps back indignantly, insisting that it is not some cheap toy with noisy gimmicks. Then the scythe realizes that Jean Fry is the one who summoned it. In an instant, its mood turns gleeful, and it happily accepts Jean Fry as its new master. Jean Fry confirms that the rumors were true after all. Hidden equipment really can talk, though this particular one is already proving to be far more troublesome than expected. He also learns the downside almost immediately. No matter how powerful the Grim Reaper may be, its constant noise is already enough to test everyone's patience. The Grim Reaper cheerfully declares that it will be Jean Fry's partner from now on. With far too much enthusiasm, it promises that the two of them will get along wonderfully. Using the newly forged scythe, Jean Fry swings at the sealed space itself. The blade tears through the confinement, as though cutting into something no ordinary weapon could touch. Jean Fry leads the others through the opening created by the slash. The Grim Reaper rips a path through the sealed space, guiding them back toward reality. Once they are outside at last, Jean Fry checks the weapon's status. He learns that its first skill, soul reaping, can damage intangible things, which explains how it was able to cut open their escape route. The Grim Reaper boasts that it can tear apart almost anything. But the moment it finishes bragging, it ruins the atmosphere by throwing in tasteless jokes that make the others regret listening. Jean Fry silently endures the noise, because the weapon's stats and potential are simply too valuable to ignore. Annoying or not, the Grim Reaper is a prize worth keeping. High above them, a hooded figure watches the group from the shadows, hidden from sight. The observer silently follows their movements, without revealing their presence. Jean Fry suddenly feels it, a faint sense that someone may be watching them. His attention sharpens, and his body subtly turns toward the source of that uneasy feeling. He looks toward the nearby buildings, scanning the rooftops and dark corners with suspicion. Still, he cannot tell whether the presence is real or only his imagination. Before Jean Fry can pursue that feeling any further, Nix calls him back. The moment passes, pulling Jean Fry's attention away from the hidden observer. Nix thanks Jean Fry again, this time with a calmer expression now that they have escaped. He explains that the team will return to the association to make their official report. After that, Nix turns the conversation directly toward Jean Fry. His tone becomes more serious, making it clear that this next part concerns him personally. Because Jean Fry played such a major role in resolving the incident, NIC asks him to come to the association as well. With that request, it becomes clear that Jean Fry has now become someone the association cannot ignore. Jean Fry's stomach tightens the moment he hears that request. On the outside, he stays composed, but inwardly he knows this could turn into a major headache very quickly. His mind immediately jumps to the most obvious problem. If the vice leader starts questioning him, the topic will almost certainly revolve around the hidden equipment he just obtained. Jean Fry imagines what might happen if he obediently follows them back. There is a real chance the association could detain him, sit him down, and start interrogating him about every secret he carries. Worse than that, they might decide the Grim Reaper is too dangerous to leave in his hands and try to confiscate it from him. Jean Fry quietly decides that slipping away may be the safest option. But before he can act on that thought, Nix adds one more detail. The chairman himself wants to speak with him. Nix explains that the chairman of the Adventurers Association personally requested this meeting because the nobodies incident is being treated as a serious matter. Even so, he makes it clear that Jean Fry still has the right to refuse. The moment Jean Fry hears that the chairman is involved directly, he stops reconsidering his escape so quickly. A request from someone at that level changes the situation entirely. A small, calculating smile begins to form on Jean Fry's face. If the chairman wants to meet him this badly, then there may be something useful for Jean Fry to gain after all. Far away from the city, the focus shifts to another land beneath a much darker sky. The atmosphere there is heavy, distant, and filled with an ominous stillness. On the 8th continent, a cloaked subordinate kneels before 4 shadowy rulers and delivers a grim report. The Quattro, including Air, were wiped out after a human counterattack overturned their plans. The rulers remain silent as they listen. No one speaks right away, and the weight of the failures slowly settles over the chamber. Then the report delivers an even more alarming detail. Among the humans who fought back, one of them had been using divine gears. That name sends a shock through the rulers. Divine gears call back memories of an ancient enemy, one they have not heard mentioned for 1,000 long years. Even with that unsettling revelation, their resolve does not break. They swear to continue carrying out Lord Abyss's will and promise death to anyone foolish enough to stand in their way. Back in the city, Jean Fry continues forward with the others, the tension between them now noticeably lighter than before. Jean Fry and the group walk together toward the Adventurers Association, now on much friendlier terms after surviving the crisis. Before long, they arrive at the chairman's building and announce their presence. Inside the room, an elderly man waits with calm authority. As the group enters, his quiet presence alone makes the space feel more formal and controlled. The chairman praises them for defeating the nobodies and acknowledges the danger they overcame. Then he formally introduces himself as Zingsman Joe, a berserker. Nix begins his report with a heavy expression, and the first thing he brings up is Wired. The loss clearly weighs on him before he can even continue. A blond man in armor adds that Weird's death was a serious blow. It was not only painful on a personal level, but also a major loss for the Adventurers Association itself.
The chairman then turns his attention to Jean Fry. Speaking on behalf of the association, Zingsman Joe personally thanks him for what he did.
Only then does Jean Fry fully grasp the kind of person standing before him. Chairman Zingsman Joe may look elderly, but Jean Fry immediately senses that he is far from ordinary and absolutely not someone to underestimate. The association chairman, Zingsman Joe, formally introduces himself to Jean Fry Van Raid. Then he reveals that there is an important reason he personally summoned Jean Fry here. Zingsman Joe makes the point clear without dancing around it. Right now, Jean Fry is the person the association is watching with the greatest interest. The chairman warns Jean Fry that the crisis connected to his recent mission has not truly ended. What happened with the nobodies was only part of a larger situation still unfolding. To make the situation clear, the association brings up a live display in front of Jean Fry and his companions. The room grows tense as everyone prepares to see what is happening. Gene Fry and the others brace themselves as the report begins. The serious atmosphere makes it clear that whatever appears next will not be good news. The screen reveals a massive outbreak of monsters rampaging through a city. Buildings, streets, and civilians are all caught in the chaos as the creatures run wild inside the walls. The group is stunned by what they are seeing. Monsters appearing inside a city is supposed to be impossible, and the sight leaves everyone momentarily speechless. The disaster feels so absurd that their first reaction is disbelief. For a moment, it is hard for them to accept that what they are watching could actually be real. They point out the obvious problem right away. Every city is supposed to be protected by barriers strong enough to keep monsters from entering in the first place. That contradiction immediately raises a darker suspicion. If monsters have appeared inside protected walls, then this new disaster may be connected to the mysterious nobodies. Gene Fry falls silent as that possibility takes root. His gaze sharpens, focusing carefully on the idea that the nobodies may still be moving behind the scenes. The thought keeps circling in their minds. Monsters inside a city, barriers failing somehow, and the possible involvement of the nobodies all point towards something far more dangerous. The chairman confirms that the outbreak is real. He explains that after Gene Fry defeated the nobodies, mass monster appearances began being reported in a city on the 6th continent. The association responded immediately by dispatching the other 8 guardians and special extermination forces to the 6 cities. For now, civilians and adventurers have been evacuated to reduce the damage.
Nix quickly understands what the chairman is implying. His expression turns serious as he asks whether his team should head to the affected area as well.
The chairman gives his approval, and Nix answers without hesitation. Thanks to Maria's healing, their team has recovered enough to deploy immediately. The chairman apologizes for sending them back into danger so soon after everything they have just survived. Even so, he admits the association is short on people who are both capable and trustworthy. He asks Gene Fry's side to move to the site without delay. Gene Fry accepts the request, understanding that the situation has already become too serious to ignore. Maria studies the evidence on the display more carefully before jumping to any conclusions. Her eyes track the details, searching for what is present and what is missing. She points out that although many monsters have appeared, the nobodies themselves do not seem to have shown up. That detail stands out to her more than anything else. The chairman confirms that the current reports support Maria's reading. At the very least, it means the situation has not yet reached the same hopeless level as their last encounter. Maria still warns them not to relax too quickly. The absence of the nobodies right now does not mean the danger has passed. The chairman agrees with her caution. He reminds everyone that the nobodies have not appeared yet, which is very different from saying they cannot appear at all. He warns them that the entire outbreak could still be a trap. If intelligent enemies are behind it, then the monsters may only be the first layer of the danger. Nix reinforces that point with a grim expression. The nobodies are not mindless beasts. They think, plan, and set traps like living strategists. Nix then asks how the other 8 guardians are doing on the 6th continent. If they are already fighting there, their progress may reveal how this outbreak works. The chairman reports that one of them, Leluka, has already cleared a C-rank dungeon boss. Immediately after that boss was defeated, the monsters linked to that dungeon vanished from the city. That discovery points to a possible solution. If the dungeon bosses scattered across the 6th continent are defeated, then the monsters flooding the cities may disappear as well. But Zingsman Zhou warns them not to treat that answer as fact just yet. For now, it is only a working theory, because they still have no clear explanation for why only dungeon monsters were able to break through the city defenses in the first place. Maria's expression tightens with frustration as she listens. Even after everything they have learned, too many pieces are still missing, and every answer only seems to create another question. Nix sums up the situation in a steady voice. The connection to the nobodies is still uncertain, but the immediate priority is obvious. They have to wipe out the monster waves attacking the cities first. The others fall silent as they take in Nix's conclusion. No one looks happy about it, but they all understand that chasing every mystery will have to wait until the current disaster is under control. For the time being, the group accepts their course of action. Before they can dig into the truth behind the outbreak, they must focus on suppressing the monsters already threatening the cities. Zingsman Zhou explains that this is the strategy the association is currently following. Leluka has already moved ahead to clear a nearby A-rank dungeon, hoping to cut off one source of the monster invasion. He continues with the rest of the deployments. Leon is heading toward a D-rank dungeon, Gigant has been assigned to a B-rank dungeon, and Ryu is already in the middle of clearing an E-rank one. That means only the F-rank and S-rank dungeons remain unassigned. Understanding how little time they have, Nix urges everyone to move quickly before the damage spreads any further. Jean Fry quietly notices something important. Zingsman Joe never once brings up the hidden equipment from the previous incident, and that silence tells Jean Fry the matter is being left untouched for now. Just as Jean Fry begins to let his guard down, Zingsman Joe suddenly calls to him directly. The chairman's tone makes it clear that he wants a private word, and Jean Fry's brief relief disappears at once. Nix and Maria both catch the shift immediately. From the look on their faces, they can already tell this conversation is about to become troublesome for Jean Fry. Zingsman Joe begins by thanking Jean Fry again for his role in eliminating the nobodies during the earlier crisis. His words are polite, but the atmosphere around him feels heavier than simple gratitude. Jean Fry responds with the proper courtesy, keeping his voice calm and respectful. Even so, his eyes remain cautious because he clearly expects there to be a catch behind the chairman's thanks. The others can sense it as well. The way Zingsman Joe pauses and studies Jean Fry makes it obvious that a difficult request is coming next. Then Zingsman Joe's mood sharpens in an instant. The warmth fades from his expression, and the room's atmosphere shifts from polite conversation to quiet judgment. A wave of pressure pours from the chairman as he confronts Jean Fry head-on. It is not a casual test anymore, but a direct challenge from someone used to measuring strength with his own presence. Jean Fry keeps his face calm and refuses to flinch. But beneath that composure, he immediately senses the danger in Zingsman Joe's intent and understands that the chairman is not simply making conversation. Zingsman Joe apologizes for being so blunt, then explains his reason. He refuses to trust anyone's strength based only on reports, so he has to verify Jean Fry's power with his own eyes. After measuring Jean Fry for himself, Zingsman Joe reaches a startling conclusion. Jean Fry may be the strongest person he has ever met, even surpassing air, and even with all of Zingsman Joe's hidden equipment, a battle between them would likely end evenly. Instead of shrinking back from that assessment, Jean Fry answers with a faint, confident smile. His calm reaction makes it clear he is not intimidated by the chairman's pressure. Zingsman Joe watches that smile carefully. Jean Fry's response tells him just as much as any report could, and the chairman seems to weigh the young man even more seriously. Nix cuts in before the tension can grow any worse. He protests that this is the worst possible moment for a power struggle, especially with a monster outbreak already spreading across the 6th continent. At Nix's words, Zingsman Joe's expression softens again. The intimidating pressure begins to fade, and the room finally loosens from the edge of confrontation. Zingsman Joe laughs off his sudden aggression as an old habit he has never fully shaken. Then he asks Jean Fry to lend the association his strength once more, because reliable and capable people are desperately needed right now. Privately, Zingsman Joe acknowledges what his instincts are already telling him. Jean Fry possesses exceptional talent, the kind that cannot be overlooked in a crisis like this. He also understands that Jean Fry can kill monsters even Nix's party would struggle to handle. With that kind of combat power available, the association cannot afford to let him sit on the sidelines. Jean Fry answers honestly, saying that he owes the association nothing. However, because he does owe Nix a favor, he is willing to cooperate this time. Nix immediately tries to soften Jean Fry's blunt wording before it offends the chairman. His hurried reaction makes it clear he is trying to keep the conversation from turning sour again. Jean Fry then pushes even further, speaking with bold confidence. If the association gives him the right hunting ground, he promises that he can produce better results than the 8 Guardians. To prove he is not just boasting, Jean Fry volunteers for the most dangerous target left. He chooses the S-rank dungeon, the hardest assignment of them all. Zingsman Joe studies Jean Fry with renewed interest. The chairman's eyes narrow slightly, as if he is reassessing just how far this young man intends to go. For a moment, the two men face each other like rivals negotiating on equal footing. Neither of them backs down, and the air between them carries a sharp, almost competitive tension. After a brief pause, Zingsman Joe accepts Jean Fry's terms. The decision is made, and the S-rank dungeon is officially handed over to him.
With the deal settled, Jean Fry wastes no time. The moment the arrangement is confirmed, he immediately prepares to move out.
Jean Fry departs at once with Mira by his side, electricity crackling around his body as he accelerates toward the S-rank dungeon. There is no hesitation in his movement, only urgency. On the way, Jean Fry reminds himself that the nobodies could return at any moment. That means he has to gather the next piece of hidden equipment as quickly as possible before another crisis catches him unprepared. Their mission begins inside the S-rank dungeon, where Jean Fry and Mira step into a cavern crawling with monsters. The air is thick with hostility, and enemies swarm through the darkness in every direction. The creatures rush toward them in overwhelming numbers. Their footsteps and roars fill the cavern as the horde pours forward like a living flood. Mira reacts without hesitation, summoning Ifrit into the battlefield. With a sharp command, she orders the spirit to burn everything in their path to the ground. A sea of flames erupts across the cavern, swallowing the charging horde in an instant. The monsters are consumed before they can reach them, their bodies vanishing beneath the blaze. Mira finally takes a breath as the battlefield settles into ash and scattered bones. The heat still rolls through the air while the remains of the monsters crumble around her. Even after that, Mira understands the real problem has not changed. The number of enemies is absurd, and no matter how many they kill, it will mean nothing unless they reach the boss demon. Then Mira senses movement nearby. Before she can fully react, the next wave closes in, bringing the battle roaring back to life. Gene Fry suddenly cuts through another wave himself, moving with brutal speed. His attack rips open a path through the monsters before they can surround them again. He keeps slaughtering them effortlessly, his dark blade tearing through one monster after another. Every swing clears more space, leaving broken bodies scattered in his wake. By the time Mira looks in his direction again, Gene Fry has already advanced far ahead through the wreckage. The distance between them makes it clear just how quickly he is pushing through the dungeon. Gene Fry glances back casually and remarks that Mira has been working hard. His tone is light, almost too relaxed for someone standing in the middle of a monster-filled S-rank dungeon. Mira narrows her eyes and asks whether his sudden enthusiasm has something to do with the conditions he forced on the association president. She can tell there is more to his eagerness than simple duty. Gene Fry admits that the conditions are part of it, but says they are really just a safety net. Mira immediately accuses him of scheming again, recognizing that familiar look on his face. Gene Fry brushes off the accusation as if it is nothing. He claims he is simply doing the association a favor, and that the arrangement works out well for both sides. Mira still did not look fully convinced, her eyes narrowing slightly as she weighed Gene Fry's words. Even so, she chose not to cut him off and allowed him to keep speaking. A moment later, Mira lifted her focus from him and opened a communication line, preparing to report the situation back to command. Gene Fry, meanwhile, was thinking ahead. The material he needed for the next hidden gear was infamous for its awful drop rate. But with this massive outbreak spreading through the dungeon and all 8 guardians moving at once, his chances of finally obtaining it had clearly gone up. Through the channel, the chairman's voice came in, contacting Mira directly. He asked for a clear status update and wanted to know whether she and Gene Fry had run into any serious problems. Mira answered calmly, explaining that the only real problem was the overwhelming number of enemies pouring in from every direction. Hearing that, the chairman grew concerned, noting that with only the 2 of them on that front, they might be taking on far more than the other Guardian squads. Gene Fry responded without the slightest hesitation, his tone carrying absolute confidence. He said that if they wanted to prove their true strength, then performing at this level was exactly what they needed to do. After hearing that firm answer, the chairman accepted their resolve. Rather than questioning them further, he entrusted the rest of the mission to Mira and Gene Fry. Mira gave a short, respectful acknowledgement, confirming the order before bringing the exchange to an end. Yet once the call fell quiet, Mira could not help thinking to herself that Gene Fry was every bit as strange and difficult to understand as the president. Still, as she looked around at the field of corpses scattered everywhere, all of them cut down by Gene Fry's hand, she had to admit one thing. No matter how bizarre he seemed, his skill was undeniable, and she found herself wondering when he had become this powerful. Soon after that, another update came through, this time covering the wider situation across the other dungeon fronts. According to the report, Leon, Gigant, and Ryu were all pushing forward without trouble, each of them advancing smoothly and already closing in on their respective boss enemies. Nyx and Maria's squads were also performing impressively, moving fast through their own routes and quickly catching up to the others. Mira was relieved to hear that the overall operation was going well. But that relief did not last long. Her expression shifted the moment she remembered that there was still one person whose status had not been confirmed. She turned her attention back to the chairman and asked about Leluca. The chairman replied that there had still been no change. As usual, Leluca remained completely unreachable, with no direct contact from her side. Then, as if the thought had only just crossed his mind, the chairman remembered another eccentric figure who stood on the same strange level as Gene Fry and the president. He explained that this person had last checked in right before entering the A-rank dungeon, had specifically requested no backup, and was probably handling the entire situation alone. Because of that, there was likely no need to worry too much. The chairman concluded that Leluca Alves, the strongest among the 8 Guardian stars, should be capable of dealing with whatever waited inside. Still, he told Mira to contact him immediately if anything changed. Mira confirmed the instruction after the call ended, taking in the chairman's words with a steady expression. As the communication line closed, Mira turned her attention back toward Jean Fry once more. Jean Fry looked ahead and told her it was time for them to move on, straight toward the location of the boss demon. Elsewhere, the chairman continued checking each front, contacting Leon, Gigant, and Ryu to make sure their teams were still making progress. Leon was the first to answer, and naturally, his voice carried his usual fearless bravado. He declared that everything was under control, even mocking the monsters for being so lacking in courage.
Ryu's side also reported in without alarm, confirming that they had not encountered any serious trouble so far.
Gigant then gave his own update, stating that his team was also on the verge of reaching their boss. Hearing that every front was still stable, the chairman finally allowed himself a measure of relief. But just then, a new voice suddenly cut into the communication line, interrupting the exchange without warning. It was Leluka, finally reaching out to the chairman after being unreachable for so long.
The chairman greeted her with clear relief, though a hint of reproach slipped into his voice as well. He told her that, if anything, he should be the one asking how she was doing.
Leluka replied casually, saying that she had only just arrived at the A-rank dungeon and was about to enter it now. The chairman was visibly surprised by that answer, because, for someone with Leluka's speed, arriving this late was highly unusual. Leluka explained in an easygoing tone that she had run into a bit of trouble on the way, but she added that the issue had already been handled and that she would clear the dungeon quickly from there. The chairman then addressed everyone at once, telling them to contact him immediately if anything else happened. One by one, the others acknowledged his instruction. Before the communication ended, however, he added one final comment. Leon burst into laughter as he brought up Jean Fry's earlier challenge toward the association. Rather than being offended, he openly admired that kind of reckless confidence.
Ryu, on the other hand, remained as composed as ever, his expression cool and unreadable.
Gigantus also seemed to approve, though in his own rough way. He said Jean Fry was not simply cocky, but downright offensively rude for speaking to the president like that, and making it sound as though he intended to use the association for his own ends. The chairman defended Jean Fry, saying that while the young man could certainly be cheeky, he was not a bad person. Then he told them to treat that as his report and turn their focus back to the mission. With that, he urged all of them to keep up the good work and wished each squad success on their respective fronts. After the call ended, Leluka found herself intrigued. A rookie capable of catching the chairman's attention was not something she could simply ignore. Back inside the S-rank dungeon, Jean Fry and Mira finally reached the entrance to the boss chamber, where a towering armored demon stood waiting before them. Behind them, the path was covered with the bodies of every monster they had cut down on the way there. The sheer carnage made one thing painfully clear. They had not reached the boss through careful progression or cautious strategy, but by crushing everything in their path with overwhelming force. The boss announced itself as the Iron Golem, a level 400 demon with defense so immense that ordinary attacks would not even register unless they passed a certain damage threshold. Jean Fry stared at the demon in confusion as it spoke about dungeon trials. From his perspective, none of that made much sense, since he had simply carved his way through everything instead of following any proper route. Without wasting another second, Jean Fry immediately claimed the boss as his own opponent and told Mira not to interfere. Mira seemed to understand that arguing would be pointless. With a resigned look, she let him do exactly as he pleased. At that very moment, another man suddenly dropped into the chamber, landing as if he had timed his entrance perfectly. He declared that he had arrived just in time. Jean Fry and Mira both turned toward the unexpected newcomer, their surprise clear as the sudden arrival disrupted the tense standoff. The newcomer looked straight at Jean Fry and called him out by name, his tone bright and almost playful. With a cheerful smile, he said he wanted to see for himself what this rookie was truly capable of. As the view widened across the boss chamber, the identity of the sudden intruder became clear. Leluka now stood there openly, positioned before Jean Fry, Mira, and the Iron Golem, as if walking into an S-rank battlefield was nothing more than a casual visit. Jean Fry's expression sharpened the moment he sensed Leluka's presence. This was not the feeling of an ordinary ally arriving as backup, and he silently questioned who Leluka really was. The pressure pouring out from Leluka was overwhelming, heavy enough to fill the entire chamber. Jean Fry quickly realized that Leluka might be on the same level as the president himself, or possibly even stronger. Mira, unable to hide her surprise, immediately demanded to know why Leluka had appeared here in the first place. Jean Fry was just as confused. Leluka was supposed to be clearing a completely different dungeon, And on top of that, she was one of the 8 guardian stars. Leluka answered with an easy smile, explaining that she had heard about a rookie who dared to challenge the association. That alone sounded interesting enough to make her come all the way here and see Jean Fry in person. Rather than showing any hostility, Leluka simply watched Jean Fry with amused curiosity, as though she had just discovered something entertaining. Jean Fry did not answer right away. He stayed quiet, keeping his gaze fixed on Leluka as he tried to figure out what she was really after. When Mira pointed out that the president had said Leluka was supposed to be at the A-rank dungeon, Leluka responded as casually as ever, saying she had indeed been there, had already finished it, and had come straight here afterward. Mira was left completely speechless, stunned less by the words themselves and more by how lightly Leluka said them. Jean Fry's thoughts froze for a brief moment as he began putting the timing together. Jean Fry realized that Leluka had cleared an entire A-rank dungeon and still managed to reach the S-rank boss chamber almost immediately afterward. Considering how little time had passed since her last contact with the chairman, her arrival was so absurd that it only proved how monstrous her ability truly was. Even though Jean Fry understood that Leluka was technically on their side, that did not make her seem any less ridiculous. Jean Fry could not help thinking that Leluka was a complete abnormality. And as if to make her entrance even more outrageous, Leluka suddenly dropped a massive boulder into the chamber, letting it crash down with brutal force. The iron golem reacted at once, raising one enormous armored arm as it prepared to strike back. Irritated by the way they were all speaking so casually in front of it, the boss snarled at them for treating it like an afterthought, and accused them of underestimating its power. Leluka only laughed in response, offering the demon a mocking apology that sounded anything but sincere. Then, with effortless agility, Leluka sprang upward and landed on a high ledge, casually removing herself from the center of the fight. From that perch above the battlefield, Leluka announced that she would simply sit back and watch, leaving the rest of the fight entirely to Jean Fry. Mira could only stare at her in disbelief. Leluka had truly crossed all that distance just to stand aside and watch Jean Fry fight. Jean Fry then turned his focus back to the battle and ordered Mira not to interfere, making it clear that he intended to take down the demon on his own. Mira warned him that there was another presence in the room, giving off clear hostility, forcing Jean Fry to take notice of the heavy pressure gathering around them. Mira quickly understood what that hostile aura meant. The demon was warning her not to step in, because its attention had locked completely onto Jean Fry. The 6th demon mocked Jean Fry for daring to challenge it alone, treating his confidence as nothing more than reckless arrogance. The demon dismissed the idea that Mira's help would make any difference, then formally accepted Jean Fry's challenge as if acknowledging a duel. Mira was stunned. Even after being told to stay back, Jean Fry had gone one step further and deliberately provoked an S-rank demon into focusing entirely on him. Jean Fry ignored the demon's intimidation completely. He planted himself directly in front of the towering monster, squaring his body as he prepared to face it head-on. From the sidelines, the blue-haired Leluka continued watching calmly as Jean Fry fully committed himself to the duel. Leluka knew there was only one true way to bring down an S-rank demon of this level. With interest shining in her eyes, Leluka wondered what choice Jean Fry would make now that the real battle was finally beginning. Jean Fry did not hesitate for even a second. Instead of waiting for the demon to move first, he rushed straight toward it. The iron golem followed Jean Fry's reckless charge with its gaze, its interest growing as the rookie closed the distance without fear. Jean Fry used the demon's own movement against it, springing upward at the perfect moment and creating a path straight toward its head. In one smooth motion, Jean Fry landed on top of the demon and lifted his blade high, aiming for a strike that could end the fight in a single blow. Jean Fry poured every bit of force he could muster into the attack, committing completely without holding anything back. His blade slammed down against the demon's armor with a violent impact. But even under that heavy blow, the monster's body endured. Even the iron golem seemed surprised. After fighting his way through the dungeon to reach this chamber, Jean Fry still had enough strength left to strike with that much power. Jean Fry immediately followed with a rapid barrage of attacks, hammering the demon again and again as he tried to break through its defense through sheer persistence. As he continued attacking, Jean Fry judged the demon's toughness to be far beyond what he had expected. He suspected that its increased strength was connected to the earlier incident with the nobodies. Watching from above, Leluka confirmed what Jean Fry had sensed. The demon's level had climbed far beyond what it should normally possess. Even with that boost, the iron golem's movements slowly began to falter under Jean Fry's relentless assault. Jean Fry kept pressing forward, refusing to give the monster even a moment to recover or regain its balance. Lelouka concluded that level alone was not enough. No matter how much stronger this demon had become, it was still inferior to Jean Fry in the ways that truly mattered. At last, the demon began to show real pain. Its massive body reacting as Jean Fry's repeated blows finally started to leave an effect. Jean Fry dropped back to reset his position, landing a short distance away while Mira silently watched from behind him. Mira admitted that the demon's durability was every bit as monstrous as expected, its armor refusing to give way easily. She explained that the sixth demon's defense far surpassed its attack power, which meant landing a clean finishing blow through its armor alone would be nearly impossible. Lelouka remained calm on the sidelines, still studying Jean Fry's every move, instead of offering any help. Jean Fry stayed close to the demon and continued carving at it from point-blank range, searching for an opening that went beyond simply overpowering it by brute force. From her place above the battlefield, Lelouka's interest began to fade. After all the rumors surrounding Jean Fry, she was disappointed to see him seemingly relying on nothing more than direct, straightforward power. For a brief moment, Lelouka said nothing at all, her eyes narrowing as she silently reassessed the rookie fighting below. Then, almost with a sigh, Lelouka decided that the fight had become duller than she expected. Even so, Lelouka had to admit one thing. The fact that Jean Fry had made it this far with only Mira supporting him already proved he was far beyond the level of ordinary adventurers. But that still was not enough for Lelouka to understand why the chairman placed so much value on Jean Fry. Down on the battlefield, Jean Fry suddenly shifted his movement, changing both his angle of attack and the point he was aiming for. Instead of continuing to strike the Iron Golem's thick armor from the outside, Jean Fry slipped in close and moved inside the demon's guard. That sudden change was enough to catch Lelouka's attention at last, pulling her focus sharply back to the fight. Jean Fry drove his blade into the demon's chest with terrifying precision, and the armored shell split open beneath the force of the strike. The moment the hidden core appeared within the cracked armor, Jean Fry recognized it instantly as the real target. A faint smile crossed Jean Fry's face, revealing that this had not been an accident at all. This was what he had been aiming for from the beginning. Lelouka realized that Jean Fry had forced the core to surface much earlier than expected, and for the first time, she was genuinely startled by how perfectly his strategy had worked. Still trying to make sense of it, Lelouka turned her gaze toward Mira for an explanation. When Lelouka asked whether Mira had taught Jean Fry how demons were supposed to be hunted, Mira immediately denied it. That answer shocked Lelouka even more, because this should have been Jean Fry's first real demon hunt outside the tutorial. Lelouka could not understand how Jean Fry had figured out the demon's hidden weakness completely on his own. The truth was simple but brutal. The sixth demon carried a core inside its body, and the rank of the reward depended on how much power was used to destroy it. Jean Fry had no intention of using only the minimum force needed to finish the job. If there was a higher reward to claim, then he wanted the best possible result. To prove exactly that, Jean Fry switched weapons and brought out the Grim Reaper, preparing to unleash an all-out strike. The Grim Reaper itself seemed to erupt with excitement, practically bursting with eagerness to show off its power. The weapon's attention immediately snapped toward Mira, somehow deciding that she was the truly dangerous one in the room. Its loud teasing instantly embarrassed Jean Fry, who tried to shut it up, while Mira rejected the ridiculous nonsense without hesitation. Watching from above, Lelouka reasoned that perhaps the core surfacing had simply been luck. Still, she could not ignore the fact that Jean Fry's weapon clearly had some unusual gimmick of its own. But now that the core was exposed, the real test had finally begun. The question was whether Jean Fry could actually earn an S-rank reward. Lelouka remembered that only a very small number of people had ever achieved such a feat, including herself and the chairman. The Grim Reaper suddenly cried out in excitement, announcing that Jean Fry was already unlocking its second skill. A system notice appeared confirming that Grim Reaper's Skill 2, Over Death, had been unlocked because the level gap between Jean Fry and the target had exceeded 200. Lelouka was shaken when she realized Jean Fry had met the exact unlock condition recorded in the old information. In that instant, Lelouka understood what Jean Fry had done. He had deliberately turned the demon's abnormal level boost into an advantage for himself. That realization finally shattered Lelouka's detached composure, forcing her to look at Jean Fry with completely renewed attention. The boredom in Lelouka's eyes vanished, replaced by genuine excitement as she grasped the full calculation behind Jean Fry's plan. Jean Fry then unleashed the empowered strike, driving the Grim Reaper straight toward the exposed core. The demon could only stare as the attack closed in, heading directly for the very heart of its weakness.
In a single clean slash, the core was cut perfectly in two.
Jean Fry landed with the Grim Reaper still in his hand, while broken fragments scattered through the air around him. With its core destroyed, the sixth demon's massive body began to lose structure, collapsing from within. Above the battlefield, Leluka broke into a delighted grin, clearly thrilled by what she had just witnessed.
Mira remained calm on the surface, but her focused gaze made it clear that she was taking Jean Fry's result very seriously.
Jean Fry looked satisfied as well, because the outcome had matched exactly what he had been aiming for. The demon's head and body continued crumbling apart, its defeat becoming undeniable as the armored giant broke down piece by piece. Jean Fry stood over the fallen S-rank demon as the clear victor of the battle. A system message appeared, confirming that Jean Fry's strike against the core had been judged S-rank and that he had earned an S-rank subjugation reward. The reward revealed itself as a sealed core stone of rank S, a prize worthy of the risk he had taken. Instead of celebrating loudly, Jean Fry reacted with quiet calculation. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper proudly boasted that its spectacular finish was only the beginning of its greatness, before suddenly drifting into some nonsense about romance. Jean Fry cut the chatter off immediately, dismissing the weapon before it could ramble any further. From her ledge above, Leluka continued studying Jean Fry closely, her renewed interest not fading in the slightest. By now, Leluka was no longer merely amused by the strange weapon. She was genuinely intrigued by what kind of bizarre power it possessed. Jean Fry quietly addressed the weapon as Grim Reaper Chan, as though holding it back until the perfect moment had been part of his plan all along.
Leluka praised Jean Fry for producing S-rank power and pointed out that he had just broken the record for the youngest person ever to accomplish it.
Even as Leluka praised him, a trace of irritation slipped through because Jean Fry had just surpassed her own record right in front of her. Jean Fry confirmed it in his mind with quiet satisfaction. The S-rank reward had been secured exactly the way he intended. Now that his immediate objective was complete, Jean Fry's thoughts shifted forward, already moving toward the next step in the larger plan he had been building. Sometime later, the chairman gathered everyone together and announced that the monster rampage across the city had been successfully brought under control. Standing before the assembled group, the chairman formally thanked each of them for their efforts and acknowledged the work they had done during the crisis. Mira stood among the others as the debriefing began, her posture calm but her attention fully focused on what came next. Leluka and the old man were also present, though the two of them carried very different expressions after witnessing Jean Fry's performance. Leon, the red-haired fighter, spoke up loudly and boasted that if he had been fired up enough, he could have handled the entire crisis all by himself. The chairman then turned toward his aide, Nix, and called on him to bring out the rewards for the group. Nix stepped forward and presented the full collection of spoils gathered from the earlier subjugation, laying out the results of the operation for everyone to see. The others accepted that the total haul was reasonable, considering it had come from the combined efforts of all 8 guardians. Naturally, that meant Jean Fry's share would be addressed next. Jean Fry waited quietly as the distribution continued, watching the rewards without making any unnecessary move. Gigant! The old man immediately took the chance to needle him, calling Jean Fry the rude youngster everyone had been talking about. Gigant bluntly declared that he had no intention of getting along with someone who did not even seem to understand how disrespectful he was. The chairman quickly shut down Gigant's hostility, reminding him that Jean Fry was an essential part of their operation, and not someone they could treat carelessly. Jean Fry answered without flinching, making it clear that he did not care about Gigant's approval either. He stated plainly that he had come only to keep the promises he made to the chairman, not to win over the rest of the group. With that said, Jean Fry stepped forward on his own and moved closer to the reward table to inspect the items directly. The others watched in surprise as Jean Fry took that liberty so naturally, as if he had every right to examine the spoils for himself. Then they noticed what was displayed before him. It was the reward from subjugating the 6th demon god, an item clearly marked at S-rank. Gigant could hardly believe that Jean Fry had truly registered an S-rank attack on the same level as the chairman and Leluka. But Leluka confirmed that it had really happened. Leluka stated that both she and Mira had witnessed Jean Fry's strike with their own eyes, leaving no room to deny the result. Leon took the achievement as proof that Jean Fry had real fighting spirit after all, and his attitude immediately turned more enthusiastic. With a loud laugh, Leon congratulated Jean Fry in his own rough way, slapping him so hard that Jean Fry could barely endure it. The chairman laughed at the scene, while Gigant stood nearby fuming, clearly irritated that the rookie had managed to steal so much attention. The chairman praised Gene Fry not only for the sheer number of monsters he had defeated, but also for bringing back an S-rank subjugation reward on top of it. Keeping their agreement, the chairman told Gene Fry that he could choose first from the rewards and take whatever item he wanted. With several powerful figures crowded behind him and watching closely, Gene Fry studied the options in silence, his gaze moving carefully over each item. After a moment, Gene Fry decided to accept the chairman's offer and make his choice. As Gene Fry looked over the rewards, certainty gradually settled in his eyes. Among everything displayed, he had found the thing he truly needed. His focus sharpened immediately as he recognized the key item hidden among the spoils. What caught Gene Fry's attention was not the impressive S-rank treasure, but something far more unimpressive at first glance, a lowly monster tail. The item card identified it as a worthless F-rank cord monkey's tail, a material so useless that it could not even be sold. Everyone around Gene Fry was baffled by his choice, unable to understand why he would ignore the valuable treasures and look at something so insignificant. Leon burst out laughing at the useless material, while Maria protested that the tail was not even worthy of being called treasure. The chairman gave Gene Fry one chance to reconsider, making sure he truly wanted to choose such a strange item. But Gene Fry did not hesitate at all. He insisted that this seemingly worthless cord monkey's tail was exactly what he needed. Leluca watched him closely and noticed the look in Gene Fry's eyes, as if he were following a private plan no one else could see. The chairman accepted Gene Fry's decision without further argument. Then, instead of stopping there, he made an even bigger offer and invited Gene Fry to join the 8 Guardians. The others reacted with clear surprise, because the offer itself was extraordinary and not something the chairman would make lightly. Mira and Maria watched in tense silence, fully aware of just how serious and rare this invitation was. Gene Fry answered politely, but his decision was firm. He refused the chairman's offer. He explained that he was not suited to moving as part of a group and would be better off acting on his own. Leluca seemed amused by Gene Fry's audacity, especially after watching him turn down an invitation most people would never dare refuse. The chairman accepted the rejection with surprising ease, even remarking that Gene Fry might be the first person ever to refuse him like this. After everything was settled, Gene Fry returned alone to the ruined dungeon area, stepping back into the place where the battle had left its scars. Holding the cord monkey's tail in his hand, Gene Fry reflected on the unanswered mysteries still lingering around both the nobodies incident and the recent monster rampage. For the time being, Gene Fry accepted that when those mysteries resurfaced, someone would likely contact him again. Until that moment came, Gene Fry decided to continue chasing the next piece of hidden equipment on his own. Meanwhile, far away inside an S-rank dungeon on the 7th continent, a darker scheme was already beginning to move beneath the surface. A subordinate reported that they needed even more undead souls to resurrect Lord Abyss, and revealed that they had even lent power to the forces operating on the 6th continent. The failure of those forces sent the superior into a cold rage, and he condemned their destruction as nothing short of disgraceful. He looked down on the subordinate with open contempt, calling him pathetic for crawling back with nothing but excuses. The trembling servant begged desperately for forgiveness. But the superior had no patience for weakness. He ordered everyone to focus entirely on the resurrection ritual and demanded that more sacrifices be gathered at once. The servant swore absolute obedience, promising to collect the souls they needed and personally kill the human who had stolen their divine gear. Nearby, a silent and ominous figure watched the exchange without a flicker of emotion, standing there with an inhuman calm that made the air feel even heavier. The superior agreed in a chilling voice, declaring that lesser races existed for no purpose beyond serving their resurrection. With only a casual gesture, the superior released a glimpse of overwhelming power, enough to terrify the subordinate and force him into complete submission. The servant was crushed under that pressure, screaming as the superior's warning became impossible to misunderstand. The superior then turned his command toward the 7th demon god's side, ordering them not to repeat the 6th demon god's failure and demanding absolute success. The subordinate immediately dropped to one knee, his posture rigid with fear and total obedience. With his head lowered, the subordinate answered in complete submission, promising that he would not fail again. Back among the ruined dungeon grounds, Gene Fry opened his item interface and began arranging the materials he had been collecting. He first gathered the E-rank and D-rank dungeon drops he had obtained earlier, placing them into the crafting recipe one by one. Then Gene Fry added the reward from the association, the very item he had specifically chosen for this purpose. The cord monkey's tail became the final ingredient, completing the strange combination he had been aiming for all along. After checking the recipe and confirming that everything was in place, Jean Fry activated the transmutation. The process succeeded, and a new hidden item appeared before him. The 13th Cat Eye Scope, a rank A item. Jean Fry wasted no time and immediately equipped the scope, eager to test exactly what this hidden item could reveal. Through the scope, a hidden path suddenly came into view, appearing in a place that had looked completely empty just moments before. Realizing that the cat-eye scope could reveal a secret route, Jean Fry followed the glowing line toward the concealed door and continued on to the next stage of his plan. The next step of Jean Fry's journey began as a sealed chamber slowly opened before him. The heavy doors started to shift and give way, as if inviting him into the hidden trial waiting beyond. Jean Fry forced the doors fully open, then stepped forward into a space filled with blinding white light. He emerged from the shrine-like entrance and found himself standing inside an empty white chamber. At first glance, the room seemed completely vacant, but Jean Fry did not let his guard down. He suspected there was something hidden deeper within. A system notice confirmed his suspicion, detecting magical power and identifying an item located 10 meters away. Trusting the clue, Jean Fry moved through the empty white space, heading straight toward the location of the hidden reward. His halo reacted as he drew closer, confirming that the only item in the chamber was finally within his reach. Jean Fry reached out into the empty air and made contact with the concealed object. The hidden treasure revealed itself as a new equipment set called Costume. Athena divided into top and bottom pieces. Jean Fry inspected the strange outfit with cautious interest, taking in its unusual appearance and hidden potential. Once he understood that he had obtained something genuinely valuable, Jean Fry allowed himself a quiet sense of satisfaction. The item turned out to be an unknown rank costume with high defense and a powerful stealth skill, one capable of erasing both Jean Fry's appearance and presence several times a day. Now that Athena was in his possession, Jean Fry decided he was finally ready to head for the 7th continent. His destination was the 7th continent, a new region marked by Eastern-style cities, unfamiliar lands, and a whole chain of dungeons waiting to be cleared. Jean Fry arrived overlooking the continent, taking in the sight of the place he had worked so hard to reach. As he stood there, Jean Fry reflected that the journey had somehow felt both long and instantaneous, but his thoughts were interrupted by an incoming call. He recognized the call as Kukuru's and immediately remembered, with a slight pang of guilt, that he had been neglecting her. Feeling a little guilty, Jean Fry answered the call and asked Kukuru what she needed. Kukuru excitedly reported that she had gathered all the materials Jean Fry had asked her to collect. But as Kukuru looked over the haul she had brought back, something unexpected suddenly caught her attention. Back at the inn, Kukuru became confused when she noticed that another batch of materials had appeared, even though she had only just returned. She realized the amount was nearly double what Jean Fry had originally requested, and the unexpected pile left her staring in confusion. Jean Fry casually admitted that he had needed those materials for the next dungeon. When he pretended that her help was no longer necessary, Kukuru immediately reacted to the mention of another dungeon. Realizing that Kukuru still wanted to join him, Jean Fry dropped the act and sent her off with a teasing farewell. As Jean Fry continued walking alone, he silently apologized to Kukuru, knowing that the coming demon god battle would be a bad match for her. He pressed forward into the barren outskirts of the continent, leaving the safer paths behind as the land grew emptier around him. Jean Fry reminded himself that the 7th continent worked differently from the others. Before challenging the S-rank dungeon, every dungeon from F rank through A rank had to be cleared first, which was another reason Kukuru would not be able to keep up. At last, Jean Fry arrived at the entrance to the 7th continent's F-rank dungeon and prepared to begin the full sequence. To give himself the greatest possible advantage from the start, Jean Fry equipped the Athena costume before stepping into the challenge. With Athena equipped, Jean Fry steps into the dungeon dressed for total concealment, every piece of gear prepared for a silent, unseen assault. The moment he enters, Jean Fry sets a clear target for himself. This run has to be faster than his last one, no matter what stands in his way. The F-rank boss barely gets the chance to react before Jean Fry's first strike lands, dropping it almost the instant the battle begins. From there, Jean Fry storms through the E-rank dungeon with the same frightening ease, cutting down every monster before they can even understand what is happening. By the time Jean Fry reaches the D-rank dungeon, his momentum has not slowed in the slightest, and another boss is carved down beneath his relentless attack. Even the next E-rank boss meets the same end, taken apart with cold, merciless speed before it can put up any meaningful resistance. Jean Fry stands in the middle of the aftermath, surrounded by the traces of battle, yet his breathing remains steady, as if the bloodshed has barely delayed him. Looking over the results, Jean Fry realizes just how much Athena's stealth is helping him, because his enemies cannot even sense the presence that is ending their lives. With his confidence rising, Jean Fry decides there is no reason to stop now, and he prepares to continue the streak by challenging the B-rank dungeon next. But before Jean Fry can move on, he catches the sound of a group of beast-like adventurers nearby, receiving orders to turn this area into their base of operations. The voice giving the command makes Jean Fry pause, because there is something about it that feels strangely familiar to him. After a moment, Jean Fry recognizes the speaker as Leon, one of the 8 guardians he had encountered before. Leon, on the other hand, seems to assume Jean Fry must be involved in some separate mission, and he orders his subordinates to look into the disappearances happening around the area. At Leon's command, his personal guild, Ultimate Femme, immediately accepts the task and begins spreading out, searching the surroundings for any sign of what happened. Still hidden under Athena's power, Jean Fry accidentally finds himself standing right among them, so close that he should be impossible to miss, yet no one notices him. For a brief moment, Jean Fry lets himself relax, convinced that Athena's stealth is keeping him completely invisible to everyone around him. Then, without warning, Leon turns his head straight toward Jean Fry's position, as though he has sensed something hidden in the empty air. Relying on instinct alone, Leon recognizes him and breaks into a cheerful greeting, happily announcing that they have crossed paths once again. Jean Fry stiffens on the spot as Leon points directly at him, making it painfully clear that the Guardian knows exactly where he is standing. For a second, Jean Fry is completely stunned, unable to understand how Leon can perceive him while Athena's stealth should still be hiding him. Leon laughs at Jean Fry's obvious embarrassment, and that reaction alone proves he can detect him even while the concealment effect is still active. As Jean Fry studies Leon more carefully, he realizes there is no obvious detection skill at work, no visible trick or spell giving away his location. The thought that Leon found him through nothing but raw instinct leaves Jean Fry shaken, and with no point in hiding anymore, he finally releases the stealth effect. Jean Fry's hidden presence begins to surface, his concealed outline returning to the world as Athena's veil fades away around him. Fry fully reappears in front of Leon, no longer hidden from sight, while his mind races over how he can possibly explain Athena's stealth without revealing too much. Leon watches him closely, his sharp gaze lingering on Jean Fry, as if he understands far more about the situation than he is choosing to say out loud. Instead of pressing him for answers, Leon's attention jumps to Jean Fry's equipment, and he excitedly assumes Jean Fry must also be here to challenge the 7th demon god. Jean Fry quickly realizes that Leon's wild assumption has handed him an unexpected way out of an extremely awkward conversation. Fry decides to let Leon fill in the blanks on his own, while Leon explains that he is investigating reports of missing adventurers and searching for survivors or any clue behind the disappearances. Hearing that, Jean Fry's expression tightens slightly, and he begins treating the situation with far more seriousness than before. As he thinks it over, Jean Fry starts to suspect that the mysterious nobodies may have something to do with the people vanishing in this area. Leon, being exactly the kind of man Jean Fry remembers, treats the unknown threat like something that only needs to be smashed head-on with enough passion. With that same cheerful energy, Leon heads off to regroup with the others, while Jean Fry can only awkwardly go along with the flow of the conversation. Watching Leon walk away, Jean Fry cannot help but admit that, absurd as he is, Leon is impressive in a way that almost defies common sense. Once Leon is gone, Jean Fry turns his focus back to his own path and decides to keep moving deeper into the dungeon alone. Before long, Jean Fry reaches the B-rank dungeon boss, the acid werewolf, and prepares himself to finish the next clear required for his progress. He fixes his attention on the acid werewolf, closes the distance, and moves in for a fast kill so he can advance toward the A-rank dungeon without delay. But just before Jean Fry can finish the fight, another attack suddenly crashes in from the side, violently interrupting the battle. The acid werewolf recoils in alarm as a second monster forces its way into the chamber, and this new intruder is clearly even more powerful. The creature is revealed to be Resvolger, the A-rank dungeon boss, somehow appearing inside the B-rank dungeon where it should not be at all. Jean Fry is immediately alarmed, because an A-rank boss crossing into the wrong dungeon is not just strange, it means something has gone badly wrong. Leon charges in behind Resvolger, mocking the monster for running away, and then once again recognizes Jean Fry by scent as if finding him were the easiest thing in the world. Jean Fry can only stare at the situation and think that running into Leon again this quickly is almost too ridiculous to believe. Now, Jean Fry is stuck in the same room with Leon, the B-rank boss, and the A-rank boss, leaving him completely baffled by how wildly chaotic everything has become. Leon cuts through the confusion with a casual apology, acting as though barging into Jean Fry's fight with an A-rank boss behind him is no major problem. He explains that while he was investigating the disappearances, the A-rank boss suddenly attacked him, so he fought back and ended up chasing it all the way here. Jean Fry listens to Leon's explanation, but privately has a hard time believing that Leon only dealt with the monster a little. The terrified look on the A-rank boss's face tells Jean Fry everything he needs to know, making it obvious that Leon must have beaten it far harder than he is admitting. With nowhere left to escape, the two bosses end up facing Jean Fry and Leon together, cornered, tense, and desperate. But instead of joining forces, the B-rank boss and the A-rank boss panic under the pressure and suddenly turn on each other in complete confusion. Jean Fry quickly understands how serious this is, because two bosses from separate dungeons appearing together is something that should not happen, and it strongly points to someone or something interfering from the outside. Leon, however, barely seems interested in untangling the mystery, and instead charges forward with a grin, eager to show his strength through action. Without a trace of hesitation, Leon throws himself directly in front of both bosses, facing the two monstrous enemies head-on as if the danger only excites him more. The two monsters attack at the same time, their bodies lunging forward in a desperate assault, but Leon meets their combined force with power that completely overwhelms them. Leon plants his foot firmly against the ground, commits everything to one decisive finishing blow, then launches himself upward and lines both bosses perfectly within a single attack path. As he rises above them, Leon pours fierce energy into his spear technique, tightening his grip as the force gathers at the weapon's point. With absolute confidence written across his face, Leon unleashes the strike without the slightest doubt that it will tear through everything in front of him. Leon's one-blossom piercing death shoots forward in a brutal straight line, driving clean through both bosses at once before either of them can escape. The B-rank boss and the A-rank boss are wiped out together by that single devastating attack, their bodies collapsing under the overwhelming force of Leon's spear. Leon lands calmly between the falling bodies, standing there as if defeating two dungeon bosses in one move is nothing more than an ordinary warm-up. Jean Fry stares in disbelief, stunned by the fact that Leon erased both bosses at the same time with just one move. Seeing that display up close, Jean Fry is forced to reassess Leon completely, realizing that this guardian is far more powerful than his carefree attitude first suggested. Then, just as Jean Fry processes Leon's strength, an even worse thought suddenly strikes him. Because Leon killed both the A-rank and B-rank bosses before Jean Fry could officially clear them himself, Jean Fry starts worrying that the requirement to challenge the S-rank boss may have just been ruined. While Leon laughs loudly about having no real competition, a message from the chairman suddenly comes through and interrupts the aftermath. The chairman praises Leon for his work first, then immediately asks whether he managed to uncover any clues connected to the disappearances. Leon reports that the missing adventurers are still unexplained, but adds that he defeated an A-rank boss that appeared where it absolutely should not have been. The chairman's tone changes at once, clearly disturbed by the news that an A-rank boss somehow showed up inside a B-rank dungeon. As Leon casually shrugs off the strange situation, the chairman notices another figure standing behind him. The chairman immediately recognizes that the person behind Leon is none other than Jean Fry. The chairman asks whether Jean Fry has been accompanying Leon, and Jean Fry awkwardly tries to play it down, though the chairman quickly points out that he seems unusually quiet. Jean Fry brushes off the comment, but deep down he is already resigning himself to having to redo the A-rank and B-rank clears until the chairman suddenly shifts the topic. That abrupt change in direction makes Jean Fry sharpen his focus, because the chairman's tone suggests something more urgent is coming. The chairman orders both Leon and Jean Fry to leave the local investigation to the core and head directly to the S-rank area in their current condition. When Leon asks why they need to move so suddenly, the chairman admits that the exact cause has not been confirmed yet. Even so, the chairman reveals what he suspects. A strange phenomenon connected to the nobodies may have already occurred. Since the other guardians are all away handling separate missions, the chairman assigns the task to the nearest available pair, Leon and Jean Fry, and Leon accepts instantly without hesitation. Jean Fry listens closely, weighing the chairman's words, while the mention of the nobodies immediately pulls his attention toward the mission. Fry agrees to go as well, partly because he has already wanted to learn more about the nobodies, and Leon immediately gets excited, deciding the two of them should form a party. A formal party request suddenly appears in front of Jean Fry, hovering before him like an unexpected solution to his earlier problem. Jean Fry looks at the request and quickly pieces together what accepting it could mean for the dungeon clears. Fry realizes that if he joins Leon now, all the earlier dungeon clears can be counted as cooperative progress, restoring his eligibility to challenge the S-rank boss, and with that settled, the two arrive together at the 7th Continent's S-rank dungeon. Leon is thrilled by the dangerous pressure hanging in the air, while Jean Fry keeps his expression controlled and his attention fixed on the dungeon ahead. Almost immediately, Jean Fry notices that the number of creatures inside is far beyond normal, an abnormal crowding that reminds him of the 6th incident. Leon, instead of being cautious, welcomes the danger with a fearless grin, clearly enjoying the idea of a tougher fight. Jean Fry concludes that the similarities to the 6th case make a connection to the nobodies even more likely, while Leon only grows more eager to test himself against whatever is waiting inside. Ahead of them, the tower begins to tremble, the entire dungeon seeming to stir as its threat fully awakens. The two of them charge straight into the horde, cutting through the monsters in a violent opening rush that sends bodies falling one after another. As Jean Fry fights, he confirms that the pattern matches the 6th incident almost exactly. Except this time, the creatures are not only more numerous, but also stronger one by one. Leon answers the swarm with a sweeping spear technique, unleashing a wide-area attack that tears through the clustered monsters in a single brutal wave. Even though the creatures have clearly been strengthened, Leon still calls them boring, dismissing them as enemies far beneath his level. Then, with his excitement still burning, Leon suddenly turns the mission into a competition and challenges Jean Fry to see which of them can kill more creatures. Jean Fry is caught off guard by the sudden challenge, momentarily thrown by how casually Leon turns a dangerous mission into a game. Leon raises the energy even higher, proudly declaring that their contest needs a proper title. With complete seriousness, Leon names it the Which One is Stronger battle, as if the dramatic title makes perfect sense. Leon presents the whole thing like an official grand event, while Jean Fry can only cringe inwardly at how ridiculous and theatrical it sounds. Leon lays out the rules in the simplest way possible. The two of them compete, and whoever defeats more creatures wins. Without even waiting for Jean Fry to properly agree, Leon tells him to get ready, already treating the contest as decided. Then Leon starts the competition on his own, charging forward before Jean Fry has any real chance to object. Jean Fry reacts immediately, and claims his first kill before Leon can pull too far ahead, refusing to let the Guardian run away with the lead. Even more powerful monsters begin surging in from every direction, pouring out of the forest in waves and forcing the battle to climb to an even more dangerous level. Leon dives straight into the densest cluster without slowing down, charging into the heart of the swarm with a thrilled grin, as if the growing danger is exactly what he wanted. As Leon tears through the enemies one after another, he starts counting his kills out loud, his voice ringing over the chaos of blades, claws, and falling bodies. His number keeps climbing higher and higher as more monsters collapse in rapid succession, each kill coming so quickly that the battlefield can barely keep up with him. Jean Fry watches closely and notices that even though Leon looks like he is rampaging wildly, every movement still lands with sharp control and ruthless efficiency. Remembering how Leon dealt with the earlier bosses, Jean Fry stops thinking of him as just a reckless brute and begins evaluating his fighting style far more seriously. Jean Fry concludes that Leon's raw strength must rank among the highest of the 8 Guardians and that his rough, explosive style wastes almost no motion at all. As Jean Fry measures Leon's combat ability, he even compares him to Leloucus, judging that Leon may stand on the same level as that exceptional mage. At that exact moment, a massive armored creature suddenly looms up directly behind Jean Fry, its huge shadow closing in before it can strike. Jean Fry senses the danger instantly and turns with calm precision, his body moving before the monster has a chance to take advantage of its position. In a single clean motion, Jean Fry cuts the giant monster down, ending the threat before its attack can even begin. Leon catches sight of the flawless kill and immediately understands that Jean Fry is not an ordinary partner standing beside him. Leon reminds himself that this is the 7th Continent's S-rank dungeon, a place where even ordinary creatures are deadly enough to slaughter average adventurers. Yet Jean Fry is carving through these enhanced enemies with ease, and watching that makes Leon realize Jean Fry's skill is completely genuine. The forest erupts with fresh movement, branches shaking and shadows shifting as another wave of enemies closes in from all sides. Another monster is immediately cut apart in the continuing slaughter, its body falling into the growing chaos around them. Leon glances back through the battlefield and sees Jean Fry standing among a spread of corpses, keeping pace with him blow for blow. When Leon proudly announces that he has killed 775 creatures, Jean Fry calmly reveals that his own total is exactly the same. Leon is delighted to have found a true rival. But Jean Fry is no longer focused only on the contest, because this battle is revealing something much more important. After falling behind, Leon lightly teases Jean Fry, then suddenly shifts the mood by asking why Jean Fry became an adventurer in the first place. Jean Fry is caught off guard by the abrupt personal question, his attention briefly pulled away from the battle's tension. Leon pushes past the awkward pause, and Jean Fry begins explaining that poverty was what forced him onto the adventurer's path. The moment Leon hears that, he turns Jean Fry's answer into a grand tragedy in his own head and starts crying dramatically for him. Jean Fry can only stare at him in confusion, completely unsure how he is supposed to respond to Leon's bizarre yet strangely sincere reaction. Before Jean Fry can even finish speaking, Leon invents an entire tragic life story for him, complete with dead parents, illness, and crushing family burdens. Jean Fry realizes Leon has somehow pulled far too much from almost nothing, and he asks whether this ridiculous insight is actually some kind of skill. Instead of answering the question, Leon breaks down even harder, his emotions overflowing as if Jean Fry's imagined suffering has personally wounded him. Leon throws himself toward Jean Fry, praising him for enduring so much and treating him like a heroic younger brother who has survived impossible hardships. Jean Fry shoves him off, but Leon casually reveals that he also came from a harsh upbringing deep in the mountains. That confession finally catches Jean Fry's attention, making him pause and look at Leon with a little more interest than before. Leon says he grew up poor in a family with 20 siblings, and Jean Fry is left stunned by the sheer scale of that household. Leon reflects that the 10 years after he left his village were brutal, filled with hardship and struggle, but in the end, he finally managed to make something of himself. He declares that he now earns enough to support everyone back home, and because of that, he understands Jean Fry's feelings better than anyone else could. Jean Fry begins to see that beneath Leon's overwhelming energy and exhausting personality, there is a genuinely kind man who truly means what he says. Their emotional moment is suddenly cut short when a new enemy approaches, and Leon dramatically tells Jean Fry to wait before he embraces him again. In an instant, both men turn serious, their attention snapping toward the approaching presence as the atmosphere shifts back into danger. The newcomer is revealed as the Crimson Cow, the mid-boss of this S-rank dungeon, standing in their path with an intimidating presence. Its arrival pulls both of them fully back into battle mode, wiping away the strange emotional detour from only moments ago. Leon drops the sentimental act at once and tells his new brother that the heartfelt speech can wait, because the fight has started again. The mid-boss speaks directly to them, warning that the humans will not be allowed to go any farther. Jean Fry and Leon are both struck by the same disturbing fact: a mid-boss should not be able to talk at all. Leon immediately suspects that this abnormal behavior may be connected to the mysterious nobodies they have been investigating. Jean Fry agrees that something is definitely wrong, because under normal conditions, mid-boss monsters should never possess the ability to speak. Leon sets the mystery aside for the moment and summons his spear again, choosing to deal with the enemy in front of them first. He turns the situation into a tiebreaker, declaring that whoever defeats both the mid-boss and the demon god will be the winner. Without a second of hesitation, Leon launches the first attack from above, driving straight toward the Crimson Cow with his spear ready. The mid-boss reveals that it is acting under direct orders from the demon god Orochi, commanded to kill every one of them. It immediately counters with a stolen adventurer skill, Rock Bullet, sending the attack toward Leon in an attempt to finish him on the spot. Leon recognizes the technique as a magician's skill and realizes at once that this enemy is using powers it should never have been able to possess. The barrage closes around Leon like a deadly cage, trapping him between conjured spears and stone projectiles as the attack rains down from every side. Jean Fry pieces the situation together and realizes the entire dungeon may have been tampered with by the nobodies, especially since this monster is using their signature ability to wield stolen adventurer skills. Leon reaches the same conclusion and says it out loud, confirming that this strange power is unmistakably connected to the nobodies. The mid-boss's eyes flare with a dangerous glow, and its body tenses as it prepares to crush Leon beneath the stolen power it has taken. The monster boasts that resisting is useless, warning them that no matter how hard they struggle, they will never make it far enough to reach Orochi.
Leon answers the threat in the most Leon-like way possible, forcing his way straight through the attack instead of stepping back or trying to evade.
Inside the storm of incoming projectiles, Leon plants himself firmly in place, refusing to be swallowed by the barrage or pushed even a single step off balance. Instead of being frightened by what they have discovered, Leon looks fired up, thrilled that they have finally found direct proof that the nobodies are stealing adventurer skills. Jean Fry watches Leon more carefully, sensing the pressure around him begin to change as the battle takes a sharper, more dangerous turn. Fry notices Leon's aura shifting and realizes he is about to use a Lancer technique, just as Leon activates Divine Might, a skill that raises his overall stats. Leon openly dares the enemy to try stealing the skill from him, then declares that he will bring the monster down himself and claim the winning point. For the first time, the mid-boss braces itself with visible tension, its earlier confidence cracking as Leon's pressure grows heavier. Leon closes the gap in a single explosive rush, blasting forward so quickly that the distance between them disappears in an instant. His empowered strike slams into the monster with brutal force, tearing into its body and drawing blood the moment it connects. The mid-boss staggers back from the sudden impact, badly wounded by the burst of power it clearly failed to withstand. Even as the monster begins healing its injuries, it is forced to admit that Leon is far more dangerous than any ordinary opponent. Leon catches the sight of its wounds closing and immediately realizes the enemy has another stolen ability, this time a healing skill. Anger sharpens Leon's voice as he demands to know whether that healing power was stolen from another adventurer too. The monster smugly confirms it, treating the stolen skills like trophies it has collected from victims along the way. Jean Fry finally understands the truth behind the missing adventurers, and he quickly warns Leon to be careful before the enemy can exploit the same method again. He explains the conditions behind the nobodies' theft ability. They need eye contact with the target, and they also have to consume the victim's blood. Leon understands the danger immediately, but instead of backing away, he mockingly invites the monster to try stealing from him anyway. Then Leon charges again, deliberately forcing the fight into close range, where he can control the pace on his own terms. Jean Fry shouts after him in alarm, worried that Leon is taking a reckless risk by closing in despite knowing the conditions. Leon's next assault crashes into the mid-boss even harder, carving it apart with a level of violence that makes the earlier wounds look minor. The monster is shaken by how completely Leon is overwhelming it, realizing it cannot find even the smallest opening to counterattack. Leon taunts it without mercy, demanding that if it really wants his skill so badly, it should try stealing it right now. Jean Fry watches from the side, unable to cut into the flow of the fight, while Leon's momentum keeps swallowing the battlefield. He has to admit that once Leon fully draws out Divine Might, even an S-rank dungeon mid-boss cannot lay a hand on him. Leon proudly explains that his version of Divine Might is stronger than the normal form, because he has stacked it with his own absurd idea of pure guts. Jean Fry can only decide that Leon's explanation makes absolutely no sense, while also realizing how catastrophic it would be if such a powerful skill were ever stolen. The mid-boss tries to launch another attack, but Leon remains completely unfazed, standing his ground as if the attempt barely matters. Jean Fry warns that if Leon is already this concerned about skill theft here, then the coming battles against the demon gods will only be even more dangerous. Leon suddenly offers a solution, telling Jean Fry that he might be able to use Leon's special version of Divine Might as well. Jean Fry is baffled when Leon casually says he will simply share the skill with him, as if handing over such power is no big deal. Leon reminds him that party members can share skills after certain conditions are met, and since they have already defeated hundreds of creatures together, those conditions are satisfied. Now treating Jean Fry like family, Leon decides that brotherhood is more than enough reason to pass the skill along. Leon assures Jean Fry that once the skill is shared, the power should be available for him to use right away. The mid-boss is horrified not only by Leon's ridiculous strength, but also by how casually he is trying to empower another fighter in the middle of their battle. Leon explains that Divine Might is a top-tier enhancement that boosts every stat, then loudly announces the beginning of their brotherly training. The system confirms it at once, showing that Leon's Divine Might has successfully been shared with Jean Fry. Jean Fry immediately understands the real issue. Receiving the skill may be simple, but actually controlling it in live combat is a completely different matter. Leon brushes off that concern and encourages him to begin from zero without feeling any shame about starting as a beginner. Jean Fry insists that he is not embarrassed at all, only being realistic about how difficult mastering a powerful new skill should be. Then, much to Leon's delight, Jean Fry unexpectedly begins sensing the flow of the power almost immediately, far faster than anyone would expect. Leon stares at him in surprise, clearly thrown by how quickly Jean Fry is adapting to the unfamiliar force. Jean Fry casually strikes a pose beneath the blazing aura surrounding him, and Leon erupts with approval like a proud older brother. Leon reveals that what Jean Fry is using is still only about 1/10 of Leon's own full divine might. Even so, Leon keeps shouting vague and useless advice, telling Jean Fry to push harder and let the power out with more guts. Jean Fry decides that Leon's teaching style is sloppy at best, but the skill itself is far too valuable for him to ignore. He realizes this power cannot be mastered through theory alone, and if he wants to control it properly, he needs to build the practical fundamentals through direct experience. Leon demonstrates the technique once again, but his explanation is still so vague and instinctive that Jean Fry can only conclude that mastering divine might will take real time and practice. Leon's response is anything but patient, and he bluntly demands that Jean Fry simply learn it faster, as if effort alone can erase the learning curve. Jean Fry privately decides that no matter how much Leon believes in guts, even pure determination cannot magically solve every problem. He begins experimenting with the power awkwardly, trying to feel out its rhythm, while Leon watches from nearby and judges his every movement more harshly than Jean Fry expected. Leon steps in and physically adjusts Jean Fry's stance and posture, and through those rough corrections, Jean Fry finally starts to understand the sensation Leon has been trying to explain. Leon enthusiastically describes the technique as adding guts on top of an already burning fighting spirit, and somehow, despite how ridiculous that sounds, the idea actually starts to help. Jean Fry still cannot say he understands Leon's theory, but his body is beginning to sense the right state, as if the power is slowly becoming less foreign inside him. Then that faint intuition suddenly sharpens, turning into a clear breakthrough that runs through Jean Fry's entire body. Jean Fry feels the scattered force inside him begin to gather, the unstable surge settling into a steadier rhythm. Fry feels the power fit more naturally through his body, and Leon immediately recognizes the change, realizing Jean Fry has finally found the correct flow. Jean Fry is amazed by the intense, heat-like surge rushing through him, because every part of his body feels sharper, lighter, and stronger all at once. Leon proudly declares that Jean Fry has already reached a tiny fraction of his full power, while both of them are so caught up in the moment that they overlook something important. Jean Fry realizes that even half of Leon's divine might would be overwhelming, and that even this shared version already feels incredibly powerful in his hands. As he feels the borrowed strength move through him, Jean Fry understands that skill sharing is powerful, but its true value depends completely on whether the user can actually wield what was given. Only when a borrowed skill is properly mastered can skill sharing reveal its real worth, instead of becoming nothing more than unused potential. Leon suddenly moves on without warning, announcing that it is time for the second lesson. His next assignment is absurdly direct. Jean Fry has to use divine might in real combat against the enemy standing right in front of them. Jean Fry turns back toward the battlefield and realizes the mid-boss has been kneeling quietly in formal submission this entire time. Jean Fry is baffled that the fight somehow paused itself, but Leon immediately orders the mid-boss to spar with Jean Fry next. Fry becomes the next opponent, while the battered monster curses Leon's recklessness and is forced back into battle as Jean Fry's unwilling training partner. Leon tells Jean Fry to test the skill right away, and the mid-boss raises its sword again, dragged back into the fight despite its ruined condition. From the sidelines, Leon calmly tells Jean Fry to show him his divine might, watching as though this dangerous battle has become a training exercise. Jean Fry decides that if he can master this borrowed power, he may no longer need to waste his own skills so carelessly in every difficult fight. Meanwhile, the mid-boss realizes it cannot defeat Orochi in its current state, so it resolves to at least kill Jean Fry before its own end comes. The mid-boss lunges forward with murderous intent, pouring everything it has left into an attack aimed straight at Jean Fry. Jean Fry remains unnervingly calm as the attack closes in, keeping his focus steady even as the monster rushes toward him. He answers with a clean, empowered slash, striking at just the right moment and knocking the monster aside with the force of divine might behind the blow. That exchange proves Jean Fry can move while using the borrowed power, but it also shows that he is only barely keeping it under control. Jean Fry immediately discovers a new problem. His body cannot yet fully keep up with the sudden speed and force that divine might grants him. He feels strangely light and overpowered at the same time, as though his own boosted movements are pulling ahead faster than he can properly command them. Watching him closely, Leon realizes that Jean Fry has now stepped into Leon's combat world, a realm where raw divine power changes the feel of every movement. The mid-boss gathers itself for one last desperate strike, still refusing to accept defeat even after being overwhelmed again and again. Both Jean Fry and Leon notice the shift in the enemy's behavior, sensing that something about the mid-boss has suddenly changed. Before Jean Fry or Leon can react, Orochi himself appears and crushes the failing mid-boss beneath his foot. Orochi looks down on the creature with cold contempt, scolding it for its incompetence and weakness. Orochi declares that he will deal with the intruders personally, revealing himself as the 7th demon god, a level 500 monster whose trait allows him to grow stronger as the battle continues. Jean Fry is stunned by the sudden escalation, realizing that the fight has just jumped to an entirely different level. The dying mid-boss can only call out to Orochi in terror, helpless beneath the demon god's crushing presence. Orochi coldly tells the creature that there is no place under his command for the weak. Without the slightest hesitation, Orochi discards the mid-boss's corpse as if it was nothing more than worthless trash. Leon bitterly points out that the mid-boss should have been their winning point, and Orochi stealing that kill ruins the contest's clean finish. But Leon's focus shifts almost immediately, and he decides that if the mid-boss is gone, they will simply have to defeat Orochi instead. Jean Fry recognizes Orochi as an S-rank demon, but he also realizes that this version is different from what he expected, and may have been affected by the nobodies as well. That suspicion only grows stronger as Jean Fry studies Orochi's altered aura, sensing something unnatural mixed into the demon god's presence. Jean Fry and Leon stand side by side before the demon god, both of them still wrapped in the golden power of Leon's divine might. Orochi studies Jean Fry closely and wonders if this human is the one rumored to wield divine gear. Jean Fry steps forward to answer the threat himself, placing himself directly in Orochi's path. Orochi smiles with complete confidence, already convinced that Jean Fry is still far beneath him. The demon god vows that Jean Fry will no longer be allowed to interfere with the nobodies' plans. Jean Fry lowers himself into a ready stance while Leon remains beside him, both prepared to face Orochi together. Instead of stepping in to help Jean Fry right away, Leon simply raises the tension even higher and calmly declares that Lesson 3 has officially begun. And this time, Leon's demand is completely unreasonable. Jean Fry has to bring down Orochi using nothing but the power of divine might alone. Jean Fry immediately pushes back, his face tightening as he argues that something like that is impossible. But Leon only answers with absolute confidence, insisting that the first thing Jean Fry needs is the belief that it can be done. Realizing there is no point trying to argue with Leon's twisted logic, Jean Fry finally gives up on reasoning with him and asks in disbelief whether Leon is actually being serious. Leon does not hesitate for even a second. He is completely serious, because in his mind, if Jean Fry manages to defeat Orochi under these conditions, that would be enough to earn the winning score. Jean Fry can only clench his jaw in frustration, forced to stand there and endure the ridiculous logic Leon has dragged him into. Orochi responds with violence instead of words, unleashing Serpent Devourer as a massive white serpent rises into being, opening its jaws wide as if it plans to swallow them whole. The enormous serpent surges forward without hesitation, its body cutting through the battlefield as it charges straight toward Jean Fry and Leon. Then it erupts from the ground like a living trap, bursting upward beneath them and towering over both men with a terrifying, crushing presence. Jean Fry keeps his eyes locked on the serpent's movement, desperately trying to follow the attack and keep his focus from slipping in the chaos of the fight. Leon warns him sharply that real enemies will not stand around and politely wait until he finishes awakening or adjusting to his power. Jean Fry can barely hold back his irritation, thinking that Leon is the last person who has the right to say that after turning a deadly boss fight into some insane training lesson. Even so, Jean Fry has to admit the truth to himself. Leon has deliberately pushed him into exactly the kind of life or death pressure that might force his power to awaken properly. Leon even says it outright, treating the whole situation like the perfect self-imposed training challenge, and firmly forbids Jean Fry from relying on any skill except divine might. Orochi sneers at the idea, mocking Jean Fry for thinking he could possibly stand against him alone under such a foolish restriction. Jean Fry draws himself together, steadying his breath and his stance, and despite everything stacked against him, he accepts the challenge anyway. Orochi reveals even more of his power, manifesting additional serpents around him while dismissing Jean Fry as nothing more than one reckless human throwing himself toward death. With Serpent Devourer fully unleashed, Orochi sends the serpents rushing in, intending to tear Jean Fry apart and end the confrontation right there. Jean Fry makes the first move by facing one of the giant white serpents head-on, raising his dark blade and trying to cut it down before it can swallow him. Instead of backing away from the incoming monster, he plants himself firmly, steadies his body, and commits everything to the swing. His weapon slices forward with enough force to look like a decisive counterattack. But instead of finishing the serpent, the strike only sends Jean Fry flying past it without ending the danger. The force of his own movement throws him off balance, and his body skids away across the battlefield before he can fully recover his footing. As he catches himself and regains control, Jean Fry realizes something startling. Divine Might has drastically amplified every part of his physical ability. The danger of that power hits him immediately. If he cannot control this sudden boost, he may lose himself in it completely, while Orochi coldly dismisses his previous attack as utterly worthless. Orochi continues taunting him, saying that even stealing Jean Fry's skill would be meaningless, because Jean Fry is far too weak to use that power properly in the first place. The serpent attacks again, forcing Jean Fry to dodge and slash at the same time while he struggles to adjust to the overwhelming speed now running through his body. Jean Fry admits inwardly that Divine Might is not helping him as smoothly as he hoped. Instead, the sudden surge is throwing off his focus and disturbing his rhythm. But rather than letting panic take over, he forces his mind to settle, pulling his breathing back under control one moment at a time. He realizes that the answer is not to hold the power back, but to make his body synchronize with the boosted stats until the strength becomes part of his movements. Jean Fry tightens his grip around the weapon, sets his gaze forward, and commits himself fully to mastering the power while still moving through the fight. Standing directly before Orochi, he chooses to test that control in real combat, using the battlefield itself as the only training ground he has. Jean Fry launches himself upward and comes crashing down with a full-power Divine Might assault, pouring his boosted strength into the attack from above. But the true target of that sudden charge is not Orochi at all. Jean Fry is aiming for Leon, who has been calmly watching the lesson unfold from the side. Before the strike can land, Leon judges it with a single glance and decides that Jean Fry's attack is still far too slow. Leon stops Jean Fry's blade with effortless ease, catching it with one hand as if the boosted attack barely carries any weight at all. Jean Fry freezes in shock, stunned that even after activating Divine Might, Leon can still halt his blade so casually and completely. Orochi's eyes sharpen as he immediately understands what has just happened in front of him. He points out the obvious with a cold realization. The truly powerful one on this battlefield is not Jean Fry, but Leon. Leon seems almost amused that Orochi has finally noticed the real difference between them, his expression calm and lightly entertained. Then Leon turns his attention back to Jean Fry and tells him that for now the spirit behind his attempt is good enough. Just like that, the training session comes to an abrupt end, with Leon cutting the lesson short before Jean Fry can push himself any further. As a reward for making it this far, Leon finally lifts the restriction and allows Jean Fry to use his skills again. Orochi remains completely confident, insisting that a few extra skills will not change anything, because Jean Fry is still fundamentally too weak to defeat him. Then, without warning, Jean Fry suddenly vanishes from Orochi's sight, disappearing so abruptly that there is no clear trace of where he went. Orochi is caught off guard by the sudden disappearance, his confidence flickering for the first time as he tries to understand what just happened. He wonders whether Jean Fry has used invisibility or some hidden function of his divine gear, and immediately prepares to respond by unleashing a wide-area attack. But before Orochi can make his move, a concealed strike tears across his chest, cutting through his defense and interrupting him mid-action. From within that concealment, Jean Fry keeps himself hidden and uses the opening to strike without giving Orochi a clear target to focus on. Jean Fry checks whether Orochi has some absurd survival ability like the super wild child man, and rather than facing him head-on, he keeps attacking from Orochi's blind side. Orochi is forced onto the defensive, trying to block and endure a series of slashes that he still cannot properly see, predict, or track. Bleeding from the fresh cuts across his body, Orochi's irritation boils over, and he sneers at Jean Fry's hidden tactics as nothing but cowardice. Orochi demands that Jean Fry stop hiding and show himself, but Jean Fry answers from concealment by reminding him that Orochi was the one who had just claimed skills would not make any difference. That sharp reply makes something click in Orochi's mind, dragging up the memory of another enemy who once possessed an equally troublesome ability. The moment that memory surfaces, Orochi's mocking expression fades, and his entire presence suddenly turns cold and serious. He remembers the sting of a past failure, And with that humiliation burning inside him, Orochi swears that he cannot allow himself to lose again. That buried fear quickly twists into raw rage, and Orochi's power erupts violently around him, surging with a much darker pressure than before. Jean Fry immediately notices the change in the air, realizing that Orochi is no longer just taunting them, he is becoming far more dangerous. From the sidelines, Leon senses the escalation as well, his eyes narrowing as Orochi's killing intent grows heavier. Then Orochi unleashes a blood-red technique, and eerie images begin to take shape, showing the faces of the people Jean Fry cares about most as if they are being used as hostages. Jean Fry recognizes the illusion instantly, and the sight strikes him hard because this attack is no longer aimed only at his body. It is digging into something deeply personal. Among the projected hostages, Jean Fry sees Emilia and his own mother, their images hanging before him like cruel bait meant to shake his resolve. Orochi does not stop there. He adds Leon's family into the illusion as well, making it painfully clear that he can reach for whatever each opponent treasures most. Leon's face hardens the instant he understands what Orochi is implying, because now the threat has crossed the line and become personal for him too. Orochi explains with a twisted confidence that humans are always vulnerable when hostages are involved, and his serpents can track targets by scent, gender, and magical power. He then reveals the worst part. One serpent has already absorbed the super explosion skill and is now heading straight toward Leon's town. To prove that his threat is not empty, Orochi summons several unstable explosive orbs around him, each one pulsing with dangerous, destructive energy. Jean Fry and Leon are forced to look at the battle differently now because this is no longer a simple duel against Orochi, it has turned into a hostage crisis. Orochi mocks the confidence they showed earlier, sneering at how quickly their bravado changes once innocent lives are placed on the line. Then he sends the explosive projectiles flying toward them, testing whether Jean Fry and Leon will protect themselves or hesitate under the weight of his threat. Leon reacts first, striking one of the bombs aside with a precise barehanded movement before it can hit them directly. But even that casual-looking defense comes at a cost, leaving Leon's fingers singed and proving just how lethal those attacks really are. Annoyed by the burn, Leon warns Jean Fry not to treat something this dangerous lightly or try to play around with it. Orochi advances from behind the floating bombs, using them like a moving wall as he steadily takes control of the battlefield's pace. Jean Fry realizes the true problem with super explosion. It activates automatically when its user is defeated, which means he cannot simply kill the serpent carrying it. Orochi watches Jean Fry's expression shift and takes clear pleasure in the moment Jean Fry finally understands the trap he has been placed in. Then Orochi tightens the pressure even further, forbidding them from blocking his next attack and warning that if they resist, he will execute the hostages one by one. Leon curses under his breath, his jaw tightening because he knows Orochi is not bluffing about a threat like this. With chilling calm, Orochi asks how long the two of them think they can endure while fighting under conditions like these. He unleashes a full barrage, forcing Jean Fry and Leon into a cruel choice between protecting themselves and risking the lives of everyone being threatened. In that instant, Jean Fry and Leon both understand the same grim answer without needing to say it aloud. Leon steps in front of Jean Fry and takes the barrage onto himself, making sure Jean Fry does not move in a way that might trigger Orochi's hostage threat. The attacks slam into Leon one after another, and blood begins pooling beneath his feet as the damage stacks up. Even with his body drenched in blood, Leon refuses to fall, staying upright through sheer toughness and stubborn will. Jean Fry is shaken to the core as he watches Leon willingly suffer those hits for his sake. Leon tells Jean Fry to stop worrying about other people and focus on surviving the fight in front of him. Jean Fry is left speechless, unable to find a response while Leon's sacrifice hangs heavily between them. The barrage keeps tearing into both of them, but neither Jean Fry nor Leon raises a proper defense, refusing to risk the lives Orochi has taken hostage. From a distance, Orochi watches them break down under the assault, clearly enjoying the sight of his plan working. At last, both fighters end up sprawled across the ground, badly wounded, bleeding, and struggling just to stay conscious. Orochi laughs at them, mocking how humans willingly weaken themselves for the sake of protecting others. Even while lying in a pool of blood, Leon checks on Jean Fry first, and Jean Fry manages to answer that he is still conscious. Jean Fry admits that the situation has become critical, and unless they find a way out immediately, they may have no path left. Leon grimly jokes that if one careless move triggers an explosion, the two of them might have no choice but to die right where they are. Jean Fry sees no clear way forward. They cannot defeat Orochi like this, and they cannot stop the explosion waiting to happen either. Just as Jean Fry reaches that lowest point, his talking scythe suddenly reappears, cutting through the despair with its unexpected return. The scythe's arrival snaps Jean Fry out of his hopeless thoughts, pulling his attention back from the edge. The scythe proudly boasts that it escaped all on its own, because it is far beyond anything as ordinary as common gear. Then it immediately demands to know why Jean Fry is still struggling so badly, when it already has a useful skill he can rely on. Leon, barely conscious and beaten nearly senseless, is too battered to understand what the weapon is talking about. The scythe reminds Jean Fry that he recently unlocked Overdeath, making it clear that the answer he needs may already be in his hands. Jean Fry pauses for a brief second, his eyes sharpening as the scythe's meaning finally begins to sink in. The scythe practically beams with satisfaction, gleefully confirming that Jean Fry has finally remembered the exact idea he should have reached sooner. Since Jean Fry came all this way to rescue it, the scythe decides it is only fair to repay that debt by helping him survive this nightmare now. Leon lifts his head and looks toward them, battered but alert, as the strange weapon suddenly takes control of the plan. Jean Fry accepts the scythe's proposal without hesitation, entrusting the super explosion problem to the weapon while he and Leon focus on taking Orochi down together. Leon studies Jean Fry closely, watching his eyes and waiting to see whether this desperate gamble is truly something Jean Fry believes in. Then Leon's mouth curls into a grin, because he can tell Jean Fry has finally found the nerve to stand up and bet everything on one last chance. Leon laughs through the pain and tells Jean Fry that, at long last, he finally looks like someone ready to fight for real. With that, Leon places his trust in Jean Fry completely, dropping all doubt and simply asking what part Jean Fry needs him to play. Jean Fry answers with a confidence that cuts through the despair, his voice steadier than it has been since the hostage threat began. He tells Leon to strike Orochi with enough force to be lethal, but to control it just enough that Orochi stays alive for the moment. Leon accepts the insanely precise order without arguing, as if that kind of impossible adjustment is exactly the sort of thing he can handle. Orochi, still surrounded by his explosive orbs, sneers at them for talking like they have somehow taken back control of the battle. But Leon charges straight at him anyway, gripping his spear tightly, as his battered body surges forward with renewed aggression. Leon declares that no one else is going to die on this battlefield today. No one except Orochi. Orochi is visibly startled by the sudden reversal in momentum, his confidence cracking as Leon rushes him head-on. Leon attacks without slowing down, refusing to let Orochi hide behind the hostage threat any longer. Orochi tries to shout a warning, reminding Leon that if he strikes him, the explosion will be triggered. Leon cuts him off before the warning can matter, driving in a crushing hell-patterned strike that blasts Orochi away. Orochi reels under the force of the blow, his body shaken badly as the impact knocks the arrogance out of him. Above Orochi, Jean Fry rises with the scythe in hand, ready to carry out the second half of their plan before the opening disappears. The scythe announces the activation of Grim Reaper Skill 1, Soul Hunt, its presence turning sharp and deadly in Jean Fry's grip. Jean Fry understands the purpose of the skill in that instant, realizing this is not an attack meant for flesh and bone. Soul Hunt can tear apart things without a physical form, which means Jean Fry can aim at the explosion effect itself, so he drives the scythe into the intangible skill clinging to Orochi instead of cutting into Oroshi's body. For the first time since Orochi revealed the hostage trap, Jean Fry feels certain that this plan can actually work. The skill is ripped free from Orochi, leaving him disoriented and exposed as the dangerous power is torn away from him. Jean Fry follows through with a wide, sweeping motion, completing the extraction and pulling the stolen power fully out of Orochi's reach. The stolen super explosion skill takes shape around the scythe as a blue spectral form, hovering like a captured soul. Jean Fry stares at the sight in amazement, barely believing that he has truly dragged a skill out into the open. He realizes he has literally hunted down and separated the skill itself, and with the danger removed, Jean Fry calls out to Leon that the threat is gone now. With Orochi's trap finally stripped away, Jean Fry orders Leon to finish the enemy with everything he has left. Leon answers with delighted approval, his grin returning as the battlefield finally shifts back in their favor. He dedicates the final blow to avenging the family Orochi dared to threaten. Leon condemns Orochi to die, drowning in regret for the fear and cruelty he tried to inflict on others. Then Leon unleashes his beast spear technique, Kishi Stab, pouring his full force into the finishing thrust. The attack lands like a ferocious beast-shaped spear strike, tearing straight through Orochi with overwhelming power. Orochi's head and upper body burst apart under the impact, unable to withstand the force of Leon's final blow. His ruined body collapses to the ground, and at last Orochi is finally defeated. Even after falling, Orochi's body twitches weakly against the ground, as if the last remnants of life refuse to vanish. Leon looks down at him and jokes that Orochi simply did not have enough guts to survive someone like him. Jean Fry slowly lowers the scythe, the tension leaving his shoulders as relief finally begins to settle in. But Leon immediately turns the victory back into their running contest, proudly claiming the point for himself because he landed the finishing blow. Jean Fry can only stare at Leon in disbelief, as if he cannot believe Leon is still keeping score after everything that just happened. Leon explains with complete confidence that in their strength contest, the fighter who finishes the enemy gets the point, even if the battle was won together. He happily declares himself the winner of this round, while Jean Fry answers with flat, deadpan sarcasm. Then Leon lets the joke fall away for a moment and admits that Jean Fry truly fought beside him as an equal. Before Jean Fry can respond, both of them sense a new presence approaching, and the mood around them turns cold in an instant. They immediately break apart and ready themselves, wounded bodies tensing as they prepare for another threat. A pale, tattooed man descends from above in a column of purple-white power, his arrival pressing down on the battlefield like a warning. The look on his face alone makes it clear that this man is far beyond the enemies Jean Fry and Leon have just defeated. From where he lies broken on the ground, the dying Orochi still manages to sneer, insisting that even when humans gain power, they remain nothing more than a lowly species. The newcomer looks down on them with even colder contempt, dismissing humans as creatures worth less than trash. Leon narrows his eyes and asks who this sudden intruder is, but Jean Fry can only answer honestly that he has no idea. All Jean Fry can tell is that the aura pouring off the newcomer feels overwhelmingly wrong, like something poisonous has entered the battlefield. A crushing pressure settles over Jean Fry's body, and he realizes with a heavy chill that another terrifying enemy has appeared before they have even recovered. The newcomer stands there calmly, preparing to speak as if the entire battlefield already belongs to him and everyone else is merely allowed to listen. Jean Fry and Leon brace themselves side by side, their wounded bodies tense as they prepare for whatever this stranger is about to do next. The stranger descends and lands before them, wrapped in an unnatural power that ripples around him like a cold, distorted haze. He introduces himself as Grimoire, the Tome of Annihilation, and with a strangely polite tone, apologizes for interrupting their celebration. But the courtesy ends there, because Grimoire immediately states his true purpose with chilling simplicity. He wants them to die quietly. Then, with faint amusement in his voice, Grimoire adds that he already knows they are not the type to cooperate with such a request. Leon answers with a sharp tongue, admitting the introduction was polite enough, but calling everything after that complete nonsense before asking if Grimoire is just another nobody. Grimoire's expression barely changes as he recognizes the word, acknowledging it as the name humans have given to beings of his kind. He confirms that if Jean Fry and Leon insist on grouping them all together under that title, then yes, he is close enough to what they call a nobody. Leon cuts straight past the formalities and asks the only question that really matters: what Grimoire actually wants. Grimoire reveals his goal without even the slightest hesitation: the resurrection of Lord Abyss. Neither Jean Fry nor Leon recognizes that name, leaving both of them facing an entirely new mystery at the exact moment an even greater threat has arrived. The tattooed enemy declares that Lord Abyss will soon be known and worshipped throughout the entire world, revealing just how massive the danger behind him truly is. Jean Fry faces Grimoire in silence, carefully measuring him and realizing this man is not simply another fanatic wandering onto the battlefield. Despite his injuries, Jean Fry keeps his composure and studies every detail of his opponent, refusing to let the pressure shake him too openly. From Grimoire's words, Jean Fry begins to understand that this Lord Abyss is probably the true leader standing behind the nobodies. Deciding that someone like Lord Abyss can never be allowed to return, Jean Fry tightens his grip around his weapon and steels himself. Grimoire notices the shift in Jean Fry's intent, and for the first time, a faint trace of caution enters his gaze. Before Jean Fry can charge in, Grimoire calmly tells him there is no need to be in such a hurry. Jean Fry holds himself back instead of taking the bait, forcing his body to steady even while the urge to attack rises inside him. Grimoire's attention drifts toward the pendant at Jean Fry's chest, along with the strange power connected to the equipment Jean Fry carries. The unusual blade in Jean Fry's hand becomes the center of the standoff, drawing Grimoire's gaze like a relic he has been waiting to see. Grimoire reveals that he already knew the divine gear had resurfaced, making it clear this encounter is not as sudden as it first seemed. Even so, Grimoire admits, He is surprised that Jean Fry is capable of wielding something like that entirely on his own. Jean Fry realizes that Grimoire may be talking about his own equipment when he says divine gear, but he gets no time to think any deeper. Leon suddenly charges in from the side, cutting the conversation short and forcing the standoff to explode into motion. He plants himself between Grimoire and his allies, openly stepping forward as the one ready to accept the challenge. For Leon, the talking is over, and the only thing left that can settle this confrontation is battle. With reckless confidence burning through his battered body, Leon launches straight at Grimoire to prove it with action. But Leon's attack is met by the looming presence of demon god Orochi, and the sudden appearance of that being leaves Jean Fry shocked. Jean Fry stares in disbelief, stunned that something on the level of demon god Orochi is connected to this enemy at all. Leon pulls back just enough to reassess the situation, keeping himself in front while Jean Fry remains behind him. At first, Leon thinks Orochi may have somehow survived, but after a closer look, he realizes something far stranger is happening. Grimoire raises one hand with calm precision and begins channeling a different kind of power through Orochi's presence. Jean Fry watches the movement closely, trying to understand what kind of technique Grimoire is using. Then Jean Fry realizes that Grimoire is activating his special ability, not fighting with the kind of ordinary combat skills humans rely on. Grimoire remarks that a peaceful resolution would have been much easier, but since the conversation has reached this point, he accepts that it has become a fight to the death. A dark portal opens behind Grimoire, spreading like a black wound in the air as he begins a full summoning ritual. Grotesque monsters pour out beside Orochi in a wave, instantly transforming what should have been a single confrontation into an entire battlefield. Leon and Jean Fry are suddenly faced with a whole swarm of enemies instead of just one opponent standing before them. Both of them are thrown off by the sheer scale of the summoning, struggling to grasp what kind of power Grimoire is truly using. Grimoire boasts that this is not a human skill at all, but a superior power reserved only for the chosen weapons of Lord Abyss. He looks down on human techniques as crude imitations and stolen scraps compared to the authority he commands. At Grimoire's command, the monsters surge forward all at once, closing in on Jean Fry and Leon from every direction. Jean Fry is nearly swallowed by the rushing mob before he can reposition, the swarm pressing in so fast that one wrong step could bury him completely. Jean Fry throws out a violent repulsion blast, the force rippling from his body and smashing into the nearest creatures, sending them tumbling backward just far enough to give him a precious breath of open space. But that brief opening disappears almost as soon as it appears, because the moment those monsters are thrown away, even more of them surge forward, closing in from every direction like a living wall. Jean Fry's eyes narrow as he takes in the battlefield around him, and he quickly realizes the situation is far worse than he hoped. There are simply too many enemies to deal with cleanly. The swarm packs itself so tightly around him that every possible route is cut off, and even the sky above is blocked, leaving Jean Fry with no simple path to escape. With his back practically forced into a corner, Jean Fry steadies himself, hardens his resolve, and decides that if there is no way around them, he will carve straight through every monster himself. Leon spots Jean Fry being swallowed up by the surrounding monsters, and the sight makes him snap his head around, shouting out to him in alarm. At that very same moment, the enemy remains calm behind the portal, watching everything unfold from a distance as if the entire battlefield is still moving according to his will. Fury flashes across Leon's face as he charges into the mass of monsters, cutting through them while angrily condemning those nobodies for barging in and acting however they pleased. But the word hits harder than Leon expects, because the moment he spits out nobody with open contempt, the insult seems to sink directly into the enemy's pride. The enemy suddenly freezes in place, his calm expression cracking just enough to show irritation before he coldly demands that Leon repeat what he just said. In an instant, black shadows begin rising around him, curling upward like dark smoke, making it obvious that Leon's insult has struck a very dangerous nerve. Leon notices the sudden change in the air, but instead of slowing down, he keeps driving forward, his focus locked on pushing through the chaos. The shadows spread across the ground, then sharpen and stretch into dark tendrils, each one twisting toward Leon like a living weapon ready to strike. One tendril lashes out with frightening speed, catching Leon before he can fully react and knocking his balance loose in the middle of his charge. Jean Fry turns his head toward the sudden disturbance, even as the monsters around him continue pressing in, leaving him trapped inside their crushing formation. Leon crashes hard to the ground, pain bursting through his voice as the shadow attack breaks the momentum of his assault and sends him skidding out of rhythm. The enemy's voice turns icy as he declares that he will not be grouped together with such vulgar beings, making it clear that to him, being called a nobody is no small insult. Then, without warning, he appears near Jean Fry, closing the distance in an instant, and calmly acknowledges that Jean Fry is stronger than he had expected. Even with pain still running through him, Leon grins and forces himself back up, refusing to stay down as he declares that it is his turn to move again. Before the enemy can fully take advantage of Jean Fry's dangerous situation, Leon launches himself forward again, throwing his whole body back into the fight. Leon brings his spear down with a heavy, crushing strike, aiming the full weight of the blow straight at the enemy in front of him. But the enemy slips away with unsettling ease, gliding out of the impact path at the very last instant as Leon's attack smashes down where he had just been. A faint sneer crosses the enemy's face as he mocks Leon's spear technique, calling it crude, clumsy, and completely lacking control. Leon immediately fires back, refusing to accept the insult, and snaps that the real problem is not his skill with the spear, but the enemy's poor judgment. He even insists that the spear itself is proving his point, claiming that its raw fighting spirit is more than enough to show the enemy what kind of power he is facing. Jean Fry, still surrounded by the relentless swarm, hears Leon's argument and can only pause for a split second in disbelief. To Jean Fry, Leon's logic makes absolutely no sense, but there is no time to question it while he keeps battling the monsters around him. Meanwhile, Leon presses the attack even harder, demanding that the enemy try to keep up with his speed. Leon's spear suddenly becomes a blur, his technique multiplying into a violent storm of thrusts that rains down from every angle and forces the enemy onto the defensive. For the first time, the enemy's expression shifts slightly as he admits that Leon's speed and strength have both risen beyond what they were before. Leon answers without hesitation, warning that even noticing his improvement will not save his opponent, before pouring everything into a deadly thrust meant to end the fight. As the attack bears down on him, the enemy's confidence finally begins to waver, the pressure of Leon's strike forcing even him to react seriously. Leon dives in with his spear blazing forward, the strike carrying the force of a finishing blow as he aims to decide the battle in a single hit. Jean Fry glances back from within the monster swarm, sensing that Leon's clash with the enemy has reached a dangerous peak. A massive burst of force erupts from Leon's attack, kicking up smoke and shockwaves as the impact explodes across the battlefield. Jean Fry hears the thunderous blast behind him, but with monsters still crowding around him and chaos filling his view, he cannot tell what actually happened. When the smoke finally begins to clear, Leon's spear is revealed, stopped just short, blocked by a towering wall of black shadow standing firmly between him and the enemy. Behind that dark barrier, the enemy smiles calmly, completely untouched, as though Leon's strongest charge had never truly threatened him. Leon understands the situation at once, realizing with a sharp look that his spear never made it through and never actually reached its target. But instead of backing away, Leon breaks into a laugh, digging in even harder as he decides to keep forcing the very same attack forward. The enemy watches Leon's spear grind against the wall of shadow, his expression filled with calm disdain as if the struggle is barely worth his attention. Leon quickly realizes that the man is not relying on trickery alone. He is forcing Leon's technique back through overwhelming strength. With a roar, Leon plants himself and drives forward even harder, refusing to let the shadow wall push him back or make him yield. The shadows around the enemy suddenly erupt outward, swallowing the line of Leon's attack and turning the pressure back against him in one violent surge. Even as Leon's spear is thrown off course, the enemy remains perfectly composed, standing behind his shadows, as though he had controlled the exchange from the start. Leon refuses to accept that setback as defeat, tightening his grip on the spear and immediately preparing another follow-up attack. He launches into a spinning spear thrust, twisting his weapon through the air to overwhelm the enemy's defense from several angles at once. A ring of rotating spear strikes closes in around the enemy, the attacks circling from every direction and leaving almost no obvious gap to escape through. Even while the move threatens to surround him, the enemy still looks down on it, dismissing Leon's attack as savage, vulgar, and unrefined. But then his eyes catch something hidden within Leon's assault, and for the first time, genuine surprise flickers across his face. The enemy cuts off his mockery immediately, activates Shadow Step, and decides that from this moment on, he will end the exchange with full seriousness. A massive shadow foot suddenly forms above Leon, blotting out the space over him, and before he has any chance to leap away, it comes crashing down with terrifying force. Leon throws both his strength and will into holding it back, bracing himself beneath the crushing darkness, but the weight pressing down on him is simply overwhelming. For the first time, the confidence in Leon's expression begins to crack, because no matter how hard he strains, he realizes he cannot fully stop the shadow from descending. The enormous shadow slams him into the ground, crushing him flat beneath its pressure and pinning him there so completely that he can barely move. Jean Fry catches sight of Leon trapped under the shadow's weight, and his face tightens with alarm as he shouts Leon's name. Pinned beneath that dark force, Leon grits his teeth and snarls in anger, raging that the enemy is looking down on people as if they were nothing more than insects. The enemy responds without a trace of emotion, unleashing shadow domination and tightening his control over Leon even further. Dark restraints crawl over Leon's body, spreading across his limbs and torso like living chains until every part of him is locked in place. Leon struggles with everything he has, muscles straining beneath the black bindings. But no matter how violently he fights back, the restraints refuse to loosen. The enemy calmly explains that he has taken control of Leon's shadow itself, and because the body and shadow are inseparable, Leon's freedom has been completely stolen. For a moment, the enemy falls silent, watching Leon still resist despite the bindings, as if he is quietly reassessing just how stubborn this human really is. Leon's eyes sharpen as the meaning sinks in, and he realizes that this battle is no longer just against the enemy. He is being forced to fight against his own shadow. But instead of giving in to despair, Leon starts thinking fast, searching for any opening that might let him twist that same rule back against the one controlling him. He forces his trapped body to move anyway, dragging himself against the shadow restraints even as they tear and pull at him with brutal resistance. Through sheer willpower alone, Leon claws himself forward little by little, refusing to remain still even under the enemy's absolute control. The enemy's composure finally shakes when he sees Leon moving at all, stunned that anyone bound by shadow domination could still force their body forward. Then Leon's power erupts violently, raw energy surging from him as he begins to break through the domination by force alone. The enemy stares in disbelief as Leon pushes himself back up to his feet, his body wrapped in a blazing aura that burns against the darkness holding him. Leon stands tall again and declares that the enemy's shadow domination has been smashed apart. The enemy can only stare at him, unable to accept what he is seeing, because by every rule he knows, breaking that technique should have been impossible. Leon seizes that opening with a fierce grin, taunting the nobody directly and declaring that his shadow is no longer something the enemy can control. Now both intrigued and irritated, the enemy decides to stop holding back and prepares to use a technique he has not brought out in a long time. He begins chanting in a deeper, more ominous rhythm, each word stretching through the air as Leon feels the danger around them climbing fast. Purple energy swells around the enemy's body, thickening as the ritual continues, and the entire atmosphere shifts into something far heavier and more sinister. Leon lowers his stance, spear ready, preparing to strike before the enemy can complete whatever terrifying technique is forming. Every instinct in Leon's body screams that the power gathering in front of him is dangerously abnormal, the kind of attack he cannot afford to let finish. He tightens his grip around the spear, steadies his breathing, and commits himself to ending the fight right then and there. Leon launches forward with a decisive spear thrust, driving the weapon straight toward the chanting enemy with everything he has, but the enemy slips away with after-image-like movement, leaving Leon's spear to pierce through empty space where his body had seemed to be a moment before. Still chanting, the enemy smiles faintly, as though Leon's desperate attempt to interrupt him has already failed before it ever had a chance. Leon realizes in that instant that time is slipping away from him. The pressure in the air, the continuing chant, and the strange energy surrounding the enemy all tell Leon the same thing. This is a finishing move, and he has to stop it no matter what. At last, the enemy completes the invocation and releases the technique known as Judgment of the Shadow Realm. A strange domain spreads out and swallows both fighters, wrapping the space around them in shadow and freezing the moment around Leon's thrust. Leon is startled when inside the technique control of his body suddenly returns to him as if the previous binding has been lifted. The enemy explains that this art freezes both of them in place, linking their shadows together while forcing him to give up his own movement as the price. But in exchange for that sacrifice, the next attack cannot be dodged, and its purpose is nothing less than killing the target outright. With Leon trapped inside the shared shadow, the enemy coldly declares that a lowly human like him will die there. Leon clenches his teeth against the pain as the killing effect tears into him, his body shaking under the force of the technique. The enemy watches with cold satisfaction, fully convinced that Judgment of the Shadow Realm has already decided the outcome of the battle. Certain that Leon is finished, the enemy begins turning his attention toward the others, already treating the fight as if it is over. But from within the bind, Leon suddenly launches a counterattack, revealing a hidden spear technique the enemy never saw coming. Leon's spear pierces the enemy from behind, drawing blood and instantly shattering the certainty that had been written across the man's face. The enemy freezes in shock, unable to understand how he could have been struck from inside his own supposedly unavoidable technique. Leon reveals the trick with a bloodied grin. The spear had stretched farther than the enemy expected, reaching through the path created by their shared shadow. Laughing despite the blood on him, Leon points out that the enemy's technique failed to account for one crucial thing: the shadow of the spear itself. Leon reminds the nobody that lowering his guard was the real mistake, because no matter what the enemy assumed, Leon was never dead yet. The enemy coughs up blood and curses Leon through clenched teeth, furious that a mere human managed to turn his own trap back against him. The shadow bindings begin to loosen, unraveling piece by piece as the damage disrupts the technique's hold. Leon senses the shift immediately, feeling the pressure around him weaken as the shadows begin to give way. Leon feels the pressure around his body finally loosen, and for a brief second, he realizes he can move again. But the moment he tries, the pain hits him hard, making it clear his wounds are far worse than he first understood. Across from him, the enemy's body flickers unsteadily, his form wavering from the damage. Yet even with Leon's spear having pierced him, he somehow remains standing. The enemy lets out a strained laugh, brushing off his own condition as if the wound means nothing, then coldly claims that Leon has already reached the end of his strength. Without giving Leon the slightest chance to recover, the enemy lashes out again, sending sharp shadow spikes tearing forward to finish him while his body is still weakened. At that critical moment, Jean Fry finally breaks through the chaos and throws himself in front of Leon, intercepting the shadow attack before it can strike its target. The enemy's eyes widen in surprise, clearly caught off guard that Jean Fry managed to reach them in time despite everything that had been blocking his path. He turns his gaze past Jean Fry, and only then does he see the battlefield behind him, now reduced to a devastated stretch of wreckage and scattered remains. In that moment, the enemy finally understands what happened. The summoned creatures that had surrounded Jean Fry have already been completely wiped out. Jean Fry drops down beside Leon, pushing the enemy aside in his mind for just a moment as he focuses first on the ally barely holding on in front of him. Leon weakly calls out Jean Fry's name, his voice thin and strained, as if staying conscious is already taking everything he has left. Jean Fry looks over Leon's battered condition and asks how badly he is hurt. But Leon, even half conscious, points out that Jean Fry is not exactly in good shape either. Jean Fry tells Leon not to die on him, his voice firm despite his own exhaustion, and promises that he will bring this enemy down soon. The enemy sneers at that promise, dismissing Jean Fry's resolve as nothing but empty confidence and mocking the idea that he could actually end the fight. Even with blood on him and his body damaged, the enemy gathers shadow power once more, deciding to wipe them all out together in one final attack. Before the enemy can finish building that power, Jean Fry closes the distance in a flash and drives a flaming punch straight into him. The enemy's eyes snap wide open as the sudden counterattack lands before his next technique can fully take shape. Jean Fry follows through without hesitation, hammering the enemy with a brutal strike that smashes into his face and body, finally forcing him backward. Bleeding and furious, the enemy staggers away, and for the first time in that exchange, the momentum begins to swing back toward Jean Fry and the barely surviving Leon. The demon-faced enemy stands there covered in blood, but his confidence has not completely disappeared, and he keeps his sharp stare fixed on Jean Fry. Jean Fry drops down to one knee, his body battered from the long fight, and his strength nearly drained after pushing himself so far. Sensing that Jean Fry is running out of power, the enemy mocks him, saying he is exhausted now and can no longer use his abilities properly. Jean Fry does not deny it, admitting that the enemy pushed him hard enough to burn through nearly every skill he had available. Seeing that opening, the enemy decides this is the perfect chance to restore his own injuries and take back control of the battle. But Jean Fry does not panic. Instead, a sharp look returns to his eyes as he realizes he still has one move left. Jean Fry equips Athena gear, and in an instant, a new divine set begins to activate around him. Golden restorative power starts flowing through Jean Fry's body, wrapping him in a warm light that pushes back against the damage he has taken. He braces himself as the effect settles in, steadying his breathing while the divine power begins working through every wound. The enemy notices the sudden shift immediately, his expression tightening as he realizes something unexpected is happening to Jean Fry. To the enemy's shock, Jean Fry's wounds begin closing right before his eyes. the damage healing in real time as the golden energy continues to surge. Jean Fry turns the situation back around with a dry, almost mocking calm, thanking his opponent for pushing him this far. He reveals that the pressure of this fight unlocked Athena Gear's second skill, restoring both his health and his mana completely. A system notice appears, confirming that Jean Fry has met the condition to unlock Blessing of the Goddess. The newly awakened skill restores him fully, and on top of that, it resets or replenishes several of the abilities he had already used. Among the resources brought back are his weapon and leg gear, returning Jean Fry to a state where he can fight properly again. His key cooldowns and multiple limited-use abilities are refreshed as well, giving him back options he had nearly lost in the battle. The moment the divine equipment fully activates, the enemy realizes the situation has changed, and the fight has suddenly become dangerous for him again. Jean Fry tightens his grip around his blade, his strength restored and his resolve burning back into place. He refuses to waste even another second, because Leon is still badly injured, and every moment matters. With his speed renewed, Jean Fry launches straight toward the enemy, moving like a streak across the ruined battlefield. He closes the gap before the enemy can fully recover or rebuild his defense. The enemy is hit with such force that a shocked scream bursts from him before he can stop it.
Blood splashes down onto the ground as Jean Fry's attack connects cleanly and cuts through the enemy's defenses.
Jean Fry follows the opening with a decisive slash, carving across the enemy's body with the full weight of his restored power. He judges in that instant that Leon had already pushed this foe into a corner, weakening him enough to make the final blow far easier. To finish the battle, Jean Fry channels Meltdown through his blade, letting the destructive power surge into the weapon. Black shadow energy erupts around the enemy, rising like a dark prison and surrounding him from every side. Jean Fry pauses as the technique reacts strangely, not behaving the way he expected it to. Instead of collapsing inside the darkness, the enemy remains standing and purple power begins gathering around his body. The enemy's pride flares violently, his anger boiling over at the thought that a human believed he could be ended so easily. Rejecting the idea that Jean Fry stands above him, the enemy unleashes a hidden technique of his own, forcing the fight into an even more dangerous turn. The shadows around the enemy begin twisting violently, coiling over one another like living smoke as they gather into a new form under his command. With that darkness fully under his control, the enemy invokes Doppelganger Requiem, and the shadows condense into a complete duplicate standing before Jean Fry. The shadow copy emerges with a sinister grin carved across its face, its presence dripping with malice so heavy it feels almost alive. Jean Fry freezes for a moment, stunned as he watches the shapeless darkness finish transforming into something far more terrifying than he expected. The enemy admits with a look of disgust that he hates using this technique, especially when the one forcing him to rely on it is only a human. What makes the sight even more disturbing is that the duplicate has taken Jean Fry's own form, standing there like a twisted reflection pulled out of the darkness. Jean Fry's expression tightens as the truth sinks in. He is not just facing another shadow creature, but another version of himself. The enemy explains that the shadow has copied Jean Fry perfectly, mirroring him so closely that the original and the duplicate are now almost impossible to tell apart. Jean Fry quickly understands the danger goes beyond appearance, because the copy has reproduced even his hidden gear and weapon, not just his face and body. The enemy watches Jean Fry's reaction with clear satisfaction, enjoying just how deeply the revelation unsettles him. Jean Fry immediately grasps how dangerous this is. If the duplicate can use everything he can, then the fight may already have turned into a trap. For the first time since the battle began, Jean Fry silently admits to himself that he may truly be in serious trouble. The enemy taunts him cruelly, savoring the thought of Jean Fry dying at the hands of his own reflection. Jean Fry forces his breathing to steady and keeps his eyes locked on the duplicate, carefully studying every movement instead of giving in to panic. The shadow stands ready in front of him, gripping Jean Fry's own monstrous blade as if it has always belonged in its hand. Its expression makes its intent painfully clear. This copy has no hesitation, no mercy, and only one purpose: to kill Jean Fry. Jean Fry squares his stance and raises his guard, preparing to test just how completely this shadow has copied him. Even though he still does not understand the duplicate's full nature, Jean Fry knows that hesitation will only give the enemy more control. Deciding there is no time to keep analyzing from a distance, Jean Fry strikes first and releases his repulsion field. The duplicate reacts instantly, matching Jean Fry's movement with eerie precision as if it had already known what he would do. Two repulsion fields slam into each other at the same time, their forces colliding head-on before canceling each other out completely. Jean Fry's eyes widen in surprise when he sees the copy reproduce the skill perfectly without the slightest delay or mistake. He realizes then that the duplicate can neutralize his techniques simply by answering each one with the exact same move. Refusing to stop there, Jean Fry immediately raises the pressure and switches to Meltdown. But the shadow copy follows just as easily, unleashing Meltdown in perfect response as though it were Jean Fry's own reflection in battle. Then both sides release Toxic Heaven Gate at the same time, filling the battlefield with matching bursts of deadly power. The twin attacks smash together in a fierce deadlock, neither side gaining the upper hand as the force grinds against itself. Even their weapon techniques erase each other out, each swing and countermatching so closely that it feels like Jean Fry is fighting inside a mirror. Frustration starts to rise in Jean Fry as he sees the copy reproduce everything, right down to Meltdown, leaving him with no clean opening. But during that clash, Jean Fry notices something strange in the way the shadow is using the skill. He reasons that Meltdown's strength should come from its freedom to transform. So, forcing it into the exact same shape just to cancel him feels unnatural. That realization leads Jean Fry to suspect that the copy may not be choosing his skills freely after all. The enemy confirms part of Jean Fry's guess, explaining that the shadow can only mimic its target and cannot activate a skill unless Jean Fry uses it first. Jean Fry immediately catches the problem with that answer, realizing that if the enemy confessed so easily, there has to be another catch hidden behind it. The enemy admits the copy cannot use Jean Fry's abilities at will, but his tone makes it clear that this limitation is not the true weakness Jean Fry should be focused on. As the enemy speaks, shadow creatures begin gathering behind Jean Fry, their dark forms creeping back into the battlefield one by one. Jean Fry senses the change immediately, feeling the pressure around him shift as the fight expands beyond the duplicate in front of him. The monsters Jean Fry had already defeated earlier begin to reappear, revived under the enemy's control as fresh threats. Jean Fry recognizes them at once, and the realization hits hard the enemy has turned his earlier victories into new dangers surrounding him again. The enemy finally reveals the real trap. Because the duplicate is Jean Fry's shadow, it can nullify all of Jean Fry's direct attacks while outside forces are used to kill him. The shadow copy smiles with cruel satisfaction, as if Jean Fry has finally understood the truth only after it is already too late. Jean Fry realizes this was the enemy's plan from the very beginning, not a desperate move but a carefully prepared setup. If Jean Fry's own attacks cannot harm the copy, then the only thing that can break through must be something that does not originate from him. The enemy points toward Leon's fallen body, revealing that Leon's condition was part of the true setup all along. With the monsters surrounding Jean Fry and the shadow duplicate still standing in his path, the enemy declares that the outcome has already been decided. Jean Fry curses under his breath as the situation suddenly shifts from a one-on-one duel into something far more dangerous. He knows his options are shrinking fast, with fewer skills left to rely on and no more healing available to pull him back from another mistake. Under the mounting pressure, Jean Fry desperately searches for any possible way to turn the fight around before the trap closes completely. Convinced that victory is already in his hands, the enemy gives the order for the monsters to finish off the human. The creatures immediately rush Jean Fry from every side, closing in all at once as the battlefield erupts into chaos again. Jean Fry is forced to shift onto defense as the swarm closes in around him, the creatures pressing from every side and leaving him with almost no room to breathe. In that desperate moment, Jean Fry reaches for the power Leon entrusted to him and activates Divine Might. A brilliant golden aura erupts around Jean Fry's body, wrapping him in divine light and completely changing the pressure he gives off on the battlefield. His eyes sharpen as he locks onto the only chance left, fully committing himself to this dangerous gamble. The divine power spreads outward in glowing waves, stretching beyond Jean Fry himself until even Leon's injured body nearby is touched by the golden light. Jean Fry's thoughts snap back to Leon lying behind him, and he stakes everything on the skill Leon had trusted him with. Seeing Leon still collapsed on the battlefield reminds Jean Fry that, even now, there is one final path he has not used yet. Leon, barely clinging to consciousness, senses what Jean Fry is about to attempt as if he understands the choice being made without needing to hear it spoken. Grimoire dismisses the effort with cold confidence, insisting that no matter what Jean Fry tries now, the result has already been decided. Jean Fry releases another repulsion field, sending a wide shockwave surging across the battlefield and blasting the surrounding monsters away from him. The shadow duplicate instantly answers with repulsion field as well, expecting the two identical powers to cancel each other out just like before. But this time, the collision does not end in a clean draw, and Jean Fry continues forcing his power forward through the clash. Grimoire's expression twists in disbelief as Jean Fry's output begins driving the shadow duplicate back instead of being neutralized. He cannot understand how a perfect imitation could be weaker when it copied the exact same skill at the exact same moment. Jean Fry stands before the shadow duplicate wrapped in radiant gold, his presence overwhelming it more clearly with every passing second. Leon, still lying wounded on the ground but aware enough to watch, understands the difference almost immediately. Leon explains that simply copying the shape of a skill means nothing if the one using it lacks the training, experience, and instinct needed to wield divine might correctly. The shadow duplicate is left exposed. Surrounded by the torn remains of the monster's Jean Fry's renewed power, has just ripped through. Leon drives the point in even further, making it clear that raw imitation can never reproduce the resolve and battle instinct behind a true technique. Jean Fry seizes that opening without hesitation and charges straight toward the shadow duplicate. He throws everything into the attack, pouring his will, strength, and divine power into a blow meant to finish the copy for good. The shadow duplicate tries to defend itself, but Jean Fry's empowered strike crashes through its guard with unstoppable force. The copied weapon begins to crack beneath the pressure, fractures spreading across the blade as it fails to withstand Jean Fry's power. The shadow duplicate stares at the breaking blade in disbelief, as if it cannot accept that its perfect reflection is being destroyed. Jean Fry cuts straight through the duplicate, tearing the shadow body apart with one decisive strike. At that same instant, Grimoire's real body is ripped open by the backlash as the broken shadow link turns the damage back onto him. Grimoire screams in agony as the damage transfers directly to his true form, blood bursting from the wound created by his own technique's collapse. Jean Fry decides the battle has reached its end, and his attention immediately turns away from Grimoire and back toward Leon. With Leon's encouragement pushing him forward, Jean Fry calls upon the wind of the dragon god through divine might. The system identifies it as Athena Gear's third skill, a high-speed wind element attack powered by divine force. A violent storm of divine wind erupts across the battlefield, swallowing Grimoire in a roaring torrent of golden force. Inside that raging wind, Grimoire's shadow form is torn apart piece by piece, shredded by the overwhelming current. When the attack finally clears, Jean Fry remains standing in the fading golden aura, his blade lowered as the storm dies around him. Leon, still collapsed on the ground, manages to praise Jean Fry for finishing the battle, his voice weak but filled with relief. The battlefield finally begins to quiet, and the divine light around Jean Fry slowly fades as the chaos settles. The last traces of the storm scatter into the open sky, marking the end of the battle at last. Leon's hand gives a faint twitch against the ground, proving that even after everything, he is still alive. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Association's exclusive medical center, where urgent tension hangs over the entrance. A white-haired woman waits outside, standing as if she has been expecting grave news to arrive at any moment. She suddenly notices someone approaching at high speed, the movement drawing her attention at once. Jean Fry rushes in carrying Leon in his arms, while Maria races beside him with the same frantic urgency. Maria clings close to Jean Fry as they hurry forward, and Jean Fry recognizes her immediately despite the panic of the moment. They land and keep moving without slowing down, refusing to lose even a single second. Maria urgently demands to know Leon's room location, and Jean Fry pushes ahead at once, carrying Leon deeper into the medical center. They sprint through the hospital corridors in a panic, their footsteps echoing sharply as they rush past the walls. Neither Jean Fry nor Maria wastes a second, racing farther inside with Leon's life hanging in the balance. Later, Jean Fry reflects that 3 days have passed since he defeated Grimoire and brought Leon to the medical center immediately afterward. Back then, the healers had admitted that Leon's condition was far beyond what they could handle on their own. That was why the association president had no choice but to recall Maria from her expedition, and Jean Fry went to meet her as quickly as he possibly could. As Jean Fry ran, the only thing filling his mind was Leon, and he silently begged him to hold on and not die before help could reach him. Jean Fry rushed all the way to Leon's room, his chest tight with dread, as he silently prayed they had somehow made it back before it was too late. But the moment he stepped inside, his heart sank. The room was completely empty, with no sign of Leon anywhere. The bed had already been cleared, and for one awful second, that clean, empty space made Jean Fry imagine the worst possible outcome. Maria felt the same chill run through her. her face tightening as the thought struck her that maybe, once again, they had arrived just a little too late. Jean Fry's mind immediately flashed back to Leon, and he braced himself for the kind of news he desperately did not want to hear. Then, out of nowhere, Leon's voice came from behind him, and there he was, wide awake, perfectly conscious, and casually eating like nothing had happened. Jean Fry and Maria both froze on the spot, staring at him in stunned silence, completely thrown off by how normal and healthy he looked. Leon greeted them with an easy, cheerful smile, acting so relaxed that it almost seemed like the life-or-death crisis had never happened at all. Jean Fry could only stare back at him, unable to make sense of how the man who had been on the verge of dying was now standing there joking around.
Mira walked in soon after, and with a dry, unimpressed look, she pointed out that Leon had barely opened his eyes before he started making trouble again.
The staff admitted that they had never seen anyone recover so quickly before, while Leon treated the whole thing like he had simply woken up from a refreshing nap. Leon just laughed it off, brushing aside the seriousness of the treatment and insisting that pure guts were all he needed to bounce back. At that point, Jean Fry had no choice but to accept that Leon's ridiculous toughness had completely stepped beyond the limits of common sense. Still, beneath all the disbelief, Jean Fry was truly relieved that Leon had survived, even as Maria wasted no time bickering with him over the snacks. As the memory of the battle returned to him, Jean Fry honestly admitted that without Leon's quick thinking in that crucial moment, he would never have been able to win. Leon's face lit up with a satisfied grin, clearly enjoying the rare moment of praise coming from Jean Fry. But then Leon insisted that he was the one who should be grateful, and with that same eager smile, he immediately suggested another contest to settle who was stronger. Jean Fry was left completely speechless, caught between relief, disbelief, and weary resignation as Leon's challenge hung in the air. Elsewhere, a black-haired young man smiled quietly to himself, his expression calm as he decided exactly what he would do next. Standing near a grand academy-like complex, he silently confirmed his choice, already prepared to move forward with his plan. Alone in the open courtyard, he kept himself composed and low profile, getting ready to act without attracting unnecessary attention. After the grimoire incident, he knew the president and the 8 guardian stars had become far more cautious, making every target much harder to track down than before. And to him, that only made one thing clearer: someone even more powerful than grimoire had to be moving behind the scenes. To stay ahead of whoever that was, he decided he needed to secure the final hidden equipment as quickly as possible. The scene then shifted to a bright festival night, where fireworks burst across the sky and the streets below glowed with celebration. He arrived at the shrine by the Lake of Difficult Serpents on the 7th continent, where a lively local celebration was already in full swing. Crowds packed the festival streets from end to end, turning the shrine grounds into a loud, colorful spectacle filled with excitement. A ceremonial procession moved through the area, making it clear that this was not some small gathering, but a major event for the entire region. He walked calmly through the festival, blending into the noise, lights, and cheering as if he were just another visitor enjoying the night. When he saw just how many people had gathered, he understood right away that the turnout made sense, since the featured race was always incredibly popular. Soon, an announcement rang out over the crowd, declaring that the night parade of 100 Demons race had returned and inviting both ordinary civilians and adventurers to take part. The event was a race against yokai who had lived in that region since ancient times, making it both a test of speed and a clash between humans and spirits. The prize for the winner was an A-rank reward known as the Night Parade Scroll, a rare item valuable enough to draw serious attention. The moment the reward was announced, the crowd erupted, voices rising everywhere as excitement swept through the festival grounds. While everyone else was fired up simply by the thrill of the prize, the young man's eyes fixed on the scroll for a much more specific reason. He pushed every other distraction aside, letting the noise of the festival fade as he focused completely on the race ahead. For him, winning the Night Parade Scroll was not optional. It was the key item required to obtain the next hidden gear. Before long, the racers were called to gather at the starting line in the shrine yard, where the contest was about to begin. The rules were simple enough. Race against the yokai across a 500-meter course, and whoever crossed the finish line first would be declared the winner. But there was one serious restriction. Every participant had to remove all equipment, and the use of magic was completely forbidden. The young man accepted the handicap without complaint, as his own gear was taken away, leaving him to rely only on his body. Even with that disadvantage, he stayed calm and steady, showing no sign of panic as the starting moment drew closer. Then, the yokai racers were summoned into the shrine yard, turning the event into a strange and dramatic showdown between humans and ancient spirits. The yokai began boasting among themselves, each one loudly convinced that this year victory would finally belong to them. At the starting line, the young man stood among the other contestants, looking composed and confident rather than nervous. The signal came, and the race exploded into motion, with the yokai launching forward at incredible speed the instant it began. He immediately recognized that the yokai were genuinely fast, and in the very first moments he saw them seize the lead. But in the middle of the race, a sudden cry from the side pulled his attention away from the path ahead. A small Tengu yokai had been left behind, crying helplessly because his fan had broken and he could no longer keep up. Instead of chasing after the leaders, the young man stopped in his tracks and turned toward the little Tengu to check on him. The little Tengu tearfully explains that his fan had flown off his windboard during the race and shattered, leaving him stuck there with no way to continue. The moment Jean Fry Van Raid hears that, his eyes sharpen, and he realizes this accident might actually be the opening he needs to win. Since the yokai are allowed to use their own skills and items during the race, Jean Fry Van Raid calmly offers to make the Tengu an even better fan. Without wasting a second, Jean Fry Van Raid uses alchemy on the broken Tengu fan together with a Bahamut scale, transforming the damaged item into a brand new Great Tengu fan. The upgraded fan appears with a far stronger presence than the old one, clearly powerful enough to surpass the Tengu's original tool. Jean Fry Van Raid holds out the newly created fan to the stunned little Tengu and casually asks if this replacement will be good enough. The Tengu's tearful face brightens at once, and he accepts the fan with overwhelming gratitude, treating Jean Fry Van Raid like a true benefactor. Wanting to repay that kindness, the little Tengu promises with fierce determination that he will take first place for Jean Fry Van Raid. Then, gripping the new fan tightly, the Tengu launches himself forward with explosive speed, blasting back into the race. The force of the sudden gust is so intense that even Jean Fry Van Raid is jolted by it as the Tengu shoots past him like a storm. The Tengu tears straight through the race pack, cutting past human contestants and yokai alike with the power of his upgraded fan. Before anyone can catch up, the Tengu crosses the finish line first, carrying Jean Fry Van Raid's hopes all the way to victory. The win is officially credited to Jean Fry Van Raid, and his mind immediately turns to the Night Parade scroll and how it can be used to break the next seal. With the race decided, Jean Fry Van Raid makes his way through the festival crowd toward the counter to claim his prize. The staff formally present him with the championship reward, handing over the A-rank prize known as the Night Parade scroll. As Jean Fry Van Raid accepts the scroll, he is already looking beyond the celebration, thinking carefully about the next step. His focus grows sharper as he prepares to use the prize as efficiently as possible without letting the festival noise distract him. But before the yokai can scatter and leave the shrine grounds, Jean Fry Van Raid remembers that there is still one quick task he has to finish. He approaches the gathered yokai with the scroll in hand and asks for something that they mistake for a commemorative autograph. The yokai find the request amusing and flattering, so even though they do not fully understand why he wants it, they happily agree to sign their names. When Jean Fry Van Raid appears with the Night Parade scroll, the yokai crowd around him with lively curiosity, each one ready to leave a signature behind. For Jean Fry Van Raid, collecting yokai signatures on the Night Parade scroll is not just a souvenir. It is the first required step toward obtaining the next hidden gear. Before he can move any further with the process, an old yokai suddenly addresses him directly, stopping him in his tracks. An elderly figure steps forward from among the yokai, carrying himself with the calm confidence of someone who clearly holds authority. The old yokai makes it plain that if Jean Fry Van Raid wants his autograph too, then there will have to be proper compensation. Jean Fry Van Raid immediately recognizes the elderly yokai as Noir, the boss who stands above the other yokai. Instead of arguing or wasting time, Jean Fry Van Raid stays perfectly calm and agrees to pay for the signature. He offers 1 million gold without the slightest hesitation, as if that amount is nothing more than a casual opening bid. The old yokai's expression changes the instant he sees the money, his earlier pride quickly giving way to obvious interest. Satisfied by the payment, Noir decides that his signature is worth giving after all, and he grandly reminds Jean Fry Van Raid just how important he is. Then Jean Fry Van Raid raises the offer all the way to 10 million gold, making the deal far too tempting for Noir to refuse. Noir is completely stunned by how much wealth this seemingly ordinary young man has, and in that instant he decides Jean Fry Van Raid is someone worth befriending. Just as Jean Fry Van Raid is about to move on, Noir suddenly calls him back with a much warmer tone than before, now openly fond of him. Nurarihion gives Jean-Fry Van Raid an extra gift as a sign of goodwill, a rare yokai bell. With the signed scroll and the yokai bell now in his possession, Jean-Fry Van Raid silently marks the second step as complete. He then turns his attention to the final requirement, and nearby, he spots exactly who he needs, a kappa lingering after the race. The kappa is happily munching on cucumbers, clearly enjoying the calm after the excitement of the race. Jean-Fry Van Raid points out that the kappa's head dish has dried up from all the running, using that weakness to immediately catch his attention. As thanks for the earlier rain, Jean-Fry Van Raid offers the kappa a holy sea orb, an S-rank item with the power to summon rainfall. He explains that the orb can refill the kappa's head dish and restore his strength, making it the perfect gift for him. The holy sea orb releases water at once, and the kappa's dried dish is immediately replenished and refreshed. The kappa stares in amazement at the effect, then lights up with pure delight over such a useful and generous gift. Touched by Jean-Fry Van Raid's kindness, the kappa calls him a good human and offers him a cucumber in return. With that simple exchange completed, Jean-Fry Van Raid realizes that every condition he needed has finally been fulfilled. He leaves the noise of the festival behind and withdraws to a quieter place where he can complete the process without interruption. There, Jean-Fry Van Raid reviews the 3 items he has gathered: the signed Night Parade scroll, the yokai bell from Nurarihion, and the cucumber from the kappa. Once everything is ready, Jean-Fry Van Raid combines all 3 items together through alchemy. But the result is strangely unimpressive. A low-rank cursed talisman appears far less grand than what he expected. Even so, Jean-Fry Van Raid trusts the hidden process behind it, and he prepares to use the talisman without hesitation. He activates the cursed talisman in an open area, then raises one hand as a flame gathers in his palm. Jean-Fry Van Raid gathers flames around his fists, letting the heat coil over his hands as he prepares to burn the cursed talisman. Following the hidden condition exactly as required, Jean-Fry Van Raid drives the fire into the cursed talisman and sets it ablaze. The moment the talisman burns, the seal reacts, and a sudden burst of light spreads outward, as if something sealed away is finally being released. Jean-Fry Van Raid remembers that this is supposed to be the key step. By burning the talisman, the hidden equipment should finally reveal itself. As the charred talisman breaks apart, the object trapped inside is freed, and from the surrounding darkness, skeletal hands slowly emerge. Seeing those eerie hands take shape before him, Jean-Fry Van Raid immediately recognizes the final hidden equipment as the cursed guardian hand. The skeletal hands circle around Jean-Fry Van Raid like restless spirits, then close in and bind themselves to him, becoming a new piece of gear. Satisfied with the result, Jean-Fry Van Raid confirms that he has finally secured the cursed guardian hand after completing every hidden requirement. But his satisfaction does not last long, because his attention quickly moves from obtaining the gear to the abilities still locked inside it. Jean-Fry Van Raid recalls that even in his previous life, no matter how many methods he tried, he was never able to unlock the second and third skills. This time, he refuses to let that old failure repeat itself, but even with that determination burning in him, he still has no idea where to begin. While Jean-Fry Van Raid is caught in that frustrating problem, an all-too-familiar voice suddenly cuts into his thoughts. The talking scythe appears again without warning, cheerfully calling him brother as it barges right into the middle of his thoughts. Jean-Fry Van Raid immediately complains that the real shock is not the cursed guardian hand, but the scythe's annoying habit of popping up out of nowhere. The scythe brushes off his irritation, casually pointing out that the cursed guardian hand appeared just as suddenly, so it is hardly the strangest thing happening. The view then shifts abruptly away from him, passing over a dark lakeside before cutting to an entirely different place. Inside a hidden chamber cloaked in a sinister atmosphere, 3 ominous figures gather, as if preparing to put a dangerous plan into motion. One of them turns toward the Archer of Annihilation, Archie, addressing her directly within the shadowy room. Archie voices her irritation, complaining that Grimoire's actions have only created more trouble and made everything far more annoying. Rather than deal with the problem herself, Archie leaves the rest of the matter in Hexen's hands. Hexen, the wielder of the Staff of Ruin, accepts the task with cold confidence, speaking as if wiping out obstacles will be effortless. Nearby, another subordinate named Nightmare stands silently, known as the Blade of Extermination. Nightmare reports that only a few more dead souls are needed for Lord Abyss's full revival, and he intends to gather them quickly by slaughtering humans. Hexen then adds one crucial order to the plan. They must make absolutely sure to kill the person carrying the divine gear. Once that person is eliminated, nothing will stand in the way of their larger plan moving forward. To them, victory means one thing above all else, seizing control of the world in the name of Lord Abyss. The scene then jumps again, this time to a C-rank dungeon located on the 7th continent. Inside the dungeon, Jean Fry Van Raid suddenly launches into battle with fierce speed and overwhelming aggression. Using the talking scythe, Jean Fry Van Raid swings in a wide, brutal arc, cutting through the monsters with a single sweeping strike. The scythe cheers him on with almost gleeful excitement, sounding as if it is enjoying every second of the slaughter. Jean Fry Van Raid keeps carving his way through the dungeon creatures, moving from one target to the next with ruthless efficiency. As monster corpses pile up around him, the scythe marvels at how easily Jean Fry Van Raid is handling the entire fight. The scythe assumes that this should be more than enough to unlock the second skill of the Cursed Guardian Hand. Jean Fry Van Raid admits he is surprised the scythe even knows the supposed condition, but he also reminds it that constantly bragging about its own greatness is exhausting. He acknowledges that the scythe has been useful so far, though its non-stop chatter is still a problem he cannot ignore. The scythe insists that this time will be different, speaking with complete confidence as if the unlock is already guaranteed. Then it calls over the last remaining monster, setting the moment up like some grand finale to the entire test. Jean Fry Van Raid finishes off the final target in dramatic fashion, fully expecting the completed kill count to trigger the hidden unlock. With the last monster down, Jean Fry Van Raid confidently declares that the second skill should have opened at that exact moment. Later, back in town, Jean Fry Van Raid sits alone on a bench, his posture heavy as he broods over the disappointing result. Nothing has changed at all, and Jean Fry Van Raid can only call the whole situation unbelievable in the worst possible way. The scythe tries to cheer him up, but Jean Fry Van Raid snaps back, saying it has no right to talk after leading him in the wrong direction. Going back over the failed attempt, Jean Fry Van Raid notes that he really did defeat 100 creatures in order from B rank to C rank, exactly as the scythe claimed. The scythe sheepishly admits that it must have remembered the condition incorrectly, its earlier confidence now completely gone. After apologizing, the scythe vanishes from sight, leaving Jean Fry Van Raid even more irritated than before. Jean Fry Van Raid slumps back against the bench, realizing that all that effort had accomplished absolutely nothing. With no real clue about the true unlock condition, Jean Fry Van Raid decides to stop thinking about it for now and head back into town. But before he can leave, the sound of hurried footsteps rushes toward him from nearby. Two children call out to Jean Fry Van Raid in a panic, urgently begging him to come with them because people are in serious trouble. Jean Fry Van Raid turns toward the voices, caught off guard by the sudden interruption. A boy and a girl in plain, simple clothes rush up to Jean Fry Van Raid, their faces pale and frightened as they gasp for breath. The boy tries to speak first, but his voice keeps breaking under the weight of his panic, making it difficult for him to explain clearly. Instead of brushing them aside, Jean Fry Van Raid lowers himself toward their level, focusing his full attention on the terrified children. Only then does Jean Fry Van Raid realize just how strange this is. The desperate plea is not coming from adventurers or city officials, but from two helpless children. When the children recognize Jean Fry Van Raid as an adventurer, they cling to that hope and beg him to help them, asking if he is strong enough to save someone. Jean Fry Van Raid calmly confirms that he is indeed an adventurer, then asks them to slow down and tell him exactly what happened. When the boy says their parents have disappeared, Jean Fry Van Raid's first thought is that the adults may have simply gotten lost somewhere. But the children immediately correct him, insisting that their mother and father were kidnapped by a red-eyed monster that suddenly appeared inside their home. The words make Jean Fry Van Raid go completely still, his expression tightening as the detail sinks in. He repeats the phrase, red-eyed, under his breath, and almost instantly his mind connects it to a dangerous type of enemy he already knows. If this is one of the monsters capable of nullifying the protection of city walls, then this is no ordinary kidnapping. It is a threat far more serious than it first appeared. The children break down again, their voices trembling as they beg Jean Fry Van Raid to save their mother and father. Jean Fry Van Raid accepts their request on the spot, without hesitation or the slightest sign of doubt. He promises the children that he will find their parents, then tells them to lead him straight to the house where it happened. The children thank him through their fear and quickly hurry forward, guiding Jean Fry Van Raid toward the place they came from. Before long, they arrive at a gloomy, isolated house, and the moment it comes into view, the whole place gives off an unsettling feeling. The boy points toward the inner room with a trembling hand and says that the black monster is waiting somewhere inside. Jean Fry Van Raid tells the children to stay exactly where they are. then steps forward alone to investigate the house himself. With a faint halo-like glow around him, Jean Fry Van Raid enters the abandoned house, while the two younger siblings trail behind at a distance. Once inside, Jean Fry Van Raid quietly scans the room, and almost immediately, he senses that something about this place does not add up. The dust, neglect, and stale atmosphere all prove that no one has lived here for a long time, which means the house itself is likely nothing more than bait. Jean Fry Van Raid sets aside the siblings' story for the moment and focuses instead on the real danger, the red-eyed beings he came here to investigate. Even knowing he may already be standing inside a trap, Jean Fry Van Raid deliberately tests the house to see what kind of reaction it will trigger. The instant Jean Fry Van Raid makes his move, a hidden spell activates beneath the building, swallowing the entire area in magical force. Jean Fry Van Raid realizes the house is standing at the edge of nothingness, and that the entire property has been built into a magical construct. From above, the truth becomes clear. The abandoned house sits in the center of a giant magic circle carved into a dead forest. Recognizing the formation as a summoning spell, Jean Fry Van Raid tries to escape with a wind transfer technique before the spell can fully activate. But the spell overwhelms his attempt to flee, seizing the entire house and dragging it away to another location. Jean Fry Van Raid is transported into a vast stone chamber, where the same summoning circle has been recreated indoors. A hidden enemy greets Jean Fry Van Raid with obvious satisfaction, pleased that the trap has finally caught its prey. The transported house settles into place inside the chamber as the summoner completes the setup with chilling precision. Jean Fry Van Raid stumbles out of the house coughing, his body still shaken and disoriented by the sudden relocation. Still recovering from the forced transfer, Jean Fry Van Raid looks around and tries to understand exactly where he has been brought. An unseen voice mocks Jean Fry Van Raid, sneering at him for trusting too much in the protection of his divine gear. The speaker boasts that even someone chosen by divine gear can be tricked, as long as the trap is handled cleverly enough. Jean Fry Van Raid immediately latches onto the unfamiliar term divine gear, realizing it may finally explain the true nature of the weapon he carries. Another figure then appears from the shadows and reveals that their side already knew the divine gear had resurfaced. Jean Fry Van Raid suspects that this newcomer may be connected to the original owner of the weapon he inherited. Then the two siblings who came with him suddenly drop their frightened act, revealing themselves as willing accomplices while mocking Jean Fry Van Raid's lack of caution. With their little family drama exposed as nothing but a setup, the children make it clear that every tear and desperate plea was part of the trap. The old witch-like enemy sneers that humans can be just as underhanded as demons, and even more twisted than grimoire. When Jean Fry Van Raid calls out the deception, the witch decides that this sharpness is exactly what makes divine gear users so troublesome. The witch demands that Jean Fry Van Raid hand over the divine gear, then casually orders him to die once he has done so. Jean Fry Van Raid admits that he still does not fully understand what divine gear really means, but he makes it clear he has no intention of surrendering anything. Instead, Jean Fry Van Raid summons the dark blade into his hand and turns the death sentence right back on the witch. The witch remains calm in the face of his threat, showing no desire at all to fight Jean Fry Van Raid head-on. Rather than confront him directly, the witch unleashes the red-eyed siblings, treating them like disposable attackers to wear him down. Then the witch reveals the larger trick. Jean Fry Van Raid was not simply summoned away, he was reverse-summoned into the so-called Eighth Land, leaving Jean Fry Van Raid trapped with the children. The witch withdraws and coldly tells them to take their time killing him. Jean Fry Van Raid is stunned when he hears the name Eighth Land, and he begins to understand that this place may be far more important than he first thought. As Jean Fry Van Raid demands answers, Hexen keeps moving away, treating his confusion like nothing more than a cruel joke. Hexen finally reveals their true objective with chilling calm. Once they are free, they intend to begin the slaughter of humanity. The threat grows even darker when Hexen declares that Lord Abyss is on the verge of being resurrected. With that declaration, the conflict no longer feels like a hidden scheme, but the beginning of a massive upheaval where enemies and allies alike will be dragged into open war. Jean Fry Van Raid tries to stop Hexen from leaving, desperate to force out more answers before the enemy can escape. His frustration only deepens because Hexen is walking away after giving him just enough information to leave him with even more questions. But before Jean Fry Van Raid can chase after Hexen, the two siblings lunge into action and force him to remain inside the chamber. Now fully revealing their hostility, the red-eyed boy and girl arm themselves and step into his path, cutting off any chance of pursuit. One of the children coldly warns Jean Fry Van Raid to stay out of Hexen's business, making it clear they intend to stop him here. Hexen accepts their offer to handle the fight, calmly leaving the rest in their hands, as if Jean Fry Van Raid is already trapped. Jean Fry Van Raid makes one final attempt to stop Hexen, but the witch slips away before he can reach her. Once Jean Fry Van Raid realizes Hexen has escaped, his attention shifts back to the immediate danger standing right in front of him. He sharpens his focus as the siblings begin closing in from both sides, their weapons and movements tightening around him. Their first coordinated strike comes fast, forcing Jean Fry Van Raid to react in an instant before the attack can connect. With quick footwork, Jean Fry Van Raid slips away from the opening blow while keeping his dark blade ready at his side. The siblings announce that Hexen ordered them to kill Jean Fry Van Raid right here, leaving no room for escape or negotiation. They mock his earlier victories, insisting that the enemies he defeated before were nothing compared to the two of them. Jean Fry Van Raid ignores their taunts and cuts straight to the point, demanding to know what Hexen and the others are really planning. But all the siblings can do is repeat Hexen's slogan about turning the world upside down, as if that alone explains everything. Jean Fry Van Raid ridicules them for parroting a phrase they clearly do not understand, seeing through their blind obedience immediately. Even while he speaks, Jean Fry Van Raid keeps his eyes on their movements, carefully reading the timing of their next attack. Then Jean Fry Van Raid counters with a lightning-fast leap, breaking through their offensive rhythm before they can tighten the pressure. The girl lashes out in anger, furious that Jean Fry Van Raid can remain so calm even while facing both of them at once. Jean Fry Van Raid slips past the whip and pull-arm strike before the siblings can pin him in place. Rather than overpower them head-on, Jean Fry Van Raid uses speed to cut straight through the gap in their formation. The siblings respond with a crisscrossing barrage, trying to trap Jean Fry Van Raid in midair before he can land safely. They reposition together with sharp coordination, showing disciplined teamwork even as rage twists their expressions. Jean Fry Van Raid calmly steadies himself as both attackers circle in, preparing a synchronized strike meant to finish him. The boy gives in completely to his bloodlust and charges forward with open murderous intent. The girl mirrors his attack from the other side, equally consumed by the urge to tear Jean Fry Van Raid apart. Their combined assault crashes down with terrifying force, smashing into the chamber floor hard enough to shatter it. But when the dust clears, Jean Fry Van Raid is already above them, untouched, with power crackling around him. Jean Fry Van Raid judges that the siblings are stronger and faster than the enemies he faced earlier, but he also notices that their fighting style depends far too heavily on their weapons. Mistaking his evasive movements for fear, the siblings scream at Jean Fry Van Raid to stop running away. Jean Fry Van Raid answers by dropping through their defenses in a blur, striking both siblings at once before they can react. After cutting them down, Jean Fry Van Raid declares that he learned endurance the hard way, and he refuses to be underestimated by enemies like them. Both siblings are badly wounded now, and for the first time, they are forced to acknowledge the strength standing in front of them. Jean Fry Van Raid adds that fighters who rely only on brute force and weapons have no right to belittle the enemies he has already defeated. Elsewhere, Hexen and several other sinister figures watch with growing irritation as Jean Fry Van Raid's resistance proves far greater than they expected. Jean Fry Van Raid tells the distant schemers to stop posturing, no longer impressed by their threats or their dramatic displays. The siblings tremble at the sudden change in Jean Fry Van Raid's presence, sensing a confidence that feels sharper and heavier than before.
They realize that if even Hexen is paying attention to him, then this human must be far more dangerous than he first appeared.
Jean Fry Van Raid reflects that his long streak of easy victories has left him bored, dulled, and less focused than he should be. Thinking about all the people who have gathered around him lately, Jean Fry Van Raid realizes he has drifted away from the way he used to fight. When the wounded siblings fail to understand what he means, Jean Fry Van Raid dismisses their assumptions about humans relying on teamwork. He admits that fighting in groups has its value, but deep down, that was never the style that truly suited him. Facing these enemies has reminded Jean Fry Van Raid of the real reason he started fighting in the first place. The unknown eighth continent and the hidden existence of the nobodies reignite his old obsession with unexplored challenges. At that moment, a new skill awakens, hardcore returns, as Jean Fry Van Raid embraces solo play as the source of his true strength. Grinning like a player who has just found a brand new game, Jean Fry Van Raid prepares to end the fight completely on his own terms. He swings with terrifying force, sending a wide, sweeping slash ripping through the space around him, and the impact crashes down on the sibling pair before they can properly defend themselves. The brother and sister are blown back by that sudden burst of overwhelming power, their bodies hitting the ground hard as their awareness flickers on the edge of fading completely. Even those standing on the enemy's side have no choice but to acknowledge what they just witnessed. No matter what else they think of him, this human's strength is far beyond ordinary. Left wounded and trembling, the siblings can do nothing but glare at him through their pain, cursing him under their breath as their hatred grows just as deep as their fear. Even in that battered state, one of them still refuses to let go of the thought that, if another opening appears, they should kill him as quickly as possible. Seeing how little threat they pose now, he calmly dares them to come closer, his posture relaxed and his confidence making it painfully clear that he no longer sees them as opponents. The mystery of the eighth still pulls at his curiosity, but he pushes that question aside, deciding that getting back and stopping Hexen has to come before anything else. That ominous phrase, turning the world upside down, keeps circling in his mind, and the more he thinks about it, the more his instincts warn him that it points towards something disastrous. He begins searching for a way out of this strange place, wondering whether Grimm's power might be the key that lets him tear open a path back. With that possibility in mind, he lifts the dark blade in his hand, testing its weight and preparing to see whether it can answer his need. Just then, the talking scythe suddenly cuts in with wild excitement, blurting out that it has finally remembered something important after all this time. The scythe quickly explains that the memory it recovered is tied to the condition needed to unlock a second skill connected to his hand. The wounded siblings stare in utter confusion, unable to understand why this human has suddenly started bickering with his own weapon in the middle of a fight. Irritated by the interruption, he snaps at the scythe to stop jumping in at random and to explain what it means clearly for once. The scythe answers without hesitation. Laying out the condition in the simplest terms possible, he has to level up 100 times on the 8th continent. He immediately doubts whether that claim can be trusted, but the scythe stubbornly insists that the fact it suddenly remembered the condition should be proof enough. And the scythe points out the timing as if it should have been obvious from the start. Right now, he is already standing on the 8th continent. That single statement lands like a shock, catching him so completely off guard that he can only freeze for a moment. He quickly demands an explanation, asking how the scythe can be so certain that this strange place is truly the 8th continent. The scythe gives an almost casual answer, saying it has been here before, only to immediately lose track of why it ever came in the first place. Even with its memories still fragmented, the scythe understands one thing clearly. What it has remembered may be the clue they need to uncover what the nobodies are truly trying to accomplish. Far from that battlefield, the focus shifts across the world to the first continent, floating high in the sky. There, Hexen appears above the continent and joins two powerful allies already waiting in the open air. One of the allies asks whether Hexen has managed to capture the target, and Hexen answers with calm confidence, making it clear that success is already within reach. When the question turns to whether losing Grimoire has made the plan harder to carry, Hexen remains unfazed and insists that everything is still moving exactly as intended. Together, the three of them begin an enormous ritual in the sky, their presence hanging over the continent like the start of a calamity. Down below, people start to notice a dark point forming far overhead, and their faces tighten with alarm as they raise their eyes toward the sky. That small point spreads with terrifying speed, blooming into a vast black stain that begins swallowing the first continent from above. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, an emergency report is rushed straight toward the president. The messenger bursts into the office without the slightest formality, making it clear from the panic in his entrance that this crisis cannot wait another second. The president immediately asks what has happened, but the aide struggles to speak, as if the words themselves are too impossible to force out. At last, he reports that the entire first continent has disappeared, and the president is left staring in stunned disbelief. For a moment, that impossible news hangs heavily in the room, while everyone present tries to grasp how something so massive could simply vanish. One guild member reacts first, his expression twisting with disbelief and worry as the meaning of the report starts to sink in. Another member falls completely silent, the weight of the disaster leaving no room for an immediate response. A third member keeps his composure, studying the report with a sharp, cold focus instead of giving in to panic. The strategist among them begins thinking through the consequences at once, his mind already moving past the shock and toward what this disaster could mean. Across the guild's wider network, others receive the same emergency feed, and one by one their expressions turn grave. From farther away, a blue-haired member watches the situation unfold, already looking beyond the first wave of shock and searching for the deeper cause. The president confirms that the report is real, making it clear that this is not a mistake, a rumor, or some kind of misunderstanding.
One hot-headed member tries to cut through the suffocating tension with a joke, but the atmosphere is far too heavy for anyone to laugh.
The president immediately shuts him down, his tone making it unmistakable that this is no time for jokes or careless remarks. The others can only agree, because the disappearance of an entire continent is too absurd, too horrifying, and far too serious to treat lightly. When they press him for more details, the president decides that showing them the evidence directly will be faster than trying to explain it with words. He brings up an image of the first continent, but where land and life should have been, there is now only a flat, featureless black void. The image hits the guild members even harder than the report did, leaving them visibly shaken by what their own eyes are seeing. They quickly realize this darkness has not swallowed just a city, a border region, or a single battlefield. It has consumed the entire landmass. The president confirms the awful truth, that blackened void is the current state of the first continent. And the situation is even worse than it appears, because every local guild member has gone silent, and even the radar has stopped responding, as though the continent itself has been erased from the world. The blue-haired member thinks through the scale of what happened and concludes that only the hidden faction known as the nobodies could be capable of causing something this enormous. He repeats the name nobodies with a sharp glint of interest, as though an enemy he had been waiting to face has finally stepped out from the shadows. The president gives a grim nod, agreeing that among all possible suspects, the nobodies are by far the most likely ones behind this impossible disaster. Another guild member narrows his eyes and comes to the same conclusion, realizing that the hidden enemy has finally stopped lurking and made its move openly. A nun-like member looks troubled, her expression tightening as she wonders aloud what could possibly drive anyone to take such an extreme and horrifying action. The strategist answers with a cold, steady voice, reminding everyone that the nobody's goal has always been clear: they hunt humans. But this time, the meaning is far more terrifying because they are no longer aiming at scattered individuals. They are now targeting entire continents in a single strike. The blue-haired member calls the move unbelievably bold, but his expression hardens as he makes it clear that this has crossed far beyond any line they could ever allow. The guild members reaffirm what they stand for, remembering their duty to protect civilians, and they quickly agree that the nobodies have to be stopped before the damage spreads any further. The president orders everyone to stay on guard until they can gather more information. But even as he speaks, one troubling question continues to weigh on his mind. He looks toward the others and asks whether the nobodies are capable of flying through the sky. Rue thinks back to something Leon once mentioned, and suddenly realizes it may connect to what he is seeing now, telling the others that he might have already found them. Raising his gaze toward the sky, Ryu focuses on the distant lights hanging far above and identifies them as the nobodies themselves. When Ryu confirms that there are 3 of them, the others feel the tension spike, realizing the enemy has truly appeared overhead. The president immediately orders Ryu not to take his eyes off them, and Ryu answers that he is already mounted on a dragon and holding position in the sky. Reports that the enemy has already started doing something above the continent, and waiting around for reinforcements would take far too long. Knowing there may not be another chance, Ryu decides he has to move right away and stop them with his own hands. Ignoring the warning to hold back, Ryu launches forward toward the ritual, convinced that if these nobodies are anywhere near as dangerous as the one Leon fought, even a moment of delay could be fatal. As Ryu's dragon cuts straight through the sky toward the 3 figures, the others can only shout after him, hoping he survives the first clash long enough to stop them. A young fighter riding atop a dragon finally catches up to the 3 invaders, meeting them high above the continent where the air itself feels heavy with danger. The white-haired leader notices him and calmly admits they were discovered sooner than expected. Yet his relaxed expression shows not even the slightest trace of concern. The dragon rider faces the trio head-on, hovering before them while a dark ritual circle looms ominously above the continent below. Balanced on the dragon's back, the boy steadies his stance, bracing himself as he prepares to resist whatever terrifying power they are about to unleash. With determination burning in his eyes, he vows that he will not let these invaders continue acting freely in his skies. The enemy leader remains perfectly calm, treating the boy's resolve as if it carries no weight at all. He then reveals the cruel truth without hesitation. No matter how hard the boy struggles, it changes nothing, because he intends to erase everything anyway. Elsewhere, Gene Fry presses his talking scythe for answers, demanding to know more about the mysterious 8th continent and why it brought him to this place. The scythe can only insist again and again that it still cannot remember the reason, which only makes Gene Fry's frustration grow sharper. Gene Fry's irritation finally boils over as he realizes that, when it comes to explanations, the talking scythe is practically useless. Behind him, the two wounded shrine maidens loom in silence, gathering themselves to strike while his attention is caught on the arguing weapon. At the last possible moment, Jean Fry senses the danger closing in from behind and turns his eyes back over his shoulder. His expression instantly hardens, and in that brief moment, he decides there is no longer any reason to keep holding back. A sudden blast erupts with violent force, shattering the tense stillness and knocking the attacking shrine maidens off balance before they can complete their move. The two women are thrown down hard, left alive but stunned, their bodies shaking from the impact as they struggle to recover. One of them still mocks Jean Fry for daring to leave his back exposed, but even through the taunt, she has to admit that his counterattack was strong enough to pin them down. Jean Fry then activates a new combat skill, calling forth the power known as Title Match. The two women realize a heartbeat too late that he has triggered something far more dangerous than a normal attack. Their confidence starts to crack as they feel the atmosphere around Jean Fry shift, and the pressure of his growing power begins to bear down on them. Jean Fry clasps his hands together and formally steps into the battle state created by Title Match. A surge of energy gathers around his body, thick and heavy, as the skill fully takes effect. Title Match grants Jean Fry 3 timed rounds, doubling his stats with each round, but the risk is brutal. If he fails to win before the end, all of his equipment will disappear. Even knowing the cost, Jean Fry accepts the gamble without hesitation, because he is determined to conquer the 8th continent no matter what he has to risk. Before rushing in, Jean Fry uses Beckoning Curse, weakening his opponent's stats even further and stacking the odds in his favor. The curse slams into the two shrine maidens immediately, leaving them reeling as their strength is drained and their movements grow unstable. Jean Fry wastes no time and lunges straight toward them while they are still suppressed and struggling to recover. In the middle of his charge, another power awakens, and Jean Fry unlocks the second skill tied directly to himself. With his fist blazing, Jean Fry explodes upward in a furious burst and drives his attack forward with lethal force. The strike tears through both women in a single devastating blow, leaving them catastrophically wounded before they can even defend themselves. Jean Fry completes the assault by seizing the momentum and slamming one of them down into the ground with crushing force. As his frustration finally vents through the attack, Jean Fry blames the talking scythe for pushing him into this outburst, while the kills reward him with several new levels. Jean Fry notes that he still needs many more levels, but now he begins to suspect the Cursed Hand's second skill may unlock by slaughtering enemies. A sudden tremor cuts through Jean Fry's thoughts, shaking the air around him and forcing him to lift his head in alarm. Jean Fry feels the disturbance rolling outward like an earthquake, spreading through the entire area beneath his feet. The ruined hall begins to shake even harder, loose debris rattling around him as the pressure in the air grows heavier. Then strange blue lights start drifting upward around Jean Fry, floating into the air like glowing embers rising from the broken floor. Jean Fry stares at the mysterious glow in confusion, trying to make sense of the strange phenomenon suddenly filling the hall. More and more blue lights gather around him, multiplying until the entire space is flooded with their eerie radiance. Far away from the hall, a massive burst of blue light erupts over the sea and mountains, lighting up the distant landscape with terrifying intensity. Back inside the ruined hall, Jean Fry looks around at the fading glow and wonders what in the world just happened. One of the dying shrine maidens lifts her voice with her last breath, praising Lord Hexen for achieving something truly extraordinary. With what little strength she has left, she turns her hatred toward Jean Fry and declares that he will become the next sacrifice. Then her life finally slips away, and Jean Fry gains even more levels from her death. The Cursed Hand reacts immediately, calling forth a crowd of monstrous soldiers that begins surrounding Jean Fry from every side. Jean Fry realizes that the enemy leader must have triggered something enormous, but instead of panicking, he decides this saves him the trouble of searching for more targets. With excitement rising in his eyes, Jean Fry resolves to turn every monster in sight into fresh experience points. Outside, the sky continues to roar under the aftermath of the distant catastrophe, as if the world itself is still trembling from the impact. Jean Fry charges into the horde with savage enthusiasm, throwing himself straight into the swarm as if he has been waiting for this exact moment. His flaming strike tears through a giant monster in one brutal blow, and the surge of experience pushes Jean Fry all the way to level 300. An armored creature lunges at him with its weapon raised, but by now the surrounding swarm is no longer strong enough to threaten him. Jean Fry answers with a ruthless kick, crushing another enemy with enough force to send its body crashing apart. Even as the monsters cry out around him, Jean Fry keeps cutting them down one after another, never slowing his pace. A group of armed enemies rushes him from the front, trying to bury him beneath their numbers before he can react. Gene Fry tears straight through their formation in a single blazing charge, scattering their attack before it can close around him. After breaking past level 300, Gene Fry begins paying closer attention to what these repeated kills are revealing to him. He notices something different from the enemies he fought earlier. Instead of only granting stolen skills, these monsters are carrying real weapons. Gene Fry proves the point immediately by smashing another armed foe apart, watching its equipment fall away from the broken body. A new notice confirms that defeated enemies can drop equipment, and Gene Fry acquires an ordinary spear from the battlefield. That spear becomes solid proof of the pattern, resting in his grasp as clear evidence that these monsters can leave behind usable items. Gene Fry quickly concludes that farming these enemies can give him both the levels he needs and the equipment to strengthen his options. He immediately connects this discovery to his alchemist ability, realizing that he can break down dropped weapons into materials for coatings and items that help recover cooldowns. That realization sharpens Gene Fry's focus even further, turning the endless horde in front of him into an opportunity instead of a threat. Surrounded by armed monsters on every side, Gene Fry welcomes the situation with a fierce grin, seeing it as exactly the kind of dungeon he wanted. One monster tries to slip in from behind and ambush him, but Gene Fry remains completely calm as if he had already sensed it coming. Before the attacker can land even a single blow, Gene Fry cuts it down, adding yet another corpse to the growing pile around him. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the white-haired invader kills the dragon rider with a single contemptuous strike, making the boy's resistance look painfully effortless to crush. Even as the boy dies, the white-haired invader dismisses him coldly, calling him weak as if his life had never mattered. The dragon and its rider fall away from the three invaders, dropping through the sky like broken things cast aside without a second thought. The leader watches them plummet without the slightest change in expression, his face empty of pity or satisfaction. With icy indifference, he wonders whether all humans are this disappointing when they finally stand before him. The trio wastes no more time on the fallen dragon rider, and decides to continue with their plan as if nothing important had happened. Their ritual circle begins to condense, compressing into a black sphere filled with terrifying destructive power. The dying boy can only stare helplessly from below as that dreadful attack takes shape above him. The black sphere expands over the continent like an endless void, spreading across the sky as though it means to swallow the land whole. Elsewhere, the human president moves with urgent speed as reports of the disaster continue pouring in. He receives word that Ryu has fallen and that the second continent is already lost, making the third continent the most likely next target. Without hesitation, the president orders every available force to head for the third continent at once, while he personally takes charge of evacuating civilians. The defenders confirm that 3 enemies are visible above the third continent, exactly as Ryu had predicted before he fell. They report that the second continent vanished into a black void the moment the invaders gathered enough power, and now they fear the same disaster is about to happen again. The focus shifts toward the threatened third continent, where the next tragedy is already beginning to unfold. The 3 invaders arrive above it and hover in formation, looking down on the land beneath them like executioners preparing their next strike. The white-haired leader looks over the continent below and invites the next round of slaughter to begin. Hexen notices the movement from the human side almost immediately, his eyes shifting toward the sudden disturbance before the defenders can fully close in. A sudden attack flashes straight toward Hexen, cutting across the sky so quickly that even he shows a rare flicker of surprise. His female ally watches the humans gather and remarks with cold amusement that they have finally begun swarming around them like insects. The 8 guardian stars assemble in the sky, spreading out before the invaders and forming a direct line of defense above the threatened continent. Among them, the red-haired fighter and the bespectacled strategist stand ready, both focused on the enemies hovering ahead. The nun and the elder also take their places in the formation, their faces grim as they prepare themselves for a battle they cannot afford to lose. A silver-haired woman, the blue-haired Reluka, and another ally complete the human lineup, filling the sky with the strongest defenders they have left. Hexen looks over the assembled humans and notes that they keep finding him and his allies, which means their scouting network must be far better than expected. The red-haired fighter answers without hesitation, revealing that his enhanced eyesight is what allowed him to track the invaders down. The elder keeps his gaze fixed on the enemy and says they still need to confirm whether the giant's earlier information was truly accurate. He explains their current theory. If the invaders erase the continent by combining all 3 of their powers, then separating them may be enough to stop that devastating attack. Reluka reacts with immediate interest, his eyes sharpening as if he has already found a weakness worth tearing open. Hexen notices the change in the humans' expressions and realizes they must have figured out at least part of the truth. Reluca steps forward with his aura flaring around him, volunteering to test that theory himself before anyone else can move. A confident smile spreads across Reluca's face, making it obvious that the danger only excites him more. Hexen studies Reluca for a moment and immediately understands that this man is genuinely powerful. He adjusts his earlier judgment on the humans, admitting that at least one of them cannot be dismissed as ordinary prey, deciding that the strongest opponent belongs to him. Hexen claims Reluca for himself and makes it clear he will handle that fight personally. Reluca accepts the challenge with ease, taking the enemy leader in the middle while leaving the others free to pick their own opponents. He faces the white-haired Hexen head-on, and in that tense moment, their duel is silently sealed. The silver-haired woman realizes that if Reluca willingly stepped up for this fight, then their enemy must be frighteningly formidable. The nun reaches the same conclusion, tightening her stance as she prepares herself for a battle that will be anything but simple. The red-haired fighter decides to test the theory in the bluntest way possible, directly asking whether the invaders can only erase a continent when all three of them are together. The elder and the nun both break into a nervous sweat, stunned that he has just blurted out their entire strategy in front of the enemy. The quieter members of the team share the same pained disbelief, clearly wishing he had shown even a little more subtlety. The bespectacled strategist quickly salvages the moment, explaining that confirming the theory is important, but buying time for civilian evacuation matters even more. He lays out their true objective clearly. If the continent can be emptied in time, then the enemy's mass erasure attack loses its purpose, so their job is to stall no matter what it costs. Hexen understands their aim immediately and confirms the crucial point without hesitation, admitting that all three of them are needed to flip an entire continent. The human side absorbs that confirmation at once, adjusting their formation and resolve around the one piece of truth they desperately needed. The silver-haired woman suspects that Hexen gave up the answer far too easily, which means the invaders are either overflowing with confidence or hiding another danger entirely. Hexen brushes aside the idea of mind games and agrees to the humans' wish to split them apart. He turns to Archie and gives the order to move. The witch-like Archie answers Hexen without the slightest hesitation, ready to carry out the command at once. Hexen tells Archie to choose any of the weaker humans as his target, while making it clear that Reluca belongs to Hexen alone. His meaning is unmistakable. The strongest human standing before them is his personal prey. Reluca jokes that being popular is a real problem, since everyone keeps choosing him whether he asks for it or not. Back in the dungeon, Jean Fry continues massacring monsters without pause, cutting through the horde as his level climbs higher and higher. After gaining a full 100 levels on the 8th continent, Jean Fry finally unlocks the Cursed Hand's second skill, Soul Grasp. In the basement of the Adventurers Guild, the president entrusts the remaining operation to a subordinate, who accepts the responsibility with a firm acknowledgement. Once the president is left alone, he steadies himself and prepares to take the next step. Before him lies a hidden emergency teleportation circle, a secret measure prepared specifically for a catastrophe of this scale. The president remembers that the former 8 Guardian Stars created this circle for the worst possible scenario, though he never truly believed the day would come when he had to use it. This circle has the power to evacuate every person on a continent at once, but it must be activated in secrecy so the enemy cannot trace where the people are sent. The president begins the activation ritual, focusing his will as the hidden mechanism starts to respond. As the circle flares to life beneath him, the president admits how difficult this operation will be, and places his hope in the current 8 Guardian Stars. Archie's power suddenly tears the combatants away from the sky and relocates them to a vast desert battlefield. The nun looks around in shock, realizing that only moments ago they were high in the air, yet now they have been moved to the 3rd continent's S-rank field. The elder quickly concludes that Archie's witch-like power has scattered everyone across different locations. Archie appears alone before the elder and the nun, standing ready to deal with the two of them himself. Meanwhile, on the 4th continent, the female invader faces the red-haired fighter and the bespectacled strategist. The red-haired fighter steps forward with obvious excitement, boldly challenging the female invader and dragging the vice president into the fight right alongside him. The female invader accepts the matchup without the slightest hesitation, her confident smile making it clear she has no intention of backing down. Meanwhile, on the 5th continent, Hexen stands face-to-face with Reluca and the silver-haired woman, the air between them already thick with killing intent. The silver-haired woman looks uneasy as she realizes that, for some reason, she has been teleported together with Reluca instead of being sent elsewhere. She understands better than most how overwhelming Reluca's strength is. But even so, she warns him that Hexen gives off the same kind of dangerous pressure. Reluca only smiles at that warning, his expression brightening as if the thought of a dangerous duel makes the moment even more thrilling. Hexen responds with that same predatory confidence, facing Reluca like a hunter who has finally found prey worth chasing. Back in the desert, Archie declares that he will kill the two defenders quickly, then celebrate the resurrection of Lord Abyss once the job is done. The Elder and Maria both tense at the mention of Lord Abyss, immediately understanding that Archie's words point to a threat even greater than the battle in front of them. On the fourth continent, the red-haired fighter and the vice president remain composed, standing ready as they prepare to engage their own opponent. On the fifth continent, Reluca and the silver-haired woman hold their ground against Hexen, refusing to give even a single step before the enemy leader. Inside the dungeon, the cursed hand excitedly announces that the new skill has finally appeared, its voice ringing with obvious satisfaction. The system reveals the details of Soul Grasp, explaining that the skill can seize the soul of a defeated enemy and turn it into a soldier, with the size of Jean Fry's army increasing as his level rises. Jean Fry's eyes light up the moment he grasps what that means, excitement cutting through his earlier confusion. He repeats the skill's effect to himself, realizing that enemies he defeats can be transformed into troops under his command. Still, Jean Fry pauses for a moment, wanting to understand exactly how Soul Grasp works in practice before relying on it. The talking scythe proudly says it finally remembered the condition and confirms that Jean Fry is asking the right question. It explains the heart of Soul Grasp in simple terms. Jean Fry can build his own army by turning the souls of defeated enemies into loyal subordinates. Jean Fry learns that this new power allows him to seize enemy souls after victory and convert them into absolutely obedient allies. He immediately recognizes just how valuable that ability could become if he uses it properly. To Jean Fry, the skill feels like an advanced form of necromancy, the kind of power that could let him command an army of enslaved warriors. Even so, he notices the current limitation right away, since there is still a cap on how many souls he can control at one time. But Jean Fry quickly reassures himself because leveling on the 8th continent is incredibly fast, and the place is overflowing with both experience and weapons. Since dismantling those weapons can also provide crafting materials, Jean Fry sees the entire continent as the perfect resource farm. By linking soul control, weapon drops, dismantling, and crafting together in his mind, Jean Fry realizes he has stumbled onto an unbelievably high-value skill. Jean Fry closes the interface with new plans already forming, but his attention suddenly shifts when he senses something far more important nearby. The earlier earthquake and strange disturbance of souls still bother him, and since even the Grim Reaper cannot explain what caused them, Jean Fry begins to suspect a hidden threat. That suspicion is proven right when a familiar mocking voice suddenly calls out to him from the darkness. Jean Fry's expression turns serious at once, his body instinctively tightening as he recognizes the danger in that voice.
A monstrous three-headed demon wolf erupts before him in a violent surge of dark power, its massive form tearing into view.
The beast reveals itself with open hostility, making it immediately clear that this is not some random monster crossing his path. Jean Fry starts to identify the creature, but before he can even finish the thought, the demon launches its attack. A vicious blade flashes toward Jean Fry without warning, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Jean Fry narrowly evades the strike, slipping away just as the demon's assault rips through the space where he had been standing. Annoyed that the monster interrupted him mid-thought, Jean Fry still has to admit that this enemy is faster than he expected. The Grim Reaper gleefully explains that the demon has entered a berserk state, while Jean Fry begins seeing the monster less as a threat and more as a valuable source of experience. From Jean Fry's point of view, the beast in front of him has already become nothing more than a walking pile of EXP. The demon, however, clearly remembers Jean Fry and snarls that he is still as arrogant as ever. Jean Fry cuts through the posturing and demands a straight answer, asking exactly who this enemy really is. The creature introduces itself as Helmbros, the demon god of the first continent, and the name catches Jean Fry off guard. Helmbros looms over Jean Fry with a crushing presence, reclaiming the momentum simply by revealing the weight of his true identity. Jean Fry casually recalls Helmbros as that mole-like nuisance from before, immediately provoking a furious correction from the demon. Helmbros insists that this monstrous body is his true form on the 8th continent, then boasts that he is far stronger than he was during their last encounter. Rather than feeling intimidated, Jean Fry is amused that his enemy even comes with a dramatic backstory, which only makes the fight more entertaining to him. Jean Fry decides that the timing could not be better for what he wants to try next. With predatory excitement rising in him, Jean Fry resolves to make Helmbros the very first soldier in his new personal army. Elsewhere in the desert, Archie and the two defenders are still bickering instead of fully focusing on the crisis unfolding around them. Maria and the old man trade insults about who looks older, proving that their teamwork is just as dysfunctional as ever. Archie looks at both of them with open contempt, clearly unimpressed by their ridiculous argument. She calls them ugly and unlucky, throwing the insult out with a smug confidence that lets her seize control of the exchange. At that very moment, Leon sends word that everything has gone exactly according to plan. The enemy forces have been split apart successfully, leaving each side isolated and ready to be dealt with separately. Leon, fired up from head to toe, declares that his battlefield is his to settle. Rather than relying on tricks or hesitation, he plans to smash straight through the enemy with pure fighting spirit. The bespectacled strategist narrows his eyes as he watches Leon move. The fact that Leon is unleashing divine power right from the beginning tells him one thing immediately: whoever Leon is facing must be far from ordinary. Once he accepts that the opponent is truly dangerous, the strategist stops holding back as well. With a calm expression, he begins preparing a summon of his own. In response to Leon's charge, massive skeletal reapers rise up like grim towers from the battlefield. Their hollow forms gather around him, turning Leon's reckless assault into a coordinated front. A goddess-like ally wastes no time snapping at Leon the moment she sees him rush forward. To her, he is charging in with all the subtlety of a battering ram and absolutely no sense of strategy. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the battle erupts with brutal speed. The first clash is already vicious enough to spill blood across the scene before anyone has time to breathe. The blue-haired fighter closes in and drives a devastating strike into the white-haired armored man at point-blank range. The blow lands with crushing force, cutting through the distance before his opponent can escape. Blood bursts from the armored man's mouth, but even as the pain hits him, his expression does not completely break. He staggers under the impact, yet his composure somehow remains intact. The blue-haired fighter shows no excitement, no pride, and no visible mercy after drawing first blood. His face stays cold and unreadable, as if the strike was nothing more than the natural result of the duel. Without giving the armored man a chance to recover, he moves again. His next attack comes in with terrifying precision, aimed to end the fight as cleanly and lethally as possible. Nearby, the white-haired woman can only watch in shock as the blue-haired fighter continues to dominate. The way he overwhelms the armored man so decisively leaves her frozen in disbelief. She stands there tense and uncertain, her eyes locked on the two fighters. For a moment, all she can do is stare, unable to decide whether the battle is already over or just beginning. When the armored man finally collapses, her breath catches. The sight forces a chilling realization into her mind. The blue-haired fighter may have already defeated him. The fallen opponent lies sprawled and motionless at the blue-haired man's feet. His armor rests heavily against the ground, making the silence around him feel even more final. Above him, the blue-haired victor remains standing with complete control of the battlefield. His posture alone makes it clear that, for the moment, the fight belongs entirely to him. He looks down on the armored man and mocks the rough, unsophisticated way he fights. To the blue-haired fighter, the whole duel feels almost beneath him, like he is dealing with someone far too crude to be a real challenge. But the armored man is not finished. Wrapped in a surge of purple energy, he forces himself back up, refusing to stay down or accept the defeat laid at his feet. The white-haired woman is startled all over again as the battle reignites before she can even process what just happened. One moment she believes it may be over, and the next, the two fighters are ready to clash again. Inside, the armored man has no choice but to acknowledge the truth. His opponent is even faster than he first imagined, and every movement proves more dangerous than expected. The blue-haired fighter surges forward once more, erasing the space between them in an instant. His speed is so blinding that the distance seems to vanish rather than close. As he presses in, he reveals that the armored man saw through his illusion almost immediately. That alone confirms that this enemy is no fool, no matter how rough his fighting style may look. Even so, the blue-haired fighter keeps needling him. He taunts the armored man for pretending to be so calm and stoic, hinting that beneath that cold front, he may be far lonelier than he wants anyone to know. From the white-haired woman's point of view, their exchange flashes by almost too quickly to register. The moment the two move, the fight seems to unfold and pass in the blink of an eye. She realizes with a sinking feeling that she cannot follow either of them anymore. Their movements belong to a level far beyond her reach, and stepping in would only mean getting caught in a battle she cannot control. Back in the desert, The witch lifts her staff high, gathering power above the scorched battlefield. With a commanding voice, she unleashes a blazing celestial spell known as Stardust Meteor. The old man and Maria both look up in alarm as the spell expands overhead. The sheer scale of the magic makes it clear that this is no ordinary attack. A colossal burning meteor takes shape in the sky, glowing like a falling star of destruction. Then it begins to descend, casting a massive shadow over the desert below. Maria recognizes the danger instantly. With her eyes fixed on the sky, she identifies the incoming threat for what it is, a giant meteor coming straight down on them. Above the battlefield, the witch floats with absolute confidence, looking down on them as if victory is already in her hands. Her posture radiates arrogance and certainty. She declares that both of them will be crushed together beneath her power. In her eyes, there is no possible way they can withstand or block an attack of this magnitude. Maria does not waste time panicking. She orders the old man to cover her, making it clear that she is already preparing a counterattack of her own. Even as the old man reacts in panic, Maria pushes forward without listening to his fear. She plants herself firmly and begins calling forth her own summon. In response to her will, the Valkyrie's great axe appears before her, an enormous divine weapon radiating overwhelming power. Its sheer size alone makes the air around her feel heavier. Maria braces her body beneath the weight of the massive axe and swings it into position. Every muscle tightens as she prepares to meet the falling meteor head-on. With fierce resolve burning in her eyes, Maria commits everything to this one counterattack. She does not retreat, does not hesitate, and places all her strength behind the coming strike. Her axe crashes into the descending meteor with explosive force. The impact detonates across the sky, turning the clash into a burst of light, heat, and shattered power. The witch watches the collision from above, but her confidence begins to waver. For the first time, the outcome no longer looks as certain as she believed. Then shock spreads across her face as the impossible happens. Maria smashes the meteor apart with a single blow, shattering the witch's overwhelming attack in one decisive strike. The witch spits out an insult, calling Maria violent, but the words cannot hide the truth. Even while sneering at her, she is forced to acknowledge just how terrifying Maria's strength really is. But then the witch notices something else beneath the chaos. While all eyes were on Maria's strike, the old man had been quietly preparing his own move. The old man remains calm as he reveals the truth. Their first attack was never meant to end everything. It was only the opening move. He casts Mirroring Wall, and a reflective barrier rises around him with a sharp, magical glow. The shield forms just in time, turning the battlefield into a trap. The broken fragments of the meteor come raining down, but instead of striking the old man directly, they are drawn toward the shimmering barrier. Each piece crashes toward the wall as the spell activates. The witch realizes far too late what has happened. Her own attack has been reflected perfectly, though she still clings to the belief that her technique should not be capable of harming her. That confidence begins to crack the moment the reflected force turns back toward her. The power she had unleashed now comes rushing at her with terrifying momentum. Maria adds a vicious curse of her own, condemning the old witch to wither beneath divine punishment. Her words strike with the same merciless force as her weapon. Maria's holy technique takes form as a massive cross, blazing with sacred power. It pins the witch in place, leaving her suspended and unable to escape. Maria exults in the reversal, declaring that the witch will be destroyed by her own technique. The arrogance that once belonged to the witch is now turned completely against her. With the witch immobilized, the reflected meteors converge on her from above and all around. The fragments of her own celestial attack close in, ready to crash down upon the one who summoned them. A violent chain of explosions erupts around the witch, one blast swallowing the next until her entire figure is buried beneath smoke, fire, and crashing shockwaves. When the smoke finally begins to thin, the witch is still standing, though her body is battered and scorched from the attack. Through clenched teeth, she grudgingly admits that their little trap was far cleverer than she expected. But she does not give them even a moment to celebrate. With her anger rising, the witch immediately calls forth another terrifying power, unleashing a ruinous technique known as Arkesia of Ruin. The moment that power takes hold, the Valkyrie axe suddenly turns against Maria as if seized by an unseen force. The witch's counterattack snaps into motion, forcing Maria to face the very divine weapon she had just summoned. The witch knocks the massive weapon aside with brutal force, sending its power veering away. Her face twists with rage as she snarls at Maria for daring to interfere with her battle. Maria fires back without backing down, declaring that ancient monsters who have overstayed their era deserve nothing less than divine judgment. At the same time, the old man praises her effort and quietly begins preparing his next spell. The old man steadies his breathing and sharpens his focus, refusing to let the witch seize the flow of battle again. His expression turns firm as he gathers holy power into his next attack. Then he releases Glory Ray, and a towering pillar of sacred light crashes down from above. The brilliant beam slams directly onto the witch, engulfing her in a burst of divine radiance. The witch screams as the holy beam consumes her body, the light burning over her from every direction. Her voice cuts through the battlefield, sharp and furious beneath the crushing force. Yet, even while trapped inside the blast, the witch begins to laugh again. The sound rises from within the light, twisted and confident, as if she still has another move waiting. She reveals that her own attack has not finished either. Behind the old man, a demonic beast rises from the chaos, its massive form looming over him before he can fully react. The old man senses the danger a moment too late. His eyes widen as he turns in alarm, realizing that the true threat is already at his back. The summoned monster brings its enormous body crashing down toward him with overwhelming force. The attack drops like a hammer, leaving almost no space for escape. Maria can only watch in horror as the monster descends. Her body goes rigid, her eyes fixed on the old man, unable to stop what is about to happen. The old man is smashed violently into the ground, and blood bursts out from the impact. The force of the blow tears through the battlefield, leaving him crushed beneath the monster's attack. Back inside the hall, Helmbros lets out a furious roar as dark energy surges around his towering body. The shadows coil and swell around him, signaling that he is preparing to reveal even more of his power. Helmbros glares down at the young man and commands him to witness his true strength. His voice shakes the hall with arrogance, as though this next display will end the fight completely. But beneath the massive demon's pressure, the young man remains strangely calm. Instead of panicking, he is already treating the battle like a crafting problem waiting to be solved. With his focus locked on his interface, the young man begins cycling through dismantling and synthesis options. His eyes move quickly over the choices, calculating the next step even in the middle of combat. He starts dismantling more weapons one after another, breaking them down into usable materials while the battle is still unfolding. Every weapon he sacrifices adds more resources to his growing stockpile. Then, without hesitation, he changes class and equips an entirely different weapon set. Helmbros watches the sudden shift in confusion, unable to understand why his opponent is rearranging his gear at a time like this. Once the new setup is ready, the young man begins synthesizing the gathered parts into something completely different. Piece by piece, the materials come together under his control. Helmbros is left baffled by what he is seeing. In the middle of a life-or-death fight, his opponent appears to be casually changing equipment as if he were standing in a workshop instead of facing a demon. The young man pays no attention to the threat looming behind him. He keeps combining materials, dismantling weapons, changing class, and refining the process until everything is ready for one final synthesis. At last, the process produces a strange item called unearthly fruit. It appears in his hand like the reward for a perfectly completed chain of preparation. The young man takes the strange fruit with clear satisfaction on his face. After all that rapid crafting, the result is exactly what he was aiming for. He notes that collecting materials like this would normally be a huge burden, but by dismantling weapons directly, he has managed to speed up the entire process several times over. Without a trace of hesitation, the young man decides to use the fruit right away. Still looking almost cheerful, he bites into it as if this terrifying battlefield were the perfect place for a quick snack. Helmbros erupts with rage at being ignored so completely. Feeling humiliated, he vows to make the young man regret treating him like he is not even worth paying attention to. The effect of the unearthly fruit activates immediately. For a limited time, the number of weapon slots the young man can equip increases, opening the door to an even more dangerous setup. A fresh surge of power follows as the new slot unlocks. Energy gathers around the young man, making the air around him feel heavier and sharper than before. Helmbros senses it instantly. The balance of the fight has shifted, and the confidence he held just moments ago begins to fracture. When the demon's massive blow comes crashing in, the young man catches it casually with one hand. The impact that should have crushed him is stopped cold, as if Helmbros' strength means nothing. A smirk spreads across the young man's face as he looks up at Helmbros. Instead of treating him like a terrifying demon, he speaks to him like an unruly pet that needs discipline. He promises that once this is over, he will teach the beast how to sit. The casual insult lands even harder because he says it with complete confidence. Helmbros is horrified. Even in what he proudly claimed to be his perfect form, he is being overpowered so effortlessly that the truth becomes impossible to deny. The young man grins as two new abilities, Centipede and Soul Vantage, lock into place. Their effects settle into his equipment set, creating a combination far more dangerous than before. That exact combination satisfies the conditions for a hidden skill to awaken. The moment the requirement is fulfilled, a sealed power begins to release. A massive scythe and a sword wreathed in purple flame manifest together beside him. As the weapons appear, the hidden power continues to unlock, filling the hall with an ominous pressure. The young man stands calmly at the center of a widening aura, his presence growing more overwhelming by the second. Across from him, Helmbros braces himself, unable to tell what kind of attack is coming next. The hidden skill finally reveals its name, Soul-Focusing 100 Venom Hellfire Sword. The very moment it appears, the battlefield feels like it has been swallowed by poison and flame. Its effect is merciless. Anyone caught within range is struck by extreme poison and extreme burns, their strength and defense stripped away to nothing, while their life force drains at terrifying speed. Helmbros feels the effects seize him immediately. His body locks up, his insides burn, and the poison spreads through him as the weakening force takes hold all at once. The young man leaps high above the immobilized demon, rising over Helmbros with his sword already raised. From that height, the strike looks less like an attack and more like an execution. He calmly adjusts the angle of the blade, lining it up for the final blow. There is no panic in his movement, only the quiet certainty that the fight is already decided. Then he brings the sword down and gives the command to sit. The joke turns instantly into a killing strike, crashing onto Helmbros with devastating force. Helmbros's body erupts beneath the impact, the force ripping through him in a violent burst. The demon's perfect form shudders and breaks under the blow. The demon collapses into a ruined heap at the young man's feet. All of Helmbros's arrogance disappears with him, leaving only his broken body on the floor. Satisfied, the young man remarks that the weapon still performs flawlessly even after so much time has passed. With the fight settled, he begins collecting elemental data from the result. As he studies the demon's weakness to fire, the young man begins to wonder about the 8th demon god. If Helmbros reacts this strongly to fire, then perhaps that demon god does not possess a natural element at all. Deciding that guessing about the demon's nature can wait until later, the young man turns his attention to the real reward in front of him. With Helmbros defeated, he activates another tool at once, the cursed guardian hand. Skeletal hands begin to appear around the young man, crawling out of the dark energy like bony claws reaching from another world. At the same time, his interface presents a new option, Soul Grasp on the first demon god. The young man accepts the option without the slightest hesitation. His eyes sharpen with excitement, clearly eager to claim Helmbros's soul before the opportunity slips away. From Helmbros's corpse, dark soul smoke begins pouring out in thick, twisting streams. The capture process starts immediately, dragging the demon's remaining essence out of the ruined body. As the soul is pulled free, the young man watches with open delight. The sight of the dark energy gathering before him makes it clear that this victory has become even more valuable than he expected. When the captured soul finally takes shape, the young man can barely contain his satisfaction. Looking at the result in front of him, he calls it incredible with genuine excitement. The captured Helmbros is converted into a soldier, retaining both his level and his stats from before. Even so, this powerful new servant only fills one slot out of a possible 100, leaving the young man with far more room to expand his forces. After checking the details, the young man judges the new servant to be physically impressive, exactly the kind of brute strength he was hoping for. Its intelligence and luck are almost laughably terrible, but for raw power, Helmbros is precisely the weapon he wanted. Before the young man can enjoy the victory for long, a familiar voice calls out from behind him, coldly insulting him as livestock. The sudden interruption cuts straight through the aftermath of Helmbros's defeat. The demon god of the second continent, Ormer, appears with a hungry, murderous presence. He announces that this time he will devour the young man for certain. Instead of showing even a flicker of alarm, the young man greets Ormer's arrival like it is exactly what he has been waiting for. With a calm smile, he says the timing is perfect, because he wanted to see Ormer as well. Then his expression turns predatory, his excitement sharpening into open greed. Without backing down at all, the young man demands that Ormer hand over his soul too. For a brief moment, Ormer is left completely speechless. The sheer audacity of the demand is so outrageous that even a demon god needs a second to process it. Elsewhere, high above the third continent, the battered witch hovers in the sky after barely surviving the desert battle. Her body still carries the damage from the earlier clash, but she remains in the air, refusing to fall. Then the goddess-like ally arrives beside her, appearing close enough to cut off any quiet escape. With that single movement, the witch's chance to slip away unnoticed disappears. The goddess-like ally looks toward the witch and asks whether the matter has been handled. Her tone is direct, as if she expects a clear answer without excuses. The witch brushes off her previous opponents as nothing more than weak insects. From her arrogant expression, it is obvious that she considers the earlier battle beneath her and is already prepared for whatever comes next. The battle has already turned savage, with human defenders lying dead across the ruined ground. The aftermath is soaked in blood, making the cost of the enemy's advance impossible to ignore. Another fallen fighter lies motionless nearby, confirming just how brutal the enemy's push has been. Every body on the ground tells the same story. This advance was paid for in blood. High above the battlefield, two invaders observe the situation from a distance. They note that the terrifying human they fear has not appeared yet, though one human below still stands out as unusually formidable. When one of them suggests stepping in, the other refuses, not wanting to risk angering Nightmare by interfering. Even then, they dismiss the resistance with cold confidence. In their minds, no matter how strong a human may seem, a human is still only a human. From their perspective over the Fifth Continent, the result has already been decided. They believe no human could ever defeat Nightmare, so the battle below is only delaying the inevitable. Down on the ground, Nightmare's armored double prepares to end the fight with his own hands. His stance lowers, his killing intent tightens, and the air around him grows heavy. The armored double dives straight at the blue-haired guardian, bringing his sword down in a strike wrapped in dark power. The blade cuts through the air with enough force to make the battlefield tremble. The blue-haired guardian stays calm, even as the attack closes in. At the very last instant, his eyes track the movement, reading the strike before it can land. His opponent presses forward with absolute confidence, certain that the human has nowhere left to run. To the armored double, the guardian already looks cornered. Instead of meeting the blade directly, the blue-haired guardian channels power into his fist. He chooses not to block steel with steel, but to answer the strike with his own body and strength. In one sharp movement, the guardian slips inside the path of the attack and closes the gap before the armored double can recover. The distance between them vanishes almost instantly. Lightning gathers around the guardian's arm, crackling fiercely as he commits to the counterattack. His fist becomes the center of a violent surge of power. The punch lands with explosive force, slamming into the armored double and blasting him backward through the air. The impact sends him flying as the shock of the counter ripples across the battlefield. Even while reeling from the blow, the armored double manages to keep his composure. He steadies himself in midair and immediately begins preparing his next move. From above, he retaliates with a sweeping slash of dark power. The attack tears downward through the forest, carving a path of destruction across everything beneath it. The shockwave rips through the trees, shredding trunks and scattering debris in every direction. In an instant, the battlefield becomes a storm of splinters, dust, and broken earth. Nearby allies can do little more than brace themselves against the stray force of the clash. They raise their arms and shield their bodies as the aftershock rolls over them. Watching from cover, one of the allies realizes just how terrifying the Guardian's strength truly is. The main battle is happening elsewhere, yet simply defending against the aftermath is already difficult. That same observer is stunned by what is unfolding. For the first time, Reluca, the armored double is being pushed this hard by a human opponent. The blue-haired guardian grits his teeth, refusing to let the pressure slow him down. Even with the battlefield shaking around him, he keeps pressing forward. Reluca responds with the same fierce intensity, no longer treating the fight as something casual. His focus sharpens, making it clear that he now recognizes the guardian as a real threat. Their next exchange shakes the entire region. Each collision sends tremors racing through the land, as if the ground itself is struggling to endure their power. By the time they face each other again, the battlefield has been carved into a vast crater. Broken earth stretches around them, marking the sheer violence of their clash. The guardian wipes blood from his mouth and looks ahead with a fierce, almost thrilled expression. Instead of shrinking from the danger, he welcomes it, excited to have finally found an opponent worthy of his strength. Reluca mocks that excitement, sneering that he expected more from the most decent of the humans. His words are meant to cut down the Guardian's confidence before the next exchange begins. The Guardian answers not with words, but by raising the stakes even further. Power surges through him as he activates a technique called Double Boost. Reluca refuses to fall behind and responds with his own dark technique, Black Dance. Shadows gather around him, twisting with deadly rhythm as his power sharpens. Both fighters launch their signature attacks at the same time. The duel becomes a direct clash of ultimate moves, with neither side willing to yield even a single step. Far above, the two observing invaders suddenly call out to Hexen and Archie as the atmosphere changes. Something new has entered the battlefield, and both of them notice it at once. Their earlier confidence begins to falter the moment they sense the new presence. The pressure in the air shifts so sharply that even they can no longer pretend everything is under control. The real nightmare finally appears, replacing the distant authority of the clone with the overwhelming pressure of the original himself. His arrival instantly changes the weight of the entire battlefield. Reluca immediately acknowledges him, recognizing the presence without hesitation. He remarks that Nightmare has finally shown up at last. Hexen looks toward the battlefield and points out that the human has fought far better than Nightmare expected. The battle has clearly gone beyond what they originally assumed. Nightmare brushes off the human's struggle as if it means absolutely nothing. To him, all that effort is only a brief delay because the fight is already approaching its inevitable end. Then Nightmare reveals the truth that changes everything. The one clashing with the human below is not even his real body. It is only one of Nightmare's clones. Nightmare insists that this revelation does not change the outcome in the slightest. A human is still no real threat to him, and he orders Hexen and Archie to hurry up and finish flipping the third continent. Hexen and Archie accept Nightmare's command immediately. Neither of them questions him, and their obedience makes it clear that the next phase of their plan is already underway. Below, the clone stands amid drifting black feathers as the battlefield falls under Nightmare's shadow. The duel resumes with a heavier pressure now hanging over every movement. The Guardian breathes hard. His body strained from the battle, yet his eyes stay fixed on the enemy. He realizes that this clone is connected to something far more dangerous than he first understood. The clone advances again with his sword lowered, his posture calm and completely unshaken. Even after everything the Guardian has done, the clone still walks forward as if victory is already certain. With a cold look, the clone asks whether this is truly the limit of the human's strength. His tone carries open disappointment, as though he now believes he may have overestimated the Guardian. The Guardian refuses to back down. Even with his breathing ragged and the pressure closing in, he declares that the fight is not over yet. Privately, however, the clone is forced to acknowledge something unsettling. This human's stamina and magic reserves are absurdly deep, almost rivaling the last great opponent he remembers. Before Aether can push the fight any further, the ground suddenly begins to tremble beneath him. A new disturbance rolls through the battlefield, interrupting the duel at the worst possible moment. At first, the Guardian mistakes the shaking for an earthquake. The ground rumbles so violently that it feels like the entire region is being torn apart from below. But then a much worse possibility begins to dawn on him. The tremor does not feel natural, and the timing is far too perfect to be a coincidence. The Guardian turns sharply toward the clone, his expression tightening as realization hits. This shaking has another cause, and the enemy in front of him knows exactly what it is. The clone confirms it with chilling calm. The Guardian's guess is correct, and the truth behind the tremor is far worse than an ordinary disaster. The clone reveals that the third continent has just been flipped. In a single sentence, the scale of the enemy's power becomes impossible to ignore.
The Guardian demands to know whether Nightmare lied about being unable to do it alone. The clone answers without hesitation, explaining that the three invaders acted together to make it happen.
That answer hits the Guardian like a weight to the chest. If all three invaders can coordinate power on that scale, then their true strength is even greater than he feared. The Guardian pieces the situation together with a sinking feeling. If the enemy before him is only a clone, then the real Nightmare and the others have already finished their work somewhere else. The clone drives the truth in even deeper by telling him that the battle with the Guardian's comrades is already over. The words land with cruel certainty, leaving no room for comfort. In that moment, the Guardian is forced to imagine the friends he may have failed to protect. Faces flash through his mind, each one tied to the terrible possibility that he arrived too late. The clone adds calmly that once the fourth continent falls, this place will be next. His tone is almost casual, as if he is simply stating the order in which the world will collapse. The Guardian finally understands the terrifying scale of the threat before him. Even a clone alone is powerful enough to bring ruin to a continent. He realizes that defeating this clone will not be enough to save anyone. If Nightmare's main body reunites with the other two invaders, the situation will become completely hopeless. With no clear path to victory in front of him, the Guardian forces himself to choose what matters most in that moment. At the very least, He has to get Mira to safety. As that decision settles in his mind, a teleportation circle begins forming beneath him. Blue light spreads across the ground, gathering around his feet as the escape spell activates. Mira is pulled into the same spell, appearing beside the Guardian within the glowing circle. The magic wraps around them both, connecting them to the prepared evacuation point. The Guardian notices Mira's arrival and immediately understands what it means. The evacuation plan has reached him just in time before the clone can force the fight to its end. He calls out to Mira as the teleportation begins to take hold. The blue light grows brighter around them, swallowing their bodies as the battlefield starts to fade. The clone watches as the pair vanish in a flash of blue light before he can stop them. In the next instant, the space where they stood is empty. Left alone on the ruined battlefield, the clone briefly wonders where they escaped to. His gaze stays fixed on the fading traces of magic hanging in the air. It does not take him long to identify the method. This was not a simple disappearance, but summoning magic used to pull them away. Even after recognizing how they escaped, the clone shows no concern. To him, their retreat is nothing more than a pointless attempt to delay the inevitable. No matter what the humans try, the clone believes the ending will remain unchanged. Whether they run, hide, or fight, their fate has already been decided. The scene shifts to the underground restricted area of the Adventurers Association, a hidden chamber prepared as the evacuation destination, far from the battlefield above. This sealed place waits beneath layers of protection. The Guardian and Mira arrive safely inside the hidden chamber. The glow of teleportation fades from around them, leaving both of them standing within the Association's secret refuge. The Guardian immediately recognizes the place and calls out to Reluca and Mira, checking whether they are safe. Even after escaping the battlefield, his first thought is still the condition of those around him. Instead of Reluca or Mira answering first, an elderly leader responds from within the chamber. He asks about their condition and reveals through his presence that he was the one who arranged their rescue. The old man stands before them as the authority in charge, composed despite the disaster unfolding outside. His calm bearing anchors the room, even as the crisis continues to grow. He explains that they are now inside the Adventurers Association's restricted zone. This hidden area is not a place ordinary people could enter, but a protected space reserved for emergencies like this. The Guardian understands at once that this chamber is the forced teleport evacuation point. The fact that they arrived here means the larger rescue plan has already succeeded. The President confirms it for him, while the Guardian was holding the enemy back. Every civilian from the 4th to the 6th continents was successfully teleported away. When the Guardian asks about the other Guardian stars, the President's expression darkens with regret. He admits that only these two could be saved in time. Mira takes in that answer without saying a word. The silence around her becomes heavy, because she understands exactly what the President's words imply about the others. The Guardian forces himself to harden his heart instead of breaking under the news. The loss weighs on him, but he knows he cannot afford to collapse here. The President praises the two of them for holding out as long as they did. But he also warns them that the enemy has proven to be even more dangerous than they expected.
The Guardian accepts that grim reality without looking away. He understands now that he and the others here have become the final line of defense.
Vengeance has never been the Guardian's usual reason for fighting. But this time, his resolve hardens into something sharper. He swears that they will stop the invaders no matter what. The President agrees, his own expression turning firm as he prepares for the confrontation ahead. The time for retreat is over, and the next battle will decide everything. He declares that when they face the enemy again, it will be the enemy's final battle. The words settle over the hidden chamber like a vow, marking the beginning of their counterattack. Outside, the world rests beneath a dark, uneasy sky, the clouds hanging low like a warning. With the evacuation complete and the enemy closing in, the next stage of the battle quietly begins. Elsewhere, Jin Frey stands over a slain enemy, his black hair shifting beneath the glow of a halo above him. Behind his back, a demonic shadow rises like a captured beast waiting for orders. Jin Frey confirms that he has successfully secured the second demon god. Rather than celebrating wildly, he checks its condition with the calm focus of a commander inspecting a newly claimed weapon. Everything is moving more smoothly than Jin Frey expected, and satisfaction shows in his expression. With one powerful soul already in his grasp, he begins looking forward to gathering even more soldiers. A furious enemy glares at Jin Frey and condemns him for tampering with souls yet again. To them, what he is doing is not just theft, but the repetition of a forbidden sin. More hostile gods and monsters begin arriving around him, each one seething with anger. They realize Jin Frey has come to plunder the 8th continent as well, and none of them are willing to let that pass. Jin Frey looks over the crowd with dry amusement, completely unfazed by the number of enemies gathering against him. Instead of backing away, he casually notes that they all chose to show up at once. Among them, a jackal-headed foe steps forward and snarls a vow. This time, he claims, Jin Frey's soul will be the one taken.
Jin Frey answers with a cold confidence of his own, making it clear that the enemy has everything backward. He promises that he will be the one taking all of their souls instead.
To make that happen, Jin Frey decides to put his newest power to use. He turns to the 3rd skill he has just unlocked from the vestments of Athena. The skill activates as protection of the great goddess, and divine power wraps around Jin Frey's body. His presence changes immediately, as if sacred armor has settled over him from head to toe. The effect is a powerful boost to his stats, gained by defeating strong enemies while remaining in stealth. Every victory he earned from the shadows now feeds directly into his growing strength. Jin Frey's attributes surge upward all at once, his power climbing to a new level. Rather than wait, he welcomes the chance to test this fresh strength against the enemies right in front of him.
Back at the evacuation site, the president turns his attention to Reluka and checks on his condition. Even in the middle of the crisis, he needs to know whether their remaining fighters can still stand.
Reluka turns toward the president to answer, while the old man's aides watch closely from nearby. Everyone in the chamber waits for his response, knowing there is no room left for weakness.
Reluka reports that his body has fully recovered and that he is ready to move again. Mira adds that she is prepared as well, making it clear that neither of them intends to sit out the next battle. The president then reveals the larger defense plan. Adventurers with skills for dispelling attack magic and raising anti-magic barriers have been gathered together for one massive protective spell. With volunteers supplying mana to sustain the formation, they are now shielding the entire continent. Every person feeding power into the spell becomes part of the final defense line. From high above, the barrier spreads across the land like a vast dome of light. It covers the continent in one enormous protective shell, standing between the people and annihilation. The president reflects that even weak mages, when standing alone, may not be able to oppose a great power, but united together, their combined resistance can still hold back something terrifying, and that gives him a measure of reassurance. Among the volunteers, Kokuru confirms the instructions with tense determination. As Mira told them, they only need to keep pouring mana into the magic circle and maintain the barrier for as long as possible. Then someone recognizes Kokuru from nearby and calls out to her after a long time apart. For a brief moment, the tension around the magic circle softens with the surprise of reunion. Riven steps forward, and the sight of her brings a small break in the oppressive atmosphere. Even with disaster pressing in from every side, their reunion gives the moment a faint warmth. Kokuru quickly turns to Riven and asks whether Jin Frey is with her. Her concern comes out almost immediately, showing that his absence has been weighing on her mind. Instead, Kokuru blurts out that Jin Frey dragged her all over the place collecting materials, only to run off on his own afterward. Her frustration spills out as fast as her worry. When Riven learns that those materials were meant for a hot pot from Jin Frey's homeland, she is stunned. In the middle of a world-ending crisis, Jin Frey somehow found time to prioritize cooking. Kokuru indignantly insists that she would never feed her master stolen food. But her anger quickly gives way to unease as she admits she lost contact with Jin Frey afterward and fears something terrible may be happening. Reluka listens to the conversation in silence, his face turning serious. Even before anyone says it aloud, he can already sense the enemy's approach.
Reluka announces that the invaders have arrived. His words cut through the chamber, and the brief moment of reunion vanishes beneath the weight of the coming battle.
Above the barrier, the 3 enemy leaders appear in the sky, facing the last defended continent directly. Their presence presses down on the dome like a storm about to break. Nightmare hovers at the center, radiating the same oppressive calm as before. He does not need to shout or posture. His mere presence is enough to make the air feel heavier. Hexen looks down and mocks the humans, saying he expected some clever trick from them. Instead, all he sees is what looks like a final desperate stand. The invaders declare that only the 7th continent remains. With that final step within reach, Lord Abyss's revival is now dangerously close. Nightmare promises that no matter what the humans attempt, all resistance will be erased. His voice carries the certainty of someone who believes the ending has already been written. Below them, the president stands alone at the front of the defense, facing the invaders without flinching. His small figure beneath the vast sky makes his courage look even more striking. The president acknowledges their overwhelming power, but his calm expression does not waver. The way he stands there suggests that he has prepared something of his own. That same moment, elsewhere, Jinfrey praises his allies for holding the line against their enemies. Their efforts have bought the precious time needed for the next move to unfold. Then the president suddenly moves. In a single unseen strike, he cuts through the two invaders observing from the sky before either of them can react. Hexen and Archie are decapitated in an instant. Their heads are taken before they can even understand that an attack has reached them. Their final thoughts are nothing but confusion. Neither Hexen nor Archie can comprehend how their heads were severed so suddenly, or how the old man moved faster than their senses could follow. Nightmare realizes too late that he never saw the attack either. Even his awareness failed to catch the president's movement before it was already over. The severed bodies of Hexen and Archie crashed downward, falling as undeniable proof of the president's technique. The strike bypassed even their ability to perceive danger. The old man calmly names the art he used. It is one of his secret techniques, a killing move hidden until the moment it matters most. That technique is Frenzied Hunt, a deadly art capable of instantly slaying enemies that all 8 Guardian Stars together could not defeat. In one movement, the president overturns the entire battlefield. Hexen and Archie lie dead before the horrified crowd, their arrogance gone with their heads. Of the 3 invaders who appeared above the barrier, only Nightmare remains alive. The president remarks wearily that age has made his movements slower. As impossible as the feat looked to everyone else, he speaks as though it still falls short of what he could do in his prime. Reluca reflects in awe that his grandfather's berserker class is monstrous, even by the standards of their strongest fighters. The old man's strength is on a level that defies common sense. Reluca understands what he has just witnessed. His grandfather killed, in a single instant, enemies that the Guardian Stars could not overcome even when fighting together. The president then turns his attention toward Nightmare, his gaze sharpening. With Hexen and Archie gone, only one enemy remains. The president challenges Nightmare directly, asking what he can do now that his allies have been cut down. His words carry a clear warning. Without them, Nightmare may no longer be able to flip continents on his own. Even after suffering such a devastating loss, Nightmare's face barely changed. He stayed frighteningly calm, standing there as if the setback had meant nothing at all. In a cold, steady voice, he answered that he had never needed anyone beside him. As far as Nightmare was concerned, his own existence alone was more than enough. Then the horrifying truth behind those words finally surfaced. The bodies of his followers had never truly mattered in the first place, not to him. As long as their souls remained intact, Nightmare could still move forward with his plan. One by one, he began pulling those souls toward himself, drawing them into his own body like fuel for something far worse. Down below, the crowd felt the danger shift in an instant. What had seemed like a terrifying battle above them was no longer just a clash in the sky. It had become a threat aimed directly at everyone gathered there. Reluca realized there was no time left to hesitate. With urgency in her voice, she ordered the defenders to strike at once, before Nightmare could complete whatever dreadful act he had begun. A furious storm of arrows, magic, and attacks tore through the air from every direction, all converging on Nightmare at once with desperate force. The entire barrage slammed into him and erupted violently, bursting outward in a massive explosion that swallowed the space around his body. But the force of the blast did not stay contained. The roaring shockwave began rolling downward toward the civilians, threatening to drag countless innocent people into the destruction. Mira looked up sharply, alarm flashing across her face as she realized the defenders' attack might have only made the situation even more dangerous. Then Nightmare appeared from within the explosion completely unharmed. With nothing more than a casual movement of his hand, he redirected the raging blast downward, as if it were no more than smoke in the wind. The defenders could only stare in disbelief. In that moment, they understood that the enemy before them was no ordinary opponent, but something that stood far beyond common sense. Nightmare looked down on them with utter contempt, dismissing every one of them as insects beneath his notice. Even so, their interference had clearly begun to irritate him. His presence darkened, and a deeper, more sinister power started to surge from his body. Mira immediately sensed that the danger was spiraling past anything they could control. Without wasting another second, she shouted for everyone to retreat at once. As the civilians scattered in panic, the Guardian and the President rushed forward side by side. They moved to face Nightmare head-on, knowing the continent's final line of defense was on the verge of breaking. The blue-haired fighter was pointed toward the enemy he truly needed to face, and the moment he understood his target, he launched himself forward without hesitation. He opened with triple boosts, Thunder God's flash, his body cutting through the air in a blazing strike aimed straight at the white-haired enemy. The old master moved at the same time, joining the attack without missing a beat. From opposite sides, the two humans closed in together, trying to trap their opponent between them. The elder followed through with Madbone Crusher, pouring his strength into the blow in an attempt to crush the enemy before he had the chance to counter. Yet their target remained perfectly composed, surrounded by a dark aura that rippled around him. Not even the slightest hint of pressure appeared on his face. With effortless control, he stopped both attacks at once. Their momentum vanished instantly, as if their combined assault had crashed against an immovable wall. The elder realized it immediately. Even with both of them attacking together, they had barely managed to test the enemy's strength. The enemy's contempt only deepened. He made it clear that he had grown tired of fighting humans at all, as though their resistance had become nothing more than a nuisance. The blue-haired fighter snapped back without backing down, telling him that if he hated this world so much, then he should just leave it behind. The enemy rejected the idea instantly. His presence grew heavier, and it was clear he was preparing something far more terrible than before. Both humans felt the atmosphere change around them. Their instincts screamed that a dangerous attack was coming, and they braced themselves for what was about to happen. With a chilling sense of finality, the enemy decided that everything before him would be reduced to dust. A colossal wave of annihilation exploded outward from his body, swallowing both humans in its path before they could escape. Outside, the world fell into an eerie emptiness. The silence left behind hinted that the destruction had not stopped there, and that its reach had spread on a horrifying global scale. Elsewhere, a black-haired man with a halo stood calmly and began counting as though he were calling arrivals into place one by one. At his command, the first 3 members of his soul core appeared before him, taking shape as towering red spectral warriors filled with oppressive power. He continued the count without pause, and before long, 6 monstrous spirits stood assembled in front of him like a terrifying army of souls. Looking at them, he noted with quiet satisfaction that his soul core had grown into a truly formidable force. Only one piece remained missing now, the 7th demon god. But just as he acknowledged that final gap, a sudden disturbance announced itself nearby. The moment he sensed the pattern, he understood that someone important was about to appear. Then the blue-haired fighter and the elder came crashing into the hall, their bodies battered and worn down, but still very much alive. The black-haired man's expression shifted with surprise when he saw the president and Reluca had survived. Staring at them, he demanded to know why they had come there. An unseen voice answered with cruel amusement, mocking humanity for still refusing to give up, even when the end had already arrived. The source of that taunt soon stepped into view. It was the white-haired enemy, entering the hall with the same chilling arrogance as before. The black-haired man studied him closely, and almost immediately he sensed that something about the newcomer was wrong. The elder recognized him at once as G-Free. His voice turned urgent as he asked why G-Free had come there. G-Free answered with a grim weight in his voice, admitting that the continents had been erased because he had been too weak to stop it. He then identified the armored enemy as an ally of the being Lian had fought, warning that this enemy intended to wipe out all of humanity. The black-haired man quickly pieced the truth together. Only those protected by special powers had managed to survive the erasure. Elsewhere, a witch-like observer understood with dread that this disaster was exactly what had been foretold. The armored enemy noticed that the bearer of divine raiment was still alive, and that discovery seemed to catch his interest. The black-haired man faced him with open hatred now, no longer bothering to hide the fury in his eyes, and demanded to know what had been done to his homeland. The enemy answered without the slightest remorse. There was no homeland left anymore, because every continent and all of humanity had already been erased. He explained it as if it were nothing at all, saying that slaughtering the entire world had simply been the fastest way to gather souls. The black-haired man froze as the truth sank in, and in that crushing moment, the only thing he could think about was his family. The survivors could barely believe what they were hearing. In stunned disbelief, they asked if everyone had truly been sacrificed for nothing more than convenience. The enemy confirmed it with chilling pride, as if the destruction of the world were something sacred. To him, everything belonged to Lord Abyss, and humans were nothing more than offerings laid before their true ruler. He went even further, declaring that the souls of the dead would become fuel for Abyss's revival. In his eyes, the massacre of humanity had never been simple slaughter. It was a ritual meant to awaken his master. Leon's mind flashed to his mother and Amelia, and the pain hit him like a blade through the chest. But that grief did not leave him broken for long. It hardened inside him, twisting into pure, burning rage. The enemy looked at him coldly and reminded him of the cruel reality. Out of the entire world, only the 3 of them were still standing, and everyone else had already been wiped away. Lian could not hold himself back any longer. With his weapon raised and fury burning in his eyes, he charged first, throwing himself straight at the armored enemy. His opening strike slammed heavily into the enemy's torso, the force of the blow crashing against the armor with brutal impact. At point-blank range, Lian glared straight at him and demanded that everyone be brought back, his voice filled with grief, anger, and refusal to accept what had happened. He ordered the enemy to restore the world exactly as it had been, with the continents, the people, and every life stolen by that massacre returned. The enemy refused without hesitation, making it clear that reversing what had been done was not something he intended to grant. Lian rejected that answer completely. Rather than step back or plead again, he turned the weight of his demand into raw force. This was no desperate request anymore. Lian made it clear through his stance and his strike that he was giving an order. Their confrontation exploded instantly into a close-range battle, blades and energy clashing in rapid succession as the space between them filled with violent flashes. Lian pushed forward through the exchange instead of retreating. Every movement carried clenched fury, and he fought as someone driven by unbearable loss rather than careful caution. The enemy's confidence began to shift as he realized the person in front of him was far more dangerous than he had first assumed. Then Lian tore through his guard and drove a vicious strike straight into him, forcing the armored enemy to take the full force of the blow. Blood spilled from the impact, and for the first time the enemy was visibly shaken. The arrogance on his face cracked as pain and disbelief broke through. Even wounded, he could not ignore what he had just felt. He acknowledged the terrifying power of someone who carried divine raiment. In that moment, the enemy reached a grim conclusion. If Lian was allowed to grow any further, this human might one day become a threat even to Lord Abyss himself. That possibility was unacceptable. The enemy decided then and there that Lian had to be killed immediately before that danger could ever fully awaken. Lian remained eerily calm despite the rage burning inside him. He repeated his demand one final time, telling the enemy to restore everything he had taken. The enemy answered only with a sneer, looking down on the ultimatum as if it were nothing more than a foolish human delusion. He challenged Lian to take the world back by force if he truly believed he could. Lian accepted that answer in silence, understanding that the only path left was to defeat him completely. Lian activated protection of the great goddess, and in an instant his already monstrous power surged even higher, sharpening his presence into something overwhelming. The enemy recognized the technique, but recognition did nothing to help him. The opponent standing before him had changed completely. The pressure pouring from Lian froze the enemy in place. Even his chances of escape seemed to collapse, shut down by the sheer force surrounding him. A towering surge of purple power gathered around Lian's weapon, swelling higher and darker as if all of his fury had been drawn into the blade. Then Lian released it in a sweeping strike, sending the force ripping forward and knocking the enemy back with devastating power. The enemy's body burned and broke apart beneath the attack. Flames swallowed his armor and flesh as he screamed, unable to believe what was happening to him. As the fire consumed him, the enemy still could not accept the truth. In his final disbelief, he refused to admit that a mere human had actually defeated him. The two survivors watched in stunned silence, barely able to process what they had just seen. Lian had truly brought the enemy down with his own hands. Lian stood over the ruined enemy without celebrating. His expression remained grim, his weapon ready, as if he knew this battle might not be over yet. Even after winning, Lian suspected the fallen foe had only been the key to reviving Lord Abyss. If defeating him triggered the next stage, then the erased people might still exist somewhere beyond reach. Lian vowed to recover everything, no matter what it took. But before he could move further, the elder called out his name in alarm. A strange blue radiance began rising from the remains of the fallen enemy, glowing brighter against the ruined body. The corpse was swallowed by that light, and from within it, something far deeper and more ominous than death began to emerge. When the elder realized the enemy's soul was reacting, his face tightened with dread. He declared that the true process had finally begun. A sinister smile appeared, and a glowing gem pulsed with unsettling light, hinting that this revival had been prepared from the very beginning. A voice rang out through the space, announcing that the next stage was now beginning. Without anyone physically moving, the world around them changed. The hall faded away, replaced by a blank, unreal battlefield that felt detached from reality itself. The survivors quickly realized this was not teleportation, nor was it a simple summoning. The space around them had been rewritten, and Lian stayed focused, immediately searching for the source of the distortion. Above a dark winged form, an elegant horned figure rose into view. At last, the true master behind everything had appeared. The revived being spoke with irritation, complaining that this diversion had dragged on long enough for his liking. Still, he seemed pleased by one thing. The moment he awakened, he had been greeted by a user of divine raiment. The elder felt the crushing magical pressure bearing down on them, and he quickly understood something terrifying. Even this being's ordinary words were powerful enough to wound the mind. The blue-haired fighter also understood it at once. This presence was on a level completely beyond the enemy they had just faced. Lian identified him as a being from another dimension, one whose existence surpassed every powerful enemy he had ever known. As Lian began to name the newcomer, the being confirmed the title himself. Abyss introduced himself as the god of the deep and the true master of this world. Lian listened without flinching, his gaze steady as he measured the real enemy now standing before him. Abyss recalled how he had been defeated 1,000 years ago, losing control of the world to humans after his fall. Now that he had finally revived, Abyss declared that he would reclaim the world and rule it with his own hands. Abyss's gaze settled on Lian first, locking onto him with cold, unmistakable intent. Out of everyone still standing, Abyss had already chosen who he would erase before all others. To Abyss, the divine raiment and the human who carried it were the greatest threat on the battlefield. Before he reclaimed anything else, Lian and that power had to disappear completely. Lian understood it in that same moment. The enemy before him was not another servant, not another obstacle, but the true final boss waiting at the end of everything. He steadied himself as if he had reached the final stage of a brutal game where one mistake could end it all. This time, Lian resolved to win perfectly, without leaving a single regret behind. Lian charged straight toward Abyss without flinching, gripping his weapon as his pride burned through the fear. As a hardcore gamer, he swore that no matter how impossible this battle looked, he would clear it. Behind him, the two survivors could only shout Lian's name as he rushed in alone. They had no time to stop him, and no way to follow him into that overwhelming pressure. Lian attacked while crying out for the people he had lost, his voice carrying the weight of his family and friends with every step forward. That cry soon reached beyond his own loved ones and spread to all of humanity itself. Lian's strike slammed forward with explosive force as he demanded that Abyss return every life he had stolen. For one brief instant, Lian believed that his resolve, his rage, and the weight behind his blow might actually be enough to break through. But Abyss dismissed him with cruel calm, calling his hope nothing more than delusion. He told Lian to separate the dreams in his head from the reality standing in front of him. Lian answered without wasting words. He closed the gap again and drove in with another direct physical attack, forcing his body forward through the pressure. When even that failed to crack Abyss's defense, Lian decided there was no point holding anything back. He revealed hidden equipment and unleashed a blazing attack at point-blank range, detonating the flames right in front of Abyss. Abyss caught the flaming strike with a single hand, standing there completely untouched as the fire raged against him. With effortless contempt, he called the attempt naive, making the difference between them painfully clear. Lian immediately shifted into a rapid chain of advanced skills, striking from several angles as if trying to overwhelm Abyss through speed and variety. Yet Abyss received the barrage almost with pleasure, finding the old rhythm of battle nostalgic and strangely thrilling. Refusing to let the pace drop, Lian summoned another weapon into his hand, a skeletal scythe with a grim, deathly presence. He swung the scythe with the technique over death, aiming to end the fight in one decisive blow. The attack burst across the battlefield in a blinding flash, swallowing everything in its path. When the light finally faded, Abyss was still standing in the same place. He looked barely impressed, as if Lian's desperate strike had only brushed against him. Abyss then revealed why that power disgusted him so much. Divine raiment had once ruined his ambitions, and even after 1,000 years, it remained the one thing he hated most. To answer that hated power, Abyss reached into the darkness around him and summoned legendary weapons from the void. Those weapons gathered above Lian one after another, forming a deadly execution array that hovered over him like a sentence waiting to fall. Abyss gave only a simple order, cold and direct. The summoned blades were to take Lian's head. The first wave came crashing down, and Lian twisted away at the last possible moment. The blades missed him by a hair's breadth, close enough to feel death brush past his skin. Lian countered immediately, raising a concentrated sphere of light overhead as power gathered tightly above him. The summoned weapons turned and crashed back toward Abyss, but he remained perfectly centered within his aura, unmoved as the attack came for him. Watching the exchange closely, Lian realized Abyss was not simply throwing weapons around. He could freely summon them, guide them, and control their movements with terrifying precision. Lian knew weapon control was not unheard of among top adventurers, But what Abyss was doing went far beyond any ordinary version of that technique. Abyss proved that difference immediately by calling forth even more specialized staves from the darkness, each one carrying a distinct and dangerous presence. Among them were the Ice Demon's Fong Staff and the Thunder Dragon's Scale Staff, both legendary weapons now floating under Abyss's command. Their attacks slammed down in vertical bursts, striking with such force that Lian was driven onto the defensive and forced to guard instead of advance. Lian quickly judged that every weapon Abyss summoned hit with tremendous power, and worse than that, each one carried skills he had never seen before. Even so, Lian accepted it with grim focus. This overwhelming variety, this unfair arsenal, this ridiculous pressure, this was exactly the kind of power a final boss was supposed to have. Then Abyss revealed the deeper truth behind the old battle. 1,000 years ago, humanity's hope had rested on 8 heroes, and when Lian questioned what he meant, Abyss made it clear that no amount of gear could allow one person to defeat him alone. With a slow gesture, Abyss prepared to show Lian exactly what he meant by the strength of numbers. An entire field of spectral swords materialized behind Abyss, spreading out in formation like a heavenly army waiting for the command to descend. Lian did not back down. Instead, he mocked the idea that true strength could be reduced to numbers alone. To answer Abyss directly, Lian summoned his own vast soul core and monster army behind him, filling the battlefield with his gathered forces. For the first time, Abyss seemed genuinely interested. Lian's response had caught his attention in a way simple attacks had not. Lian stood before his assembled army of souls, facing Abyss as if he were matching a god with a force of his own. Abyss decided to test whether Lian's army was true power or merely decoration. With a command, he sent his countless blades rushing forward. The summoned swords rained down toward Lian and his spectral host, filling the air with a deadly storm of flashing steel. Lian gave his own order without hesitation. His forces charged upward and forward, meeting Abyss's attack head-on. The battlefield erupted as a descending storm of blades collided with a rising army of souls. The two survivors could only watch helplessly, knowing there was no place for them in a clash of that scale, while Abyss hovered above the wreckage of the first collision, still untouched and fully in control. Abyss praised the effort with cool amusement, his tone carrying interest rather than concern, as if Lian had merely made the battle more entertaining. Lian returned the compliment in his own way, acknowledging Abyss as an opponent worthy of everything he could throw at him. Across a mound of shattered summoned weapons and broken spirits, the two faced each other again, the battlefield between them already scarred by their first exchange. The elder watched with a heavy expression and admitted the truth to himself. Even at full strength, this battle was far beyond anything he could exploit or interfere with. Lian then proposed that they stop testing each other with cautious moves and step into a real confrontation. Abyss laughed at the sheer audacity of that challenge, amused that a human would speak to him that way, but he did not refuse. He agreed to indulge Lian for a moment, treating the challenge as a brief diversion, before crushing him completely. With that, Abyss descended toward Lian, closing the distance at last, and the true duel between them began in earnest. Lian and the old chairman braced themselves at the same time, their bodies tightening as Abyss's presence suddenly grew far heavier. The enemy in front of them was no longer treating this like a passing amusement. Abyss announced that he was finally taking on a form he had not revealed for 1,000 years, and the air around him seemed to sink under the weight of that declaration. Then Abyss fully manifested, revealing himself as the god of the abyss in his perfect form. His existence alone warped the battlefield with a pressure that felt almost impossible to endure. The sheer scale of that transformation left both Lian and the chairman stunned. For a moment, all they could do was stare at the overwhelming figure standing before them. Lian realized with a chill that Abyss had not been fighting seriously at all until now. Everything before this had only been a warm-up. The chairman stood shaken, his face drawn tight as his thoughts turned toward Lian. In that desperate moment, he understood who the last hope truly was. Ashamed that he had failed to save anyone and had been forced to flee despite being chairman, the old man placed the fate of the world in Lian's hands and begged him to rescue everyone. Abyss, however, turned the pressure back onto Lian, insisting that this could not possibly be the full extent of his strength. Lian answered calmly, showing no fear in the face of Abyss's perfect form. He admitted that his own response would not be as flashy, but it would be every bit as real. To Lian, Abyss's grand transformation was more noise than final proof of victory. Loud, overwhelming, and dramatic, but not enough to decide the battle by itself. In response, Lian called forth a massive reaper behind him, its towering form rising like a shadow of death over the battlefield. Lian declared that the Grim Reaper had fully descended in its own perfect form. For the first time, Abyss was caught off guard, his confidence shaken by the sudden counter.
Grim recognized it at once as the complete manifestation of the Grim Reaper. The condition had already been fulfilled. 300 soul soldiers had been gathered, unlocking the true form at last.
But Lian was not finished yet. To push his power even further, he brought out a strange fruit he had been saving for exactly this kind of moment. Without hesitating for even a second, Lian ate the fruit, accepting whatever effect it would bring. The fruit immediately linked Centipede and Soul Vantage as paired equipment, triggering the hidden sword skill. With that connection complete, Lian could combine Centipede, Soul Vantage, and Grim Reaper all at once. With the fruit completing his triple equipment setup, Lian fixed his gaze on Abyss and urged him to end this once and for all. Grim asked whether Lian had finally recovered his memories, and Lian answered that this complete manifestation was proof enough. The power standing behind him could not have appeared otherwise. Grim's excitement rose immediately. Calling Lian his brother, he urged him to take the lead and begin the attack. Abyss cut in before they could enjoy the moment, declaring that he would be the one to end everything. Driven by the ambition that had burned for 1,000 years, Abyss charged forward, vowing never again to let anyone block his rise, while Lian and Grim rushed to meet him head-on. Abyss opened the clash with a brutal blade strike, swinging down with enough force to split the space between them. Lian met the attack directly, raising his purple sword and catching Abyss's blade before it could cut him down. The pressure crashed into him, but Lian held firm. His stance did not break, and his focus stayed locked on Abyss. Grim moved instantly, swinging in from behind to punish the opening Abyss had created by attacking Lian from the front. Lian followed with another strike from the opposite direction, trying to trap Abyss between himself and Grim in a deadly pincer attack. But Abyss slipped through the trap with terrifying ease, breaking the angle of their assault and forcing Lian down low under the pressure. Abyss rose above them again, reclaiming the high ground as if the battlefield itself naturally belonged beneath his feet. With cold irritation in his voice, Abyss told them to get out of his way, as though their strongest assault had only delayed him for a moment. Then he released an overwhelming blast of force, driving both Lian and Grim backward with raw, crushing power. Lian skidded hard across the ground from the impact. Struggling to regain his footing, Grim admitted through the shock that Abyss was still every bit as monstrously strong as he had ever been. Lian steadied himself and forced his mind to slow down instead of charging in blindly again. He demanded to know Abyss's true goal and why he was so determined to target this world. Abyss answered as if the truth were obvious. This had always been his story, and he was the abyssal god destined to swallow everything and rule over it. He insisted that no world had the right to exist beyond his control. Anything outside his grasp was something that had to be conquered. For Abyss, domination was not just desire, it was the only proof of his own existence, the only way he could affirm who he was. Lian mocked him as nothing more than a selfish final boss, but he also understood something from that simplicity. An enemy like this left no room for hesitation or sympathy. Lian decided that facing an opponent without sentiment actually made things easier. If Abyss wanted to rule everything, then Lian only had to defeat him without holding back. Abyss answered with a dark laugh, amused by Lian's resolve and the defiance still burning in his eyes. Lian then turned to Grim and asked how Abyss had been dealt with in the past, searching for any clue that could help them survive this fight. Grim began explaining that 1,000 years ago his former masters and several other heroes had gathered together to confront Abyss. Those warriors were the very people Abyss would later refer to as the 8 heroes, the ones who had once stood against his ambition. Before Abyss could twist the story in his favor, Grim corrected the record, making sure Lian understood what truly happened back then. Abyss admitted that the heroes had never truly defeated him. They had only sealed him away, which was exactly why he still existed now. Abyss smiled at the memory, savoring the fact that even the heroes of that ancient age had failed to erase him completely. Grim confirmed the bitter truth. In that ancient battle, sealing Abyss had been the very best result anyone could achieve. Abyss revealed how it had happened. He had dragged the heroes into his mental realm and worn them down one by one until their magic was nearly drained dry. In the end, the exhausted heroes had sealed one another instead of sealing Abyss properly, leaving him with the chance to return. Abyss boasted that the few surviving humans had sealed those heroes away. But this time, Lian stood alone without the same support behind him. Then Abyss unleashed a finishing technique, aiming the full force of the attack directly at Lian. The blow slammed into Lian with devastating impact and sent him flying across the battlefield. Grim cried out as Lian crashed down in pain, the force of the attack leaving the ground trembling beneath him. Abyss gathered another killing blow, his power condensing once more as he declared that this was the end. Grim rushed to Lian's side in panic, his voice tight with desperation as he checked whether Lian could still move, let alone stand against Abyss again. Lian forced himself back up from the ground, battered but refusing to fall. But before the fight could continue, Abyss coldly declared that before ending Lian, he would erase that cursed divine gear forever. Lian froze for a moment, confused by Abyss's sudden mention of hidden gear. That was when Abyss revealed the truth. This entire mental world had been created for one purpose alone, to seal divine gear. Abyss explained that maintaining this realm consumed an enormous amount of mana, making it something he could use only once. But after absorbing the gear into this place, he intended to destroy it completely with his ultimate technique. To Abyss, once Lian lost his divine gear, he would become harmless. Without that power, Abyss saw him as nothing more than another powerless human waiting to be crushed. Then Abyss began purging the divine gear from Lian by force, dragging its power out of him as if ripping away part of his very existence. Lian's weapon started to crumble in his hands, breaking apart into shadowy fragments and fine dust that scattered through the air. He stared in shock as the gear disintegrated right before his eyes. The weapon he had relied on slipping away piece by piece from his grasp. The last traces of that power drifted into the strange mental world, fading like ash until almost nothing remained. Only then did Lian fully realize what Abyss was doing, but the understanding came too late to stop it. His hidden gear was being reduced to dust right in front of him, stripped away and swallowed by the very realm Abyss controlled. All Lian could do was call out to Grim, his voice filled with shock as the connection began to slip from his reach. Grim rushed toward him in alarm, desperately trying to reach Lian before the last of the gear vanished completely. Grim revealed that the same terrible thing had happened to him 100 years earlier, when Abyss's power tore into him and left him broken. Back then, Grim had been struck down, ripped apart, and left without his memories. Now Lian reached desperately for the fading remains, unwilling to let Grim disappear from him all over again. But the final fragments slipped beyond Lian's fingers, scattering out of reach before he could hold on to them. Abyss laughed, as if the battle had already been decided. With Lian stripped of his gear, Abyss was convinced there was nothing left for him to fear. He explained that every piece of divine gear stolen from his victims became part of the foundation of this mental world, and once absorbed, it could never appear again. With Lian disarmed and cornered, Abyss demanded the next thing. He intended to take Lian's soul. Lian barely managed to deflect the next strike with what little power remained to him, forcing the attack aside at the last possible moment. Even so, the impact nearly overwhelmed him, leaving his body reeling under the crushing pressure. Lian forced himself to think instead of panic, searching deep within the instincts that had carried him through impossible battles before. Abyss rained weapons down from every direction, surrounding Lian with lethal pressure, while reminding him that this world obeyed Abyss alone. Lian understood that the situation was becoming hopeless. With his gear gone and the battlefield under Abyss's control, every option seemed to vanish around him. At that critical moment, a new spell erupted across the battlefield, cutting through the darkness like a sudden burst of defiance.
Reluca intervened with triple boost, Rai Gene Flash, smashing aside the descending weapons and placing himself between the attack and Lian.
Lian stared in disbelief, stunned to see Reluca arrive in the middle of such a hopeless battlefield. Abyss turned toward the interruption, his attention shifting with cold irritation toward the one who had dared to interfere. Reluca urged Lian not to give up, promising that they would keep fighting beside him no matter how impossible the battle looked. Then Lian heard another voice, one he had not expected to reach him in this place at all. Reluca told Lian that he could hear the trapped voices too, while Abyss dismissed them with contempt, calling them worthless weaklings who no longer mattered. Abyss tried to ignore the disturbance and force his form to remain stable, refusing to acknowledge that anything inside his own realm could resist him. But suddenly, Abyss sensed something wrong within his own body, a disruption stirring from somewhere deep inside the power he had absorbed. A voice called out to Lian, telling him to fight with everything he had left and to hold on with pure guts. Lian recognized the voice as Leon's, and his eyes widened as he realized it was coming from somewhere inside the realm itself. Leon called directly to Lian again, making sure his voice reached him through the strange space Abyss had created. Leon revealed the truth. Everyone had been trapped inside the thing Abyss had absorbed. Even though they were imprisoned in that terrible place, they were still alive, clinging to existence through sheer willpower. The trapped souls refused to accept being locked away in Abyss's cage. Even from within him, they vowed to resist and fight back. Lian and Reluca listened as those voices rose around them, and for the first time in that desperate battle, hope began to return. Another ally called out to make sure Lian and Reluca were safe. Hearing them, Lian pressed Abyss with a sharper question, demanding to know where everyone had truly gone. Abyss confirmed that all of them had been taken inside him, and with that answer, Lian finally understood what had happened to the missing people. Then a familiar voice reached Lian again, telling him that it had heard everything. That trapped ally offered to lend Lian strength, promising to help him so they could all return to the real world together. More voices joined in one after another, urging their master forward. Some even joked that Lian still owed them for abandoning them earlier, bringing a strange warmth into the middle of the nightmare. As the voices continued to rise, Abyss was shaken to realize that the souls he had absorbed were not completely under his control. He searched angrily for the source of the rebellion, trying to understand how anyone trapped inside him could still defy his will. The answer was Grimm's scythe, the divine gear that had once carved away part of Abyss's mental world before the ancient sealing. Abyss realized that just before he was sealed 1,000 years ago, that Scythe had cut off a fragment of his mental realm. Fury overtook him as he raged at the divine gear, cursing it for stealing back something he had already claimed as his own. Strain rips through Abyss from the inside out, his entire body twisting under the pressure as the countless souls he had swallowed begin fighting back all at once. Abyss is shaken with horror when he realizes that even after being reduced to souls trapped inside him, they still refuse to submit and are still struggling against his control. Reluca's eyes widen as she notices the change. Abyss, who had seemed untouchable moments ago, is finally beginning to lose his balance and fall apart from within. One of their allies quickly explains that every piece of Jean Fry's equipment is actually a relic passed down from ancient times. In that same moment, Jean Fry catches a familiar voice among the trapped souls and realizes it belongs to Mira. Mira speaks up with a dangerous idea. If they can shatter the mental world that Abyss absorbed into himself, there is a chance Jean Fry's gear will break free and return to him. Leon understands the gamble and confirms it out loud. If they can destroy that realm from the inside, then Jean Fry's lost gear might finally come back to where it belongs. The trapped allies reach the same decision together. They will use the millions of souls sealed inside Abyss to overload him, tear apart his mental world, and force Jean Fry's gear to return. Jean Fry can only stand there and listen, stunned into silence, as everyone trapped within Abyss begins placing their trust and last hope directly on his shoulders. Abyss clenches his teeth in rage and tries to crush the uprising before it can spread any further. Calling humans nothing but fools, he prepares to stop their plan with overwhelming force. But no matter how hard Abyss tries to regain control, the resistance inside him keeps surging up, interfering with his power and breaking his concentration again and again. The trapped souls gather their voices together, pushing Jean Fry forward with everything they have. They urge him to be brave, move with guts, and smash Abyss's mental world apart. More allies join the cry, pouring in their strength along with every grudge they have carried. What began as scattered resistance becomes one united force standing behind Jean Fry. Even the ordinary people imprisoned inside Abyss begin pleading with Jean Fry to take them home. Though they have little power of their own, they offer him whatever strength they can still give. Abyss roars as pain tears through him, but even then he refuses to accept what is happening. He insists their struggle is meaningless and that none of them can change the outcome. Determined not to let control slip from his grasp, Abyss gathers his power once more and tries to seal everything shut again with Mad Fist. But before the technique can fully take shape, the chairman throws himself into its path, intercepting the attack with his own body and power. The impact tears across Abyss's face instead, carving through him so violently that he screams out in pain. The chairman grits his teeth and bears the crushing strain, forcing himself to hold on long enough to create the opening Jean Fry desperately needs. Jean Fry and Reluca stare ahead, their eyes fixed on the sudden gap in Abyss's defenses, realizing that the chance they had been waiting for has finally appeared. Jean Fry hesitates for just a brief moment, caught between disbelief and the enormous weight of everyone's expectations. The chairman immediately shouts at him, urging Jean Fry not to waste the opportunity and to act right now. Under the force of everyone's combined assault, the mental world finally fractures, cracking apart like glass struck at its weakest point. As the illusion breaks into countless pieces, the strange battle space collapses around them, and the real world begins to return. Reluca quickly realizes what has happened. They have made it back, and Abyss's barrier has truly been destroyed. Jean Fry looks around in shock, hardly able to believe that such an impossible plan actually succeeded. From above, a bright sphere of light descends toward him, wrapped in the glow of a magic circle as it slowly lowers into view. Jean Fry reaches out instinctively, and the returning power gathers before his hands like it has been waiting for him all along. The light then pours into his body, rushing through him in a brilliant surge that fills him from head to toe. Jean Fry remains still, letting the restoration wash over him as his lost power settles back into place. Even the halo above him begins to shine more brightly, its glow intensifying as the transformation continues to deepen. The pendant resting at Jean Fry's chest responds as well, pulsing with light as if recognizing the return of his true power. Jean Fry plants his feet firmly beneath him, standing steady in the restored world as the last remnants of the shattered realm fade away. A wave of relief passes through him as he realizes the truth. His gear has finally returned. A system message appears, confirming that all of Jean Fry's hidden gear has been fully released at the same time and re-equipped. That complete restoration immediately triggers an entirely new special condition, opening a path that had never appeared before. Jean Fry's class changes, shifting from alchemist into a hidden job known as the Hidden Gear Master. Golden power surrounds Jean Fry in a brilliant glow, and even he is overwhelmed by the sheer scale of what he has suddenly become. His new status rises beyond measurement in every attribute, marking a complete transcendence that places him on an entirely different level. Now empowered beyond measure, Jean Fry stands in the real world alongside Reluca and the chairman, facing Abyss once again. Abyss immediately senses the return of Jean Fry's gear, while Reluca realizes with amazement that Jean Fry has truly reclaimed his real power. The chairman turns his gaze toward Jean Fry, sensing that the balance of the entire battle has shifted in their favor. Jean Fry quietly absorbs the change within himself, feeling both the weight of his restored power and the heavy responsibility of what must come next. Reluca celebrates in relief, thrilled that Jean Fry has actually done it. Meanwhile, Abyss, already sounding like a man cornered by fate, can only spit out a bitter threat. Abyss surges forward again in a storm of fury, warning them not to think the fight is over. His darkness spreads outward once more, and the trapped souls inside him cry out as Leon and the others realize they are being swallowed again. The old man suddenly loses contact with the others completely, making it clear that the situation has turned critical once again. Abyss rages over the fact that his divine raiment has been sealed, and his hatred immediately turns toward the one responsible for taking it from him. Driven by that fury, Abyss decides to devour the people standing before him and convert their souls into power for himself. Leon braces himself in front of his grandfather, putting his body between the old man and the attack as Abyss's power comes crashing down toward them. With no clear way to escape, Leon can only cry out to his grandfather in panic as the danger closes in. But just before the strike can land, something slices through Abyss's armor and cuts off the attack, stopping his assault at the last possible moment. Jean Fry appears in a blaze of golden power, stepping directly between Abyss and the others as if, drawing a hard line, the god is no longer allowed to cross. Leon whips around in shock, his eyes widening as the figure who just saved them finally comes into view. Abyss turns his gaze toward this new opponent, only then noticing the fresh damage already carved into his body from the sudden interruption. Jean Fry stands calmly before him and makes it clear, without a trace of fear, that Abyss's true enemy has been him all along. Abyss locks onto Jean Fry, his expression twisting as he recognizes the threat that has once again planted itself in his path. Fury surges through Abyss when he realizes the user of divine raiment is still standing against him. With hatred burning in his voice, he resolves to drag both Jean Fry and that power down into hell. Jean Fry meets the incoming killing blow head-on, raising his power without flinching and stopping the attack with overwhelming force. His counterattack follows instantly, ripping into Abyss with brutal impact and opening a serious wound across the god's body. With his weapon lifted and golden energy roaring around him, Jean Fry stands fully restored, steady, and ready to bring the fight to an end. Jean Fry gives Abyss no time to recover. He rushes forward at once, driving the god back with relentless pressure, while Abyss can only stare in disbelief at the human, now overpowering him. Abyss realizes in shock that just one strike from Jean Fry has shattered his armor, and his pride refuses to accept that such a thing could happen. Jean Fry thinks back on how close he had come to losing everything, but thanks to Leon, the president, Reluca, and all the others who helped recover his hidden equipment, he now has the strength to fight again. He understands that the returned equipment has awakened a hidden power he never even knew was inside him. And with that realization, his confidence comes back completely. Abyss lunges in close, trying to strike back before Jean Fry can fully control the flow of the battle. But Jean Fry does not retreat. Jean Fry no longer shows even the slightest hesitation, his eyes fixed forward as his restored strength answers Abyss's attack. Jean Fry unleashes a devastating slash that carves straight through Abyss's body. At the same time, a system notice confirms that Mind's Eye has activated, tripling the damage dealt to vital points. Jean Fry drives forward without slowing down, carrying the force of that strike into yet another attack. He pounds Abyss with a relentless combination, golden blows crashing down one after another, and keeping the god pinned beneath the assault. As his attacks continue to land, Jean Fry demands that Abyss release every single person he has stolen away. Jean Fry pushes even further, ordering Abyss to restore the world to the way it was before this disaster ever began. Every blow sinks deeper than the last, cutting through Abyss's defenses and grinding down what little resistance he has left. Mind's Eye activates again and again, turning Jean Fry's furious assault into a series of precise, lethal strikes aimed directly at Abyss's weak points. Abyss roars in agony, as both his body and his pride are torn apart under Jean Fry's unstoppable attacks. He curses the very idea that a mere human, and only one human at that, could possibly bring him to defeat. Jean Fry rejects Abyss completely, declaring with cold certainty that there is no place for him in this world anymore. Then Jean Fry calls down a final judgment, ordering Abyss to fade away into nothingness. Jean Fry activates Centipede's third skill, Meltdown, and a colossal finishing blade begins to gather above him, blazing with overwhelming power. Even with destruction closing in, Abyss still cannot accept that he is being defeated by a human for the second time. As Jean Fry brings the attack down, Abyss rages in disbelief, unable to bear the thought that he is losing to someone like this. The finishing strike detonates with catastrophic force, swallowing Abyss in a massive blast. His scream echoes through the battlefield as his body is engulfed and begins breaking apart beneath the impact. The explosion erupts upward like a towering pillar of light, bright enough to be seen far beyond the battlefield. The ruined structure trembles violently under the aftermath, cracking and collapsing as pieces break away all around them. Leon and his grandfather survive the blast, crouched beneath the falling debris as they look up through the chaos. They shield themselves from the dust and fragments raining down, waiting for the destruction around them to finally settle. When the dust at last begins to clear, Jean Fry stands alone in the middle of the wreckage, his weapon lowered at his side. Leon finally allows himself to believe it, staring at the empty battlefield as the realization sinks in that Abyss is dead, and they have won. Jean Fry releases a slow breath, clearly exhausted from the battle, yet still keeping himself alert in case anything remains. A system window appears in front of him, signaling that the battle has truly reached its end. The system confirms Abyss's defeat, the acquisition of all hidden equipment, the unlocking of every skill, and Jean Fry's class change into Hidden Equipment Master, along with one final unknown skill. Jean Fry's attention settles on the notice about that mysterious new ability, and his expression tightens with uncertainty. When he checks it, the skill offers no explanation at all beyond its name, leaving Jean Fry unsure of what kind of power it truly holds. The system asks whether he wants to cast the unknown skill, and for a moment, Jean Fry hesitates before making his choice. Even without understanding the details, Jean Fry instinctively feels that this power will set everything right, so he decides to activate it. The system confirms his choice, announcing that the unknown skill has now been used. Its effect is finally revealed. Everything that had been flipped over will be returned to its proper state. That power spreads outward across the world, reaching far beyond the battlefield and carrying restoration with it. 1 year passes, and the world has finally settled into a new sense of normal life. The old man now spends his days peacefully in town, quietly watching ordinary people move through their lives around him. He greets someone he has not seen for a while, savoring the calm atmosphere that has finally returned after everything they endured. Leon arrives to meet him, and the reunion carries a gentle warmth, as if the peace they fought for has truly begun to take root. Leon smiles with a much softer expression than before, his shoulders relaxed, as if the weight he carried during the battle has finally begun to lift. They joke lightly that with the creatures and dungeons gone, the world has changed completely. People are no longer dying the way they used to, and that alone makes the peace feel almost unreal. The old man looks back quietly, feeling how quickly time has slipped by since that terrible battle, as if the entire year passed in the blink of an eye. Leon teases the old man for suddenly acting so sentimental, and the old man simply laughs it off, brushing away the comment with an easy, familiar warmth. Even after a full year has passed, Leon still finds his thoughts drifting back to the day Abyss was finally defeated. The old man admits that the world has become so peaceful now, It almost feels like that battle never happened at all. But deep down, he knows defeating Abyss changed everything. Leon explains that since the creatures and dungeons disappeared, the role of adventurers faded away with them. But he has also heard troubling rumors that many former adventurers left with power and no real purpose have started turning to theft and extortion. And because the Adventurers Association has been disbanded, there is no longer an organization strong enough to restrain skill users or protect ordinary civilians from that kind of abuse. The old man falls quiet, already sensing where Leon's thoughts are heading. Then he turns toward Reluka and asks if she understands what Leon is really thinking.
Reluka answers without hesitation that she does. After knowing each other for so long, they can read one another's intentions almost without needing words.
Reluka agrees to follow Leon's lead, and behind him, the 8 guardian stars stand ready, silently backing the choice he is about to make. Meanwhile, back on the first continent, in Gene Fry's hometown, his life has taken a surprisingly ordinary turn. Instead of standing on battlefields and facing monsters, Gene Fry now spends his days working the fields, quietly farming under the open sky. His younger sister calls out to him and tells him to come have a drink, reminding him that their mother wants him to stop working and take a proper rest. Gene Fry accepts the break with an easy smile, letting himself enjoy the peaceful rhythm of home for a little while. He sits down with a mug in hand, while a system window floats nearby, still lingering as part of his everyday life. For the moment, Gene Fry enjoys the simple comfort of a good drink until a familiar thought slowly pulls his attention away. Gene Fry looks up at the calm, endless sky and wonders if this is what the world is supposed to look like after everything has finally been cleared. Everywhere he looks, the people around him have moved on, settling into quiet, ordinary lives where peace has become normal again. Even so, Gene Fry knows that peace is a wonderful thing. Yet some part of him cannot shake the feeling that something important is missing. Just as that restless feeling settles over him, a new request pulls Gene Fry back to attention, and nearby, trouble begins to break out. Gene Fry immediately recognizes the commotion for what it is. Kukuru is causing problems again. Gene Fry lets out a tired sigh, realizing that even peace has its own kind of nuisance to deal with. The system congratulates Gene Fry for clearing the game, then relays a request from the former president of the Adventurers Association and asks whether he wants to keep playing. Gene Fry pauses for only a moment, as if the answer has already been sitting inside him from the very beginning. Gene Fry admits that no matter how much the world changes, he is still a hardcore gamer at heart. He accepts the request, and before long, the scene shifts to the outskirts of the first continent, where he is already chasing down criminals. 2 thieves try desperately to shake Gene Fry off their trail, and when running no longer seems enough, they decide to fight back using their skills. One of them unleashes an intimidation-based attack, hoping to stop Gene Fry in his tracks before he can get any closer. But Gene Fry charges straight through it with almost no effort, and the attack only tears up the street behind him instead. In an instant, Gene Fry closes the distance, moving far faster than the thieves ever expected. The 2 criminals are left staring in shock as Gene Fry rushes directly toward them without slowing down. Their intimidation skill fails completely, and neither of them can understand why it had no effect on him at all. Now desperate, the pair decide to attack Gene Fry together, moving to strike him from both sides at once. But before either of them can make a move, Gene Fry suddenly vanishes from their sight. The thieves panic the moment they realize he is gone, their eyes darting around as they search for where he could have disappeared to. Gene Fry reappears behind them without warning and calmly mocks their confusion, making it clear they have already lost control of the fight. Before the thieves can even turn around, Gene Fry strikes them down. Standing over them with flames burning in his hand, Gene Fry leaves the 2 criminals terrified and completely helpless. Gene Fry looks down at them coldly and tells them not to create extra work for him. Once the criminals are secured, Gene Fry opens a system channel and prepares to report in. Gene Fry informs headquarters that he has captured both culprits and recovered the stolen goods, and that he is ready to bring everything in. The former president praises his speed and reliability, then tells him there is no need to transport them personally because a recovery team has already been sent. As the team arrives through teleportation, Gene Fry hands the criminals over without delay. 3 years have passed since Abyss's defeat, and on the surface the world remains peaceful because both dungeons and creatures have disappeared. But beneath that calm, a new threat has begun to spread, as many displaced adventurers start using their powers for crime. In the past, even corrupt guilds could still be dealt with through the Adventurers Association when things went too far. Now, however, the system no longer allows guilds to be formed at all. Because of that, Criminals can only be hunted down through civilian reports. So the former president asks Jean Fry to take on another job. He also adds that Mira is already on her way to brief Jean Fry in person. That night, Jean Fry and Mira travel together toward the deep region of the first continent. From a hidden vantage point, Jean Fry watches the people below and identifies them as the criminal organization they have been sent to investigate. Mira confirms his observation, making it clear that they have found the right group. Mira explains that this organization has recently been trespassing into sacred sites across multiple continents, destroying valuable ruins and secretly stealing items from those protected places. That criminal organization is widely known by one name across the shadows of the continent: Noir. Jean Fry narrows his eyes and questions whether simple profit is really enough to explain their behavior. After all, if they tried to sell treasures stolen from ruined sacred sites, the evidence would expose them almost immediately. Mira agrees that this is exactly what makes the case so suspicious. That is why they need to handle it quietly, uncover the real motive behind Noir's actions, and find out who is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Jean Fry nods as if he understands, agreeing with Mira in words, but the very next moment he moves forward like he plans to crush the entire problem by force. Mira rushes after him in frustration, clearly panicking as she reminds Jean Fry that this was supposed to be an undercover investigation, not a frontal assault. One of Noir's men suddenly catches sight of movement nearby, his attention sharpening as suspicion begins to rise. With their cover already falling apart, Jean Fry and Mira step out into the open, and the criminals immediately demand to know who the two intruders are. The gang looks them over and dismisses them as nothing more than suspicious outsiders, warning them to leave at once if they only came looking for entertainment. Mira tries to back away and somehow salvage what little remains of their cover, clinging to Jean Fry in embarrassment as the situation becomes more awkward by the second. Jean Fry, however, focuses on the worst possible detail, noticing that Mira has called him by the wrong name and scolding her for it, which only makes the whole scene even more ridiculous. Mira finally snaps at him, shouting that Jean Fry needs to learn what an undercover investigation actually means before charging straight into the enemy's face. The criminals decide the pair are far too suspicious to simply let go, and one by one, they begin moving in to surround Jean Fry and Mira. Since their cover is already completely blown, Jean Fry decides there is no point pretending anymore and suggests they might as well question the gang directly. Mira quickly casts a spell over the area, sealing the space inside a magical prison so that none of Noir's men can escape. Jean Fry identifies the spell as Spellmage's Black Prison and warns the criminals that nobody is leaving until they start talking. When one of the men tries to resist, Jean Fry casually shatters part of the prison wall himself, then points out that with such a massive level gap, even this barrier is as fragile as paper to him. Jean Fry steps in close and presses his blade against the man's throat, turning the interrogation around in an instant. With his weapon held steady, Jean Fry demands to know why Noir has been going around destroying ruins. To force out the truth, Jean Fry warns the man that he will die if he keeps hiding anything. Terrified, the criminal breaks down and claims they were only following orders from above while collecting items from a prepared list. Mira steps forward and refuses to let him hide behind such a vague answer. She threatens him with a grotesquely excessive spirit-based punishment, and even Jean Fry is left stunned by how terrifying she becomes when damaged antiquities are involved.
Jean Fry pauses for a moment, realizing from Mira's expression that she is not joking at all.
Completely frightened, the man finally blurts out the name behind the orders, the Wind Serpent Guild. The name hits Mira hard because guilds should no longer be possible in the world as it exists now. The criminal adds that their boss is somewhere on the first continent, and that the ruined destruction, the stolen items, and even the deaths are all being directed by that person. When Mira asks how Jean Fry knows so much, Jean Fry avoids explaining the source of his information and keeps that part to himself. Mira concludes that they have confirmed a mastermind behind Noir, and her anger hardens as she vows that the destruction of precious ruins will never be forgiven. Before the criminal can say anything else, Mira prepares to unleash her full spirit combo and execute him on the spot. Jean Fry immediately stops Mira before her rage can go any further. Jean Fry warns the man that once Mira loses control over antiques, even top-tier monsters would not survive her wrath. The criminal is so overwhelmed by terror that he collapses unconscious before Mira's punishment can even begin. With the man passed out in front of them, Jean Fry and Mira are left with a lead to follow and a mastermind still waiting somewhere on the first continent. As the aftermath settles, Mira condemns the man's hypocrisy, disgusted that he would call someone else monstrous while he himself was desecrating a corpse. Among what the dead man left behind, a dropped storage device becomes the only clue worth taking. When Jean Fry and Mira inspect it, they realize the Wind Serpent Guild is connected to Noir, making the entire case far more dangerous than it first appeared. The name finally clicks for Jean Fry when Mira reminds him that this is the same guild he clashed with on another continent. Jean Fry casually remembers that old conflict, showing just how little that victory had meant to him at the time. Mira explains that although the guild master was arrested and exiled back then, the entire organization should have fallen apart along with him. Instead, Jean Fry and Mira now realize there must have been a higher-ranking Grand Master above the man they captured, so they decide to alert their chairman immediately. But when Mira checks the recovered item list, it looks harmless at first glance, making her wonder why it matters so much. Jean Fry warns Mira that if someone gathered those specific items on purpose, then it means they are trying to assemble dark equipment. That term instantly catches Mira's attention. Because she recognizes dark equipment as an extremely dangerous class of gear, Jean Fry explains that dark equipment is created by combining certain specific items, and if it is completed, it could become powerful enough to threaten an entire continent. Even worse, because the battle with Abyss disabled Jean Fry's old hidden gear master job, Jean Fry is no longer certain he can directly counter something like that. Even with that uncertainty hanging over him, Jean Fry decides they have to move immediately and confront the true boss of the Wind Serpent Guild on this continent. At the Eldora ruins, the Wind Serpent Guild's people gather before their leader and report the progress of their mission. The man commanding them is revealed to be Zhao Servant, the former Grand Master of the Wind Serpent Guild. His subordinates proudly announce that all 90 required items have finally been collected. Zhao's servant confirms that the collection is complete, and his expression sharpens as he prepares to move into the next stage of his plan. He senses that the decisive moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived. But before Zhao's servant can proceed, an intruder appears and coldly orders him to step aside.
Jean Fry and his companions walk openly into the ruins, armed, unafraid, and making no attempt to hide their presence.
Zhao's servant quickly studies the intruders and realizes that the black-haired man standing before him is the one with real authority among them. Zhao's servant sneers at their rude entrance, mocking their lack of manners before demanding to know who they are, and he makes it clear that if their answer fails to satisfy him, he will kill them where they stand. Jean Fry begins to introduce himself as a member of the only force still able to cross continents and arrest criminals now that the old order has collapsed. That description immediately makes Zhao's servant's expression change, because it points directly to the organization that rose up after the Fallen Adventurers Association was replaced. Jean Fry confirms Zhao's servant's suspicion with a taunting half-answer, giving him just enough to understand exactly who has come to drag him down. At that same moment, Jean Fry's gear begins to evolve again, and new powers unlock one after another: Melt, Heaven, and Phantasmal Playground Silver. The air inside the ruins grows sharper as Jean Fry and Zhao's servant face each other, each side silently measuring the other's strength before the clash begins. Zhao's servant looks down on them with contempt, dismissing Jean Fry and Mira as idealists clinging to the old Guardian Star tradition, wasting their power just to protect ordinary people. Mira stays calm beside Jean Fry, letting Zhao's servant's insult pass without giving him the reaction he wants. Jean Fry answers coldly that criminals like Zhao's servant are exactly the reason his work never seems to end. Jean Fry makes it clear he has no interest in dragging out the conversation because, as far as he is concerned, this arrest is going to be finished quickly. But as Zhao's servant stares at Jean Fry's face, his confidence begins to waver because something about the man in front of him suddenly feels familiar. Mira confirms it without hesitation, telling Zhao's servant that he has indeed seen Jean Fry before. Then the realization strikes Zhao's servant all at once, and he identifies Jean Fry as the hero of the Abyss. The recognition catches Jean Fry slightly off guard. One of Zhao's servant's men then remembers the old title Blue-Eyed Jean Fry, connecting the legend to the man standing before them, but Jean Fry simply shrugs it off as if the name has nothing to do with the arrest. Zhao's servant's attitude changes in an instant, shifting from contempt to delighted respect as he thanks Jean Fry for helping him in the past. He also recognizes Mira as one of the former 8 Guardian Stars, a woman who once commanded adventurers on the 7th continent. Seeing the weight of their reputations, Zhao's servant tries to tempt both Jean Fry and Mira with wealth, comfort, and an easier life at his side. Jean Fry and Mira reject him immediately, refusing the offer without even needing to think about it.
Mira formally declares that they have come to arrest Zhao's servant for illegal entry and theft, making the charge plain in front of everyone.
Zhao's servant only laughs at the accusation, claiming that his apology will be to kill them both right there. With murderous intent spilling from him, Zhao's servant launches his attack and promises Jean Fry and Mira an eternal rest. A massive summoned serpent surges forward at his command, opening the battle as it rushes toward the pair with terrifying speed. The giant serpent crashes down in a violent first strike, aiming to crush Jean Fry and Mira beneath its sheer force. Zhao's servant's followers panic and rush to support their leader, shouting for the intruders to be captured as enemies immediately. Jean Fry drops one of the charging men in an instant, showing the overwhelming gap in power before the mob can even close in. Then he claims Zhao's servant for himself and leaves the lesser enemies to Mira. Mira accepts the split with dry sarcasm, turning away from Jean Fry as she prepares to deal with the underlings herself. Mira summons Ifrit, and a roaring wall of fire bursts across the ruins, tearing through the attackers before they can overwhelm her. While Mira holds back the crowd with blazing force, Jean Fry launches himself straight toward Zhao's servant. In midair, Jean Fry decides that this is the perfect chance to test the new illusion skill he has just unlocked. Phantasmal Playground Silver activates, and the space around Zhao's servant begins to shift under Jean Fry's control. Before Zhao's servant can stop it, he is dragged into the skill's false world and trapped inside its strange battlefield. Zhao's servant immediately senses that something about the world around him is wrong, and his eyes sharpen as he studies the distorted battlefield. He quickly realizes the truth and identifies Jean Fry's new power as an illusion-type ability. Confident in his own willpower, Zhao's servant forces himself forward, convinced he can break through what he believes is nothing more than a deception. Jean Fry watches him calmly, already expecting Zhao's servant to try that exact response. Zhao's servant boasts that illusions are useless against him and that this kind of trick could never hold his mind. Jean Fry notes that Zhao's servant broke through the illusion with sheer mental force, a reaction that reminds him of Leon. Zhao's servant responds by summoning twin wind serpents, choosing to overwhelm Jean Fry with physical power instead. The two serpents close in from both sides, trying to trap Jean Fry in a pincer attack, but Jean Fry reads the pattern immediately and judges it simple enough to avoid. Zhao's servant then reveals that the twin attack was only bait, and that more serpents had been hidden behind the first strike all along. The next instant, an entire ring of serpents surrounds Jean Fry, turning the trap into a full encirclement from every direction. Zhao's servant sees Jean Fry caught in the formation and takes it as proof that his victory is already certain. But Jean Fry remains unnervingly calm, showing no panic even as the serpents close around him. The serpents loom over Jean Fry from all sides while Zhao's servant presses the attack, utterly convinced that Jean Fry has nowhere left to run. Then, in the middle of his own assault, Zhao's servant suddenly feels that something is wrong. Blood appears at the corner of Zhao's servant's mouth, even though Jean Fry has not visibly landed a strike on him. The damage worsens immediately, and Zhao's servant starts coughing up blood in shock as his body reacts to an attack he cannot see. Zhao's servant cannot understand why he is bleeding at all, his confidence cracking as confusion spreads across his face. Jean Fry calmly tells Zhao's servant that his turn is over, as if the outcome has already been decided. A status display appears, revealing Jean Fry's unreadable and absurdly boosted stats, making the gap between them look almost impossible to measure. He declares that from this moment on, he is done holding back, and the next blow will be the start of his real attack. Zhao freezes in disbelief, his eyes widening, as he realizes the hero can actually project a status screen right in the middle of battle. The glowing display makes it painfully clear that the hero's numbers are no longer something normal people can even read, pushed so far past ordinary limits that they look almost impossible. Then Zhao's own status appears before him, and the sight is devastating. His health has already plummeted, and his body is being ravaged by an extreme deadly poison. The moment Zhao compares the two status screens, the confidence drains from his face. The hero's data looks absurdly unreal, and only then does Zhao understand that his HP was carved down before he even grasped how the attack had landed. At the same time, Zhao finally notices the lethal condition eating through him, realizing that he has been struck with a poison status meant to kill. For the first time, Zhao's arrogance cracks completely, and raw fear begins to show through his expression. Too late, Zhao understands the cruelest part of the trap. Even the moment he believed he had shattered the illusion was nothing more than another layer of that very same illusion. Back on the real battlefield, Zhao can only stare helplessly at the hero, his mind no longer able to separate truth from deception. The hero calmly tells him that Phantasmal Playground, silver, is an illusion that will always reach its target. He goes on to reveal that the feeling of breaking free had been planted on purpose, a false escape designed to pull Zhao even deeper into the trap. And while Zhao was lost in that deception, Melt, heaven had already marked every chosen enemy nearby, with extreme lethal poison, forcing their HP down to 1 and leaving their bodies paralyzed. With the trap fully set and Zhao cornered, the hero turns his attention to another piece of equipment and calls it out. A skeletal weapons spirit answers the summons, rising behind him as a towering red and black presence, like a reaper stepping out from the shadow of death itself. Zhao, desperate to keep his pride intact, tries to sneer that the display is nothing but empty intimidation, then gathers himself for one final attack. The hero does not even move. He simply watches Zhao with steady eyes and tells him that the battle has already ended. Before Zhao can complete his last strike, the summoned weapon spirit moves first, cutting into the moment faster than Zhao can react. Its gleeful entrance makes one thing obvious. The hero's weapons are not just tools in his hands, but living things with their own will and personality. The spirit announces its return with ridiculous grandeur, turning the battlefield into a stage for its dramatic entrance. When it starts bragging about showing off some brand new move, the hero immediately cuts through the nonsense and forces it to stay focused on the enemy. The weapon obeys at once, striking Zhao cleanly and blasting him backward in a violent spray of blood. Nearby, the woman watches the remaining underlings drop one after another, all collapsing under the hero's automatic poison effect. She can only call his equipment completely absurd, while the weapon spirit shamelessly starts flirting as if this were not a battlefield, until the hero dismisses it without patience. With Zhao finally defeated and the battlefield under control, the hero and the woman decide their next move is to report everything to their chairman first. Even after winning, the hero's expression remains tense because the real dark equipment still has not been recovered. Then Zhao, barely clinging to consciousness, lets out a weak laugh and confirms that the hero had indeed sensed dark equipment. The hero notices that Zhao is still awake and tells him to stop obsessing over the ordinary parts they had collected. Zhao answers with a bitter smile, revealing that those parts have already become meaningless. He tells them the truth at last. The dark equipment they are searching for is not here at all. The hero immediately understands what that means. Zhao could not have been the only mastermind behind this entire operation. A hidden figure's message confirms the suspicion, revealing that the gateway to the dark world has already opened somewhere far away from this battlefield. In that instant, the hero realizes the real danger has already slipped beyond this place, spreading into a crisis far larger than Zhao's defeat. Later, back at headquarters, the hero stands before the chairman and gives him the complete report on everything that happened. He explains that Zhao has been captured, but the location of the dark gear remains unknown, leaving the most dangerous piece of the case unresolved. The chairman listens carefully and still praises their efforts, acknowledging the value of what they accomplished despite the incomplete result. Then the chairman reveals the shocking truth. The real mastermind behind Noir is Selim, a name that hits the hero like a bolt of lightning. The hero thinks back to Zhao's testimony, remembering how someone had offered him dark gear and pulled him into an alliance. From that, the chairman concludes that the Wind Serpents were likely manipulated from the beginning, used and targeted by that same man. Because the guild included former Guardian Stars, their resentment toward the Old Adventurers Association made them especially easy for Selim to exploit. The chairman then explains that Selim was once the former president of the Adventurer Association, leaving the two younger agents stunned by the sheer scale of the betrayal. He says that Selim's name has not surfaced in more than 20 years, and he never imagined he would hear it again in connection with something this dangerous. The hero struggles to make sense of it, unable to reconcile that respected history with the idea that the same man could have founded Noir. The chairman explains that Selim had once been a powerful and respected figure, someone trusted by nearly everyone, until he suddenly resigned and disappeared without warning. No one ever discovered why he vanished, and in the years that followed, all that remained were rumors and unanswered questions. The hero admits that it is difficult to believe a person with that kind of past would willingly join forces with criminals. Their conversation is suddenly cut short when a violent disturbance tears through the building, shaking everything around them. They quickly realize that something massive is happening outside, accompanied by a thunderous phenomenon that feels far beyond ordinary noise. The hero senses it immediately, his instincts warning him that this is not some natural shift in the weather. When he looks outside, he sees the sky darkening unnaturally, turning black in the middle of broad daylight. The woman connects the strange darkness to Selim's identity as an alchemist, then urgently asks whether something like this could really be possible. The chairman confirms it without hesitation, his expression tightening as the pieces fall into place. He realizes they have been outmaneuvered. Only an alchemist could forge dark gear, and the darkness spreading outside is the effect of that gear being activated. The hero reacts instantly, already prepared to move toward the source of the crisis, while the chairman calls out to him as the situation grows more dangerous by the second. Jingsman quickly explains that Heaven's will failed to detect the dark gear earlier because only the raw ingredients were present at the time. The cursed equipment itself had not fully manifested yet, so there had been nothing complete for it to trace. He tells Jean Fry that the details can wait until later, his voice turning firm as the crisis unfolds. For now, Jingsman decides there is no time to waste and prepares to head straight for Selim himself. When Jean Fry asks how Jingsman already knows where Selim would be, the chairman answers without hesitation. There is only one place a man like Selim would choose for something this important. The woman immediately starts to offer to go with Jingsman, stepping forward as if ready to join the chase, but halfway through she stops herself and changes her decision. Instead of following along, she tells Jean Fry and Jingsman that they are needed somewhere far more urgent, while she takes responsibility for handling a separate task on her own. The scene then shifts far away to the remote Altiqua Lake region on the first continent, a lonely wilderness removed from the chaos of headquarters. There, in the open wilds, a blazing ritual circle burns against the ground, its light flickering fiercely as if the land itself has been branded by forbidden power. At the center of that ritual stands a cloaked man, facing a fully manifested suit of dark gear that has finally taken shape before him. Jean Fry arrives at the site and immediately calls out the man's name, his voice cutting through the heat and glow of the ritual circle. The cloaked figure turns toward Jean Fry, calm and unshaken, as though he had expected this confrontation from the very beginning. Jean Fry stands alone before the burning ritual, facing the source of the spreading darkness and realizing he has finally reached the heart of the crisis. The man confirms that he is indeed Selim, then warns Jean Fry to stop getting in his way, making it clear that the plan has already advanced far beyond the point of easy interruption. Jean Fry explains that dark gear may grant terrifying power, but it never gives that strength for free. In exchange, it places a deadly curse on whoever dares to wield it. Speaking on behalf of his organization, Jean Fry demands that Selim surrender the dark gear peacefully before the situation grows even worse. Selim studies Jean Fry's confidence and quickly realizes the truth. Jean Fry must be carrying a divine arm capable of seeing through secrets that ordinary eyes could never uncover. Jean Fry understands at once that Selim has figured it out, recognizing how he was able to track both the location and the dark gear itself. But Selim dismisses that discovery as meaningless now. The activation is already complete, and in his eyes, Jean Fry has arrived far too late to stop anything. Jean Fry lunges forward anyway, determined to stop Selim before the ritual can go any further. But the instant he moves, he senses that the danger has already crossed a critical line. Selim completes the full jet-black equipment set and unlocks the special class known as Dark Knight. In the next moment, his body is swallowed by ominous power, transforming him into a black-armored figure radiating pure menace. For a brief moment, even Selim seems stunned, staring at himself as if trying to understand the terrifying form he has just become. As the magic circle roars around him, Selim stands before Jean Fry Van Raid and reveals the dark power now wrapped around his body. Jean Fry immediately understands that Selim has truly equipped the forbidden dark gear, and his expression sharpens with deadly seriousness. Selim begins to revel in the armor's presence, flexing his transformed body and feeling the sinister aura rolling off him like a living storm. He confirms with satisfaction that the ancient records were telling the truth. Dark gear is pouring exactly the overwhelming strength he desired into every part of him. Now filled with confidence, Selim demands to know how Jean Fry learned about dark gear in the first place and what he is truly trying to accomplish. Jean Fry refuses to let Selim rush the conversation. He calmly addresses him by name, making it clear that he already knows exactly who is standing in front of him. Selim explains that after his soul was swallowed by the abyss, he learned of Jean Fry's existence, and from that moment he became convinced that Jean Fry held the answer he had been searching for. Jean Fry listens without interrupting, his eyes fixed on Selim as he allows the man to reveal the obsession driving him. Selim recounts his past, saying he was born with extraordinary talent, rose above every rival in his path, and eventually climbed all the way to the position of association president. He remembers how everyone praised him, admired him, and envied his brilliance, while Jean Fry quietly dismisses the speech as nothing more than arrogant boasting. Selim admits that over time, protecting others stopped mattering to him. What consumed him instead was the pursuit of greater personal strength, no matter where that path led. Jean Fry dryly remarks that Selim's selfish way of thinking sounds unpleasantly familiar, as if he has heard that same twisted creed before. Selim continues, explaining that everything changed when Jingsman appeared. Jingsman became the first person in Selim's life to defeat him. That single humiliation infected everything inside him, because Selim could not tolerate the idea of losing to anyone. So Selim abandoned his official duties, resigned from his position, and chose to live only for strength. After years of training, he finally surpassed Jingsman, but that victory was immediately swallowed by an even greater shock. During the Abyss incident, Selim encountered Jean Fry, and Jean Fry's overwhelming power made every achievement Selim had built up feel suddenly meaningless. Selim confesses that he could not accept it. Even after dedicating his entire life to reaching the top, there was still a level of power standing beyond his grasp. Unable to endure that gap, Selim decided he would take any road available to him, no matter how dangerous or forbidden it became. He resolved that, whatever the cost, he would surpass Jean Fry, and in the end, he concluded that dark gear was the one tool capable of making that ambition real. With that conviction burning in his eyes, Selim raises his dark blade and declares that this power will finally carry him beyond Jean Fry. Selim attacks first, closing the distance in an instant, and bringing his heavy blade down in a brutal overhead strike. Jean Fry calmly draws his own weapon and meets the blow head-on, receiving the impact without the slightest hint of panic. As he watches Selim fight, Jean Fry comes to a cold conclusion. All of this power, all of this destruction, is nothing more than resentment taken to a pointless extreme. Their blades crash together, and Jean Fry condemns Selim for using Zhao and the others like disposable pawns, all for the sake of feeding his own obsession. Selim drives forward with even more force, trying to crush Jean Fry through raw strength and the pressure of his dark gear. Yet, even with the massive boost from the dark gear flooding his stats, Selim cannot understand why Jean Fry still seems to stand above him. Frustration twists through him as he realizes that power meant to rival divine arms is still not enough to close the distance between them. Jean Fry, however, is already looking beyond the duel itself, calmly noting that someone else's preparations should be reaching completion right about now. Then a sudden sign appears, confirming Jean Fry's suspicion, and he recognizes that the next phase of their plan has finally arrived. An unknown incoming call suddenly appears, cutting into the tension of the battlefield, like an unexpected signal from outside the fight. Even as the alert flashes into view, the clash does not stop immediately, and for one more breath, the sound of their weapons continues to ring out. Jean Fry takes control of the exchange in an instant, forcing Selim back and making it painfully clear that the advantages of dark gear have no effect on him at all. With the upper hand firmly in his grasp, Jean Fry gives Selim one last chance, telling him that if he surrenders quietly now, his punishment may still be reduced. But Selim refuses to bow his head, his fingers tightening around his weapon as stubborn pride keeps him rooted in place. He simply cannot accept it. The dark gear he chased for so long, the power he devoted his entire life to obtaining, is still losing to Jean Fry's divine arm. That disbelief quickly twists into desperation, and Selim demands to know why the distance between them remains so unbearably wide. Jean Fry only watches him with a faint look of amusement, as though the answer has been obvious from the very beginning and has not changed at all. If there is still a gap in power, Selim decides he will simply force that gap shut, no matter what method he has to use. He raises one hand toward the sky and calls for his dark soldiers to gather at his command. Across the world, the dark soldier summoning activates all at once, and the creatures begin appearing at their predetermined locations. Selim exults as his backup plan finally begins to unfold, but Jean Fry is already one step ahead, connected through a group call with the strongest allies he arranged in advance. The calm confidence on Jean Fry's face makes Selim's expression stiffen, and he begins to realize that something has gone terribly wrong. Selim looks up at the call interface in alarm, sensing that Jean Fry predicted even this move. Then one of Jean Fry's allies, a red-haired fighter, cheerfully checks in, as if this emergency were nothing more than an ordinary assignment, leaving Selim staring in stunned silence. A nun-like ally complains that she responded to the president's global emergency summons, only to find opponents so weak they were barely worth the effort of showing up. Jean Fry folds his arms and lets the reports come in one after another, allowing Selim to watch his carefully prepared plan collapse in real time. Selim finally understands with horror that every person on the call is powerful enough to stand alongside the 8 guardian stars. Jean Fry reminds him that these elites are now moving as his own group, and every one of them went exactly where he ordered them to go. Another ally casually reports that the enemies at their assigned location have already been eliminated without difficulty, then asks if that result is good enough. The blood drains from Selim's face as the full scale of the trap becomes clear, and his confidence begins to crumble. The nun lazily points out one of the defeated Dark Soldiers, making it obvious how little danger it posed. Nearby, a small military-looking ally even sits on one of the corpses, reducing Selim's prized summons to a humiliating joke. As every call window shows another victorious ally, Selim realizes that every single one of his Dark Soldiers has already been neutralized. Jean Fry calmly tells him that from the very beginning, he never planned to rely on dark gear today. Only then does Selim understand that Jean Fry had been waiting specifically for the moment he activated the Dark Soldier skill. Jean Fry reveals that he had already asked Jingsman about that skill beforehand and built his entire counterplan around its mechanics. He explains that there are only 7 Dark Soldiers in total, and although they are dangerous when gathered together, each one always appears at a fixed location. Since the soldiers spawn one at a time in separate places, Jean Fry knew that any fighter on the level of the 8 Guardian Stars could crush them easily as long as they were sent to the right spots. Selim bitterly realizes that Jean Fry had not only predicted the contingency, but had prepared the perfect answer before it even happened. Even so, Selim refuses to surrender. He insists that the true power of dark gear goes far beyond the Dark Soldiers, then gathers himself for one final ultimate attack, staking everything on a direct finishing blow. A massive vortex of crimson energy erupts around him, spinning violently as Selim pours the last of his strength into the technique. One of Jean Fry's distant allies watches the attack swell through the call feed, while another observes in silence, completely unconcerned by the terrifying spectacle. Even from headquarters, Jingsman can feel the enormous magical output surging from the battlefield, and recognizes just how powerful Selim's attack really is. Jean Fry remains relaxed in the middle of the storm and lightly asks whether they should head over too, speaking as though the outcome has already been decided. Selim declares that this strike will end Jean Fry, and finally allow him to surpass the man he hates. But Jean Fry answers the threat with nothing more than a faint, untroubled smile. A blue-haired ally begins to move as if the matter is already finished, ready to leave, until another ally warns that the fight has not quite ended yet. The group's attention turns back toward the battlefield, where the final exchange is about to begin. Selim lunges forward with everything he has left, throwing his entire body behind the finishing attack. With a furious scream, he drives the strike straight toward Jean Fry, determined to force victory with this one blow. Jean Fry stops it effortlessly with a long polearm, blocking the attack so casually that he still keeps one hand tucked in his pocket. The skeletal spirit attached to the weapon gleefully declares that it will claim the spotlight for this side's grand ending. Jean Fry calmly reassures the weapon that everything is already under control, showing no concern at all for Selim's final attack. The blue-haired ally begins to explain why Selim never had any real chance. At the same time, Jean Fry sweeps his divine arm through the attack, proving that as the hero of the Abyss, he no longer has any enemies left on Selim's level. Selim is blasted down with overwhelming force, his body crashing to the ground and leaving him sprawled there helplessly. Back at headquarters, Jingsman praises everyone for their work, acknowledging how smoothly they handled the crisis. The gathered group reports that Noir has been dismantled cleanly, and that the entire incident was brought to an end without any major complications. Some members mock how weak Noir turned out to be, while Jingsman shifts his focus to the one final issue still left unresolved. That last issue is Selim himself, now reduced from a terrifying mastermind to a broken prisoner before them. Someone asks for confirmation, wanting to know if they truly intend to destroy the dark gear instead of preserving it. Another person suggests that it might be possible to keep the equipment sealed under strict containment at headquarters rather than erase it outright. Jean Fry thinks that Selim's obsession with the armor had grown so extreme that, strangely enough, it made the artifact itself seem less frightening by comparison. Jingsman agrees that containment may be possible, but he argues that as long as the dark gear continues to exist, someone could eventually misuse it again. The others accept his reasoning, understanding that the safest choice is to erase the source of the trouble completely before it can create another disaster. Meanwhile, the more emotional members gather around the white-haired girl, gently comforting her as she struggles to calm down after everything that has happened. When someone asks Jean Fry whether they can continue relying on him from now on, he agrees without the slightest hesitation and immediately calls for Mira to bring out the Spirit All-Stars. Gene Fry takes charge of preparing the missing elements needed for the next task, and the others step back without argument, trusting him to handle the most dangerous part. Gene Fry activates all creation, a technique that requires him to absorb all 6 elements, and a dark golden sphere of power begins forming before him with a heavy, ominous glow. Everyone watches closely as Gene Fry steadies the technique, preparing to wipe away the dangerous remains once and for all. Even the strongest among them cannot help being impressed by the sheer scale and precision of Gene Fry's power. Then, almost too casually, he feeds Selim and the Dark Gear into the sphere, while the onlookers complain that his disposal method is a little too rough.
Jingsman declares that the matter is settled, bringing the long crisis to a clean and final close.
Without lingering on the victory, Jingsman immediately moves on, explaining that new requests are already pouring in from across the continent and that the group will be needed again soon. Gene Fry answers with easy confidence, clearly ready to keep moving forward now that Selim has been safely defeated. Before long, life settles back into its usual busy rhythm, with the group returning to missions, training, and the everyday chaos that always seems to follow them. Then, many decades later, the story shifts to the Gene Fry residence, where a cluttered study glows with screens, papers, and scattered notes from a private project nearing completion. At the center of that room sits an older Gene Fry, alone among the traces of years of work. He saves his data into an AI system, rewrites the final section, and runs one last test, and when the process finally succeeds, he realizes the project is complete. Gene Fry celebrates with genuine excitement, because the game he decided to create for his retirement 10 years ago has at last been finished. Satisfied with the result, Gene Fry reflects quietly on his life, knowing he has already done everything he could in that world, and has retired from the group he once served. With the world now peaceful, and the people closest to him already gone from his life, Gene Fry feels that all that remains around him is a long, quiet solitude. So he chose to spend those peaceful years building a game, relying on old programming experience, stubborn persistence, and countless hours of effort to bring it to completion. Gene Fry encourages himself with the creed of a true hardcore gamer. If the perfect game does not exist, then a real player simply makes it himself. At last, Gene Fry sits down in front of the screen, ready to see what all those years of work have actually produced. The title screen appears, and the moment Gene Fry sees it glowing before him, excitement rises through him all at once. He is thrilled to see that the game actually boots properly and reaches a playable login screen, proof that his long project is truly working. The game opens on a grand academy, presenting its world with a sweeping introduction before revealing the premise at its core. Instead of placing the player into the role of a gifted academy protagonist, the game begins with a doomed villainous mob character, forcing the player to overturn that fate through special battles and explosive growth. Gene Fry selects the villainous mob character he designed, choosing that role as the player's starting point in the world. The system then asks whether to register a new player and reincarnate them into the world of the game. Gene Fry chooses yes without hesitation, his hand moving almost automatically after all the time he spent building this moment. Even so, a tiny flicker of doubt makes him pause for just a moment, as if the wording on the screen feels stranger than it should. He laughs off the ridiculous thought that pressing one button could actually send him into the world of his own game. Then Gene Fry taps yes anyway, brushing aside the absurd feeling and continuing forward. Treating it like an ordinary test run, Gene Fry prepares to properly evaluate the game he created with his own hands. Suddenly, a strange light floods the room, turning his casual joke into something impossible to ignore. Gene Fry's eyes widen as he realizes this is no normal startup effect. From within that brilliant light, a hand reaches out toward him, and a black-haired figure from inside the game takes Gene Fry's hand and pulls him forward. The figure smiles at Gene Fry as though this meeting had been expected from the very beginning. Gene Fry realizes in shock that someone from inside the game is calling out to him, reaching across the boundary he thought was only fiction. The sensation feels unmistakably familiar, almost as if Gene Fry has experienced this kind of crossing before. A moment later, Gene Fry's physical room is left empty, while his presence shifts completely into the world of the game. The system announces that a new player has logged in and reincarnated into the world. Gene Fry is welcomed as a guest and told that he can watch the protagonist's playthrough unfold live before his eyes. Then the system offers Gene Fry an even deeper invitation, asking him to enjoy this world together with that protagonist. Gene Fry accepts, and the game itself welcomes him into the very world he created.